Chapter 1. What on earth is a cloud companion? Hey, that person looks like a dog. Are you even speaking? He is a dog. Huh? How can he still have the face to live on? Ignoring the mocking laughter surrounding him, Wei Zian pushed open the door and stepped into the room. In the corner, piles of hay were heaped, while the window occasionally emitted a howling sound. It was uncertain whether he could survive this winter. As a bastard child, an unwanted offspring, his mother had passed away due to him, which left him utterly disregarded by the Wei family. A classic start of a failure. Wei Zian let out a bitter smile, burying his face in the bone-chilling water. When he lifted his head again, the numb expression had vanished from his face. Water droplets danced in the basin, rippling across his handsome features, his clear eyes radiating an unusual calmness. As a hybrid of human and fox demon, he possessed an inherently remarkable appearance. This had earned him a fair share of beatings. Wei Zian pressed his hands against his face, rubbing vigorously until the stiffness began to fade. 16 years in the South. He had spent exactly 16 years in this world. Wei Zian had yet to glimpse a shred of hope. As a transmigrator from Blue Star, lacking any golden finger was one thing, but enduring such humiliation was another. What a disgrace to all transmigrators. Wei Zian lay on the earth in Kong, feeling a slight warmth emanating from the haystack. In a world where strength reigned supreme, even his father refused to acknowledge him as his son. The cold wind howled, and the youth curled up, drifting into a deep slumber. The host had traversed for 16 years with nothing to show for it, fulfilling the conditions for activating the Cloud Companion system. The Cloud Companion system is officially activated. Please customize your Cloud Companion. Cloud Companion system? Is this a benefit for transmigrators? Wei Zian was taken aback. Isn't it just cloud raising when one watches others raise companions without having their own? What use could such a system possibly have? However, the idea of a companion was indeed intriguing. Wei Zian rubbed his hands together and proceeded to customize. Please select the gender of your companion. 1 male, 2 female, 3 transgender male, 4 transgender female, 5 random. Wei Zian, it seems I can only choose 2. Please select the race of your companion. 1 human, 2 fox, 3 dog, 4 demon, 10086 stone and metal. This? Wei Zian felt somewhat dizzy from the choices. Who in their right mind would not choose a human? Wei Zian sighed. He selected 2. Please select the view on love for your companion. 1 ordinary, 2 green tea, 3 white lotus, 4 sea king, 5 selflessly devoted to their companion, respecting and cherishing them, loving only one person for life. 6 possessing a sound personality, making decisions that align with their inner self. A sound personality is of utmost importance. Wei Zian certainly did not wish for his partner to be abnormal. He selected 5. Please begin customizing your companion. 2 options appeared before him: description and illustration. Wei Zian pondered, concluding that a description would undoubtedly hold more mystery. Thus, he carelessly described his ideal partner, mentioning traits like a youthful face, a slender waist, and a figure that could captivate a nation. He even added some trivial details, such as how her ears and tail would appear when she was shy. As a hybrid, he lacked a tail and ears, so he was curious to see how they would manifest. Customization completed. The host is quite detailed. The Cloud Companion system will match you with the closest target. Matching. Then came the long wait. As time passed, the youth awoke. Is the system there? Wei Zian softly called out, but there was no response. It seemed he had merely experienced another unrealistic dream. Wei Zian shook his head, feeling somewhat despondent. Matching successful your companion is on the way. Attention! The journey is a two-way process. Could it really be a system? Wei Zian was suddenly filled with joy. Could it be that he finally saw a glimmer of hope? Would he no longer need to feign ignorance every day? Wei Zian nearly burst into tears from elation. He clicked to view the system, and a photograph materialized before him. She possessed an extraordinary beauty, with large eyes that concealed a softness akin to water, appearing pure and adorable, captivating anyone at first glance. The corners of her brows tilted slightly, adding an elusive charm to her innocent visage, and her subtly upturned lips seemed to harbor an enchanting allure. Her tall, graceful figure was exquisitely proportioned, instilling a desire to conquer. In the photograph, she wore a sweet smile, radiating youthful vigor. Wei Ziyan scrutinized closely, wondering if such a beauty truly existed. Xiao Mei, originally named Tu Shan Yinyan, from the Qingqiu Fox clan, age 16. Her personality was bright, lively, and generous, with principles, looking down upon the courtesans of the pleasure houses. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she was in the second realm of the Six Harmonies, a girl of fortune, a true prodigy. Recently, she had become an inner disciple of the Li Mountain sect, hailed as the revival figure of the sect. As he read a mice introduction, tears of gratitude welled from the corners of Wei Ziyan's eyes. At the same time, he noticed other details beside the photograph. Status: in class, but not paying attention. The scene shifted, revealing a Mei in class. The first companion binding was successful. The host is free to explore, utilizing the system to rapidly enhance their own strength, completing the mutual journey with their companion without disappointing the system. Wei Ziyan was momentarily stunned the first one. Does that mean he could have more? He clicked on the status. The companion may exhibit emotions such as happiness, disappointment, anger, or melancholy. Possible actions include training, enlightenment, experience, sleeping, playing, etc. Affection? Xiao Mai's affection level, 0. Intimacy value, 0. Wei Ziyan discovered buttons for withdrawal, the marketplace, and interaction. No more clicking. The withdrawal ratio is 10:1. The host can increase the ratio by enhancing intimacy. Current withdrawal attempts: 1. The host can extract spiritual energy obtained during the companion's training, which will not diminish the companion's reserves. The base daily withdrawal attempts are 1, which can be exchanged in the marketplace. Interaction, as the name implies, can enhance communication with the companion. The marketplace has everything you desire. This seems quite powerful. Wei Ziyan noted that among the interaction options, only like was currently available. Comments and touches, along with other features, were yet to be unlocked. The marketplace indeed had everything from money to celestial level techniques, all-encompassing. However, all purchases required intimacy points, with smaller items needing just a few points, while larger ones required dozens. Wei Ziyan did not linger on details any longer, as his gaze was firmly fixed on the withdrawal option. Withdrawal. Wei Ziyan silently recited, and instantly, a wave of comfort washed over him, as if he were bathing in spiritual energy. Crack! A crisp sound resonated in his mind. A breakthrough? Wei Ziyan trembled with excitement. Just one withdrawal of spiritual energy had elevated him from the first realm of the spirit fetus to the third realm. He was just one step away from a breakthrough. What if he could continue to withdraw? Bang, bang. An urgent knocking sounded at the door, the wooden door shaking under pressure. Wei Ziyan, get out here and crawl like a dog, hurry. Chapter 2. Let's work hard today. Do you have something to say? At the door, Wei Ziyan maintained a calm demeanor. Jill. Wei Hu clutched Wei Ziyan's clothing, speaking menacingly. Is it forbidden to play with you if there's nothing going on? He emphasized the word play. Is there something? Wei Ziyan lifted his head, his gaze icy. If there's nothing, get lost. Before Wei Hu could respond, his lackeys erupted in a frenzy. Ziyan the fool needs a beating. Wago. Teach him a lesson. A bastard dares to act all high and mighty. Exactly, let him learn his lesson. Ziyan the fool hasn't woken up yet. He dares to tell our Huiga to get lost? This thatch hut isn't even a place to sleep. Ha. How can you call someone a fool? Wei Hu laughed. We're all good brothers here, right? How about this? Ziyan the fool, we won't bully you. Just obediently crawl like a dog through my legs, and we'll let you go. How about that? Get lost. Suddenly, Wei Ziyan snorted coldly, exerting all his strength to swiftly step forward and throw a punch. Bang! His fist struck Wei Hu's nose, causing a gush of blood to flow. You! The intense pain made Wei Hu lean back, clutching his nose. A perfect opportunity. Wei Ziyan sidestepped and flipped, arriving behind Wei Hu, bending low for a sweeping kick, and with a flash of pale yellow light, Wei Hu was knocked to the ground. Poof! Wei Hu lay on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, having lost a tooth, his appearance utterly miserable. Was that spiritual energy? Zian the Fool has broken through? So what if he has? Wei Hu's brother is a powerful figure in the second realm of the Five Lights. Upon hearing this, Wei Zian cast a cold glance, causing the one who had called him Zian the Fool to immediately cover his mouth. You really need a beating. Wei Zian lowered his head, heavily slapping Wei Hu's face, each strike leaving bloody marks on his plump cheeks. Do you dare to hit me? An enraged Wei Hu shouted. Do you know who my brother is? Wei Zian, let me tell you, better watch out. Wei Zian extended his foot, stepping on Wei Hu's palm, grinding it down forcefully. Who is your brother? My brother is Wei Jinsheng. Ah, don't step on me, I was wrong. Wei Hu bowed his head, his body trembling. Get lost. Wei Zian delivered a powerful kick, sending Wei Hu's hefty frame sprawling across the ground. Observing Wei Hu clumsily rise to his feet, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Wei Zian. Stop right there. Wei Zian commanded. Leave the spirit stones behind. Reluctantly parting with the spirit stones, Wei Hu hastily led his gang away, declaring, Wei Zian, you will pay for this. Pathetic, Wei Zian scoffed, wiping the blood from his injured nose before pushing open the door and stepping into the room. Weighing the handful of inferior spirit stones in his hand, he mused that they should suffice. Based on the quantity of spiritual energy harvested today, he anticipated a breakthrough to the fifth Radiance realm by tomorrow. However, achieving this advancement required financial resources. It necessitated the arrangement of 5 distinct types of precious materials representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth during the breakthrough. Yet, Wei Zian was not overly demanding, he merely required a few materials imbued with different spiritual energies. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Wei Zian suddenly recalled that he had not yet reviewed the system interface. To his surprise, he found that Xia Mai's status had changed as she has become revitalized as class is nearing its end. Wei Zian couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that this state bore an uncanny resemblance to his own demeanor during lectures. Indeed, they were cut from the same mold. Truly, she was his destined partner. A fleeting glance caught his attention on the interaction interface. Would you like to endorse your partner's learning status? He clicked like. Xia Mai's favorability increased by 1. Lishan sect. The girl in class suddenly shuddered, as if someone had poked her gently. She turned to see her best friend fast asleep. Who could have touched me? A sensation of being watched enveloped her, sending chills down her spine. Xiao Mei, feeling uneasy, bowed her head and focused on her studies, though more daunting was the teacher's stern gaze from the podium. Xiao Mei, recite the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching. Oh! Xiao Mei stuck out her tongue, rising to begin her recitation. On the system interface, her status shifted to struggling to recite but forgetting some words. Thus, the constant has the constant. To observe its marvels, the constant exists to observe its boundaries. These two derive from the same source but bear different names, both referred to as the profound, the profoundly profound. Suddenly, a clarity washed over Xiao Mei, enabling her to recite flawlessly. Well done, take a seat. Did she really manage to recite it? Surprised, Xiao Mei blinked, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Wei Zian gazed at the system page in astonishment, lost in contemplation. Does this mean she can truly hear what he says? However, the daily interactions had dwindled from 3 to just 1. Xiao Mai's favorability increased by 5. Incredible! Having tasted success, Wei Zian remained fixated on the panel until the night descended. Xiao Mai's status transitioned to feeling sleepy but lost in thoughts. A question appeared on the panel. Did someone assist me today? Wei Zian clicked, and to his surprise, it was an editable status. After a moment's thought, he wrote, No one helped you, it was all your own effort. Insufficient intimacy, level unable to communicate. This? Wei Zian was momentarily stunned, then noticed that the interaction count had dropped from 1 to 0. Did failed interactions count as attempts? This wretched system. With a sigh, Wei Zian suddenly observed that Xia Mai's status had changed to asleep. Well then, let her rest. The following morning, Wei Zian donned a clean and tidy outfit, setting out early. The breakthrough to the 5th Radiance realm required the aid of spiritual materials, so he brought along all the inferior spirit stones. He possessed approximately 50 in total. He felt a twinge of anxiety, having seldom ventured beyond his home. He was uncertain of the prices of spiritual materials, though he hoped they would suffice. Along the way, Wei Ziyan opened the panel and found Xia Mei's status updated to washing up. The image displayed a young woman in somewhat revealing attire, revealing a hint of her fair skin as she prepared herself. How delightful! Wei Ziyan sighed contentedly and absent-mindedly tapped the screen before exiting the panel, focusing on his journey to Wanbao Tower. Meanwhile, the girl washing up felt a sudden shiver, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. That peculiar sensation returned, as if someone were embracing her from behind. Could it be that someone truly assisted her yesterday? For reasons unknown, Xiaomei did not feel disturbed. Instead, a flicker of anticipation blossomed within her. It felt as though it was meant to be. After finishing her morning routine, Xiaomei donned appropriate attire, concealing her enchanting figure. Stepping out of her room, the bright sunshine mirrored her cheerful mood, for today was her favorite class wordsmanship. With this thought, Xiaomei raised her small fist in encouragement, exclaiming, "Amei, let's give it our all today." On the other side, Wei Ziyan suddenly shuddered. Xiaomei updated her status. Would you like to endorse it? Chapter 3. Water Journey. The likes were successfully registered, increasing intimacy by 2 to just yesterday. It was a mere 1, and now it has escalated to 2. Could it possibly reach 3 by tomorrow? Perplexed, Wei Ziyan found himself in the very heart of the marketplace, where his gaze was drawn to a towering loft. Baibao Pavilion, the largest apothecary in the southern lands. Good day, young sir. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? Wei Ziyan cast a fleeting glance at the welcoming maid, her attire quite revealing, accentuating her alluring figure. It was evident that Baibao Pavilion's popularity was well-deserved, that I would like the most basic of the 5 elemental elixirs, certainly. The young woman gestured invitingly. May I ask if you intend to use it yourself, or for someone else? For myself. What price point do you have in mind? What is the most expensive one you offer? Wei Ziyan inquired, taking the lead in the conversation with calm composure. The most expensive requires 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Anything pricier would need to be sourced from elsewhere. The young woman's face brightened at once. And the least expensive? The cheapest is merely 100 spirit stones. Farewell. Wei Ziyan clasped his hands in a polite gesture and turned to leave. Young sir, please hold. That a melodious voice rang out from the second floor, reminiscent of a lark's song, sweet and resonant. Following the sound, a stunningly beautiful woman descended the staircase. She possessed an impressive bosom, her exaggerated curves causing one to instinctively widen their eyes. Her fair complexion, starry eyes, pearly teeth, and full red lips sparkled with a dewy sheen. May I ask if you are the second young master of the Wei family? And you are. This is my establishment. The woman waved her hand dismissively as the welcoming maid bowed and withdrew. I am the proprietor of this shop. You may refer to me as Boss Tong. Greetings, Sister Tong. Haha. You're quite the charmer, young Master Wei. Tong Xiangyu giggled, covering her mouth. I wonder, Sister Tong, what may I assist you with? Are you seeking materials to break through to the 5 Radiances realm? Tong Xiangyu stepped closer, her graceful figure swaying, prompting Wei Ziyan to steal a few more glances. And if I am, what then? And if I am not, what then? Haha. Young Master Wei need not harbor excessive wariness towards me. I merely wish to conduct a transaction. That a transaction? Wei Ziyan raised an eyebrow. What could I possibly possess that would pique your interest? Sister Tong, speak a single word, and I shall gift it to you. With a thud, Tong Xiangyu tossed a bag of ordinary spirit materials towards him. I am a merchant. I value prospects over the present. I wonder if young Master Wei possesses such audacity. This woman was astute, her shifting titles precisely hitting the mark. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Ziyan accepted the spirit materials. Why not? Until we meet again. Safe travels, no need to see me off. As Tong Xiangyu watched Wei Ziyan's slender figure vanish from sight, she couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you interested in him? An elder emerged from behind her, smiling in inquiry. Character, Tong Xiangyu replied nonchalantly, rising to head upstairs. Xiaolan, I shall not go. I need rest. Understood. Mississippi. The elder gazed at Xiaolan. Why is the young lady throwing a fit? Has she really turned down young Master Zhang's invitation? Who knows? With the spirit materials in hand, Wei Ziyan chose not to return home immediately, but instead wandered through the morning market, eventually reaching the outskirts of the city. Then he found a flat area by the riverbank. where he sat cross-legged. The 5 elemental materials were arranged in the cardinal directions: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wei Ziyan entwined his fingers with spiritual energy, drawing a circle that connected the 5 materials. Everything is in place. Wei Ziyan opened the system interface, feeling elated from defeating his opponent. That on the screen, Xiaomei wielded a wooden sword, exuding grace and poise. As usual, he tapped the screen, extracting the essence. Closing his eyes, he focused inward. Wei Ziyan sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupting around him, prompting him to encircle it with both hands and strike the ground. The 5 elemental materials radiated their distinct glows, swirling around him in a continuous dance. Gradually, enlightenment blossomed within him. Though his eyes remained shut, he perceived the serene stream before him. The stream began to surge, following the riverbed, gradually expanding. The water grew turbulent, swiftly transforming into a broad river, cascading downstream until it merged with the sea. Wei Ziyan slowly opened his eyes, raising his hands as blue light flickered between his fingers. Water manipulation. Wei Ziyan felt somewhat dissatisfied. Water mages were not particularly formidable and had even been deemed the weakest among the 5 elemental practitioners. However, it was still better than nothing. There were practitioners of the 5 Radiances realm who faced even harsher fates in their pursuits of spiritual and physical arts, better off than those below. Gazing at the sky, he noted the time. It was getting late, and he needed to return to fetch water. Wei Ziyan stood and made his way back to the Wei residence. Meanwhile, in a classroom, Xiaomei suddenly shivered, her wooden sword trembling ominously in her grasp, striking her opponent's waist perfectly. "The victor is Xiaomei," the instructor exclaimed, gripping her hand tightly. "Wait, I won. I won." Xiaomei blinked in delight, while her rival, Song Miao, turned a ghastly shade of green. "Amei, how did you execute that wave sword move just now? Could you share it with everyone?" The instructor beamed at his prize student, realizing that she had grasped a previously unlearned and rather difficult second-level technique in combat. It seemed Xiaomei's talent surpassed even his expectations. Just like this, then like that, and finally this way. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Xiaomei stammered through her explanation, lowering her head in embarrassment. "All right, let us take a break." The instructor's expression darkened. It appeared Amei was overly excited and would need to elaborate further later. "Wait," Xiaomei pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to her best friend. "Shue shue. What should I do?" "But you just did it, didn't you?" Zhang Xiaoxue replied, exasperated. "Are you sure you weren't just lucky?" "Uh-huh." Crying softly, Xiaomei clung to Zhang Xiaoxue's arm. "Shue shue, you must help me." "Ugh, stop clinging." Zhang Xiaoxue pushed Xiaomei away. "You read too clingy, that I'll help you." "How annoying." Xiaomei lowered her head, that I don't know why, but it seems to be getting bigger. "Really? Let me see." Zhang Xiaoxue reached out with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Please help me think of a solution. How about a touch first?" Hee. Wei Ziyan climbed over the wall and entered through the window, donning tattered clothing, wishing to avoid drawing attention, that at the very least. He wanted to deal with those bullies who had tormented him. "Wei Ziyan, hurry up. Why are you dawdling today?" Responding, Wei Ziyan grabbed a pole and pushed the door open, beginning to fetch water. Chapter 4. Life and Death Pact in the Wei household. Strength equated to authority. As long as one possessed power, even a servant's disciple could rise above others. However, without it, well, apologies. Hurry up. As the command rang out, the whip cracked down with a sharp report. With a swift adjustment of his burden, Wei Ziyan deftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the lash. The leader paused momentarily, but thought little of it. Before long, noon arrived, granting Wei Ziyan a brief respite. Seated upon a blue stone slab, he held 2 steamed buns in hand. Couple Affinity 2, Intimacy level unlocked to level 1. That the sudden notification caught Wei Ziyan off guard, prompting him to hastily open the system panel, next to Xiaomei's image. The intimacy level had unmistakably risen to level 2, unlocking the messaging feature. The system shop had unveiled initial products, and the withdrawal frequency for the couple was now set to 3 times every 2 days, with 1 withdrawal remaining. Interaction frequency had also upgraded, increasing daily interaction count by 1, with 2 remaining. This how it upgrades. Yet I feel as though I've done nothing. Perplexed, Wei Ziyan caught a glimpse of Xiaomei's status. She was in class but appeared to be daydreaming. The system had even provided a close-up. On the screen, Xiao Mei was doodling, leaving Wei Ziyan to ponder who was aiding him. It truly was a kind soul that's self-acquisition. Is that feasible? Wei Ziyan mused, clicking into the interaction interface. Now able to leave a message. Perhaps it is the will of the divine. I shall assist you. He typed and sent the message. Afterward, he opened the system's shop interface, resembling a small convenience store, with various goods displayed on the shelves. Yet apart from the first tier, all others bore the label locked. In the upper left corner of the shop, a balance was displayed. Upon inspection, he found that the heartfelt accumulation was derived from intimacy value, currently at level 1, yielding a daily accumulation of 1. Note: heartfelt accumulation is only valid for that day. Overdue claims are void. With a fleeting glance, Wei Ziyan silently redirected his gaze toward the array of purchasable items within the marketplace. A bag of spirit stones, a cleansing pill 1, a heart-stirring fragment 1, and a special price blind box from a soulmate 1. The cleansing pill, as its name suggests, purifies the marrow and strengthens one's constitution. As for the heart-stirring fragment, Wei Ziyan remained oblivious to its purpose, as the system provided no introduction to AT present. Exchanging for the cleansing pill seemed to be the most prudent choice. After all, power is paramount. Thus, he opted to proceed with the purchase. Purchase successful. Congratulations on obtaining a Soulmate's Intimate Blind Box 1. Would you like to open it? Roar. A Soulmate's Intimate Blind Box? Could it possibly contain something wonderful, perhaps a jade pendant hidden amongst the peaks? With a flicker of thought, Wei Ziyan chose to unveil the box. Congratulations. You have acquired the innate ability to control fire. What the? Wei Ziyan was taken aback. Had he truly struck gold? This must be the luck of a fortunate sovereign. Regaining his composure, he followed the thread of intuition in his mind and attempted to unleash the fire control technique into a nearby bucket. However, it yielded no results. Perplexed, Wei Ziyan pondered over the situation when, at that moment, the leader once again blew into the horn. Get to work. Get to work. In class that day, the lesson on the fundamental attributes of cultivators was as tedious as ever. Sitting in the center, Xiao Mei kept her head down, doodling in her notebook. Who was it that aided me today? Despite the flurry of compliments from others, Xiao Mei was acutely aware that she could never grasp the fluctuation sword technique during a battle. This was because she had no fondness for such moves, even if they were a second-tier technique. What she truly adored was the grand and sweeping sword momentum that could sweep away thousands of foes. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, as long as she could triumph over Song Miao Miao, it would be a commendable technique. With a slight smile, Xiao Mei lowered her head, covering her mouth in quiet laughter. That moment, Song Miao Miao was nearly spitting fire and rage. She surely had not anticipated being defeated by someone with less than second-tier sword talent. It seems the one who helped me must be a good person. Having penned this thought, Xiao Mei raised her gaze, only to find the serious instructor ensnared in a logical loop. The blackboard bore the inscription, "If a fire wielder encounters a water wielder drowning in a dire situation, should he save him or not?" Feeling a wave of boredom, Xiao Mei pouted. No matter how absurd the question, the teacher would invariably find a way to circle back to it. Looking down, Xiao Mei suddenly froze, her body stiffening in place. Perhaps it is the will of the divine. I shall aid you. Startled, Xiao Mei's pupils contracted, and the pen in her hand clattered onto the desk. Had she written such words? Surely not. A twinge of anxiety gripped her as she surveyed her surroundings. Her best friend, Zhang Xiaoxue, was engrossed in a meeting with the King of Dreams, while others remained disinterested, heads bowed. She swallowed hard, tearing the paper away and hastily tucking it in her pocket. It is the will of the divine. You will assist me? Could it have been him this morning too? Xiao Mei mused, carefully unfolding the paper once more, leaning over her desk to write. Please refrain from poking me incessantly. Foolish, crossed out, clever divine envoy. Thank you for your assistance. After finishing her note, she waited in vain for a response from the paper. Surely, the divine envoy must be asleep. I see. The instructor rapped the blackboard. Classmates, let us continue our lesson. Meanwhile, the divine envoy stared impassively at the gathering before him. Wei Ziyan clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes. So, you are the one who bullied my brother. The well-built man before him stood nearly 6 feet tall, with muscles rippling under his formidable frame, resembling a wall. I did not bully him. That's so. Wei Jincheng pulled over Wei Hu. Then how did he end up like this? Wei Ziyan shook his head, choosing silence. What are you doing blocking the way? The leader, wielding a whip, bellowed in displeasure. Get back to work. Who is the blind fool here? Get lost. Wei Jincheng turned, his face dark with anger. Jincheng, please do as you wish. Wei Ziyan felt a measure of surprise. The once imperious leader now spoke in such a subservient manner before Wei Jincheng. Very well, being a scholar, I shall extend you a chance. Wei Jincheng patted the dust off Wei Ziyan's shoulder. You are also a young master of the Wei family. I shall not hold this against you if you pay me 1,000 inferior spirit stones. I have no money, no money. Wei Jincheng chuckled. That I in that case. We shall meet in the arena. 3 days from now. We shall determine life and death. How does that sound? After a brief moment of silence, Wei Ziyan raised his head and spoke earnestly. Agreed. Let us decide life and death. Wei Jincheng was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of dominance emanating from Wei Ziyan, reminiscent of Zhang Qian from the 5th tier standing before him. Good. Wei Jincheng declared loudly. 3 days hence, in the arena, I shall await your arrival. Chapter 5. You may touch it in the late evening. Wei Ziyan concluded a day of toil and returned to his room after dinner. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his mind remained restless. Throughout the day, Wei Jincheng's challenge echoed like a bomb, rapidly spreading among the populace. Wei Ziyan surmised that it would not be long before the ancestral hall caught wind of this news. At 16, being at the 5th tier was still somewhat acceptable to be. Why then, he might no longer lead such a life. Bound by fate? Wei Ziyan chuckled bitterly. During the time he was unable to cultivate, he yearned for his father's approval to become a family disciple worthy of entering the ancestral hall. Yet ever since awakening the system, his perspective had shifted. The feeling of being shackled ultimately paled in comparison to the exhilaration of freedom. He could easily leave the family and become an adventurer, living comfortably as well. But how simple could that be? Sighing softly, Wei Ziyan shook his head. His destiny must be fought for by himself. Opening his hand, a brilliant flame danced within, casting a bright glow that illuminated the youthful visage, somewhat gone in the dark. Despite being of the 5th tier, although he was a 2nd-tier cultivator, he possessed divine abilities. There was no reason to fear. With this thought, Wei Ziyan accessed the system interface, noting that he had yet to utilize today's withdrawal opportunities. Within the interface, Xiaomei's status had shifted to one of distress. Casting a glance at the interaction count, Wei Ziyan pondered and typed into the dialog box. Do you also have worries? He found it hard to believe that such a paragon, a beauty akin to a celestial princess, would have her own troubles. After sending the message, he closed the interface. Wei Ziyan closed his eyes, immersing himself in contemplation that a stream of ethereal energy surged from his dantian, coursing throughout his body. This sensation of comfort was intoxicating, akin to a refreshing drizzle on a sweltering summer day, invigorating to the soul. Deeply entrenched in this profound state, Wei Ziyan's spirit gradually slipped into slumber. In the attic, the wind chimes jingled softly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, yet the young girl's heart remained tumultuous. How vexing! Xiaomei buried her head in her blanket, her petite, translucent feet rhythmically bouncing against the soft bedding. With a sudden pull, she yanked her little bear plush into the blanket. After a brief tussle, a slightly disheveled Xiaomei emerged, her little head peeking out alongside her ever-smiling bear. Pouting, she poked the bear's nose. Why did you help me? What should I do? The predicament stemmed from a simple occurrence. During a friendly match at noon, Xiaomei had executed the 2nd-tier sword technique, the fluctuation sword, which naturally bestowed upon her a new halo. A genius girl, awakening after 3 years of silence. The genius of the Fire Academy was also a prodigy of the Li Mountain sect. Xiaomei's comprehension of the fluctuation sword propelled her into the ranks of 1st-tier sword practitioners. News of such a prodigious talent swept through the streets and alleys of the Li Mountain sect like a tempest. Subsequently, at the behest of an instructor, Xiaomei, feeling dazed, unwittingly signed up for the swordsmanship exchange conference. And as a sword talent no less. The thought of this sent Xiaomei into a spiral of anxiety. How could someone with barely 2nd-tier sword talent suddenly be hailed as a genius capable of dominating 3rd-tier swordplay? Tossing and turning in her bed, she rolled over, pinning the bear beneath her. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her exquisite and delicate figure. Yet this scene went unnoticed by anyone. That it's all your fault. She viciously tugged at the bear's ear, whispering angrily, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become this so-called genius girl." Though in truth, she felt quite pleased. Suddenly, the girl shivered, a clear phrase materializing in her mind. "Do you also have worries?" Taken aback, Xiao Mei quickly rubbed her eyes, fearing she had misread. Upon opening her eyes, she found only a blank space. Closing them again, the words became starkly clear. "Did I at the divine envoy?" Xiao Mei blinked, gently placing the bear aside as she tidied him up. "If the divine envoy discovers that I mistook the bear for him, he would surely be angered and would not assist me further. You must help me. It is solely because of you that I have transformed into this state. Surely you cannot evade responsibility that I intended to converse earnestly, yet for reasons unknown, as soon as the words reached my lips, they morphed into this. It feels as though I have known the divine envoy for a significant duration, akin to an old friend." After a brief moment of patient waiting, the envoy offered no response. Xiao Mei furrowed her brow slightly. It seems the envoy's messages are always so fleeting. Could it be that he is exceedingly busy? I am merely a fleeting glance in the envoy's hurried existence. In an instant, anxiety washed over Xiao Mei. What if the envoy shirks his responsibilities? No, I must not panic. Regaining her composure, Xiao Mei reclined on her bed, clutching her teddy bear, its head resting comfortably between two hills. Gently patting the bear, she closed her eyes. "Do you also experience worries? Is it implied that even the divine encounters troubles? It appears that even a small being like myself bears concerns, let alone the grand envoy." The thought of the envoy grappling with his own troubles while assisting me stirred a wave of emotion within Xiao Mei. Yet, what assistance could I possibly offer? The young girl pondered deeply. Ultimately succumbing to slumber, to eye in the stillness of the night, the teddy bear lay atop her, equally enveloped in serene slumber. The following day, before dawn, Wei Zian arose from his slumber. After breaking through to a new realm, it is imperative to solidify one's cultivation. The throngs of people during the day are hardly conducive to such endeavors. Seizing the opportunity of the dim twilight, Wei Zian leaped forth, making his way to the outskirts. Along the journey, he accessed the system. Companion Affection 5. Companion Affection 4. Wei Zian was momentarily taken aback. Upon checking his status, he discovered that Xiao Mei's affection for him had surged dramatically from 10 to 24. To his astonishment, a message from Xiao Mei appeared clearly in the dialogue box. "Even the divine experiences worries. Thank you for your assistance that I have little to offer in return, but if you are feeling down, I shall reluctantly allow you a touch. However, I too have encountered difficulties. Could the envoy lend me a hand?" Wei Zian smiled as he read Xiao Mei's message, reminiscent of the past when he would peruse comments on a penguin-themed message board. Was he conversing with an online friend? A chuckle escaped him at the thought. The touch mentioned in her reply must surely refer to a poke. If only it could truly be a touch. Ahem, I digress. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Zian earnestly replied, "Thank you. I shall assist you, and together we shall grow." With that, he closed the system panel and turned towards a marketplace. Swordsmanship. It seems I am not particularly adept at that either. Chapter 6. I see you possess remarkable potential. Wei family. Head of household's chamber. Even before dawn broke, the room was already aglow with flickering lights that a middle-aged man, dressed and ready, rose from his bed. Puzzled by the absence of his wife when a gentle voice called out, "My lord, breakfast is ready." Very well. Wei Huiting tightened his garments and stepped out of the bedroom. His robust figure exuded an aura of authority, and the slightly longer beard softened his otherwise imposing visage. That my lady. Wei Huiting approached, his eyes filled with tenderness as he enveloped the voluptuous woman in his arms. That my lady, the weather is so frigid. Your mortal form. I'm fine, my lord. A hint of sweetness graced the voluptuous woman's face as she playfully urged, "Hurry and wash your hands. The meal will get cold." With that, she headed towards the kitchen where porridge simmered on the stove. The voluptuous woman appeared to be around 30, possessing a curvaceous figure, fair and delicate skin, and an exquisite appearance that radiated charm with every gesture. She was Wei Zian's stepmother, the current matron of the Wei family. Qiu Yu, the only daughter of the foreign noble Qiu Shao, who had been wed into the Wei family for over a decade. Observing his lady's graceful silhouette, Wei Huiting shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. After washing his hands, Wei Huiting donned his armor, appearing formidable as he sat at the table. Yet upon seeing Qiu Yu's figure, his stern expression softened immediately, Dio not move. Chiu Yu chided. It's HOT.ITS quite all right. Wei Huading reassured as he lifted a bowl to sip the steaming porridge. Indeed, your culinary skills excel. This was made by Sister Li. Chiu Yu replied with a faint smile, two charming dimples appearing at her cheeks. Is that so? A hint of embarrassment washed over Wei Huading as he scratched his head, lowering his gaze to eat quietly. This is quite delicious, fragrant. This too is good. Dio eat, please. Chiu Yu gazed at Wei Huading with affectionate eyes. Her demeanor reminiscent of a child despite being in her 30s. My lord, when do you anticipate returning from this venture? I do not know. Wei Huading frowned slightly. The situation with the Yu country seemed dire. An unfavorable outcome was anticipated that wasn't a treaty signed just 2 years ago, ensuring mutual non-aggression. The Yu are akin to locusts. Once they deplete their own reserves, they will naturally seek sustenance elsewhere. He spoke. Wei Huading raised his brows, scoffing. These so-called barbarians are nothing extraordinary. You must exercise caution, my lord, Chiu Yu said after a brief silence. That I have heard that Xian has made a life-and-death pact with someone. Surely that cannot be true. Wei Huading paused, his interest peaked. He is 16 now, is he not? Leaning back in his chair, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Wei Huading's eyes. That I have wronged him somewhat over the years. But how could he engage in a life-and-death pact? Do not be hasty, my lord, Chiu Yu interjected. It seems the child struck someone's brother. Before she could finish, Wei Huading rebutted. How could he possibly defeat another's brother? Chiu Yu's expression shifted, clearly startled by Wei Huading's sudden outburst. General, the auspicious time has arrived. That a voice called from outside the door. Enough. Wei Huading waved his hand, rising to leave. Just as he reached the door, he turned back, grasping Chiu Yu's hand. My lady, I know you harbor no fondness for this child, but he is my flesh and blood. That I do not, Chiu Yu replied, her head lowered, her long hair obscuring her gaze. Yet her voice was weak, lacking conviction. Wei Huading frowned. The urgency of war brooked no delay. My lady, I entrust that child to your care. With that, he embraced Chiu Yu tightly before departing without a backward glance. Chiu Yu extended her hand, a fleeting look of reluctance crossing her features. Yet she ultimately remained silent, her hands resting upon her chest, as if still feeling the cold touch of armor. Is it for sale or not? Wei Xian inquired succinctly. The shopkeeper sighed, conceding, very well, I shall sell it to this young master. With a sense of quiet satisfaction, Wei Xian nodded, preparing to retrieve his spirit stones. Wait, young master. Wei Xian halted, questioning. What is it? I see remarkable potential in you. You appear to be a prodigy in martial arts. If I am not mistaken, you have recently broken through to the 5 Radiance realm. And what does that concern you? The shopkeeper, assuming a wise demeanor, smiled. That I possess an unparalleled manual. Along with this blade, it is merely 15 low-grade spirit stones. Would you be interested? Are you attempting to deceive a child? Wei Xian's expression darkened. Did he take him for an inexperienced juvenile? This is the maximum I can offer. 10 low-grade spirit stones. That is simply unacceptable. This is a long-lost celestial-level technique. After a moment of negotiation, a content Wei Xian departed towards the outskirts, one hand holding the ordinary iron sword he had purchased, the other clutching the manual. The tattered tome bore the weight of age, its yellowed cover inscribed with the archaic characters, Jinghong. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. Had I not been acquainted with martial arts, I would have surely missed such a profound manual, Wei Xian thought, suppressing a grin as the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the sparse pedestrians casting covetous glances in his direction. Feeling a wave of unease, Wei Xian swiftly found a less crowded street and vanished from view. In a brief moment, he arrived at the outskirts once more. At the lakeside, where he had been the previous day, he noticed a few attendants standing at a distance, as if they had delineated their area. Wei Xian contemplated briefly before moving towards the lush waterside. Settling into the water, his body floated just above the surface as he faced away from the attendants, carefully opening the manual nestled within his garments. Nearby, a melodious voice emerged from a carriage, reminiscent of pearls sliding upon silk. Who is that? I do not know, replied a maid, glancing curiously. Perhaps it is a water master here for training. A moment of silence ensued in the carriage. Assist me in disembarking. Chingered as you wish. My lady. A woman descended from the carriage, clad in a flowing white gown. Her complexion was pale and fragile, yet her lips were strikingly red, with a round face that bore an expression of indifference. Her eyes, resembling soft waters, seemed to harbor a magnificent galaxy within them. Her willow-like brows arched gracefully, and her skin was fairer than snow, moving with the delicate elegance of a frail willow swaying in the breeze. Cough, cough. The lady covered her crimson lips and softly cleared her throat twice. This figure appeared somewhat familiar. Retracting her gaze, she chuckled lightly. Let us settle here. Very well. The woman sat cross-legged on the verdant grass by the water's edge, her peripheral vision catching sight of the cultivator not far away. Observing Wei Xian's somewhat frantic gestures, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle that a fraud. Wei Xian tugged at his ears, gnashing his teeth as he bit down on his lip. His voice barely above a whisper, that I can't believe I've been deceived. Opening the manual revealed merely 8 techniques. Thrust, slice, flick, hang cloud to burst and intercept. Beyond these, there was only one unique move, the surprise swan. Regardless of his ignorance of swordsmanship, Wei Xian could comprehend that the so-called 8 techniques were simply rudimentary sword forms, with the final surprise swan being the only one that could barely be considered a technique. That a cursory glance at the explanations of the sword forms was somewhat enlightening. While the final move appeared to possess some merit, I may not fully understand it, but I am greatly impressed. Let us just practice as it is. Wei Xian rose, sword in hand, and began to practice meticulously along the water-s surface. A 5th-tier water cultivator could already walk upon the water. What is the lady laughing about? Xiao Qing inquired curiously. Look, Moronia pointed, he really seems to know nothing at all. Indeed, Xiao Qing observed, he is even more foolish than you were as a child. Moronia laughed. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us begin, all right. Xiao Qing retrieved a large bottle of fuel from the carriage, while Moronia picked up her painting board and began to sketch. Beneath the azure sky and cerulean clouds, the young man diligently practiced his swordplay, while the young woman captured the scene on canvas. They were distanced from one another, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the girl's long hair danced in the air. The young man turned to raise his sword, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her enchanting beauty. Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned before quickly averting their gazes. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, while the boy's heart raced like a startled deer. This moment was, for a brief instant, more exquisite than any painting. Chapter 7. 1,000 sword strikes. They remained in the countryside until the following evening, when Wei Xian returned to the city of Dingshan. Wei Huding held the title of General Dingyuan, having been dispatched to the border near Dingshan due to a jest from the king. Under the cover of night, Wei Xian slipped into the small courtyard. Tomorrow marked the day of his life-and-death duel with Wei Jinsheng, causing a flutter of anxiety within him. Yet the thought of his swordsmanship brought him some solace. For reasons unknown, Wei Xian, deemed a waste in terms of cultivation talent, surprisingly possessed a remarkable aptitude for the sword that in just an afternoon, he had nearly mastered the sword forms. Without exaggeration, the iron sword felt as natural in his grip as an extension of his own body. As for the remaining time, Wei Xian focused entirely on honing his innate ability with the fire control technique. It must be said that Xia Mei's innate ability was truly profound, after a day and night of relentless practice. Wei Xian could only manage to command the flames with a degree of proficiency. It was somewhat embarrassing that the initial flame had been so minuscule, just enough to ignite kindling. Wei Xian was at a loss as to how such a flame could be of any use. But since it originated from his companion, it was undoubtedly valuable. Moreover, the fact that a water cultivator could wield fire was impressive in itself, was it not? Wei Xian speculated that since it was bestowed by his companion, the intensity of the flames must correlate with their capabilities. However, whether it pertained to Xia Mei's innate talent or their level of intimacy remained unclear to him. Over the course of 2 days, Wei Xian used his savings to purchase 2 cleansing elixirs, significantly enhancing his physical strength. While the cleansing elixirs were of great benefit to cultivators, their effect on Wei Xian was relatively minor. He surmised this was due to his own innate qualities, as it was already unfathomable for a waste to engage in cultivation. Upon opening the interface, he noted that Xia Mei's status had shifted to one of nervousness due to her public demonstration of sword techniques. Their intimacy had increased to over 40, as was customary. Wei Xian first poked the interface before reading Xia Mei's messages. Could you elaborate a bit more on the fundamental operations of swordsmanship? For example, what exactly is that, Cloud? I truly don't understand. Please don't think I'm foolish, esteemed divine master. Also, why have I never heard of the foundational stances you taught? Surely, you're not deceiving me, right? Ha, just kidding. I merely wish to inquire why I can't execute the surprise swan. The performance is approaching, and I'm so nervous. I wonder if esteemed divine master could offer me some encouragement. Scrolling down, Wei Ziyan noticed Xia Mei's most recent update was from 2 nights ago. Did I end the image? She was peacefully asleep, cradling a teddy bear. As he reviewed the moments, a smile crept onto Wei Ziyan's face. He first liked Xia Mei's post, then replied to each message. The cloud sword technique is quite simple. Just hold the sword horizontally above your head and draw a circle. When executing this move, try channeling your spirit energy into your arm rather than the sword itself. Move from top to bottom and left to right, ensuring your wrist remains flexible. This will help you master the cloud sword better. As for the surprise swan, it may be that your current level of swordsmanship is insufficient, that I've heard that one must practice each move from the 8 sword forms 1,000 times to achieve the surprise swan. You must persevere. I will also strive to improve. As for the performance, does it involve standing on stage? Wake up, beautiful maiden. You are a genius. How can you be nervous? You must exude confidence, wear a radiant smile, and hold your head high to bask in their envious gazes. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Wei Ziyan wrote, I have an important matter to attend to as well, that I cannot be certain of victory, but I believe I shall prevail, for the saying goes, when one does not speak, they astonish with their actions. That must refer to me, huh? Hitting send, Wei Ziyan then chose to withdraw his energy, which had elevated his realm to the 2nd level of the 5th tier. Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow. The amount of energy withdrawn was significantly less than before, akin to a full cup of water reduced to half. Could it be related to his realm? It seems Xia Mei was also at the 2nd level of the 6th tier. Thus he was nearly on par with her, only a single major realm apart. It turns out that the higher the realm, the less energy one could manifest. Wei Ziyan found himself somewhat bemused by the system's capriciousness. Feeling no significant emotional upheaval, perhaps he had grown accustomed to the practices of certain manufacturers from a past life. After a moment of silence, he extinguished the lamp. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the pitch-black thatched roof of the cottage. Everything hinged on tomorrow. Hurry, clad in a radiant yellow gown, Zhang Xiaoxue appeared enchanting as she urged Xia Mei forward. Xia Mei slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling like the stars, her lips curling into a gentle smile. For some reason, Zhang Xiaoxue felt that Xia Mei had changed significantly, yet not entirely. Let us go. The soft, beaming smile on Xia Mei momentarily left Zhang Xiaoxue in a daze. Was this still the timid Xia Mei from moments ago? Wait for me. Seeing Xia Mei sprinting further away, Zhang Xiaoxue lifted her skirt and chased after her. Intimacy with companion increased by 10. Wei Ziyan awoke to find a system interface startlingly increased by 10 points in intimacy. Now, after careful consideration, I have nearly reached the age of 50, yet the intimacy level remains stagnant, seemingly requiring a fondness of 100 to advance. With a determined spirit, I retrieved the earthy-colored garments purchased yesterday. Meticulously donning them, I wrapped cloth around my ankles several times, facilitating ease of movement when exerting force. Extending my hand, a ripple appeared before me, transforming into a radiant mirror, gazing at my handsome visage. I momentarily fell into a daze, for it had been ages since I had truly witnessed my own face, that my features bore a closer resemblance to my deceased mother rather than my father. Weighing that if I had inherited the cold and unfeeling demeanor of that old man, I surmised I would appear quite intimidating, perhaps dissuading those who might bully me. The presence of beauty amidst a sordid environment is a transgression in itself. However, all is well now. Gripping my iron sword, I pushed the door open. The sunlight illuminated my face, rendering my youthful countenance even more radiant than the sun itself, that I had acquired the ability to protect beautiful things. Chapter 8. The Fool at the Wei family's martial arts arena. The winds howled fiercely, and the warm sun hung high. The biting cold wind instinctively urged individuals to tighten their garments. The sun provided no warmth, merely adding an essential hue to the winter landscape. The number of spectators in the arena grew, with many servants abandoning their tasks to witness the spectacle. What are you all doing here? Watching the competition, the life and death duel, a rare delight. Oh, the life and death duel. Indeed, are you not aware? The Fool and Wei Jinsheng's life and death agreement, said to be a fight to the finish. Who is the fool? The man's expression showed signs of impatience. Are you from the Wei family and know nothing? It's our second young master, Wei Jinsheng. Thank you. Xiao Si bowed slightly and vanished into the crowd. Suddenly, the arena's central platform trembled violently, emitting a resounding boom. A man appeared on the stage, clad in close-fitting attire, a formidable broadsword strapped to his back. His expression bore an audacious smile, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the audience. The admonition from my superior echoed in my mind, becoming cleaner in appearance. Wei Jinsheng clapped his hands and bellowed, "Where is Wei the Fool?" A silence enveloped the arena, which abruptly erupted into fervent discussions that it is nearly noon. Why has Wei the Fool not yet arrived? Hush, after all, he is a young master. Has Wei Jinsheng's cultivation broken through again? Fifth Radiant's third stage. As time drifted by, Wei Jinsheng's impatience grew palpable as he stood on the platform. Meanwhile, in the hall, "Madam, it is about to begin. That's so." After a lengthy pause, Qiu Yu's voice resonated from within the room. Indeed, Xiao Si, standing outside, spoke respectfully. He was the one who had inquired about Wei Ziyan in the arena moments ago. "Let us go." Qiu Yu lifted the curtain, her light purple robe lending her an air of solemnity and authority. She adjusted her sleeves, a knowing smile gracing her lips. After all, he is considered my son. At 12:15, the judge seated in the rear center of the platform remarked, "Could it be that he is too afraid to come? With such a disparity in realms, to show up is akin to courting death. I would not attend either. Though he is a fool, one cannot deny his pitiable state." As public opinion began to shift, Wei Jinsheng furrowed his brow and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Wei Jinsheng, would never force another. This matter is entirely at Wei Ziyan's consent, that he is quite clever. If he is still referred to as the fool now, the spectators will no longer support him. Words devoid of substance can still be lethal. Moreover, it was Wei Ziyan who injured my younger brother first. If you do not believe me, you may look." Without needing further prompting from Wei Jinsheng, Wei Hu raised his bandaged hand. Can the fool still inflict harm? A fool is not merely a simpleton. One cannot help but be surprised that the fool would dare to bully others, and with such intensity. Listening to the murmurs below, a cold smile crept across Wei Jinsheng's lips. "Wei Ziyan, I wonder how you will survive this." The matriarch arrives. Suddenly, a loud call echoed from afar. Instinctively, the crowd turned to the entrance of the arena. "Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam." All present bowed in deference. That on the platform, Wei Jinsheng's expression stiffened as he also offered a salute. "What brings the matriarch here? Could she be intending to rescue Wei Ziyan? What should I do then?" "Please, no need for formalities." Without a trace of emotion, Qiu Yu's peripheral gaze did not detect Wei Ziyan's presence. "What are you all doing gathered here?" "Reporting to you, madam," the judge murmured. "Today a life and death challenge has been declared. According to family tradition, we gather here to witness the fulfillment of this agreement. That's so?" Qiu Yu nodded slightly, turning to inquire, "Is there such a regulation?" "Indeed, there is." The steward's voice was soft, acknowledging that while it was an ancestral decree, it had not been enforced for many years. This served as a warning to the matriarch, advising against overstepping her boundaries. In the Wei family, much like in the secular dynasties, women were forbidden from political involvement, and the family's governance was dictated by ancestral teachings. "Very well." Qiu Yu nodded. "Feel free. I shall remain here to observe. This will not violate the ancestral teachings, will it?" She emphasized the term ancestral teachings, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. "Certainly." The steward lowered himself, mirroring the softness of his voice. The words settled. The judge on the platform wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rang the nearby bronze bell. No need. "I have arrived." A calm voice erupted like thunder on flat ground, causing the crowd to part instinctively. In the center, a young man clad in simple attire strode forth with a light step. Sunlight poured over the youth, casting golden waves around him. Wei Ziyan, have come to fulfill my promise." Qiu Yu, holding her teacup, stared blankly, momentarily lost in thought. How strikingly similar. Not only did he resemble the master in his youth, but he also bore an uncanny likeness to that woman. At last, you have come. A cold smile crept across Wei Jincheng's lips as he slowly drew the long sword from his back. Did I ask that Wei Ziyan down below? The judge inquired loudly. Indeed. Wei Ziyan approached the platform, drawing his iron sword as he walked. The chilling glint of the sword flickered. With each step he took, the moisture in the air thickened. That I must clarify one point, that it is not I who bullied Wei Hu, but rather he instigated the conflict first. Yes, for you. I presume your intentions extend beyond merely avenging your brother, do they not? I do not mind. After all, I have always been regarded as a fool in your eyes. Have I not? On the platform, Wei Jincheng involuntarily swallowed hard, his body imperceptibly retreating a step as he tightened his grip on the long sword. Today, Wei Ziyan exhibited none of the traits associated with a fool. His pristine attire and expressionless face conveyed a unique aura. Moreover, on the low-quality iron sword in Wei Ziyan's grasp, Wei Jincheng sensed an unnerving chill point. One must understand that he had reached the fifth radiant's third stage. The only sources of this sense of crisis could be two possibilities. Either Wei Ziyan's cultivation surpassed his own, or his swordsmanship was exceptional enough to evoke fear. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Ascend the stage at once. The judge, witnessing the crowd's reaction to Wei Ziyan's mere words, could not help but urge to those destined to die. What need is there for further words? With a chuckle, Wei Ziyan leaped onto the platform. That a peculiar smile emerged on the youth's face, as if mocking the world around him. Today, let me show you who the true fool is. Chapter 9. You may try. Lishan's sect. In the attic, a girl jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and Xiaomei's eyes were filled with terror. Suddenly recalling something, Xiaomei turned her head and hugged the small teddy bear at her bedside tightly, clutching it desperately to her chest. That it seems even the divine is not all powerful. That in her dream, Xiaomei vaguely beheld a scene. Under the sunlight, a young man stood with arms outstretched. The blinding sunlight obscured her view of the figure, leaving only a hazy outline. Yet for reasons unknown, she was convinced that he was the divine envoy sent to assist her. The envoy faced her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Arrows fell like rain behind him, and the envoy's indistinct form wavered. Xiaomei stared intently at the unfolding scene, tears streaming down her cheeks. She cried out, urging the envoy to retreat. But the envoy did not heed her call. He shook his head, turning to confront the deluge of arrows. Xiaomei seemed to hear him calling out something, though it was indistinct, a vague utterance. I have come to fulfill my promise. Subsequently, the divine envoy leaped into the air, and beneath the scorching sunlight, his form transformed into a pool of blood. Are you all right? Xiaomei clutched the teddy bear in her hands, a flicker of concern stirring within her heart. With her eyes closed, answers to her existential queries unfolded before her like a vivid tableau. At last, the divine envoy uttered, I do not know if I will prevail, but I believe I should. You will, without a doubt. With her emotions in turmoil, Xiaomei trembled as she held the teddy bear, repeatedly murmuring the same words. You are the divine envoy who has aided me. How could you possibly lose? Clang, despite being a subpar iron sword. Each clash with his finely crafted steel blade produced no sign of fracture. Wei Jinchen gasped for breath. Struggling to parry Wei Ziyan's cunningly angled strike, he extracted an object from his bosom and hurled it between them. A cloud of smoke rising. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Jinchen retreated to a corner of the arena, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock that wasn't he supposed to be a useless waste. How can he contend evenly with my 5-star, 3 realms? Moreover, I seem to be subtly at a disadvantage. Let us probe further. Let us probe further. If it doesn't work, then it must be resolved this way. That a sudden sound pierced the air, causing Wei Jinchen's heart to leap into his throat. A cerulean glow unfurled amidst the white smoke, which was dissipating rapidly. Where has he gone? Wei Ziyan's seemingly casual swings of the iron sword belied the tension within him. This was his first true battle. A life-and-death struggle. Buzz Wei Ziyan's ears perked up, his expression shifting as he gripped the sword hilt tightly, raising the blade before him. Clang. Such formidable force. Wei Ziyan, somewhat astonished, gritted his teeth and staggered back several paces. With a swift push off the ground, Wei Ziyan's body bent like sorghum swaying in a tempest. Swish! The long blade nearly skimmed Wei Ziyan's scalp, abruptly severing a couple of troublesome strands. Wei Xian's spirit jolted, his body completely collapsing. Using his hands to brace against the ground, he kicked upward. Blue ripples radiated outwards, and Wei Jinshin, struck by lightning, felt blood seep from the corner of his mouth. Stumbling a few steps before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Wei Xian furrowed his brow. TNT exerted much force. It shouldn't have been lethal, right? Perhaps he should wait and see. With a thought, Wei Xian took a step back, grasping the iron sword, standing his ground. Several fine cracks had appeared on the blade. They were nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Did he has reached the 5-star realm? Is this still the same Wei Xian? How could he inflict such damage on Wei Jinshin? He must possess at least the cultivation of the 5-star second realm. Yet, with such prowess, why has he remained concealed until now? Listening to the murmurs from below, Wei Xian maintained his stoic expression, clutching his long sword in silence. What do you think? Qiuyu lifted her already cold teacup, taking a faint sip of 5-star second realm. The steward leaned in slightly, whispering he should possess late-stage second realm cultivation. So strong? Qiuyu was somewhat astonished. Even without practicing, she knew that reaching the 5-star second realm was no trivial feat. What is his foundation like? Indiscernible. The steward squinted slightly, but I can assert with certainty that just days ago, he lacked any cultivation. Are you saying that in just a few days, he has attained the 5-star second realm? It seems so absurd. Qiuyu sighed, her heart in disarray. Investigate further. Yes, the steward bowed and exited. The qualification assessment would never err. Wei Xian had previously been deemed a waste, and logically, he could not have cultivated. Yet how could he possess such capability now? Qiuyu propped her head up, increasingly perplexed. Could it be that a powerful figure is aiding him from the shadows, testing the Wei family? Or perhaps this child has some connection to the Wei family. No, this cannot be allowed. After a moment's hesitation, Qiuyu resolved firmly. Judge, shouldn't you declare the victor? Wei Xian turned, cupping his hands in inquiry. The judge's expression shifted. It was indeed time. Yet, wait! Wei Jinshin, still on the ground, raised his hand and shouted, I can still continue. Very well. Wei Xian nodded and suddenly leaped back several paces, his brow furrowing as he gripped the long sword, cold sweat trickling down his palms. Something feels amiss. He sensed a deathly aura emanating from Wei Jinshin. That sensation sent chills down his spine, rendering him utterly unnerved. This was not the cultivation of Wei Jinshin. You are impressive. Wei Jinshin, trembling, rose unsteadily from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Revealing a radiant smile, that he retrieved a pitch-black pill from his pocket and swallowed it, an astonishing aura erupting around him. Simultaneously, Wei Jinshin's visage aged dramatically, his teeth and nails falling away piece by piece. His skin transforming from a dull yellow to an inky black. Explosive blood pill? Wei Jinshin had actually consumed the explosive blood pill. Was he truly intent on a fight to the death? How could he possess an explosive blood pill? Qiuyu furrowed her brow, uncertain whom to question now that the steward was absent. Did he truly intend on killing me? Wei Xian was engulfed with profound confusion. As a supposed waste, all he desired was to live peacefully. Why was there such a fervent wish for his demise? From the candied hawthorn of his youth to the wild dogs he encountered as he grew. And even the poison hidden in rice, had it not been for Wei Xian's seemingly erratic behavior that lowered others' guard, he might have perished countless times over. Did he truly intend on killing me? Wei Xian clenched the long sword in his hand, unwilling to accept such fate. With the awakening of his system, the emergence of a perfect companion, and continual enhancement of his cultivation, everything had just begun to improve. How could he bear to perish? You wish to kill me. Do you desire death? The two nearly spoke in unison. Wei Jinshin's aged face broke into a hearty laugh. I find myself somewhat impressed by you. However, I regret to inform you that today, you must Is that so? Wei Xian rose, a smile on his face as he raised his sword towards Wei Jinshin. You may certainly attempt it. Chapter 10. The strong are respected. Wei Jinshin snickered coldly, his toes quickly tapping the ground, his body shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Clang! Wei Xian raised his sword in defense, barely managing to block the ferocious strike. Crack! The fissures on the blade rippled outward, and the iron sword was on the brink of shattering. Wei Xian cursed his misfortune. Just then, Wei Jinshin's long knife surged forward with a chilling gust. twisting at his waist. Wei Ziyan rolled aside as the long knife struck the ground, causing the stone slab arena to crack inch by inch. What a powerful force! It was far more formidable than before. Wei Ziyan's hair was disheveled, his face coated in dust. One hand pressed against the nearly shattered long sword, blood staining the blade from top to bottom. The cerulean glow flickered, enveloping the damaged sword. 5-star second realm. So it is indeed. Wei Jinshan's eyes narrowed as he advanced with heavy steps. Boom, boom. The beleaguered Wei Ziyan could only evade. His newly acquired garments nearly rent asunder. At a glance over his shoulder revealed Wei Jinshan's long knife approaching apace. Just as Wei Ziyan prepared to evade, a phantom voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging, "Do not move, be obedient." Wei Ziyan's heart jolted, abruptly awakening. Opening his eyes, the blade loomed ever closer. Strangely, Wei Ziyan reached out, grasping the oncoming steel knife. The searing heat radiated from his palm as the long knife melted from tip to hilt, transforming into scalding molten iron. Wei Ziyan gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, his hands revealing ghastly white bones. Although the long knife had melted, the force behind it was inescapable. Melted, Wei Jinshan stood momentarily stunned, left only with the hilt as the blade transformed into fiery droplets, blood-red holes puncturing Wei Ziyan's body. All transpired too swiftly for Wei Jinshan to comprehend. Suddenly, he froze, perceiving two overlapping images of Wei Ziyan before him. Not good. The time for the explosive blood pill is nearly up. Wei Jinshan delivered a kick to Wei Ziyan's chest. The excruciating pain contorted Wei Ziyan's body, akin to a boiled shrimp, tightly curled in agony. His body flew backward, and in the midst of it all, Wei Ziyan hurled the rapidly fracturing iron sword. The sword sailed lazily through the air, and a flicker of disdain crossed Wei Jinshan's face. "Is this all you can do?" With flames enveloping his hand, Wei Jinshan dismissively swiped at the incoming iron sword. Suddenly, the sword shattered into innumerable fragments, and under the guidance of spiritual energy, it fell like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, filling the air with fragrance. Countless shards of iron sword left Wei Jinshan with no escape, forcing him to shield his vital areas with his arms. As the rain of swords subsided, Wei Jinshan resembled a colander, blood gushing forth from his body. His breath faltered. The effect of the explosive blood pill had come to an end. Wei Ziyan hastened forward, leaping fiercely to ensnare the frail form of Wei Jinshan with his own body. With a forceful twist of his waist, Wei Jinshan collapsed heavily to the ground. Wei Ziyan's legs clung to Wei Jinshan's waist as his hands tightly constricted around the latter's neck. The blood-exploding pill, notorious for its classification as a forbidden drug, drastically diminishes one's physical constitution after consumption, ushering in a debilitating period lasting up to half a month, and more critically, it inflicts harm upon one's meridians. "Who sent you to kill me?" Wei Ziyan whispered into Wei Jinshan's ear, his voice reminiscent of a rabid dog tearing at its prey. "You." Wei Jinshan's complexion shifted, caught between agony and the weight of Wei Ziyan's words. "You are doomed." Wei Ziyan's tone remained calm, yet he added, "But you still have a brother alive." Upon hearing this, Wei Jinshan erupted with intense agitation, his legs thrashing wildly. His hands clawed desperately at Wei Ziyan's shoulders, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. "Struggle any further, and I shall ensure your brother meets his end alongside you." Wei Ziyan's cold laughter resonated, suggesting that Wei Jinshan wished for his sibling to accompany him on his journey to the afterlife. Wei Jinshan, struck as if by lightning, found his mind blank. Moments later, his struggles diminished significantly, and both men feebly pounded at Wei Ziyan's shoulders. "Who? Wei Ziyan? Oh?" Wei Ziyan paused, realization dawning upon him. If memory served correctly, Wei Zihua was indeed his younger brother, roughly 5 or 6 years of age, at such a tender age, already possessing such cunning. Frankly, Wei Ziyan found it hard to believe. "Why would he wish to harm me?" "Please, do not harm my brother. You lack the standing to negotiate." Wei Ziyan tightened his grip, prompting Wei Jinshan to struggle even more fervently. "That I do not know. Perhaps it was young Master Zhang." Suddenly, a cough reverberated through the air, akin to thunderclaps in Wei Ziyan's mind. The bell hanging prominently in the center rang out a clear chime. Wei Ziyan's expression shifted dramatically as he drew a dagger from his hand and swiftly sliced across Wei Jinsheng's throat. The latter writhed in agony, his reddened eyes gleaming with resentment that I will not harm him. Wei Ziyan casually discarded the dagger. Hearing this, Wei Jinsheng slowly closed his eyes, finally succumbing to death, his body limp and trembling. Wei Ziyan stood upon the arena, feigning calmness, much like a solitary pine enduring the winter's chill. "You dare!" The judge bellowed. "Wei Ziyan, have you not heard the tolling of the bell?" "Indeed, I have." "Then why do you not cease?" The judge glared, indignant. "Do you dare to disregard my authority? Where are we?" As the judge prepared to speak further, Wei Ziyan silenced him with a finger to his lips, stating, "This is the Wei family's martial arena. What was I doing just now? A life and death wager, as the name implies, permits only one to survive." Wei Ziyan turned, a flicker of cold mirth in his eyes. "What? Do you dispute the ancestral teachings of the Wei family?" The judge's countenance fluctuated between anger and confusion, rendered speechless by Wei Ziyan's retort. Spotting Qiu Yu still in the stands, he knelt and declared, "I beseech you, madam, to arbitrate. This young one," Qiu Yu gestured, "has disregarded the words of his elders and recklessly challenged authority. If this continues, how can I maintain order? I implore you, madam, to deliver justice." The judge prostrated himself, his body quaking slightly to Ziyan. "Are you injured?" Qiu Yu inquired, her gaze laced with concern. "Thank you for your concern, madam," Wei Ziyan replied. Bowing low, "As long as you are unharmed, all is well." Qiu Yu surveyed the surroundings, her voice rising in command. "Why do you not hasten to escort the young master back to rest?" "No need." Wei Ziyan lifted his head, his gaze serene. "I wonder if I may take my leave?" "You may." Qiu Yu smiled gently. "All is as you wish, Ziyan." "Thank you, madam." Wei Ziyan raised his hands in gratitude, slowly descending from the arena. As before, the crowd parted, forming a straight path. However, the expressions of the onlookers had shifted from disdain to awe, transforming into fear. Wei Ziyan noted this transformation with a hint of a cold smile. Is strength truly revered? He mused, how vividly it is displayed today. As he vanished into the crowd, Qiu Yu's expression gradually hardened, returning to its icy demeanor. Elder brother Wei is growing old. Some matters may escape his understanding, she mused, her tone contemplative. Yet there are certain things that should not be carelessly spoken. Madam? The judge, identified as Elder Brother Wei, raised his gaze, confusion and terror flashing across his face. Someone come. Qiu Yu calmly instructed, escort Elder Brother Wei home to rest. The so-called return home was far from simple. One could say that Qiu Yu's words sealed Elder Brother Wei's fate. Yes. Elder Brother Wei shivered, unable to grasp the reality. Madam, spare me. Turning away. Qiu Yu exhaled deeply, this waste. Beneath the warm midday sun, Qiu Yu turned toward the inner courtyard, realizing she needed to re-evaluate this son of hers. Chapter 11. An encounter the cold wind swept through. The youth's body akin to drifting reeds in the rain that as he approached the gates of the Wei family. Wei Ziyan stumbled, as if he might collapse at any moment, trailing a large pool of blood behind him. The crimson liquid spreading until it reached his feet. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. It was not that he did not wish to return home, but that he dared not. From the information gleaned today, his stepmother was to be treated with caution, and there was also the looming threat of Wei, who, should they expose their sharp fangs at this moment, he would be nothing more than a fish at their mercy. Why does he drag such a trail of blood? Surely he has not committed murder. Perhaps, should we report it? Look at his hands, a bloody mess. He must have been attacked. The murmurs of the crowd pierced Wei Ziyan like 1,000 needles. As he lowered his head, silently dragging his heavy form, his disheveled hair concealing his face. Illusions began to dance before his eyes, the flickering of insects causing his vision to waver. His consciousness grew hazy. Wei Ziyan shook his heavy head vigorously, nearly toppling over. The Wei Jinsheng who had consumed the blood-exploding pill was not easily dealt with, and the gap in their realms was hardly vast. In a critical moment, Wei Ziyan had drawn upon the spiritual energy of the day. His already burdened body could scarcely contain such overwhelming force. Had he not released it in the nick of time, it might have burst apart. That it was a gamble, but fortune favored him this time. Suddenly, Wei Ziyan lost his balance and fell to the ground. Shadows blurred his vision, figures swarmed around him like a tide. Yet none approached the fallen youth. Despite his familiarity with the world's malice and coldness, he still yearned for the warmth of sunlight in this moment that at the gates of the Wei family. Several brutish men with grim expressions emerged in pursuit. Do you know where Wei Ziyan has gone? Wei Hu grasped the collar of a nearby shopkeeper, his voice menacing. Who is Wei Ziyan? The one who just came out. The shopkeeper pointed, and Wei Hu gazed down to see a large pool of blood. Split up and pursue. Why? Today, I demand Wei Ziyan's death. If he has deceived me. Groups of burly men dispersed, while Wei Hu followed the blood trail. A firestorm of rage igniting within him at the thought that his brother had been slain by Wei Ziyan. Wei Ziyan, I shall have your life. As the crowd parted, a luxurious carriage approached from outside the city. Its hooves trotting steadily, exhaling a puff of white mist as it halted before the fallen youth. Miss, it seems there is someone here. That a girl clad in azure garments pulled back the curtain and glanced. Stating, let him through, he appears to have fainted. Reported to the authorities. Wait. For reasons unknown, Murongya felt a twinge of compassion and decided, let us take him to the medical hall. Should we load him onto the carriage? Qing'er hesitated. To save a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda, Murongya said calmly. Bring him aboard. Understood. Qing nodded, effortlessly lifting Wei Ziyan's body from the ground. That it was hard to imagine such strength in a young girl. Suddenly, a cold sensation gripped her neck. Qing'er stiffened, hearing a voice whisper, take me to a safe place. Before the words could fully escape, the dagger clattered to the ground. You think you can threaten me like this? Qing'er shook her head, her gaze falling upon the disheveled face beneath the tangled hair. Upon seeing this visage, Qing'er's resolve to discard Wei Ziyan faltered once more. This scoundrel has tarnished the lady's painting. He has caused her to lose her composure these past few days. How detestable. Qing'er, quickly come back. We must return home for supper. Qing'er, with an air of reluctance, acquiesced with a soft sound, cradling Wei Ziyan as she ascended into the carriage. The unconscious Wei Ziyan allowed his hands to hang limply, perfectly positioned in a way that suggested he truly was no virtuous man. That a flicker of annoyance washed over Qing'er, her complexion shifting through hues of green and red. Place him inside the carriage, and you assist with the driving, she commanded. Miss? Qing'er was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. She pulled aside the curtain and entered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Why is your shoulder so red? Upon seeing Qing'er, Murongya's expression faltered. Qing'er carelessly tossed Wei Ziyan onto the ground and absent-mindedly wiped her shoulder, muttering, I don't know. Why is it him? Turning to glance, Murongya held a handkerchief, delicately covering her ruby lips. Her face marked by surprise. Wei Ziyan's hair lay disheveled, revealing a pallid yet striking visage. His hands lay weakly on the ground. The deep crimson stains upon them were alarming. Murongya's complexion shifted. Qing'er, hurry and stop the bleeding. Must I go outside? At this thought, Qing felt even more wronged. Was she not worth as much as a mere stranger in the Mrs. Heart? Quickly, Murongya's brow furrowed. Never mind, I'll manage without you. Gently biting her lips, Murongya placed her hand upon Wei Ziyan's forehead, a pure surge of energy emanating, causing his complexion to regain a hint of color. Miss Chu pushed Murongya aside in dissatisfaction. Do you know what you are doing? A clear, ethereal sound resonated, akin to the thawing rivers of early spring. Murongya's face paled, yet a faint smile graced her lips. Vivid droplets of life-giving essence fell from her fingers. Landing upon Wei Ziyan's parched lips, his skeletal hands began to mend, and beads of dense sweat formed on his forehead, his body twitching slightly. Miss? Qing'er stepped back, her pupils constricting, her slightly agape mouth capable of holding an apple. Let us return home. Murongya leaned against the corner, her face adorned with a cheerful smile, yet weariness lingered in her eyes. Sighing, Qing'er drew the curtain shut, uttering a command to the outside before turning her back to Murongya, remaining silent. Not be upset. Her arm was gently shaken, and Qing'er turned to look at Murongya with a grave expression. Miss, you will be reprimanded upon our return. Such actions must not be repeated. Fear not. Murongya gazed at the unconscious Wei Ziyan. That he simply feels familiar to me. The carriage traveled forward at a slightly reduced pace. Brother Hu, the blood trail ends here. Wei Hu's expression changed. Inquire if anyone has seen who saved Wei Ziyan's life. After a moment, several burly men sighed, stating they had seen nothing. Did I ask that so? Wei Hu bent down to pick up a dagger from the ground, still stained with a trace of blood. Find him. He cannot have gone far. Chapter 12. I hope he is safe and sound, Wei residence, madam. There is still no news of Wei Ziyan. Chiao Yu, sipping tea, was taken aback by the words. Found nothing, indeed. The steward lowered his head. No one knows where he has gone. The servants have discovered no clues. How can a grown man simply vanish in a thin air? Chiao Yu set down her teacup impassively. Continue searching. The steward acknowledged softly, yet remained motionless. I asked, there's something else. Chiao Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at the steward. I am unsure if this should be mentioned. The steward, with a mild smile, kept his gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact with Chiao Yu. Then do not speak of it. The elders of the ancestral hall are dissatisfied with your actions, madam. After all, he is the second young master of the Wei family. The steward took a step back. Your actions may have been excessive. What have I done? Chiao Yu scoffed. They once sought to kill the boy. Was it not I who protected him? Now that he has become a practitioner of the 5 radiances, they find him valuable and cannot remain idle. How absurd. Madam speaks in jest. The steward lowered himself further, daring to ask, what business do you have with the second young master? Second young master? Chiao Yu chuckled. So you two are one to curry favor. Did you not see he was injured? Chiao Yu shook her head. If he is not treated promptly, he will not survive the day. You all underestimate the potency of the blood-exploding pill. This medicine from the kingdom of Yu is not as simple as you imagine. Observing Wei Ziyan's seemingly effortless resistance, you cannot fathom the severity of his wounds. If things go awry, he may perish. The steward straightened, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his otherwise mundane face. Madam intends to bring the second young master back for treatment. Otherwise, what should I do? Chiao Yu frowned, her expression shifting. Do you think I would harm him? A tiger does not eat its cubs. How could I harm my own child? That is the case. The steward smiled faintly, preparing to turn away from the hall. Wait, Chiao Yu interjected. What of the matter I asked you to investigate? The second young master is exceptionally gifted, a remarkable talent who entered the 5 radiances in 3 days, a genius who is yet to make his mark. Upon hearing such uninformative words, Chiao Yu nodded expressionlessly, but inwardly scoffed that it seems the elders of the ancestral hall are preparing to intervene once more, that if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The steward retreated from the hall, only exiting the room at the doorway. Outside, he extracted a small piece of paper from his pocket, upon which was inscribed, Miss Murong has taken away the young master. It is worth noting that the paper referred to him as young master, not second young master. The Elishan sect, the so-called sword style, is nothing more than inside the classroom. The instructor, clad in a pale purple long dress, spoke eloquently. This is the most renowned instructor of Lishan sect, Gongsun Ning, also known as the Pure Water Sword Immortal, the only celestial realm swordsman of the sect, with beauty and grace. Gongsun Ning's classes have always been popular at Lishan sect, and Xiaomei occupied a central position in the crowded classroom. How captivating, Amei. Zhang Xiaoxue, puzzled, remarked, Isn't this your favorite instructor? Why do you seem so indifferent? The swordsmanship class taught by Mr. Gongsun is difficult to enroll in. Why do you appear so unconcerned? Ah, lost in thought. Xiaomei was startled, raising her head to find the swordsmanship course, which usually mesmerized her. Now somewhat uninteresting, I am listening attentively. Turning to force a smile at Zhang Xiaoxue, Xiaomei lowered her head, staring blankly at her fingers. Why hasn't the divine envoy replied to me yet? It has already been 2 days. The divine envoy cannot have failed, right? No. How could the divine envoy fail? His swordsmanship is transcendent. With just a few simple pointers, even the instructor praises my performance. How could such a divine envoy possibly lose? Or has the divine envoy found someone else and forgotten about me? Xiaomei frowned, feeling a sense of grievance. What is going on? You should at least give me a sign, Xiaomei. Suddenly, a voice disrupted her thoughts. Stand up. Beside her, her close friend Zhang Xiaoxue gently nudged the Dai Xiaomei. Mr. Gongsun Dai Xiaomei stood, respectfully bowing down. The previously dissatisfied Gongsun Ning felt a wave of excitement wash away her minor irritation. Nothing thrilled her more than mentoring an emerging swordsmanship talent, especially one so beautiful and eloquent. Can you answer the question I posed earlier? Gongsun Ning's soft voice floated like a gentle breeze over a lake. instantly clarifying Xia Mei's previously chaotic thoughts. Feeling somewhat shy, Xia Mei scratched her head. Could you please repeat it, as I did not catch it? As her words fell, the majority of students present turned their gazes towards Xia Mei. Astonished that someone could be inattentive in Mr. Gong Sun's class, it turns out she is a beauty. That makes sense, all right. After a brief silence, just as Xia Mei anticipated a storm, Gong Sun Ning spoke. I wish to know what supports you in your continuous growth. Is it related to swordsmanship? Gong Sun Ning smiled, her gaze warm as she looked at Xia Mei, softly adding, either is fine. Xia Mei lowered her head, carefully contemplating that if one were to speak of her journey. It began with a long trek from Qingqiu to the southern lands. Not to mention the arduous journey, the loneliness and hardship of her pursuit. Who could she share such experiences with? Yet, this was something she did not wish to divulge. Although everyone was aware of Xia Mei's true identity, the prejudice against her kind still existed. She did not want to endure such cold glares. Perhaps you could discuss swordsmanship. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. And Xia Mei lifted her head, smiling gently that I can. Gong Sun Ning leaned against the wall, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Xia Mei with increasing fondness. Actually, my talent for swordsmanship is rather poor. As soon as those words were uttered, a tremendous uproar erupted within the classroom. The individual who had grasped the second realm of swordsmanship, the wave sword, actually claimed that his aptitude was quite poor. If you possess such meager talent, what hope do the rest of us have? The sex records indicate that Xia Mei's swordsmanship aptitude is indeed not particularly remarkable. Gong Sun Ning's words struck a conclusive note, and the classroom fell silent once more. In truth, my ability to comprehend the second realm of swordsmanship, and even to perform on stage before everyone, is owed to one person. Xia Mei lifted her gaze to glance out the window, where the sun shone brightly and the wind rustled through the bamboo groves, producing a melodious sound. He was currently weathering a storm that I am deeply grateful to him, and I wish for his safety. Chapter 13. Heavy snow. The cold wind howled, and the flickering lights within the room cast a warm glow. The crackling fire in the hearth occasionally emitted a loud pop, having unknowingly scorched yet another unfortunate insect. The wind grew increasingly fierce, and the temperature continued to drop. In the depths of winter, the world rang out the somber chimes of nightfall. All creatures concealed themselves, save for a few inconspicuous insects seeking the warmth and light of the hearth. Miss, you're not awake yet. Moronia, draped in a crimson cloak and bundled in a thick cotton skirt, despite her attire, could not conceal her breathtaking beauty, with a light touch of makeup adorning her face. A hint of weariness danced in her eyes. The corners of her mouth turned upwards slightly, revealing two charming dimples that could easily ensnare one's heart, and her water-like gaze seemed to harbor the vastness of stars and oceans, capable of lulling one into slumber with a mere glance. No, not at all. Moronia's face bore a gentle smile as she tenderly accepted the congee that Qing had prepared, feeding it bit by bit to the pale lips of the young man in bed. Miss, you should rest. Observing the fatigue etched on Moronia's brow, Qing spoke with concern. I can take care of him. It's all right. Moronia replied softly. Qing, if you're tired, you may go to sleep. I am already an adult. Where is there such an adult? Qing pouted. Miss, do you perhaps have feelings for him? No, not at all. Moronia paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. What nonsense are you saying? Then why are you so concerned? Qing queried suspiciously. He has been asleep for over half a month. I heard from the master that half of his meridians are damaged, and he is likely unable to cultivate any more. A waste like this. How could the master allow him to stay in our home and permit you to care for him? So, Qing expressed her discontent. Who exactly is he? I don't know. Moronia shook her head. I heard from father that he seems to be the second son of the Wei family. The second son of the Wei family? Qing's expression changed drastically. Isn't he just a waste? How can you say that? Moronia furrowed her brows, instantly exuding an air of sympathy. Have you ever seen a waste capable of possessing the cultivation of the 5 radiances and 3 realms? No doubt. By the way, Qing suddenly slapped her forehead, realization dawning upon her. Miss, do you have an engagement with him? At the sound of Moronia's shushing, Qing instinctively covered her mouth. It seems so. Moronia sighed softly. But how could my body ever allow me to marry? But the master's actions. Qing began, but then fell silent. Perhaps father simply wishes for me to experience some joy. Muronya pondered, lost in thought. Was it possible that her father saw hope in this young man? But why could she not perceive it herself? Miss Ching'er suddenly exclaimed. His hand just moved. Really? Muronya set down the bowl of kanji. Noticing Wei Ziyan lying serenely on the bed, though his brow was tightly furrowed. Can one have worries even in sleep? Or perhaps he was having a nightmare. With a gentle thought, Muronya reached out to touch his forehead. Suddenly, a rough hand grasped her delicate fingers, soft as if sculpted from air, held within his palm like an exquisite artifact. You saved me. Wei Ziyan gazed intently at the enchanting woman before him. Her complexion fair and rosy, her slightly pouting lips radiating innocence and charm. That moment, she appeared somewhat shy. Having never held hands with a male before, Muronya's heart raced like a startled deer, an indescribable emotion spreading within her. Let go. Ching'er snatched Muronya's hand away, displeased. It was my lady who saved you. You can't even say a simple thank you. Thank you, Wei Ziyan stared blankly, utterly taken aback. Wasn't he this beauty leagues ahead of the top 10 actresses? The last time he had seen such a stunning woman was his sister, who was currently studying abroad and whom he had not seen in ages. The only other contender for beauty he could think of was Xiao Mei, but he had never truly seen her appearance clearly. You are so beautiful. That's so? Muronya smiled slightly, revealing 2 lovely dimples. You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Wei Ziyan blinked, speaking earnestly. How long have I slept? As the wind outside seemed to howl more fiercely than in previous days. Wei Ziyan surveyed the room, which was adorned with antique charm. Several exquisite paintings hung on the walls, the floor warm, and the hearth ablaze. The windows were of the type that opened outward, ensuring the wind could not damage them nor leak in. Wei Ziyan unexpectedly felt a sense of safety. How absurd it was, for he had not felt such security in a long while. Pfft, Muronya stifled a laugh. You Haven Tea slept for years. It has only been half a month. Flirt. Nearby, Ching'er vigorously wrung the curtain at the bedside, her displeasure unabashed. P.S. handsome, yet speaks such frivolous words. My lady is in danger. My hands. Wei Ziyan raised his hand, taken aback. His once bony fingers had regained a semblance of life, with only faint scars remaining. It was my lady who helped you. Do you know what she sacrificed for you? Silence. Muronya uttered coolly, causing Ching'er to instinctively cover her mouth. She saved me. A beauty with a kind heart. It seems I must repay her kindness with my life. May I ask your name? Wei Ziyan gazed deeply at Muronya, his eyelids growing heavy. My name is Muronya. This is Murong Ching. You may call her Ching'er. Before Muronya could finish, Wei Ziyan's eyes fluttered shut, and he drifted off once more. Already asleep again? Ching'er exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Miss, why didn't you let me speak earlier? It was my own choice. Muronya tucked the blanket around Wei Ziyan. He didn't pressure me. I want to let him bear any burdens. Already thinking of him before you've even married him. Who knows what will happen once you do? Ching'er pouted, her face full of resistance. This insufferable man has only exchanged a few words with my lady, yet she is already concerned for him. What are you saying? Muronya chided playfully. Speak one more word, and I shall cast you out to marry someone else. Humph. Ching'er raised her chin defiantly. Regardless, I will marry the same person as my lady. Humph. Muronya rose to her feet and drew the curtains for Wei Ziyan. Let us go. It's time to return to As they reached the door, Muronya tightened her crimson cloak, pausing momentarily at the threshold. Under the radiant moonlight, snowflakes danced like feathers in the wind, their crystalline glow adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the world. While a greater portion of that beauty seemed to be bestowed upon Muronya. Between the moonlight and the snowy landscape, you are the only unparalleled beauty. What is wrong, Miss? Ching'er looked up, following Muronya's gaze. This year's snowfall seems to be much heavier than last year. Chapter 14. I will protect you for a lifetime. Heavy snow fell like goose feathers, swirling throughout the night, as the city of Dingshan County succumbed to the chill of winter. The distant mountains blended into a monochromatic view, and the streets lay quiet, save for the faint sound of footsteps crunching through the thick snow. As the city closest to the border, Dingshan County welcomed winter earlier than most in a multi-story pavilion at the heart of the city. Tong Xiangyu reclined on a bed near the window, lazily gazing outside, clad in a deep purple, form-fitting qipao. Her enchanting figure was accentuated, the low slit revealing two long, graceful legs that intertwined alluringly. Her hair cascaded loosely, and her elegantly arched brows added an air of charm to her already stunning visage. Xiaolan, have there been any interesting happenings lately? Xiaolan, seated indoors and engrossed in managing accounts, paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, Actually, there is something that Dio share. Tong Xiangyu playfully bit her finger, her demeanor reminiscent of a blooming poppy, a ripe peach or a blossoming rose, radiating an intoxicating allure. Any man witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be captivated. However, in front of Xiaolan, the lady merely appeared to be teasingly nibbling her finger. Miss, do you still remember that child from before? Have I not told you countless times? Do not call me miss. Refer to me as the shopkeeper. Tong Xiangyu cast a glance out the window. Noting that the number of children arriving each day had increased significantly, yet she could hardly recall any of them. Which child? The one for whom the young lady had spurned the scion of the Zhang family. Do not call me young lady. Tong Xiangyu scoffed coldly. And what of him, the second son of the Wei family, who was cast aside? What of it? Understood, young lady, Xiaolan replied, her voice steady as she marked the account book with a brush. Continuing, not long ago, he engaged in a life-and-death wager with a practitioner of the Fifth Radiance, Second Realm. Did he perish? Tong Xiangyu inquired indifferently, although that lad had been on the verge of breaking through to the Fifth Radiance. Defeating a practitioner of the Fifth Radiance, Second Realm, in such a short span seemed nearly impossible, unless he had awakened the Spirit Walker. However, awakening as a Spirit Walker demanded an extraordinarily formidable mental prowess, or divine consciousness. On that day, Tong Xiangyu had observed that Wei Ziyan was, in essence, utterly unremarkable. Her actions then had been mere whims, a sudden outburst of emotions that occurred on those few days each month. No, he emerged victorious. Death is quite normal. Tong Xiangyu abruptly straightened, her chest heaving, creating enticing ripples. What? He won. Indeed, Xiaolan stated calmly. What is even more astonishing is that after fleeing from home, Wei Ziyan vanished without a trace. She added, as if he had evaporated from this world. The Murong family? Tong Xiangyu, taken aback, reclined once more, her mind racing with astonishment. How had that lad bested a practitioner of the Fifth Radiance, Second Realm? It seemed entirely plausible. Xiaolan remarked, after all, besides them, no one possesses such capabilities. Young lady, did you know? Wei Ziyan actually defeated a Fifth Radiance, Second Realm practitioner who had consumed a blood explosion pill. The word is spreading that Wei Ziyan is an unparalleled genius. Yet, when I observed him that day, he truly seemed to be a waste. Perhaps the young lady has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Hearing this, Tong Xiangyu fell silent for a moment before suddenly commanding, prepare the horses. Huh. Xiaolan, puzzled, asked, are we going to the Wei family? Yes, that as she spoke, Tong Xiangyu had already wrapped herself in a light veil and stood up. The fabric's gaps revealing glimpses of her smooth, radiant skin. Her exquisite features carved a captivating silhouette that go support our good friend. Cough, cough. Wei Ziyan, pale and weak, sat up in bed, tightening the cotton garment he wore. It was evident that this attire had been prepared by Murongya, as it was far superior in both material and warmth compared to his previous tattered clothing, that he pushed the window open, greeted by a sea of white. It has begun to snow again. Wei Ziyan suddenly felt a pang of worry for his thatched cottage. The wind had been fierce the previous night, strewing blossoms across the courtyard. He feared that his dilapidated dwelling might not withstand the winter. Suddenly, Wei Ziyan noticed a figure in the corner of the small courtyard. That moment, Murongya sat against the wall, facing the withered branches of the winter suite. Before her lay a painting board, the breathtaking beauty deeply engrossed in her art. Murongya held her brush, pouting slightly, her delicate brows furrowing that a vivid red cloak enveloped her, adding a touch of warmth against the snowy backdrop. The scene before her, the courtyard wall, the ancient building, the falling snow, the winter suite, and the shadow of the open window, was nearly complete, save for the solitary winter suite. Should it be white or red? Murongya hesitated, unable to decide which hue would suffice. Since I must choose, why not use both? The voice from behind startled Murongya, causing her to retract her neck like a frightened creature. Turning, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wei Ziyan. Why are you out here? Hurry back inside. It's very cold. Wei Ziyan smiled and shook his head, reaching for a brush left on the nearby table. May I add a stroke for you? For reasons unknown. Upon seeing Wei Ziyan's earnest expression, Muronya found herself nodding absent-mindedly. Under normal circumstances, she would never allow anyone to touch her artwork. Yet, he appeared genuinely sincere. Observing Wei Ziyan's demeanor, his chiseled features resembled a sword cutting through the divide of light and darkness. Akin to a nascent sun emerging in the night, radiant and warm, fierce but not blinding. All right. Wei Ziyan set down the brush, clapped his hands, and turned to Muronya. What do you think, upon the window suite? The blossoms intertwined in red and white, while in the distance, a warm sun began to rise. The mingling of red and white blurred the line between painting and reality. Beautiful, Muronya smiled, her enchanting visage surpassing both the painting and the blossoms. A yawn escaped her lips, and Wei Ziyan, momentarily entranced, snapped back to reality, hurriedly shedding his cotton robe and draping it over Muronya that moment. As Muronya raised her hand, their fingers brushed against one another, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Wei Ziyan remained composed, though his heart raced like a startled deer. It felt reminiscent of that summer in high school, when an innocent youth boldly declared his affections. Thank you. Muronya lowered her head, momentarily forgetting to tell Wei Ziyan to put on his clothing. That aren't you a practitioner? Suddenly, Wei Ziyan froze. Muronya exuded no trace of spiritual energy, yet she radiated brilliance. Akin to a lustrous pearl, Wei Ziyan's limited knowledge could not fathom this phenomenon. No, after a brief silence, Muronya lifted her head, smiling. I cannot cultivate. Neither can I. A pang of sorrow struck Wei Ziyan. Was he not still a practitioner of the fifth radiance? Do you wish to cultivate? I cannot cultivate. Muronya lowered her head, her expression tinged with melancholy. You saved me. Wei Ziyan spoke softly. I will ensure you can cultivate. If not, then I shall protect you for a lifetime. If a clear bell chimed in Muronya's mind. She raised her head, flustered. I must take my leave. With that, she turned and hurried away from the courtyard. Wei Ziyan, opening his mouth as if to speak, hesitated, then turned to look at the painting board. Behind the window suite, in the modest cottage, the shadows shone bright and warm. Chapter 15. The Sixth Harmony Realm in the room. Wei Ziyan sat cross-legged on the bed, eagerly opening the system panel. Upon seeing the intimacy value, his pupils contracted, and his mouth fell slightly agape. Partner affection 5, partner affection 10, partner affection 3, partner affection -1. The intimacy had risen to a remarkable 80 points, with only 20 points remaining to reach the coveted 100. He surmised that it would not be long before he elevated the intimacy to the second level. Scanning further down, a multitude of messages from Xia Mei flooded in. Divine Envoy. How are you? Today marks the second day that I hope for your victory. Perhaps you were simply too weary to remember me. On the 8th day, I have been feeling quite troubled, restless, and I cannot pinpoint why. It feels as though a piece of me is missing. On the 15th day, if you continue to ignore me, I shall wonder what has become of you, suddenly appearing and then vanishing. Are you not a responsible divine envoy? Upon reaching the end, a smile graced Wei Ziyan's face. It was the first time he felt someone cared for him, held him in their thoughts. That he had to admit, it was a wonderful feeling. With his eyes slightly moist, Wei Ziyan raised his head, closed his eyes, and crossed his hands over his chest. Thus he lingered for quite some time. All is well. Do not worry. I saw your message, and I believe that swordsmanship requires diligent practice. No one is born a genius, myself included. What is termed sword style is merely a series of habits formed through repetition. Once you comprehend the sword style, you have entered the realm. Forget the sword style, and you will have achieved a minor success. You will wield the sword as you please, no longer recalling the so-called sword style. Instead, your focus will be solely on the sword, at which point you will find joy in the sword itself. The sword style becomes the sword style, and true mastery is achieved in this manner. I have been recuperating. There is no need for concern. Thank you. I am very happy. After finishing his reply, Wei Ziyan glanced at Xia Mei's status. Noting that she was still in slumber, he suppressed his urge to poke her and clicked to withdraw rewards. Closing his eyes, a sword slowly materialized before him, soon splitting into 6, transforming into rivers, lakes, seas, and the gentle drizzle. The torrent of spiritual energy surged against the barriers of the fifth radiance, suddenly breaking through with a resounding crack. As the gentle rain drenched the barriers and morphed into an expansive ocean, Wei Ziyan opened his eyes, a storm brewing within their depths, yet his expression remained as placid as a still lake. The Sixth Harmony realm, was it truly that simple to break through? Wei Ziyan spread his hands across his knees, tilting his head in contemplation that it seems the breakthrough was not so simple after all. If memory served him correctly, the system had clearly indicated that there were 15 withdrawal attempts remaining prior to his extraction. Yet, after using all 15, he had only ascended from the 5th radiance. Third realm to the 6th harmony realm. The quantity of this ethereal energy has decreased by more than just a little, causing Wei Ziyan to furrow his brow as he pondered the reason behind it. If this is to be the case from now on, what is the point of cultivating at all? Just the thought of having accumulated half a year's worth of effort with no discernible change was rather unbearable for Wei Ziyan. Could it be related to Xiao Mei's training? A sudden insight flashed through his mind, and he quickly discerned the root of the problem. Xiao Mei had been practicing her swordsmanship or frolicking about these days. Although her cultivation had not regressed, it had certainly slowed compared to before, and he needed to encourage her to train diligently. With this thought, Wei Ziyan opened the system panel and left a message for Xiao Mei, succinctly explaining that cultivation should be the primary focus. "Young Master Wei, my lord wishes to meet you." A sudden voice interrupted Wei Ziyan's thoughts that he promptly replied, "Understood. I shall come at once. Did I at the father of my savior?" Wei Ziyan glanced down at his attire. He certainly could not appear before others in his nightgown. Upon opening the wardrobe in his room, he discovered several exquisite garments, accompanied by a note, "Young master may take as he pleases." This handwriting seemed to belong to Muronya. Instantly, warmth filled Wei Ziyan's heart as he selected a dignified outfit and changed. "What are you up to, father?" Muronya pouted, shaking Murong Yunhai's shoulder, her displeasure evident. "Oh, stop shaking." Murong Yunhai, resembling a rustic elder with unkempt stubble, deep-set wrinkles, and a sallow complexion, nonetheless exuded a vigorous spirit, and his somewhat murky eyes sparkled with life that I merely wished to see him. "Is that not permissible?" Murong Yunhai teased. You seem rather overbearing." "Indeed." Qing'er chimed in softly. "You too," Murongya huffed, adopting a sullen expression. Suddenly, Murong Yunhai raised an eyebrow as he detected faint footsteps approaching from afar, unsteady, weak, and lacking in fortitude. As if the individual were a mere shadow of their former self, "I am Wei Ziyan, here to pay my respects to Uncle Murong." After some contemplation, Wei Ziyan decided to address him as uncle. For the Wei family still held a modicum of respect in the Dingyuan Mountain County, and calling him uncle seemed fitting. Upon seeing Wei Ziyan, Murong Yunhai's brow furrowed, if he was not mistaken. Wei Ziyan's cultivation had not only stabilized, but had even advanced to the 6th harmony realm. Could it be that a wasteful progeny could truly cultivate? Murong Yunhai was momentarily taken aback, only snapping back to reality when a cough from beside him broke the silence. "Please rise." Murong Yunhai gently raised his hand, and Wei Ziyan felt a powerful force lifting him. "May I address you as Ziyan?" "Of course," Wei Ziyan replied, casting a cursory glance at Murong Yunhai. If it were not for the earlier display of power that revealed his status as a practitioner, he would appear as an ordinary old man. "Please take a seat." Murong Yunhai smiled, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Wei Ziyan. The young man possessed an English-like countenance and a slender physique, despite having lived in a dilapidated hut for an extended period. He exuded the aura of a scion of a noble family once adorned in fine garments. However, how had he attained the cultivation of the 6th harmony realm? A 16-year-old practitioner of such caliber would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy anywhere. Noticing Murong Yunhai's silence, Wei Ziyan spoke up. "I am grateful to Uncle for the care extended these past few days, allowing me to recuperate in peace. It is nothing. Your parents and I have long been acquaintances." At this, Murong Yunhai sighed. "But your father has changed, and it is a pity for your mother." "Let us not dwell on that," he continued with a smile, wondering how Ziyan had achieved such cultivation, considering he had initially been a waste. "Father." Murongya interjected with a stomp of her foot, displeased. "If it is inconvenient, consider my words as mere whispers in the wind." Murong Yunhai chuckled lightly. "It is hardly inconvenient." He had long since devised an explanation regarding matters of cultivation. "I was fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by my current master, who has assured me that there are methods to aid my cultivation." which is how I have attained my present level, he continued. However, my master is somewhat of a free spirit, preferring to roam the mountains and enjoy a simple life, so I cannot divulge his name. I hope uncle can understand. Of course, Murong Yunhai replied, maintaining a calm facade while tumultuous thoughts churned within him. Tio enable a waste to cultivate again. This master of his might truly be a transcendent being. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Yunhai asked, "Might Xian introduce me to your master?" Before he could finish, Wei Xian interjected, "Rest assured, uncle, if my master returns, I will ensure he attends to the young lady. Tio, be honest. My master once imparted a sword technique to me, which may prove beneficial for strengthening the body. Furthermore, he entrusted me with a method to potentially resolve the young lady's inability to cultivate. Although my current abilities are insufficient." Murong Yunhai sensed that Wei Xian had misunderstood his intent, but chose not to clarify further. "Xian, does that sword technique not require considerable effort and focus?" "Not at all." Wei Xian shook his head. "It is worth a try." "Then I thank you, young master." Hearing Murong Ye's voice, Murong Yunhai opened his mouth but refrained from elaborating. Wei Xian's words had been simple. He was merely seeking protection. However, he had not anticipated that, whether due to familial ties or an engagement, he would indeed provide such protection. His plan had inadvertently faltered. Nevertheless, Murong Yunhai understood. A drowning person would grasp at any floating object. Yet Wei Xian's next statement swiftly altered his perspective. "Miss Murong saved my life, and I have no means to repay her. Before uncle, I can make a vow." Rising to his feet, Wei Xian brought 3 fingers together to the heavens, declaring, "As long as I, Wei Xian, draw breath, I vow to ensure Miss Murong's safety for all time." With his words, the sky seemed to rumble faintly as the heavens bore witness. The vow took effect, and both individuals felt a subtle, almost imperceptible connection form between them. "Young master." Murong Ye covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Was she truly pushing him into the fire after having just saved his life? "Very well." Murong Yunhai, momentarily taken aback, stood with a serious expression, stating, "From this day forth, I shall stand by you through thick and thin." Wei Xian, astonished, widened his eyes and hastily replied, "I did not intend for such a thing." "No need for further words." Murong Yunhai waved his hand, "that I can assist with matters within my means. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee safety, for the Murong family is not insignificant, and I cannot place them in peril." His words were straightforward, devoid of pretense. Instantly, Wei Xian's regard for Murong Yunhai rose significantly, that he felt as if he were in the presence of a paternal figure, and from his gaze, Wei Xian sensed a long-lost warmth. "Thank you, Uncle." Having received this acknowledgement, Murong Yunhai rose, saying, "You two should converse more. Qing'er, come with me to transcribe documents." Qing'er pouted. "Must I really go, my lord?" "You must." Murong Yunhai's expression turned stern as he glared at her. "This girl is becoming increasingly thoughtless." "Fine." Sure turned to Murong Ye, muttering a few words before following Murong Yunhai out. "By the way, we shall dine together this evening," Murong Yunhai instructed as he turned at the door. "Understood." Once Murong Yunhai had completely departed, Wei Xian exhaled deeply, collapsing into a chair. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he mused, "It felt just like meeting the parents." "Nonsense," Murong Ye scoffed, a hint of sympathy flickering in her eyes. "You should not make vows so casually." "I am willing," Wei Xian replied earnestly. "Are you implying that you are a predator?" Turning away, Wei Xian took a sip of the tea on the table. It melted in his mouth, the warmth quickly spreading throughout his body. Was this truly fine, white jade ginseng soup? It seemed that Murong Yunhai was not as fearsome as he appeared, with such a beautiful maiden before him. Merely gazing at her was enough to lift one's spirits, which made him feel capable of anything. Outside the door, Qing'er felt a chill run down her spine, covered in goosebumps. How utterly cheesy. "What do you know?" Murong Yunhai retorted. "Pursuing a girl must be done in this manner." "I asked this how you won over my lady back then?" Qing'er inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "That IT was quite the effort when I pursued her." Murong Yunhai began, only to snap back to reality halfway through, giving Qing'er a light smack on the head. "Your lord, am quite the catch. Dashing and charming, like a jade tree standing tall." Got it. Qing'er rolled her eyes, leading the way. "Surely it was my lady who eagerly pursued you. my dear girl." Upon sensing the disappearance of the presence outside the door, Wei Zian finally exhaled a sigh of relief in the truest sense. "They have left," Murongya chuckled lightly. "Indeed, they have." Just as she finished speaking, Wei Zian was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know they were eavesdropping at the door?" Murongya's eyes curved like crescent moons. "It's a secret that as her words fell, a silence enveloped them." Wei Zian gazed at Murongya in a daze, his thoughts occupied with how to return home, for he was still a scion of the Wei family. And it was somewhat inappropriate to linger in the company of an unwed young lady. Sensing a fervent gaze upon her, Murongya's eyes shifted downward, evading his stare. "Why do you keep staring at me?" A cough escaped her lips. Finally, unable to withstand the tension any longer, Murongya's ears flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Why don't you teach me the sword techniques?" "Certainly." Just as Wei Zian concluded his thoughts, he heard Murongya's suggestion and readily acquiesced for returning home. He had come to a resolution. Since he was presently in the Murong residence, it was only fitting to consult with Uncle Murong. After all, with his meager cultivation at the Sixth Realm, it would be somewhat presumptuous to act otherwise that in the small courtyard, the fallen snow had been thoroughly cleared. Wei Zian took Murongya's petite hand, channeling his spiritual energy into her. Even though they had previously agreed upon this, and it was not the first time their hands had met, Murongya still felt a tinge of shyness. "All right," Wei Zian reluctantly released her hand. "This way. You won't feel cold." "Thank you." Here, Wei Zian handed her a wooden sword and began to instruct her in swordplay. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that deep in the ocean, butterflies were dancing gracefully, heralding an invisible storm beginning to sweep through Ding Mountain County. Chapter 17. The quiet mountains in an uncharted abyss, amidst the shadowy forest, frigid river waters, overcast skies, and profound caverns. A figure cloaked in black robes strolled past a stream, heading deep into a cave. Upon entering, the previously constricted entrance widened abruptly, revealing an unexpectedly bright interior. In the center stood a colossal stone statue, coiled around which was a fearsome dragon, emanating an uncanny aura. Upon spotting the newcomer, the black dragon opened its eyes that were apathetic, with blood-red pupils exuding a chilling calm. "You have arrived, my child. Present yourself to the divine envoy." The man in the black robe bowed respectfully. "Might I inquire what the divine envoy wishes to command?" The black dragon circled the stone pillar several times, murmuring, "What year is it now?" "It is the 138th year of the Southern Kingdom, the 35th year of the Yu Kingdom in spring, the 348th year of the Wu Kingdom. And the age of the 10,000 Great Mountains remains unknown, while the Wicked Abyss has lain dormant for 499 years. The black dragon replied thoughtfully. After a long pause, continued, "Does the world beyond still know of my abyss? Do they still remember my masters?" "Understood, my child, proceed." The black dragon closed its eyes, its long whiskers drooping down. "That I harbor no fondness for the number 38. Dismissed." The cloaked figure exited the cave, greeted by a ghostly light that revealed a rat-like visage. At the Li Mountain sect, a young girl lethargically rose to eat breakfast before heading to the martial arts hall to practice swordsmanship. Day after day, she repeated this routine, lamentably making no progress in her sword techniques. That evening, Xiao Mei sat silently in her small chamber, gazing into the mirror. Ever since the tale of her comprehension of the second realm sword technique, the wave sword, circulated, the sect had rewarded her with a small abode. In the densely populated Yuzhou, such a humble dwelling was worth its weight in gold. Even within the sect, ordinary student dormitories merely provided basic accommodation, while this particular room boasted continuous hot water, meals, and an uninterrupted gathering array, along with a barrier that isolated the first realm. It could be said that she had finally acquired her own private space. Two fluffy pink ears protruded from Xiao Mei's head, and a shimmering white tail appeared behind her, swaying languidly. Typically, when a demon released its inherent traits, it would feel a surge of joy, improving both combat prowess and mood. However, Xiao Mei felt no such elation. Rather, the vexation in her heart had lessened only slightly. Opening her diary, she picked up her pen and wrote, "On the 17th day since the wicked divine envoy vanished, I think of him, crossed out. That detestable rogue." After inscribing those words, Xiao Mei felt as if she had expended all her energy, slumping onto the table, her gaze adrift, her tail drooping and motionless, her fluffy ears folding down after a while. Feeling fatigued, Xiao Mei closed her eyes and suddenly wished to check on the divine envoy's news, thus concentrating intently. Moments later, her fox ears perked up, her tail began to sway, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a crescent smile. All is well. Do not worry. You must diligently cultivate, eschewing the temptation of sword techniques. Only by elevating your realm will mastering swordsmanship become more manageable. Do not lose sight of what is essential. Remember this. What is this? After reading, Xiao Mei pouted, somewhat displeased that I worry so much for him. Yet he doesn't even mention me. As my master said, there are no good men. I shall not reply to him. Turning off the light, Xiao Mei tossed and turned in her soft bed, unable to find sleep. Should I reply to him? No, perhaps I should reply after all. Thus, Xiao Mei steadied her mind, silently repeating in her thoughts, I will cultivate diligently. And you must do the same. Wicked divine envoy. Can I see you in reality? Rogue, why do I feel as though we are quite familiar? You cannot possibly be one of my teachers, can you? In the grand hall of the Murong residence, the lights shone brightly as maids scurried about, presenting an array of dishes. To be mindful, do not serve the wrong dishes. Qing'er stood at the center, holding a deep green tangerine. Today marks a rare grand event for our Murong family. Understood, Qing'er? You are so lazy, only thinking of eating. Indeed. How dare you? Qing'er placed her hands on her hips, seemingly having hidden the tangerine somewhere to not speak recklessly. Those who know will eat, and lying comes with responsibility. Bang. Who? Qing'er covered her head with her hands and turned around angrily. Oh, it's you, young lady. Ha ha. Qing'er is in trouble now? Oomph. Just as Qing'er was about to speak again, Murong quickly pulled her aside to sit down. Where's the young master? Qing'er glanced around, still unable to spot Wei Ziyan. What young master? Murong scoffed. I think you were the one in trouble. Qing'er presented a fruit. Here, have a tangerine. How do you eat this green one? It looks like a bitter citrus. Not at all. Qing'er pretended to pull down her pants, suddenly dropping a piece of tangerine peel on the ground, seizing the opportunity to swap it for a regular sweet orange. This one is quite sweet. Murong's eyes sparkled. Then we should buy tangerines from now on. They can last a long time. The hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the somewhat desolate study. Very well, let it be tomorrow. Murong Yunhai spoke succinctly, causing Wei Ziyan to feel as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Uncle, I have a humble request, and I am unsure whether it is appropriate to voice it. Wei Ziyan pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Speak. Murong Yunhai clapped Wei Ziyan on the shoulder. A true man should not be timid. Say what you wish. That I have heard you mention that you and my parents were close friends. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai's heart skipped a beat, glancing at Wei Ziyan's earnest expression. He felt a twinge of hesitation but thought to himself that he could not be the one to stumble over his own feet, that we were once very good friends, even hailed as the Iron Triangle during our studies in Yu Mountain. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Murong Yunhai's gaze, but alas, beautiful days are fleeting, much like brilliant fireworks amidst the ever-changing tides of time. Uncle. Observing Murong Yunhai's meandering thoughts, Wei Ziyan grew anxious. Could you tell me more about my mother? You see, I have never met her. Wei Ziyan lowered his head, unable to conceal the sorrow etched upon his brow. This, Murong Yunhai frowned slightly, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. Child, it is not that I do not wish to tell you, but some matters are beyond your current capacity to bear. When will I be able to bear it? Wei Ziyan raised his head, his eyes shimmering with determination. Perhaps only when you reach my current realm. Murong Yunhai extended his hand. 7 fiery red lights danced between his fingers. The 7-star realm? Come, let us dine. We must not keep you waiting too long. Very well. Wei Ziyan forced a smile, yet his heart was ensnared in contemplation. Where exactly is Yu Mountain? Chapter 18. Equitable dialogue in the town of Dingshan. Vibrant red lanterns adorned the streets and alleys, while vivid banners fluttered in the breeze. Discount signs hung from various 2-story pavilions. And the air was filled with the raucous sounds of gongs and drums, as street performers demonstrated their skills, selling New Year's paintings and entertaining with acrobatic displays that a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the bustling streets, heralding the quiet approach of the new year. How lively it is, Murong Yunhai. with his hands tucked into his pockets, surveyed his surroundings like a country elder stepping into the city for the first time. Is it the festive season? In contrast, Wei Ziyan was even more overwhelmed, gazing around with wide-eyed wonder, completely unaccustomed to such sights. This was indeed Wei Ziyan's first authentic experience of the New Year celebrations. In his childhood, his father had kept a watchful eye on him, yet he had never ventured beyond the confines of his sheltered existence. That as he grew older, and after his father remarried, he was left to fend for himself, enduring bullying within the high walls of the Wei family estate until now, when he had finally stepped outside those walls, yet remained confined within a limited horizon. Ziyan, would you like some candied hawthorn? Noticing the hopeful glimmer in Wei Ziyan's eyes, Murong Yunhai felt a sudden pang of regret. Had he been too superficial? After severing ties upon hearing that the boy was considered a failure, he reflected that his estrangement might have been influenced by Wei Huoding's changed demeanor, but ultimately, he had acted rashly, that if only he had shown more concern for this child, perhaps his life would have been slightly brighter. No, thank you, uncle. Before Wei Ziyan could finish, he saw Murong Yunhai pay for 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, handing over the larger one to him. Thank you, Dades. Wei Ziyan gazed at the candied hawthorn in his hands. Its red sheen appeared like a delightful blush. Wei Ziyan grimaced slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Let us go, child. Murong Yunhai patted Wei Ziyan's shoulder and, with the candied hawthorn in hand, made his way towards the Wei residence. A peculiar scene unfolded on the street. An elder and a youth, savoring their treats, ambled leisurely along, seemingly at ease at the Wei residence, a woman clad in a fitted pink qipao, accentuating her alluring figure, posed a question. Her long, graceful legs were crossed, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, and a delicate, pale veil added an air of mystery and seduction to her presence. Qiu Yu's hand froze in midair, holding a teacup, visibly intrigued by Tong Xiangyu's proposition. Yet it was evident she lacked the authority to grant such a request. I am afraid, Manager Tong. Qiu Yu replied with a smile. I lack the power to determine the fate of the family's younger generation. Is that so? Tong Xiangyu feigned surprise, covering her mouth. But I heard that not long ago, you were contemplating the demise of a family member. Qiu Yu, maintaining her composure, retorted sharply. Do you truly believe in such baseless rumors? This woman had repeatedly presented unreasonable demands, and now her true colors were finally revealed. Yet, what was it about that young man that drew such attention? Business is business, Tong Xiangyu remarked, uncrossing her long legs with a smile. One must always keep an eye out for opportunities, lest one incur losses that you possess sufficient leverage. Qiu Yu's smile turned playful. Value lies in people. A true merchant possesses foresight, not mere luck. Women often tend to rely more on fortune. Tong Xiangyu mused, lowering her gaze to her porcelain-like fingers. Qiu Yu gazed outside, her attractive features reflecting deep contemplation, lost in thought. The hall fell into a momentary silence. Madam, a flustered voice suddenly broke the stillness, followed by a figure stumbling through the door. What is the commotion? Qiu Yu raised an eyebrow, reprimanding the intruder. The young man glanced at Tong Xiangyu hesitantly, who, unfazed, even winked at him seductively, and no need for formalities. Came the reply as 2 figures entered. One tall, one short, one old, one young. Is formal notification necessary to return home? Wei Ziyan chuckled. Aunt Qiu, do you consider me a stranger? Murong. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Qiu Yu's expression turned momentarily vacant. It dawned on her why Wei Ziyan had vanished for such an extended period without a trace. She chose to disregard his somewhat cryptic remarks. Sister-in-law, Murong Yunhai greeted with a warm smile, then turned to the strikingly beautiful woman beside him. May I inquire who this young lady is? I am Tong Xiangyu, the proprietor of Baibao Pavilion in Dingshan, she replied, rising gracefully, her enchanting presence concealed beneath her skirt. Young Master Wei, it has been a while, she said, her mature charm captivating Wei Ziyan, who swallowed hard before responding. Sister Tong, indeed, it has been quite some time, and I must thank you for your previous kindness. Tong Xiangyu interjected, placing a finger to her rosy lips, teasing yet earnest. Let us keep this our little secret, known only to us. Isn't there a maid? Wei Ziyan began, but he noticed Tong Xiangyu's mischievous smile and felt the chilling gaze of someone nearby. Ahem, he cleared his throat and turned to Qiu Yu. Aunt Qiu, we have guests. Shouldn't we offer them our hospitality? This is the finest tea in the county. Chiyoyu poured a cup of tea, and the rich aroma filled the hall. However, she added, it remains to be seen whether they are truly guests. Haha, sister-in-law, your words are quite amusing, Murong Yunhai said, nonchalantly taking a seat beside Chiyoyu. I am certainly not a guest, he declared, and at his words, Chiyoyu narrowed her eyes while Tong Xiangyu gasped in surprise. That I am a brother-in-arms to Wei. Thus I should be considered family, he expressed. After a brief pause, Chiyoyu smiled. You speak truth, Murong. Sister-in-law, my apologies, Zian. Do fetch some exquisite fruits, she commanded lightly. As Wei Zian settled beside Tong Xiangyu. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of cosmetics. Isn't it sufficient to send a maid? He replied, disregarding Chiyoyu's authority. Your son threatens my life, and I am still expected to play nice. Chiyoyu's expression stiffened, but Murong Yunhai interjected, no need. I merely brought the child home and decided to stop by for a moment. We shall be leaving shortly, so no need for fuss, Asa Senior. He aimed to preserve Chiyoyu's dignity. To be brief, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with my sister-in-law. Murong Yunhai abruptly paused, picking up the teacup to sip. That I shall take my leave then, Madam Wei, Tong Xiangyu said, standing with a smile. Young Master Wei, do you not intend to see me off? Wei Zian hesitated. But Murong Yunhai urged, go on, Zian. I shall have a good chat with your Aunt Chiyo. All right, Wei Zian stood, gesturing for her to proceed. Though reluctant, he recognized Murong Yunhai as his sole ally and had no choice but to place his trust in him. Tong Xiangyu stepped lightly, covering her mouth with a smile. Should you, Madam Wei, wish to discuss matters of this nature in the future, do not hesitate to contact Baibao Pavilion for special discounts. Farewell, Chiyoyu said, her lips twitching with suppressed anger. Chapter 19. Offer your devotion. Wei Zian accompanied Tong Xiangyu through the Wei family's grounds, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Thank you for your kindness the other day. Sister Tong, are you not going to thank me today? Observing Wei Zian's sheepish expression, Tong Xiangyu chuckled lightly. How did you come to be associated with the Murong family? Perhaps it is due to personal charm. Wei Zian replied, tilting his head. The young ladies of the Murong family have fallen for me after just a few encounters. Ha! You are quite the smooth talker, Tong Xiangyu retorted. Murongya is renowned for her beauty. Do you truly believe she would take notice of you? Am I not handsome? Wei Zian blinked, standing firm as he regarded Tong Xiangyu. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she turned away. A person's true allure lies not in their appearance. What then? Is it character or essence? No. It is strength, it is power, Murongya replied earnestly. Hearing this, Wei Zian was momentarily taken aback and bowed politely. I stand corrected. Did I ask someone who had traversed from a civilized world? Tong Xiangyu's words resonated deeply with him. You are not quite the same as when I first met you, Tong Xiangyu remarked, walking ahead with graceful poise. How so? Wei Zian, intrigued, followed closely. Do you know why I gifted you that bundle of spiritual materials? Stopping in her tracks, Tong Xiangyu gazed at Wei Zian with a smile. Could it be that you were captivated by my beauty? Wei Zian had intended to tease further, but given Tong Xiangyu's stature and his unfamiliarity with her, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. You are indeed quite confident. Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips and remarked while walking. When I first laid eyes on you, I merely felt a twinge of pity, compounded by my own dismal mood, which led me to toss you a token. But is this truly busy? Wei Zian forced a bitter smile and replied, no, not quite. Just as Wei Zian anticipated a compliment from Tong Xiangyu, her next words utterly shattered his defenses. You are astonishingly ordinary, akin to a grain of sand lost in a desert, scarcely deserving a second glance. At a mere waste, emaciated and frail, even at 16. You still haven't grown tall. The only aspects worthy of praise are your appearance and your lineage. That, of course, there is also your status as a 5-yuan realm cultivator at 16, though it hardly stands out. It can barely be deemed respectable. Is it true that I am so lacking? Wei Zian lowered his head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Yet being handsome does confer certain advantages. You have already reached the 6th realm? Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened in surprise. That I am genuinely curious how a waste like you managed to cultivate to the 5-yuan realm and subsequently break through to the 6th realm. But that remains your secret. I shall not pry. Cultivators are also known as walkers, a term that carries weight. That I advise you to first cultivate some divine abilities and techniques to strengthen yourself. To speak bluntly, I could suppress you with one hand. That is the essence of true foundation. After uttering these words, Tong Xiangyu arrived at the entrance of the Wei residence. Turning around, she smiled alluringly and said, "No need to see me off that I hope you reflect on today's words. I have placed a bet on you, and I hope you do not disappoint me." Pensive, Wei Ziyan nodded earnestly, regardless of whether he was a pawn or something else without Tong Xiangyu's assistance. He couldn't guarantee he would have survived to this point, let alone stroll confidently through the gates of the Wei family. "First, I must make myself stronger," as he watched Tong Xiangyu's figure fade from view. Wei Ziyan murmured softly as he headed towards the inner courtyard. "Halt!" Suddenly, a loud shout caused Wei Ziyan to stop in his tracks. "I didn't say you could leave." Turning around, he saw Wei Hu, clad in thin garments, his whole being radiating fervor, as if he had just broken through to the 5 yuan realm, wielding a massive wolf-tooth club that made him look fearsome. "What, do you wish to kill me?" Wei Ziyan raised an eyebrow, peering through Wei Hu's blood-red pupils and clenched teeth, revealing an unmistakable hatred. "Why did you kill my brother?" Wei Hu shouted furiously, his teeth grinding as the flames in his eyes seemed eager to consume. A faint aura of fire enveloped him. "In this life-and-death pact, one of us must perish," Wei Ziyan patiently explained. "If he does not die, the arena contest will not conclude. I want you dead." It was evident that Wei Hu was blinded by rage. Shaking his head silently, Wei Ziyan formed his hand into a sword, and with a flick, a fissure the size of a thigh appeared in the ground. "Step forward, and you will die," seeing the sword mark on the ground. Wei Hu took a few terrified steps back. "Why you have broken through again? If you lack strength, do not come to seek death. I promised your brother not to kill you. Do not force me to break my word. I will kill you one day." Wei Hu screamed in despair, his voice echoing with deep-seated frustration and sorrow. Was it truly so easy to shatter the chasm of 2 realms? "Brother, I may never be able to avenge you." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan replied, "Very well, I shall await you. But do you not find yourself somewhat unreasonable? When I was weak, you all bullied me. If I could not break through, it would have been my demise. Would that outcome satisfy you? Bullying the weak, is that what you call strength?" Wei Ziyan sighed. "A true strong person should respect the freedom of the weak, but if you can comprehend this, I would not mind engaging in a genuine battle with you. A life-and-death pact." With that, Wei Ziyan turned and strode towards the hall without glancing back. Unlike before, since awakening from his stupor, he seemed to have gained a new lease on life. Previously, he sought vengeance. Now, such thoughts seemed utterly meaningless. If he were to bully them again, how would that differ from his past victimization? He did not champion the virtue of repaying kindness with kindness. He simply found such pursuits a waste of time. Only his own strength constituted true power. After Wei Ziyan departed, Wei Hu knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, tears like large beads dropping onto the earth. Bang, bang. His fists pounded the ground with such force that his nails dug painfully into his flesh, staining his palms with blood. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him, and Wei Hu felt his consciousness sink into a heavy silence. Do you wish for revenge? Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you aspire to become a true strongman? A nightmarish voice echoed in his mind, causing Wei Hu's pupils to constrict sharply. Trembling, he rose to his feet. "I want. His blood-red eyes took on an eerie intensity as he closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, a newfound resolve gleamed within 80 miles northeast of Dingshan County. "Before nightfall, I want to see your figure and receive your devotion." Chapter 20. The Jade Pendant outside the hall. Wei Ziyan found a step to sit upon, surveying the bustling surroundings. Once upon a time, such a life was beyond his reach. His gaze grew distant, as if he could once again see the youth clad in thin garments, braving the biting winter to fetch water. Everything transpired too swiftly, from being a mere pawn at the mercy of others to someone who could barely stand and speak, that he recalled when he first traversed to this realm. His father was still the once mighty general, but now he had grown somewhat frail, though still robust. The spark of vigor had faded. As for his mother, Wei Ziyan bore no resentment towards Wei Huiding, though he felt a tinge of reluctance. Lost in thought, the door to the hall swung open, and Murong Yunhai stepped out with a gentle smile. Behind him, Chiu Yu wore a somewhat forced grin, appearing less than cheerful. However, the fact that they could still smile indicated that their conversation had proceeded rather smoothly. "Aunt Chiu, Wei Ziyan rose and greeted with a smile. Uncle. Indeed. Beaming, Murong Yunhai cast a knowing glance at Wei Ziyan. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now as lunch awaits me at home. Qiuyu's lips twitched, that it's not even noon, and you're off for lunch, since the timing is just right. Why not stay for a meal, Murong brother? Let me, as your sister-in-law, extend my hospitality that there's no need. Murong Yunhai waved his hand. Your good intentions are appreciated. Turning to Wei Ziyan, he said with a broad smile. Ziyan, be sure to treat your Aunt Qiu well. Yes, uncle. Wei Ziyan nodded obediently, a hint of intrigue gracing his smile. Let us go. With that, Murong Yunhai suddenly leapt into the air, first landing on the high wall of the Wei residence. And then, in a few swift movements, vanished into the distant clouds. What level of cultivation is this? Wei Ziyan stood frozen, watching Murong Yunhai's departing figure. The maneuver itself was not particularly impressive. Even a martial artist with internal energy could achieve such feats. However, what astonished him was that during Murong Yunhai's few leaps, there was scarcely any fluctuation of spiritual energy. That was truly remarkable. An ordinary cultivator of the sixth realm could never accomplish that. Today at noon, you should stay for a meal. Qiuyu said this expressionlessly before turning to walk towards the hall without looking back. Indeed, although Wei Ziyan had many questions swirling in his mind, he understood the wisdom of not cornering a rabbit. After some contemplation, he decided to check on his thatched cottage. Regardless of the circumstances, it had been his home for over a decade. He wondered if it had withstood the heavy snowfall. The snow had fallen heavily throughout the night, bending the beams of the thatched cottage, and the two wooden windows were pushed open, the torn paper fluttering, bearing the marks of the storm. You have suffered all these years. Wei Ziyan chuckled and shook his head, knowing that the cottage had deteriorated to this extent was to be expected. Pushing open the door to the dilapidated thatched cottage, he was immediately greeted by the acrid scent of burnt wood. The air thick with gray smoke. Wei Ziyan frowned and covered his mouth and nose that a surge of spiritual energy radiated from his palm, instantly cleansing the cottage. Wei Ziyan surveyed the surroundings. The room was filled with ashes from the thatch, piled high enough to reach his height, and the back wall bore the scorch marks from licking flames that in the entire room. Only one spot remained intact. Was this purposefully set ablaze? A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Wei Ziyan. Who harbors such enmity against me? He chuckled helplessly, approaching the sole remaining intact spot, a wooden board atop which lay a pile of well-preserved thatch. This was once my bed. Why was this place spared from the fire? Lifting the wooden board, a bluish light emanated, illuminating Wei Ziyan's face, casting it in a hue reminiscent of a gem that in a moment of uncertainty. Wei Ziyan reached down and soon retrieved a palm-sized wooden box. A blue radiance emanated from the box, and the carvings upon it seemed to come alive, vividly animated. It appeared that this small object had never existed in his memory. When had it found its way beneath his bed? Stunned, Wei Ziyan suddenly noticed a button at the center of the box. For reasons unknown, perhaps it was simply human nature to press a button upon seeing it. He pressed down in an instant. A brilliant light erupted, a cerulean glow shooting skyward, transforming the thatched cottage into something akin to an underground cavern, or perhaps an ancient, grand palace. Child, upon hearing this voice, Wei Ziyan trembled, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Mother. It felt as though a connection born from his very blood was stirring within him, and he instinctively uttered this familiar, yet foreign term. Merely voicing this name was enough to moisten his eyes. Ziyan, you have already become a practitioner of the sixth realm. Your mother is very pleased at this time. I was still carrying you, naming you with the hope that you would live a life of peace. Yet, unexpectedly, you have become a practitioner. Is this the sign of fate or the bond of blood? Wei Ziyan gazed in a daze at the woman before him, clad in a flowing aquamarine gown. A gentle smile gracing her lips, and her beautiful eyes seemed to speak. The slight bulge of her abdomen indicated her pregnancy, and the prominent bridge of her nose mirrored his own, if not for Wei Ziyan's pronounced brows. One could easily mistake them for identical twins. Alas, it is a pity that your mother cannot accompany you as you grow. How old are you now? In your teens or perhaps in your 20s? Or has your hair begun to gray? This jade pendant is the only thing your mother could leave for you. Now that you have become a practitioner, make good use of it. Suddenly, the lovely figure began to waver. as though a stone had been cast into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Time is too long. I cannot witness my son grow into adulthood. Yet time is too short. I regret that I cannot accompany you for even a moment. Mother is sorry, as she spoke. A few crystalline tears glided down her face, her hand reaching out, freezing the moment in time. Mother. Wei Ziyan extended his hand tremulously, his heart feeling as if it had been struck. He longed to grasp that hand, but the vision began to fade away. The jade pendant fell, and Wei Ziyan reached out to catch it, pressing it against his forehead. In the thatched cottage, soft sobs echoed. The young man covering his face with his hands, his body trembling violently. Chapter 21. The Scripture Pavilion Brother. A childlike voice, tinged with innocence, broke through the air as a chubby little boy ran joyfully towards Wei Ziyan. Arms wide open. When he smiled, the flesh on his face squished his round eyes into mere slits, and the tiger-striped hat atop his head added to his adorableness. This was his younger brother. Wei Zihong. Wei Ziyan managed a weak smile, ruffling Wei Zihong's small head before patting his tiger-striped hat. Would such a child ever contemplate killing him? Not only did Wei Ziyan not believe it, but even a fool would find it implausible. Yet he could not help but maintain a slight vigilance in his heart. Brother has grown taller. Wei Zihong blinked, placing his hand atop his head to compare. Then stretching out his hand to measure Wei Ziyan's height. Little tiger just needs to eat well to grow tall too. He brought over a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Let's eat ditto." Upon hearing this, Wei Zihong, who had initially wanted their mother to feed him, promptly abandoned that thought. The two brothers had met only a few times before. For Wei Zihong to still remember him surprised Wei Ziyan. Uncertain why, he had intended to ask about the training grounds, but the words now eluded him. "Mother, it's time to eat." The obedient Wei Zihong turned towards the kitchen and yelled. "Coming." Qiuyu brought over a bowl of porridge and distributed it between the brothers. "Thank you." Wei Ziyan slightly turned his head, stirring the white porridge in his bowl with his chopsticks. "Thank you." Wei Zihong imitated his brother, also stirring his bowl, but his little hands struggled awkwardly with the chopsticks. Unable to bear it, Wei Ziyan swapped them for a soup spoon, smiling, "Eat well. Brothers should eat well too." Wei Zihong smiled slightly, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth, then lowered his head and swiftly drank his first bowl of porridge. "Mother, one more bowl." His chubby little hands waved excitedly. "Finish your meal first, then you can have more," Qiuyu chided. "Eat some vegetables that no." Wei Zihong crossed his arms, turning away in defiance. The dishes on the table were not lavish, but rather simple home-cooked fare. Seeing this childish scene from Wei Zihong, Wei Ziyan felt his eyes grow moist as a wave of nostalgia washed over him, as if he had been transported back to a time when his father had not succumbed to alcoholism. When he, as a child, sat on his sister's lap, savoring his meal, Ziyan. After much contemplation, Qiuyu decided to be straightforward, that I can grant you access to the Scripture Pavilion and publicly acknowledge your identity. You will receive a monthly stipend of 500 low-grade spirit stones, and you may also collect a suitable set of armor from the Martial Hall, .as for other matters. Those require the acknowledgement of the Ancestral Hall. I cannot make those decisions. Thank you, Wei Ziyan nodded calmly. These were his rightful entitlements, albeit delayed. The lunch passed swiftly amidst a somewhat cheerful atmosphere. After the meal, Wei Ziyan returned to his room, having requested a change to a quieter courtyard. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the small courtyard outside, blanketed in thick white snow. Today's lunch had caused Wei Ziyan's previously resolute heart to waver. His brother was so endearing, foolish, and clumsy. He was simply a child. How could he possibly wish to harm him? Who was this young Master Zhang that Wei Jincheng had mentioned before his demise? He had no knowledge of another Zhang family in Niding Mountain County. Could there be other reasons behind his mother's passing? In the past, when he had been seen as a useless child, they had not sought to harm him. But now that he had shown some potential, had they swiftly sent someone to eliminate him? Yet if that were the case, why did Qiuyu speak in such a cryptic manner? Or perhaps during the training grounds, she truly only wished to protect him? Wei Ziyan felt the situation was far from simple. Regarding his mother's matters, he ought to consult his sister and father. Speaking of which, he wondered when his sister would return home, as they had not seen each other for many years. Whether she would return this year remained uncertain. As he pondered, Wei Ziyan decided that he should spend more time with his younger brother to discern whether he was truly just a child. Shaking the token in his hand, the golden edges shimmered in the sunlight. Should he visit the Scripture Pavilion? To be honest, Wei Ziyan felt somewhat resistant to the idea, having been deemed a failure by many esteemed authorities. He truly was a waste, that if he was indeed a waste, then his ability to comprehend any technique should be limited. Wei Ziyan feared the shelves would be filled with writings he could not comprehend. After much thought, he finally resolved to gather his courage. Pushing open the door, he enveloped his feet in spiritual energy, leaving no trace upon the snow. The ancient, multi-layered pavilion, with its striking inscription of Scripture Pavilion, stood before him. In the capital of the Southern Kingdom, there existed a grand library said to house all the books in the world. That library was known as the Library of Tomes. And under its influence, nearly every place in the 9 provinces that housed techniques and larger libraries was referred to as a Scripture Pavilion. Presenting his token, without any unnecessary exchanges, Wei Ziyan entered the Scripture Pavilion. There was no reclusive elder. Only a young attendant was on duty. The Scripture Pavilion comprised 5 floors, with the 1st to 5th levels housing internal techniques, external techniques, books, scriptures, and classics respectively on the 1st floor. Wei Ziyan merely glanced around before departing. It was well known that all internal techniques required a spiritual fetus or innate aptitude for cultivation, which he lacked as for external techniques. They were merely martial arts. Wei Ziyan took a few looks before casually opening a technique book, only to find the first page devoid of any text. Suddenly, a buzzing echoed in his mind, and a line of faint text appeared on the page. "Would you like to borrow the transformative technique?" Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow slightly. Opening the book further, the cover indeed bore that title. With such a grandiose name, it was evidently not a good thing. Having learned from previous experiences, Wei Ziyan set the technique aside and turned to the back shelves. Cloud-pushing palm, fiery fist, pillar of heaven. Wei Ziyan froze for a moment, then hastily returned to seize the book labeled Fiery Fist. Did his ability to wield fire attribute techniques count as possessing aptitude for fire cultivation? After some thought, Wei Ziyan placed his hand upon it, and in an instant, a somewhat chaotic array of text flooded his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a line of text upon the book. Remaining borrowing attempts, 3. This meant he could only borrow 4 technique books at a time, and they would reside within his mind. Wei Ziyan casually retrieved a pen from his pocket, attempting to transcribe the martial arts techniques swirling in his mind. However, his hands seemed to operate independently, producing entirely different characters, as if the very cosmos conspired against him. It dawned upon him why someone as inexperienced as Shao Si was entrusted with guarding the sacred scripture repository. Chapter 22. The Trial of the Divine Envoy. With only 3 borrowing opportunities remaining, he needed to find several suitable tomes that he meandered among the bookshelves and eventually discovered a promising volume. Waves of 1,000 Layers. Transforming strength into water. Spirit into waves. As the waves surge, the water becomes boundless. It appeared remarkably impressive, indeed. Most importantly, it was a manual tailored for water practitioners. Wei Ziyan speculated that the chaotic script he encountered while absorbing the techniques was likely a consequence of his insufficient aptitude for fire-based cultivation. What if he attempted a water-based technique instead? After all, he had awakened the ability to harness water. With both hands resting on the manual, Wei Ziyan closed his eyes and silently chanted for absorption. Moments later, he opened his eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented, but he could not comprehend it at all. Take this phrase, for instance. The highest virtue is like water, accommodating all shapes. What did it mean? The entire text resembled an even more convoluted form of classical Chinese, leaving him utterly perplexed that if he were to discern any semblance of understanding, it might be that he felt a subtle shift in his energy center each time he chanted silently. What should he do? He couldn't remain a mere brute with spiritual energy. Could he? With a sigh of uncertainty, Wei Ziyan felt as if he were lost in darkness, unable to see his hand in front of his face. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he envisioned a figure that, of course, Xia Mei was a genius. She would surely understand. With this thought, Wei Ziyan opened the system interface and glanced at the messages before him. He paused, realizing he had somewhat neglected his Dao companion of late. Following Xia Mei's messages, he replied to each one in turn. Then he accessed the system store, first exchanging his daily Hardest Desire points for a cleansing elixir pill. Holding the pill in his hand, he felt a wave of dizziness. These past several days of unconsciousness amounted to dozens of cleansing pills. If he sold them, who knew how many spirit stones he could acquire? Could he sell them? or perhaps allow someone else to consume them? Once this notion took root, it spiraled uncontrollably in his mind that he thought of the delicate Muronya. If she could take a cleansing pill, might it benefit her health? With this in mind, Wei Ziyan put away the pill he had intended for himself, planning to test it later. Opening the system page, he was greeted by a stunning image of Xiao Mei. Enveloped in mist with faint glimmers of white light. Was she washing dishes? Wei Ziyan pursed his lips and lowered his gaze. Indeed, Xiao Mei's status indicated she was in the midst of bathing, swallowing hard. He averted his eyes. Though it was winter, he felt inexplicably warm. Staring wide-eyed, he reminded himself that an image was merely an image, and he could not see the more enchanting aspects of spring. Wei Ziyan poked Xiao Mei, sending her the opening line he had recently conceived. Then he set aside the manual and exited the scripture repository. More haste, less speed. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. Unable to comprehend the text, attempting to learn multiple techniques at once would be futile. Wei Ziyan resolved to take it step by step. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, patiently awaiting Xiao Mei's response. The jade pendant in his hand shimmered with a soft blue light, and the spiritual energy flowing through the air surged rapidly, though Wei Ziyan, with his eyes closed, remained unaware of it. In the open-air hot spring of the Lishan Sect's courtyard, Zhang Xiaoxue and Xiao Mei were comfortably soaking in the warm waters. This was a complimentary feature of the small cottage provided by the sect. Normally, one would have to spend many spirit stones to enjoy a hot spring like this. Suddenly, Xiao Mei's shriek startled the nearby Zhang Xiaoxue, who had her eyes closed. She hurried to Xiao Mei's side. Concern etched across her face. What happened? Xiao Mei's cheeks flushed. It felt as if someone had suddenly brushed their fingers against her waist. Though the sensation was fleeting, she was acutely aware that it was the divine envoy calling to her. I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle, she replied instinctively, knowing she couldn't divulge the truth to Zhang Xiaoxue. Can you really twist your ankle in a hot spring? Zhang Xiaoxue questioned skeptically, reaching out to feel Xiao Mei's forehead, which was warm. Are you sick? Get up, Xiao Mei replied irritably, though we're in a hot spring. Of course, it feels warm. Yes. Zhang Xiaoxue nodded, arms crossed over her chest. But how can someone twist their ankle while soaking in a hot spring? Isn't that strange? Xiao Mei found herself at a loss for words. Just be quiet. I want to rest. With that, she tilted her head, her fiery red hair cascading down, finding solace against two soft pillows. Oh, Zhang Xiaoxue pouted, about to retort that one shouldn't sleep on someone else, but seeing the fatigue etched on Xiao Mei's face, she refrained. These past few days, Xiao Mei's energy had been waning, and only recently had she shown signs of improvement, which eased Zhang Xiaoxue's earlier worries. What on earth? So it turned out to be that time of the month, Xiao Mei thought, closing her eyes and immersing herself in her thoughts. After reading through the divine envoy's message and her own reflections, a line of text suddenly appeared before her. The highest virtue is like water. It adapts to all forms. What could this possibly mean? Was this a test of her understanding? Xiao Mei pondered for a moment before replying. If I'm not mistaken, this should pertain to a martial arts manual, rather than a divine power. Such a statement would indeed reveal her insights. The phrase suggested embodying a noble, yet gentle disposition. When considering the martial arts itself, it spoke to the balance of firmness and flexibility, harmonizing both. In other words, one should not become fixated on the superficial, but rather focus on the flow of spiritual energy and the true essence of the technique, mastering the art of releasing and gathering energy with both strength and grace. A moment later, a similar line appeared, albeit lengthier this time. Xiao Mei fell into a brief silence, wondering why the divine envoy would inquire about what seemed like commonplace knowledge. She had discerned from their exchanges that aside from the opening line, the manual barely reached the third tier of the yellow grade, not even qualifying for the mystical grade. Was the divine envoy subtly urging her to remain grounded? It likely was so. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a reply, Xiao Mei opened her eyes and raised her head, just as she noticed Zhang Xiaoxue blissfully asleep beside her. With a silent sigh, she thought, this girl can sleep through anything. Glancing at the hourglass by the edge of the hot spring, Xiao Mei was astonished to realize that half an hour had slipped away. Had her conversation with the divine envoy truly passed so swiftly? It felt like only a few exchanges. What incredible power could alter the perception of time? Xiao Mei clenched her small fist, secretly elated. Thankfully, her intelligence had prevailed. The divine envoy was indeed testing her. Chapter 23. Chun Wei in the small courtyard. The ever-burning lamp had been refueled thrice in the dead of night. A sudden exclamation pierced the stillness that I've done it. With an expression of sheer exhilaration, Wei Ziyan dashed into the courtyard. Following the mental pathway etched in his memory, he positioned his hands in front of him, pushing outward, raising them high, and then transforming them into an open palm thrust. Boom! In that fleeting moment of execution, Wei Ziyan's heart sank as he quickly reined in most of his power. The snow on the ground, thick as a calf, instantly formed a deep crater, revealing the azure marble beneath, while the surrounding snow remained untouched. Had anyone been present, they would surely marvel at Wei Ziyan's terrifying control over his strength. IVE truly succeeded. Wei Ziyan exhaled, a joyful smile gracing his face. After returning from the scripture repository, he had secluded himself in his room until now, with Xiaomei's clarifications regarding the martial art. The clouds of confusion in his mind began to dissipate. Yet even so, it had taken him nearly an entire night to grasp the final move of waves of 1,000 layers. The dragon emerges from the sea. This maneuver felt peculiar, requiring him to bring his hands together above his head, mimicking a tiger pouncing on its prey. But in the heat of battle, wouldn't this be akin to presenting oneself as an easy target? Wei Ziyan could easily imagine a scene where two combatants exchange blows, and suddenly, he shouted, the dragon emerges from the sea. While performing such a ludicrous gesture, his opponent would surely burst into laughter. Although Wei Ziyan found it somewhat odd, he diligently committed it to memory. After all, it might prove invaluable in a critical moment. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he noted the moonless, windy night, with stars twinkling in the vast expanse. The darkness always bred a sense of trepidation. Shaking his head, Wei Ziyan retreated to his room to sleep. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, the air bore a palpable humidity. Outside the city of Dingshan, a magnificent steed galloped swiftly into the town. Wei Ziyan, come out! Your grandfather has returned. The urgent voice carried a hint of excitement, quickly resonating throughout the Wei family estate. Who is out there? In the main hall, Qiuyu awoke with bleary eyes, asking irritably, Madam, it seems to be the son of the Chun family. The Chun family estate. The young master Qiuyu exhibited a flicker of bewilderment upon his face. Was he not stationed at the border? How had he returned? This remained unclear. The young attendants in the Wei family courtyard gazed at the youth clad in armor, hesitant to approach. The young man exuded an air of vitality. Yet a scar etched between his slightly raised brows added an ominous aura to his otherwise formidable presence. Come here, Chun Wei commanded, casually seizing one of the attendants, his smile warm as he inquired. Do you know where Wei Ziyan is? Who is Wei Ziyan? The attendant replied, bewildered. Chun Wei furrowed his brow, a faint, unsettling aura emanating from him. You do not know who Wei Ziyan is? His grip on the attendant tightened, drawing them closer together, causing the attendant to tremble, a stain appearing beneath him. Young Master Chun. Young Master Chun. The steward chuckled awkwardly. He is new here and does not know the young master. Please forgive him. Young Master Zhang. The second young master is in the side courtyard. You may go find him. That's so. Chun Wei released his hold and patted the attendant's shoulder, saying, my apologies, brother. He then turned and strode towards the side room. Watching Chun Wei's retreating figure, the steward squinted, inwardly marveling at how the young master's prowess was far more complex than his superficial 5 radiance realm suggested. The weight of his armor was no less than several tens of pounds. Yet he moved without a sound. Coupled with the presence of Murong Yunhai behind the second young master, the manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, and several clan elders with ambiguous attitudes in the ancestral hall. The second young master's connections had grown considerably. Wei Ziyan, Chun Wei bellowed, standing at the entrance of the side courtyard. Who is it? Wei Ziyan frowned slightly, startled from the meditative state he had barely achieved. A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind, yet he quickly regained his composure. He possessed few friends. To be precise, it seemed he had none at all. The only ones who dared to call him by his name were. Bang! The door swung open abruptly, revealing Wei Ziyan barefoot, his face adorned with a broad smile. The two stood frozen, taken aback upon their reunion. Chun Wei scrutinized his long-absent brother, noting he had grown taller. his appearance seemingly unchanged except for a slight gauntness that made him appear fragile, as if he could snap like a bamboo stalk in the wind. Chen Wei's thoughts were immediately betrayed by his expression. On the other side, Wei Ziyan appraised his younger brother, the scar on his brow still prominent, likely a remnant of a fierce battle. Taller than himself, with an imposing demeanor, and clad in armor, he exuded a more masculine charm. "Why have you returned? Is it not permissible for me to come back?" Chen Wei stepped over the threshold, his foot landing in a deep pit from the previous night, astonishment flickering in his eyes before a sudden realization struck him. You can cultivate." Chen Wei swallowed hard, the armor clanking around him. "Not coming in?" Wei Ziyan stood at the door, his sleeves billowing, radiating a transcendent aura. But Chen Wei waved his hand, chuckling as he stepped inside. "It has been some time since we last met." Seated cross-legged on the bed, Chen Wei curiously surveyed his surroundings. Cobwebs clung to the corners, revealing that this place had been uninhabited for some time. Had Ziyan not been living well over these years? Indeed, it has been over a decade. It's rare for you to remember your elder brother, did Ziyan. Have these years been difficult? Wei Ziyan paused, his face momentarily stiffening as he poured tea. "Who says that? I am the second young master of the Wei family. How could I be living poorly?" Chen Wei shook his head, accepting the tea from Wei Ziyan and taking a sip. "How could you possibly cultivate?" "Ridiculous," Wei Ziyan replied, settling cross-legged beside him with a smile, "that I am a once-in-a-generation genius. Is it not normal for me to cultivate?" Seeing that Wei Ziyan was not inclined to elaborate, Chen Wei merely chuckled. "Why have you returned?" Wei Ziyan blinked, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, just visiting family. Is that not normal?" Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Wei, and he spoke up. "The border has been somewhat unstable lately. There are curfews at night. And patrols are everywhere, Dada. Let us not dwell on that." Wei Ziyan, intrigued, noticed Chen Wei waving his hand dismissively. "That I just returned and haven't even enter my house. I came to find you first. You must entertain me well, of course." Wei Ziyan smiled lightly, a warmth blossoming within him. Chapter 24. Heaven and earth on the spacious moat. Fireworks ascended, bursting into breathtaking displays, while the full moon hung high overhead, illuminating a tall building adorned with green tiles and red lanterns. "This," Wei Ziyan turned stiffly, his face a mix of hesitation and anticipation. "I see this inappropriate. Could it be that you're still a novice?" Chen Wei's playful gaze swept over Wei Ziyan. "Nonsense," Wei Ziyan retorted. "I am no novice." Then, in a lowered voice, he added, "Aren't you a novice too?" Amused, Chen Wei scoffed. "What do you think I've been doing in the army all these years? Serving as a soldier. Do you know what we do after returning victorious? We indulge in women and revelry. You, a sheltered child, wouldn't you understand?" "Bah!" Wei Ziyan pouted. "So you expect me to accompany you here for a night of revelry?" He did not wish to go, but the title of having a partner lingered in his heart, instilling a sense of guilt that of course it's not that simple. Chen Wei reached for his weapon, only to retract his hand sheepishly upon realizing he was in casual attire. "Here, they say there is a renowned courtesan who captivates all." Wei Ziyan silently shook his head, wondering how a place as desolate as Dingshan County could produce such a renowned figure. Suddenly he froze, the image of Murong surfacing in his mind. Based on her appearance, captivating all seemed rather effortless. "That if we were to visit a brothel, I would leave," Wei Ziyan declared, yet his body remained rooted in place. Unmoving. "Am I such a shallow person?" Chen Wei, feeling belittled, twitched his lips. "Are you not? All right, let us stop the banter." Chen Wei shrugged. "Didn't you want to find your mother's whereabouts and uncover the identity of that Zhang family young master?" Strangely enough, the secret Wei Ziyan had initially wished to keep to himself spilled forth in a torrent before Chen Wei. Seeking in a brothel? Wei Ziyan's expression turned peculiar to AT that moment. Two alluring young women emerged from the green-tiled building, their enticing curves partially concealed, drawing gazes that could not be torn away. "Come, young master." Before Wei Ziyan could protest, the women flanked him and Chen Wei, leading them towards the brothel. Wei Ziyan felt his arms ensnared in a cloud of softness, his heart fluttering. Just as he contemplated refusing, Chen Wei's voice echoed in his ear. "It is said that there is a famous courtesan here. If you can meet her demands, you may become a favored guest and ask her a question. It is rumored that she knows 8/10 of the world's affairs. I believe this could aid you." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan fell silent. mimicking Chen Wei as he buried his face in the delicate neck of one of the women. Inhaling the fragrance wafting from her, he marveled at the grandeur of the universe as they stepped aboard a vessel of indulgence. As they drew closer, Wei Ziyan finally discerned the name of the brothel, boldly inscribed in exaggerated characters. Heaven and earth at a fitting name. Wei Ziyan momentarily lost in thought. He entered the establishment. The women parading around showcased their enchanting figures, unabashedly flaunting their allure. Some balanced fruit baskets atop their heads, while others wielded feathered fans, and some danced gracefully. They were ushered to a circular seating area, where several women draped in sheer fabrics played enchanting melodies. The hall was filled with patrons, from teenagers to elderly men with white hair. Indeed, it was a true paradise of beauty and music. Did I ask what you said true? Wei Ziyan tilted his head slightly, the din of the music attempting to drown out the sweet nothings around them. Of course. Chen Wei boomed. Have I ever deceived you? Hearing his words, Wei Ziyan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the previously cacophonous music softened. A cerulean ripple appearing in the center, gradually enveloping the entire first floor of heaven and earth. The doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, the lights flickering in sequence, creating the ambience of a lively dance hall. Pink flower petals descended from above, and several beautiful women appeared on the upper floor, showering the patrons with blossoms. What is going on? Wei Ziyan inquired curiously. The sweet, intoxicating aroma in the air made him slightly dizzy. But as a cultivator, his mind remained clear. Shoo. Chen Wei placed his finger to his lips and whispered, "The courtesan is about to make her entrance." The courtesan, the most exquisite woman of the night? Wei Ziyan suddenly felt a flicker of interest. Sitting up straight in anticipation of the courtesan's appearance, Dio not misunderstand. He merely wished to swiftly acquire the information he sought, and it was not out of a desire to behold the courtesan's beauty. By the way, what were the conditions you mentioned for the courtesan? How are they to be fulfilled? Though somewhat dazzled, Wei Ziyan did not lose sight of his objective. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our celestial realm. A voice, crisp as the song of a golden oriole, echoed from an unknown source. Listen closely. Each performance is unique. Chen Wei hastily replied, then turned his attention to the few women performing in the center. Now, please cleanse yourselves and prepare for the moment you have long awaited. Today's flower buds are exceptionally vibrant. As the words settled, several scantily clad women approached, carrying clear water. Many impatient patrons even reached out to touch them. Exchanging light-hearted banter, do not touch recklessly. It will incur additional charges. Wei Ziyan's expression stiffened. Not only had he no intention of touching, but he also wondered how one could be so familiar with such customs. After washing his hands in the clear water for a moment, Wei Ziyan mimicked the others, rummaging through his pocket, and ultimately tossed a low-grade spirit stone onto the table. The woman in charge of the collection paused for a moment. Casting a deep glance at Wei Ziyan, that he blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings and noting that most were using mundane gold and silver, and their contributions were not insignificant. By comparison, his single low-grade spirit stone seemed rather meager. Ah, this is astounding. Thank you, esteemed guests, for your generosity. It was noteworthy that today not only saw the highest amount of contributions, but also set a record for the lowest. Wei Ziyan was slightly taken aback when he heard the melodious voice announce. The individual with the highest contribution hails from seat number 3, while the one with the least is from seat number 30. Wei Ziyan frowned slightly, only to hear Chen Wei's voice beside him. Do not panic. This is merely a procedure. Indeed, many individuals in the hall regarded the announcement with curiosity, but no one whispered. After all, those who frequented such establishments were typically either wealthy or of high status. Chapter 25. We invite the fairy B. As the words fell, a flowing melody suddenly swelled, with the harmonious sounds of string instruments mingling, and petals danced through the air, creating a moment of ethereal beauty. Beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Quite the reputation, Wei Ziyan mused, shaking his head slightly as he resolved to witness the true beauty of this beauty. A scarlet ribbon descended, showering a cascade of multicolored petals. Following the ribbon, a veiled woman gracefully descended. Although her features were hidden, her otherworldly aura and perfect proportions bore no semblance to that of a worldly courtesan. She truly resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. After gazing for a while, Wei Ziyan suddenly chuckled and shook his head. When had he become so worldly? Today, those who answer the poetry correctly will be granted entry. Poetry, they were to be tested on poetry. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan instinctively sighed in relief. Though he had no literary talent, his memory was not devoid of remarkable poets. What do you think? Chen Wei leaned closer, saying, "This is your forte, brother. When have I ever deceived you?" Wei Ziyan paused, suddenly recalling verses he had recited in childhood while playing with Chen Wei, astonished that they had remained in his memory until now. Today's theme is flower. As soon as he spoke, the hall fell silent, leaving only the sound of rustling paper. Glancing around, Wei Ziyan noticed that most middle-aged men were accompanied by younger scholars, suggesting they were merely captivated by the allure of the fairy Biyue. His intentions were different. He sought only the information he desired, but as for beauty, it depended on her appearance. Wei Ziyan held the brush in his hand, remaining silent for a moment as waves of poetry about flowers flooded his mind. Yet he chose not to put pen to paper, that a glance sideways revealed that Chen Wei had already finished, his gaze fixated on the seated fairy Biyue. The delicate veil cannot conceal the spring's brilliance. One glance is never enough. Two flowers bloom, each a solitary stem, disappearing amidst the thicket, unseen. Wei Ziyan found himself momentarily bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning of Chen Wei's words. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that the petals swirling in the air were predominantly plum blossoms. For it seemed this was the season when the winter sweet bloomed most abundantly. Suddenly, a semblance of inspiration dawned upon him. Wei Ziyan put pen to paper, then began to sip tea and indulge in delicacies. The high prices at Tianshang Runjian were justified. Many fruits, regardless of the season, were abundantly available. The time has come. Today, we shall witness the presence of fated individuals. Please bear with us for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the young woman responsible for the collection gathered all the slips of paper. The fairy Biyue also gracefully glided away, disappearing from view. Soon, enchanting pipa melodies floated down from the second floor, resonating like the clash of blades and the gentle trickle of a spring. The deep strings resonate like a torrential downpour, while the delicate strings whisper like secrets. The immersive quality of the pipa music captivated Wei Ziyan, and he felt his eyes grow misty. Now he understood why Sima's blue robe became damp. Looking down, he found himself clad in a similar blue robe, prompting a wry smile and a shake of his head. "Is this it?" Chen Wei, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to Wei Ziyan and asked, "Is it over?" "Should be," Wei Ziyan shrugged. "Did you not know? Why are you asking me? Speaking of which, how did you come to know of such a place?" "Well," Chen Wei hesitated, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "My father told me." Wei Ziyan silently raised a finger and refrained from further commentary. Those of a certain status often arrange their social gatherings in such establishments. Making visits to brothels a common occurrence, that it seemed Chen Wei's father was not as simple as he appeared. That my father provided 3 entry passes. That this. Chen Wei scanned the room. "Where's my father? If your father saw you here, he would have run off by now." With this thought, Wei Ziyan took a sip of his floral tea, suddenly noticing a suspicious figure across from him, glancing over furtively. Could it be mere coincidence? Wei Ziyan discreetly turned away, pretending not to see. "Can we not get any results yet?" Compared to Wei Ziyan, Chen Wei appeared more anxious. "Your poem likely won't pass the first round." Just as Wei Ziyan was about to retort, a flash of insight struck him. Is there a possibility of disqualification? "Of course," Chen Wei nodded. "Disqualification is the norm, but it is said that the courtesan has graced Tianshang Renjian for over 2 years. Yet only one has ascended the embroidered loft." As he spoke, he leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Moreover, I heard that person only stayed inside for less than half an hour, which suggests she might still be." Chen Wei nudged Wei Ziyan's shoulder, winking knowingly, his expression suggesting a shared understanding. "That I don't comprehend," Wei Ziyan replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed Chen Wei was both knowledgeable and clueless at the same time. If there are no visitors to the loft, wouldn't that be a waste of money? For many, merely witnessing the fairy Biyue was enough to validate their visit. Chen Wei pointed out, "Tonight, all your expenses at Tianshang Runjian will be waived." However, I've never met someone so frugal before. Wei Ziyan understood. This was essentially a tactic to encourage spending, a form of celebrity effect, if you will. Instantly, his anticipation for the questioning segment diminished. How much did they contribute at the very least? 3 taels of fragmented gold. given that 10 low-grade spirit stones were roughly equivalent to 1 tael of fragmented silver, and 1 tael of fragmented gold equated to 10 taels of silver. It followed that 3 taels of fragmented gold amounted to approximately 300 low-grade spirit stones. Wei Ziyan swallowed hard in shock. Is it truly the case that a common family's annual living expenses could be spent in a single evening rewarding a courtesan? Wei Ziyan found the notion absurd, yet strangely plausible to in this world. The wealthy predominantly controlled the paths of cultivation, effectively monopolizing the avenues for the common folk to rise, resulting in a stark divide between the rich and the poor. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. Today, our young lady intends to offer the final opportunity for ascension. After today, she shall no longer receive visitors. We kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could a courtesan simply declare an end to her services? It was difficult to fathom what sort of courtesan possessed such formidable authority. After all, even the most beautiful courtesan was merely a tool for profit. May we present our ascendant? Seat number 30. As the words resonated, a pink glow illuminated Wei Ziyan. Is it truly you? Chen Wei's mouth fell agape before he exclaimed with a grin, I told you I would never deceive you. Meanwhile, the suspicious figure across the room widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that their son's friend would be the one to ascend. Uncertain whether he could grant himself a reprieve, Chen Wei murmured. Until tomorrow, he lifted his gaze in search of a lovely maiden to spend a delightful evening with, but as he stood, his body abruptly froze in disbelief. Father? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Pray for your own fortune, uncle, Wei Ziyan sighed, suppressing a surge of excitement within, and gracefully leapt to the second floor, entwined in a ribbon. Chapter 26. Night falls. The plum blossoms fell in countless petals. Still imbued with sentiment, dancing like snowflakes in the wind, that a soft, melodious female voice resonated in his ears, akin to enchanting music. That moment, the fairy of the azure moon was softly reciting a poem penned by Wei Ziyan. Is the young master not mocking the azure moon? She pondered. Wei Ziyan entered, revealing a spacious wooden bathtub in the center, exuding steam. Nearby, a jade bed draped with sheer gauze added an alluring charm to the atmosphere. Scattered in the corners of the room were various instruments whose names eluded him, while the walls displayed somewhat risque spring palace paintings. Wei Ziyan found himself momentarily dazed. The room's intricate decor offered no clue as to the true nature of the azure moon. Plum blossoms fall in thousands of petals. Does this not suggest that the realm of mortals is a place of amorous encounters, devoid of purity? The azure moon sighed bitterly. Indeed, what hope do we women possess? Yet, gazing at the young master's poem, she mused, surely there is more to it. There is, Wei Ziyan replied after a brief silence, that my lady, there is no need for self-reproach. This poem merely reflects my sentiments. And if it has caused you any distress, I sincerely apologize. Upon saying this, he inclined to bow, but suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped him, and gentle hands supported him, causing him to lift his gaze and behold the stunning visage of the azure moon beneath her veil. Her elegant brows arched like distant mountains. Her smooth forehead and full, rosy lips, along with a high nose that hinted at foreign allure, were captivating. Especially her expressive eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, were utterly bewitching. Young master, the azure moon said, her head lowered shyly. Forgive my rudeness. You are simply too beautiful. Wei Ziyan chuckled awkwardly, diverting his gaze to avoid her enchanting countenance. That I had thought you a gentleman of integrity. Yet it appears you too have a penchant for allure, she teased, her tone playful. Hearing her alluring jest, Wei Ziyan momentarily lost his composure. When seated, she resembled an untainted celestial being, yet now she exuded the charm of a captivating enchantress. Skillfully ensnaring the hearts of men. With determination, Wei Ziyan resolved to take bold action, wrapping the azure moon in his embrace. The azure moon was momentarily flustered but quickly regained her composure. Wei Ziyan leaned down, and just as she internally lamented the impending turn of events, he whispered, Fairy, you are not an ordinary woman. Are you startled? The azure moon trembled slightly, wrapping her arms around Wei Ziyan's neck, jesting, If I were a mere mortal, how could the young master find me in such a place? You are a cultivator, Wei Ziyan stated with a subtle smile, observing the slight change in her expression. And if my guess is correct, You must be a spirit cultivator. The enchanting figure in his arms suddenly appeared more composed, her voice cool and distant. You discerned that, quite easily, Wei Zian replied. From the moment I entered, I stepped into the illusion you wove. The air is thick with a rich fragrance, likely derived from honeyed linglong petals. Most courtesans use such petals to create an atmosphere, but you have overdone it, rendering it rather peculiar. The Azure Moon chuckled. As a courtesan, is it not permissible to use an abundance of petals? Of course it is, Wei Zian acknowledged. However, it is unfortunate that I have been physically frail since childhood. Thus, I cannot perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world. You have cleverly exploited this weakness. Yet, you may not realize, I too am a cultivator. With that, a flickering flame materialized in his hand in truth, it was merely the fire that had enabled him to pierce her illusion. His earlier words were mere fabrications to disorient the Azure Moon, that I have encountered many cultivators, and none beneath the heavens can withstand my illusions. You are the first. The Azure Moon turned to face him. Her breathtaking beauty unchanged, a playful smile gracing her lips. You are quite intriguing. The so-called wasteful second son of the Wei family piques my interest more and more. Did I tell this? She suddenly leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of her alluring form. Shall we engage in a genuine affair of romance? Wei Zian cast a lingering glance, nearly entranced. Fairy, employing the same tactic a second time would be ill-advised. Silence enveloped the room. Moments later, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed, revealing the Azure Moon reclining on the wooden platform, her long, slender legs elegantly crossed. She held a sheet of white paper in her hands. You have comprehended it, the Azure Moon gasped, astonished by the fleeting shadow in Wei Zian's hand. A mere trick, he replied with a faint smile, settling beside her, the distance between them no more than the span of a fist, allowing him to catch the alluring fragrance emanating from her, a subtle elegance reminiscent of orchids. Could the young master enlighten me on the latter half? Last night's serenade dissipates easily, and the wine awakens boundless sorrow. The spring mountains above are cold, surrounded by the twilight hues of departing geese. For a brief moment, I leaned against the railing, but the person is nowhere to be seen, as the silken fabric conceals my tears. Reflecting on the past, the Azure Moon softly recited a few lines, savoring the moment, and the previously blank sheet of paper instantaneously filled with verses. Your lofty aspirations are admirable. Likewise, Wei Zian smiled, gesturing dismissively. The works of predecessors are merely learned with ease. As she spoke, the Azure Moon, her complexion flushed with a rosy hue, playfully placed her foot in Wei Zian's lap. Might I inquire if the young master possesses a silver lance? Do you truly wish to test it? Wei Zian chuckled, extending his hand. I would not mind sharing a night of passion with such a beauty. Ha! The Azure Moon responded. You must remain here tonight. As for how to indulge, that depends on your prowess. I have a question. With your capabilities, why submit to this role as a songstress? Why must the young master still conceal his talents? The Azure Moon smiled lightly. Moreover, if I were not here, how would you ever encounter me? Wei Zian was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Night has fallen. Shall we converse by candlelight or weather the night together? Night has fallen. Wei Zian merely shook his head. Ha ha ha. The Azure Moon giggled, covering her mouth. And in the blink of an eye, the room was engulfed in darkness. Faint sounds of breath, both coarse and fine, emanated from within. Outside, Chen Wei shook his head with a smile. This lad truly is remarkable. Young master, a sultry voice protested nearby. Who brings their concubine to eavesdrop? You are the first. Ha ha, let us join them. Chen Wei said, wrapping his arms around the alluring waist of the woman beside him, as they made their way to a nearby room. Chapter 27. Years passed as the door opened. Wei Zian, who had been stretching, felt a peculiar gaze upon him. Looking up, he found Chen Wei leaning against the door with a somewhat resentful expression. What are you doing? Wei Zian pushed Chen Wei aside. Exasperated. Chen Wei scratched his head, grinning as he noticed Wei Zian had thoughtfully closed the door to the room. How was last night? Was it enjoyable? Wei Zian paused, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, where they had been tightly entwined, engaging in playful clapping until she had settled into the tub, leaving him to stand all night, resulting in a rather sore waist. It was fine, though I did grow a bit weary towards the end. Hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes widened, and after a moment he shook his head, silently giving a thumbs dash up. As they exited the ferry, They headed towards the inner city to be. By the way, was that person last night really your uncle? Wei Ziyan asked curiously, blinking to no. I mistook someone, Chen Wei said, feeling a bit awkward as he swiftly changed the subject. What question were you asking? Noticing Wei Ziyan's slight silence, Chen Wei felt a surge of anger. You didn't forget about the important matters while indulging yourself, did you? I should have gone instead. What do you mean? Wei Ziyan sighed, realizing he had inquired about two matters without addressing either. Why do you say that? Both matters point to one location. Where? The imperial city of Yuzhou. Chen Wei's face reflected confusion, but the imperial city is clearly in Shuzhou. How could it be in Yuzhou? I don't know, with a wry smile gracing his lips. Wei Ziyan shook his head, but he informed me that until one reaches the realm of the Seven Stars, it is prudent to refrain from venturing forth, for such places are not meant for mere minnows. At this juncture, Wei Ziyan fell into a contemplative silence. The opportunities to glean rewards from Xiao Mei had been dwindling, and despite several days passing, his rapport remained stubbornly close to the elusive 90. Furthermore, the spiritual energy obtained from recent withdrawals had considerably diminished, to the extent that Wei Ziyan felt it was less than what he could painstakingly gather over time. Yet, through their exchanges, Xiao Mei had been diligently cultivating in recent days. Wei Ziyan speculated that this might be linked to the narrowing gap in their respective realms. Waiter, bring us 2 bowls of wontons and a few slices of beef, he ordered. Certainly. Turning around, Chen Wei noticed the troubled expression on Wei Ziyan's face and remarked, perhaps we could consult some texts. There may be historical ties between Yuzhou and the imperial city. Where is Yuzhou? Wei Ziyan suddenly realized the gravity of this question. After a moment of reflection, Chen Wei softly replied, Yuzhou has never existed. The 12 states of the Southern Kingdom have never known Yuzhou. Never known Yuzhou? Wei Ziyan pondered aloud. Yet, there was indeed a Yuzhou in history. Have you heard of the tale of the beacon fire and the lords? Wei Ziyan lifted his gaze. Isn't that in Lishan? Perhaps in ancient times, Yuzhou was indeed referred to as Lishan. However, the current designation for Yuzhou is Yinliang. Yinliang, the northern lands of the Southern Kingdom are perpetually cold and dreary. Yet it is a significant military stronghold, conveniently situated adjacent to the Yin Kingdom and Liang territories. The name Yinliang reflects a certain disdain from the Southern Kingdom towards these two powers, symbolizing its overwhelming national strength. Here you go, gentlemen. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. Chen Wei handed Wei Ziyan chopsticks, urging him to eat first, for there was no need to rush. All right. After their meal, the two strolled alongside the moat of the Ding Mountain County, where willows lined the pathway, their delicate tendrils cascading even in winter. The moat, suffused with a continuous flow of spiritual energy, nourished the surrounding greenery. Now that I'm back, when will I return? Wei Ziyan mused, resting his hands behind his head, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. The willows, having absorbed ample spiritual energy, imparted a natural clarity of mind as they walked beneath their shade. That I don't know, Chen Wei replied, his hands resting on his waist as he lightly patted them. That I recall you mentioning that the border has been quite unstable lately. Wei Ziyan turned his head, curiosity piqued. Could you elaborate? After all, his father was still leading troops at the border. Chen Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. Have you ever seen a rat at midnight? What do you mean? Trembling with trepidation, as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Every sound a whisper of unrest. Could it be that the Yu Kingdom is losing control? Wei Ziyan ventured tentatively. This year's snowfall has been unusually heavy. It stands to reason that a nation like the Yu Kingdom, reliant on herding for sustenance, is on the brink of disaster. Their cattle and sheep will dwindle, leaving them with no choice but to resort to pillaging for food to survive the winter. Mere country bumpkins, Chen Wei scoffed, his tone laced with disdain for the Yu Kingdom. And if they dare to confront us head-on? Wei Ziyan interjected, denying him the chance to vent. Suddenly, Chen Wei halted and sat by the riverbank. Do you know what has transpired? What? As Wei Ziyan settled beside him, the surrounding spiritual energy enveloped their conversation in a shroud of silence. That on the very day I returned, the military camp discovered dead rats with red eyes. The mention of red-eyed dead rats sent a chill down Wei Ziyan's spine. The apostles? Indeed. Thus, my return was not merely for a familial visit, but to procure epidemic prevention supplies. Although it's claimed that the plague from decades past was fabricated, veterans in the army have attested to its reality. lives were lost, and a city of hundreds of thousands perished overnight, transformed into the souls of apostles. Chen Wei clenched his fists that no matter what. I cannot allow such a calamity to befall Ding Mountain County. Did I ask this information reliable? Casting a glance at Wei Xian's anxious expression, Chen Wei smiled, rising to his feet, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's better to be prepared than to regret later. Stretching his limbs, he added with a grin, do not worry. Your brother will keep you safe. Let us return that I must check on the procurement of supplies. Wei Xian stood, his expression somber. Above all, remember, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, that I shall not return with you. Very well. Chen Wei stepped back a few paces, turning to clasp his fists in farewell. Farewell, young hero. We shall meet again in the martial world. I will seek you out again tomorrow. As Wei Xian prepared to return the gesture, uncertainty washed over him, leading him to turn and wave instead. The two parted as they had in their youth, one racing ahead while the other lingered to wave, calling out their farewells. The last farewell had been a decade ago. Chapter 28. Turmoil. After bidding farewell to Chen Wei, Wei Xian ambled back to the Wei residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of disarray. The younger children were scurrying about, clutching an assortment of items, with a preponderance of mugwort among them. Their faces were largely etched with panic as they hurried to and fro, that a foreboding thought stirred within Wei Xian, prompting him to intercept a child. What is happening? Pestilence, pestilence, the child exclaimed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his speech stumbling. Pestilence, so it has come to this. Wei Xian suddenly recalled something and hastened towards the Chen residence located to the north of Ding Mountain County. Upon arrival, he was met with a throng of horse-drawn carts laden with blankets, herbs, and numerous exquisite jade vials. The soldiers moved with military precision, and the air was thick with a palpable tension. Where is your leader? Wei Xian inquired as he approached point one soldier. Glancing at Wei Xian's attire and discerning he was no ordinary person, replied, Are you referring to our chief Chen Baichong? He has already set out and should be at the city gate by now. Thank you. Wei Xian clasped his hands in gratitude, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, leaping forward to reach the city wall in no time. Due to the need to escort supplies, Chen Wei was not moving swiftly. At that moment, he was merely crossing the bridge over the moat on horseback. Chen Wei, Wei Xian shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Hearing the call, Chen Wei abruptly pulled on the reins, turning his horse around. What is it? A smile danced on his lips. I knew you couldn't keep this from me. Take care. A multitude of sentiments coalesced into a simple farewell. Understood. Chen Wei turned his horse around. Raising his hand high, he sang, Who says there are no clothes? I share my garments with you. I share my garments with you. Wei Xian echoed softly, then turned away without a backward glance, returning to the Wei residence. The best of friends, the finest of brothers, came and went like this, leaving a void in his heart. Brother! Suddenly, a childish voice pierced through the air. Wei Xian paused, only to see the chubby figure of Wei Zihao rushing in, clutching a large handful of mugwort. Even in winter, he was clad in a light garment rather than a heavy coat that in contrast to Wei Xian's water affinity. His younger brother had evidently inherited the fire affinity of the Wei family quite well. What is this? Wei Xian asked, ruffling his brother's hair, recognizing the mugwort immediately. This is mugwort, Wei Zihao declared, hands on his hips, his innocent voice ringing out that I heard it can ward off the big rats. So I saved some for you, brother. Thank you, Zihao, that a warmth blossomed in Wei Xian's heart as he smiled gently. Here, Wei Zihao extended his chubby little hand towards Wei Xian. Hey, aren't you going to give me something in return? Ha, Wei Xian chuckled, a sudden idea flashing through his mind, but he bent down, scooping up Wei Zihao in his arms, and said, Brother will take you to buy some delicious treats. The two made their way to the town center, where Wei Xian purchased 4 skewers of candied hawthorn, allowing the little chubby one to indulge in a piece while he kept the rest. There's the grand gate. The little chubby one nodded vigorously, straining to widen his eyes at the door bearing the insignia of the Murong family. That go knock on the door, give her a candied hawthorn, and then hand her this letter. Okay. The little one took a small bite of the candied hawthorn, uncertainty flickering in his eyes that if you do this splendidly, whatever you want to eat later, brother will take you to buy it. All right, the little one chirped, clutching the candied hawthorn and letter as he scampered off. Who is it? This was the side door of the Murong residence, seldom used by visitors. The maid who heard the knock was momentarily taken aback. Upon opening the door, she beheld a well-dressed young boy, holding a letter and a candied hawthorn, swaying back and forth, unsure of which family he hailed from. "Sister, open it and take a look. You're allowed to have a bite of the candied hawthorn." Although he said so, it was evident that the chubby little one had no intention of offering the candied hawthorn. "Thank you." After reading the letter, the maid playfully pinched Wei Ziheo's little face before closing the door. In a similar manner, within the Baibao, Sister Xiaolan, "Let me show you this." "What is it?" Xiaolan leaned in with a smile, revealing a glimpse of enchanting beauty. Upon opening it, Xiaolan's expression slightly changed. "Thank you, that you're welcome." In the afternoon, Wei Ziyan bought a plethora of treats for the chubby little one, and then left him at home. After all, such places of indulgence were hardly suitable for children. Standing at the entrance of Tianshang Renjian, Wei Ziyan paused for a moment before ultimately deciding to enter. In his lifetime, he had few friends, to the extent that he could count them on one hand. Last night, the enchanting Buf fairy even closed her doors to guests for him. One could say they were friends. With no hindrance, Wei Ziyan pushed open the door and entered the familiar room. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned. The floor was strewn with scattered garments, and the sound of rushing water echoed from within. Following the sound, he beheld a stunning woman in the bath, delicately scooping water with her jade-like hand. The droplets cascaded down her fair neck, ultimately converging between two towering peaks of snow-like beauty. "You!" Hearing the door, the Buf fairy turned her head, momentarily startled as she shrank back into the water, leaving only her head above the surface. "You scoundrel! Why have you returned now?" The Buf fairy smiled coyly. "What? Are you wanting more? It's not as if you haven't seen it before." Wei Ziyan chuckled and closed the door, comfortably taking a seat on the Buf fairy's bed, propping his chin in his hand as he admired the breathtaking scene in the bath. "What else are you hiding? I have touched that before." "Nonsense," the Buf fairy scoffed, contemplating for a moment before, once again, reclining in the bath, though this time her arms were firmly clasped across her chest. "What brings you here? Weren't you quite merry last night? Your cries left my bones quaking with delight. Why the coldness today?" Wei Ziyan feigned a move to enter the bath, causing the Buf fairy's face to flush crimson. Her entire body trembling in an instant, Wei Ziyan felt an overwhelming force pressing against him from all directions. "All right, enough of the teasing." Surprised, Wei Ziyan laid back on the bed and explained, "I have come to inform you of a matter. A plague has emerged beyond the borders of Dingshan County that may be related to events from decades ago." "That a plague?" the Buf fairy exclaimed. Rising from the bath, Wei Ziyan's eyes widened, murmuring, "So white, so grand, so beautiful." The Buf fairy screamed, "Wei Ziyan, get out. I'm leaving." Feeling the intensifying pressure, Wei Ziyan flipped and leaped out of the window. "Remember not to wander out." The Buf fairy let out a bitter laugh. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Bah, a thief's heart without the courage. Chapter 29. Lishan and Trials. The night was as dark as ink, with a gentle evening breeze. After completing his usual interactions with Xiaomei, Wei Ziyan sat on his bed, perusing a book that in truth, the events from decades ago mentioned by Chun Wei during the day were merely hearsay to him. After a while, Wei Ziyan closed the book, letting out a long sigh. The undead army had unexpectedly conquered 4 of the 12 states of the Southern Kingdom in one fell swoop, and it was only due to the combined efforts of the scholars and sects that they managed to suppress it. Such was the terror of that time. However, what truly disheartened Wei Ziyan was not this fact that he had scoured all the ancient texts of the Wei family, but the records concerning Yuzhou only dated back a few hundred years to the secular dynasties, leaving him with no trace of any recent information. Yuzhou, Wei Ziyan gazed into the distance, the dark clouds mirroring his troubled thoughts. The next day, Wei Ziyan inquired with the elder members of his family, but they could only provide fragmented bits of information. Piecing these fragments together only served to deepen the fog of confusion. Yet, it seemed there was a connection to the undead army from decades past. What role did the apostle play in all of this? Unable to fathom the answer, Wei Ziyan sat in a daze on the chair in the Sutra repository. Notably, during this period, he received news from the Wei family elders regarding entering the ancestral hall. But Wei Ziyan did not immediately agree, choosing instead to wait and see. Time passed swiftly, and during this period, Wei Ziyan followed the clues related to the Zhuang family. ultimately uncovering some traces. The Southern Kingdom had experienced a century of calamities, with the Yuzhou Zhuang family involved in the transportation of supplies. After reading a page, he turned to the next and discovered clear signs of it being torn. Indeed, Lishan. However, where exactly was this Lishan? After a moment of silence, Wei Ziyan returned the book to its place. Since it had been deliberately torn, it clearly indicated an intent to conceal something. This implied that there were spies hidden within the Wei family. Wei Ziyan turned and made his way to the place where the secret texts were stored. He was nearly done with the Qiyu technique he had been practicing, that it was time to switch to another martial art. However, despite his caution, he had not noticed that the bookshelf had undergone noticeable changes. For several days thereafter, Wei Ziyan remained at home, diligently practicing the Qiyu technique that Xia Mei had elucidated. The so-called Qiyu was not merely about altering the heavens, but also about harnessing the timing and conditions to enhance one's capabilities. In truth, Wei Ziyan preferred techniques that exuded an ethereal quality, rather than the brutish and savage methods of raw combat. Yet, there was no alternative. The cost of refining the physical body was too steep. And at present, he could only rely on the daily consumption of detoxification pills for solace. Thus, martial arts that could enhance physical prowess within a certain time frame naturally became his top choice. After some time, just as Wei Ziyan thought the so-called plague was merely a ruse concocted by someone with ulterior motives, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred that Lishan sect. Xia Mei concluded a day of training and stepped out of the training room. Feeling somewhat fatigued that I've kept you waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xia Mei, Gongsun Ning, holding a book on sword techniques, immediately approached her sir. Xia Mei was slightly taken aback. She thought the sir would be engrossed in training at this hour. So why was he looking for her? As they walked and talked, Gongsun Ning casually handed the annotated sword technique book to Xia Mei, the implication clear. She was to master it, having grown accustomed to such exchanges. Xia Mei felt no particular surprise. Although she could only comprehend it, the rogue might very well be able to learn it. Equivalently, it meant that she too would have mastered it. What is it? Sir, Xia Mei inquired with curiosity, blinking her eyes softly. Do you know about the Yu Kingdom? I do. Gongsun Ning fell silent for a moment, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked ahead. The Tiannan Grand Assembly is about to commence. Xia Mei's mouth fell open. Surely, the sir wasn't he suggesting she participate in the Tiannan Grand Assembly? The so-called Tiannan Grand Assembly was an event organized by the court to establish a hierarchy among the various sects and academies of the Southern Kingdom, akin to a martial arts competition. However, in previous years, there have been strict requirements for participation, the most notable being that one must be in their youth. Although the age limit had been raised to 18. She was only 16. Next year, the competition for entry will begin. Gongsun Ning's expression shifted slightly. I have recommended you. This, Xia Mei exclaimed in surprise, but my skills are still vastly inferior to theirs. Indeed, Gongsun Ning turned to face her, but you possess sufficient talent. Yet some elders within the sect are reluctant. Xia Mei lowered her head, thinking that she too would be unwilling in their place. It seemed absurd. Had she still been a fire walker, perhaps there would have been a chance, but now that she was a sword walker, entering would be like offering herself as prey. You know, the master dislikes conflict. Gongsun Ning's face remained calm, yet a powerful aura of authority emanated from him. They think I am afraid. How laughable that so. The master intends for me to vent my frustrations, to curse those old fools with mushrooms growing on their heads. Xia Mei bit her lip, her big, innocent eyes blinking as she cautiously inquired that in truth, the two were not in a genuine master-disciple relationship, but with Gongsun Ning saying so, Xia Mei naturally pretended to be unaware. Embodying the role of a disciple, she was charming, yet not foolish. Gongsun Ning chuckled lightly. Compared to your inept elder brother, it is still a Mei who brings joy to the master. Xia Mei smiled slightly, revealing her small canines that I want you to personally obtain the invitation to the Tiannan Grand Assembly. Her lips slowly parted, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Xia Mei felt as if she had been struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. Thoughts raced through her mind. Is the master out of his mind? Actually, it's fine if you don't manage to get it, Gongsun Ning clarified. The master has already made arrangements. But you must assert yourself. As he spoke, Gongsun Ning raised his fist and shouted loudly ditto. Xia Mei pouted slightly, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and said, Master, what am I supposed to do? Just as you mentioned, that group of old fellows with mushroom-like heads has organized a trial. and I need you to participate. All right, rest assured it's nothing serious. Gongsun Ning chuckled as she patted Xiaomei's little head, assuring her that everything had been arranged by the master. It was merely a formality. Can we skip it? No. Even if we don't steam buns, we must still uphold our dignity. Oh, do not wear such a pitiful expression. Stand tall. Master, please don't touch my ears and don't mess around. This is simply too adorable. And quite large, too. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't go. I suddenly feel rather uneasy, but I still wish to attend. Chapter 30. Rain-seeking and plague. Suddenly, a thunderous roar descended from the sky, and the previously clear heavens turned ominously dark. Within moments, torrential rain poured down, and as the townsfolk hurried to gather their clothes, the rain subsided, soon vanishing entirely. Damn it. Why does the rain come and go at will? Is it toying with us? Did you notice? The rain seems to be heavier over at the Wei residence. Could they be up to something foul? I suspect it is the handiwork of a practitioner deliberately casting a spell to torment us. I believe so too. Should we demand an explanation? But that's the Wei family. With so many of us, why should we be afraid? As the citizens of Ding Mountain County marched towards the Wei residence to seek answers, the Wei family's courtyard was in disarray. Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow, drenched as if he had just emerged from a downpour. And no matter what methods Wei Ziyan employed, the so-called rain-seeking was merely a futile endeavor. Could it be that his technique was flawed? With a sigh, he was about to try once more when he suddenly heard a rapid knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he found an elderly clan elder of the Wei family, whose name he could not recall, but everyone referred to him as Fourth Grandpa. Fourth Grandpa. Wei Ziyan glanced back, noticing a large crowd behind the old man. Their attire did not resemble that of the Wei family, and their expressions were grave. What brings you here? You tell me, with all this rain, is it not your doing? Fourth Grandpa rapped his bamboo staff firmly against the ground. That we demand an explanation. Young Master Wei. Indeed, folks are struggling to gather their clothes, and if this continues, the populace will suffer. Living is exhausting. How about you provide us with an answer, young Master Wei? Hearing the citizens' outcry, Wei Ziyan felt as though he was being unjustly accused. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he replied nonchalantly, "To be honest, I was just about to seek an explanation myself. Look at my drenched attire. I am soaked through." Wei Ziyan exclaimed, "If you truly know who is responsible, please inform me, for I shall not hesitate to destroy them." Upon hearing Wei Ziyan's words, a knowing smile appeared on Fourth Grandpa's wrinkled face. "Are you not a water manipulator? The Wei family has but you alone." Indeed, young Master Wei cannot simply deceive us with mere words." Wei Ziyan sighed, a hint of sorrow and despair etched across his face. "To be frank, I have been feeling under the weather these past few days and have not practiced my cultivation. Thus, it is impossible for me to cast any spells that if you doubt me, feel free to examine my energy. See, is it not filled with spiritual energy?" As he spoke, Wei Ziyan relaxed his mental barriers, immediately sensing probing awareness sweeping over him. Indeed, it was not young Master Wei's doing. But the rain over the Wei residence is the heaviest. Listening to the citizens, Wei Ziyan sighed inwardly and joined in their curses. "All right." Fourth Grandpa tapped his bamboo staff. "Since it is not one of our own, disperse quickly, clearly." Fourth Grandpa held considerable authority among the citizens of Ding Mountain County. After his words, the crowd began to disperse. "You did well, Ziyan." Leaving behind a cryptic remark, Fourth Grandpa turned and departed the courtyard. In the quiet courtyard, Wei Ziyan fell into a deep silence, but he still could not comprehend how the rain-seeking had truly come to fruition. Fortunately, he had just had a moment of inspiration, utilizing the accumulated attempts he had saved over the past few days to barely restore his energy C's vitality. However, the spiritual energy he retrieved seemed to have increased slightly compared to half a month ago, that if he couldn't figure it out, he might as well consult Wei Ziyan sat on his bed. He suddenly heard another urgent knocking at the door, more forceful than the last. "Is this a game?" Wei Ziyan, inexplicably filled with anger, opened the door and shouted, "I told you it wasn't me." It's bad, young master." The young servant from earlier appeared, panic-stricken and breathless. "What is it?" Wei Ziyan frowned slightly, thinking, could those people have returned? The plague is here." The servant gasped, seemingly having exhausted all his strength. "Madam is in the main hall." Upon hearing this, Wei Xian's expression changed, and he hurried towards the main hall. The plague had indeed arrived. Upon entering, he saw Qiu Yu, pale and slumped in a chair, appearing utterly drained. Xian, you've come. Spotting Wei Xian, Qiu Yu seemed to find solace. Grasping Wei Xian's shoulders, tears streaming down her face, she cried, Xian, please save your father, my father. An ominous thought crept into Wei Xian's mind. Could there have been trouble at the border? Look. Qiu Yu handed him a letter from the table. A hole pierced through it by an arrow was glaringly evident. Border crisis. Urgent delivery. After reading it, Wei Xian could not help but ask, with just these words, how do we know it concerns the plague? The messenger was your father's trusted aide. This letter was delivered by arrow. As she spoke, Qiu Yu's voice broke with emotion. Where is that soldier now? Wei Xian shouted vehemently. You are now the matriarch of the Wei family. What are you crying for? Explain what happened clearly. If anything happens, no one can bear the responsibility. Wei Xian's words calmed Qiu Yu significantly. Wiping her tears, she spoke hoarsely. The messenger ignited the phosphorus fire on himself. He must have contracted the plague. That if your father's trusted aide has the plague, what will happen to him? This revelation left Wei Xian's face rigid, and he recognized the gravity of the situation. The plague's contagiousness was extreme. If not properly contained, it could lead to far greater issues than merely the border troops. Ding Mountain County could very well become another historical ghost town. One thrives. All thrive. One suffers. All suffer. That moment, Wei Xian fully grasped this truth, that if the plague became severe, the court might abandon Ding Mountain County entirely. The population was already scarce, and it was not a military stronghold. Not wanting to lose the most critical point. Value, that I know what to do. After a moment of silence, Wei Xian spoke. Hand me the other half of the tiger talisman you possess. All right. Qiu Yu gazed at Wei Xian with reddened eyes. You must help your father. Rest assured. With a sigh, Wei Xian took the tiger talisman and swiftly departed the Wei residence. The military system of the Southern Kingdom was quite peculiar. The tiger talisman symbolized the third rank, and to mobilize the defenders of Ding Mountain County, he needed another talisman. Chapter 31. Reinforcements. Murong residence. Is this truly the case? Murong Yunhai shot up from his seat after hearing Wei Xian's words. Indeed, Wei Xian's gaze was resolute, unwavering in his conviction. How could this be? Murong Yunhai, visibly anxious, paced back and forth in the living room, hands clasped behind his back. Uncle, please grant me the tiger talisman. Upon saying this, Wei Xian knelt on one knee, clasping both hands before his chest. It is not that I do not wish to. The tiger talisman requires royal authorization and cannot be acted upon lightly. Murong Yunhai's expression was one of distress, that if the plague spreads, it will not only threaten Ding Mountain County. How did the plague emerge? Do you know the cause? Wei Xian had just opened his mouth to reply that he did not know when the memory of his conversation with Chen Wei resurfaced in his mind. It seems to be the work of an apostle. Murong Yunhai pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Wei Xian, heed my command. Wei Xian, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, at your service. I hereby appoint you as a deputy officer of the 7th rank, commanding all troops in Ding Mountain County. Gather sufficient medicinal herbs and immediately rush to Fengshui City. This subordinate obeys. Wei Xian clasped his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Miss, take it easy. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Turning to look, he saw Murongya, clad in white like snow, propping herself on her knees, breathing heavily. Her watery eyes seemed to communicate something unspoken. Miss, China rushed in, and before she could utter a word, she was halted by Murong Yunhai's penetrating gaze, leaving her to stomp her feet in frustration. Xian, leave the matter of supplies to me. You should converse with Yar for a while. Murong Yunhai deliberately referred to the medicinal herbs as supplies, clearly wishing to spare his daughter from worry. However, he was unaware that Wei Xian had already addressed this matter earlier. Furthermore, at this juncture, appointing a general was evidently peculiar. With Murong Ya's intelligence, she naturally grasped the gravity of the situation. Is it that serious? Indeed. Wei Xian smiled faintly, assessing Murong Ya with a gentle gaze, and said softly, It seems your health has improved considerably, thanks to your swordplay. Murong Ya pouted slightly and stepped forward, smoothing the wrinkles in Wei Xian's garment. This scene resembled a young wife tidying her husband's attire. Wei Ziyan opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Lowering her head, Muronya's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "You promised to protect me for a lifetime and to return safely. I will at this moment." Wei Ziyan realized that the person he cared for most was merely a fiancé he had encountered a few times. "I've heard." "What?" "You are my betrothed wife," Wei Ziyan said with a smile. "Nonsense." Muronya fell silent for a moment before suddenly lifting her head to meet Wei Ziyan's gaze. Then Wei Ziyan's pupils dilated as he felt a soft sensation on his lips, followed by a flurry of words in his mind. "It can save your life." With that, Muronya dashed out of the hall without looking back. Wei Ziyan stood there, dazed, reaching out as if to grasp that fleeting softness. "Take care." Countless words lingered on his lips, but ultimately, only a single phrase escaped. "Take care. Rest assured, uncle. My luck has always been good." Wei Ziyan cupped his hands in respect, the armor he wore gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. This set of armor belonged to Murong Yunhai's military, its age far surpassing that of Wei Ziyan. "Good." Murong Yunhai nodded with a smile, gazing at the armor on Wei Ziyan, as if looking into a mirror reflecting his younger self. "All troops, heed my command." Wei Ziyan turned his horse around, drawing his sword and raising it high into the air to Fengshui City, full speed ahead. After issuing the command, Wei Ziyan guided his swift steed forward. The horses carrying the medicinal herbs were exceptional steeds, and the lead soldiers each carried a small supply, racing ahead to alleviate the immediate crisis, while a large quantity of herbs followed closely behind. Not lagging too far, this child is truly grown up, Murong Yunhai sighed, snorting coldly, still hiding things. Qing'er jumped out, scratching her head in embarrassment. "How did you know, my lord?" "Did your tell you?" "I don't know." Qing'er lowered her head, her gaze evasive. "Alas." Murong Yunhai sighed. "What a troublesome fate." "I think it's fine." "You know nothing." Closing his eyes, Murong Yunhai spoke after a long pause. "Send word to the county city. The entire city is to be on alert." "Understood." Murong Yunhai furrowed his brow. "Yes." Qing'er stood straight, disappearing in a flash. Murong Yunhai raised his head. It was a rare clear day in the county city, with not a cloud in the sky. It is the era of the youth. Turning around, Murong Yunhai suddenly appeared lost in thought. The Chancellor is indeed astute. Send a flying sword to notify the Chancellor that a hoarse voice emerged from the shadows of the city wall. What about notifying him? What use is it to muddle through? Murong Yunhai sighed. "I am getting old." It was unclear whether he was referring to himself or something else. That Fengshui City, merely 100 miles apart, the snowstorm raged fiercely. The cold was unbearable. The biting wind felt like a bone-chilling knife, causing people to wither away. Inside the military tent, "Report." "What is it?" Wei Huiting's face was grim, his brows tightly knitted. "The Yu people are on the move." "Where are they headed?" Wei Huiting squinted his eyes. "With the plague rampant, how dare the Yu cavalry act recklessly? They are heading towards Saishan." "Saishan?" Wei Huiting paused for a moment before turning to ask, "What do you all think? Saishan is our army's retreat route. Do they intend to cut off our supply of provisions?" A middle-aged scholar with a feather fan spoke. "The supplies in the city can last for half a year. The Yu people must be aware of this. Could it be that they wish to provoke our forces into action and then ambush us from the flanks? I believe we should not act rashly." Another person spoke to no. Suddenly, a young general interjected. "Saishan is not only a critical route for supplies, but also for medicinal herbs. They might be intent on plundering our herbs." After speaking, Chen Wei stepped forward and clasped his fists in petition. "This is the Yu people's last desperate measure. I am willing to stake my life and take 200 fifth-tier cultivators to thwart their scheme. If I fail, let my head be presented." "Impossible." Before Wei Huiting could respond, the strategist with the feather fan spoke. "If we lose another 200 cultivators, Fengshui City will be in peril, and Ding Mountain County will be in jeopardy." "Granted that I accept the command." The general, Wei Huiting, raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Have you identified the identity of that person among the apostles?" "The leader of the 12 fiends, Z." Upon hearing this, Wei Huiting's eyes narrowed. "Have they made any moves?" "No. If they go left, how soon can reinforcements from the academy arrive?" The middle-aged man with the feather fan pondered briefly. "I do not know." "What about the sect members?" "Also unknown. That a fight to the death awaits us." Wei Huiting adjusted his armor's belt, his expression somewhat dazed. "That it has been over a decade since I fought such a battle." Yet what does Wei Tu fear? Chapter 32. Ambush on the outskirts of the border. Heavy snow sealed the mountains. The sound of hooves echoed heavily, sinking deep into the snow, making swift movement nearly impossible. Dismount. Wei Zian's brows were tightly knit, yet he found himself helpless against the boundless expanse of snow. Captain, you mustn't. Why not? Wei Zian turned to look at the soldier who had just spoken, since he did not understand. He naturally sought the wisdom of those who did. Captain, if we dismount, our march will only slow down further. We must reach Fengyue City before nightfall. Then what should we do? We must synchronize our steps, each releasing their spiritual energy to create a wave that will thin the snow layer, allowing our march to quicken. Stopping in place, Wei Zian raised his gaze towards the distance that a bit further ahead. Between two towering peaks, a narrow path lay obscured by heavy snow. It was undoubtedly a necessary route that we cannot. After pondering for a moment, Wei Zian declared, "We must not release our spiritual energy, nor dismount." "Why is that?" the soldier asked, puzzled. "What do they call that place?" Wei Zian extended his hand, pointing at the narrow path between the two mountains. "Saishan, that if we are ambushed, we may very well lose our lives here." Sighing, Wei Zian gestured with his hand, estimating the distance. With a swish, he drew his sword, turning his horse around to survey the faces of the soldiers present. Most of them were veteran warriors who had fought on the battlefield. "Are you all afraid of death?" "No." "Are you willing to die with me?" At this declaration, the responses were indeed considerably diminished. "Would you be willing to die for your families?" "Yes. If so, why not fight with me for a glorious end?" Wei Zian yanked the reins, causing his steed to rear up, letting out a neigh. "Brothers, if we survive, no one will reward us with a single coin. If we die, it will be for our families, our friends, and for countless innocent lives behind us. The winds rise and the clouds billow. Charge with me! Charge! Charge! Charge!" Wei Zian turned his head, his face resolute. Though he lacked military knowledge, he understood the significance of morale. A pre-battle rally was indispensable. Moreover, Wei Zian was certain that there were ambushes waiting near Saishan. "Charge!" Wei Zian pulled on the reins, raising his sword high into the air, the fierce wind howling and producing a piercing sound. A line of swift horses surged forth, shaking the ground as the mountains on either side seemed to sway ominously. The closer they approached the narrow path beneath Saishan, the tighter Wei Zian's heart clenched. The cultivators released their spiritual energy, forming a shield around them. The air suddenly rippled, a gust of wind sweeping up the heavy snow on the ground, and various spiritual energies converged to form a thin protective barrier. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air rang out. A sharp arrow grazed Wei Zian's cheek. Instantly, a fiery pain shot through the wound. "Alert! Charge!" Wei Zian's heart raced with panic. Yet in such moments, the more frantic one became, the quicker one met their demise. The air was filled with a barrage of piercing sounds, and a rain of arrows began to fall from the sky like a fine drizzle. In stark contrast to the grandiose deaths portrayed in television dramas, the reality of the battlefield was merely a muffled groan before one swiftly succumbed to the snowflakes dancing in the southern sky. A sudden flash of inspiration sparked within Wei Zian's mind as he recalled the water-attributed enhancement technique, begging for rain. With a surge of spiritual energy, the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. The raindrops, imbued with spiritual essence, bore an unusual weight, altering the trajectory of arrows drenched in the rain. "The commander is formidable," the soldiers exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Such divine artistry was a sight to behold for the very first time. "Charge!" Realizing the success of the rain invocation, Wei Zian felt a sense of relief. It seemed this technique was not devoid of utility after all, that as the swift steeds galloped beyond the narrow mountain path. Wei Zian turned to observe that, thanks to prior preparations, the casualties among his soldiers were within an acceptable range. However, many bore minor wounds, primarily from stray arrows, which would not hinder their combat capabilities. Facing battle for the first time, the dichotomy of life and death seemed less daunting to Wei Zian. Before him stood rows of strangely adorned soldiers from the Yu Nation, or perhaps they resembled bandits more closely. Clad in heavy sheepskin garments, they adorned themselves with processed cow skulls, their horns emanating an eerie glow. "Fight!" As he beheld the mocking expressions on their faces, a wave of anger surged within Wei Zian. He stood tall upon his steed and leapt into the air, drawing his sword with a swift motion that a chilling sword aura, akin to ink, erupted forth, scattering the ranks of the Yu soldiers instantly. A practitioner of the sixth heaven realm. One of the Yu soldiers shouted, "Retreat!" Despite being mere brigands, their movements were remarkably synchronized, as if they had drawn a line in the sand that a soldier, donning a felt hat, spoke softly, and Wei Ziyan felt as if he were ensnared within a cage, unable to move. Suddenly, a spiked wolf-toothed club appeared before him, hurtling towards his forehead. Not good. Wei Ziyan's spirit trembled, and instinctively, he unleashed the layered waves of 1,000 tides. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted, propelling the soldier wielding the club far away. Nonsense! Frantic whispers echoed in his mind, his thoughts clouding and threatening to burst. Veins bulged on Wei Ziyan's forehead, cold sweat streaming down his body. His sword, gripped instinctively, sliced through several Yu soldiers, severing their waists. Blood spilled onto the ground, transforming the snow into a crimson canvas. "Kill him first," the felt-hatted soldier shouted. "He is a practitioner of the sixth heaven realm. Be cautious and maintain your distance." Upon uttering this, the soldier clasped his hands together and, with eyes turning white, cried out, "Yu Chua, Yu Yong." A spear lunged towards him, and Wei Ziyan, sword raised, found himself forced back several steps by the overwhelming strength, which was doubly powerful compared to before. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his sword, which blazed with radiant light, exuding a chilling aura of death. The surrounding Yu soldiers recoiled in fear. And seizing the opportunity, Wei Ziyan advanced, beheading one with a single stroke. Indeed, it was a splendid trophy. Wiping the blood seeping from his palm, he steadied his sword and laughed heartily. "Fear not. His energy is depleted." "Finish him," the felt-hatted soldier bellowed, "a hefty reward for the one who beheads him." As his words fell, several soldiers strode forward, their blades gleaming with a sinister light. Yet, even witnessing this scene sent shivers down their spines. "Commander!" The soldiers behind him, eager to provide support, noticed the hastening Yu soldiers like a booming sound, akin to a resounding bell, reverberated through the air. Wei Ziyan raised his sword, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "That I've been waiting for you." Chapter 33. Slaughtering as if they were mere straw. The felt-hatted Yu soldier clasped his hands together, his face ashen, blood-red tears welling in his eyes. "We have encountered a formidable opponent," was the sole thought racing through his mind. Gripping his sword, Wei Ziyan suddenly felt a wave of desolation wash over him, as if he were but a blade of grass swaying in the wind, awaiting a great fire to obliterate all. The heavens were high and the earth vast. He felt utterly alone, that a sense of despair began to take root, spreading like an insidious vine. Simultaneously, his grip on the sword faltered. The Yu soldier's club grazed the blade, descending downward, for reasons unknown. The blow that should have severed Wei Ziyan's head merely skimmed his skin, tearing away a significant portion of flesh. The pain jolted Wei Ziyan from his stupor, though more profound was the refreshing chill that coursed through his neck, reaching his very soul. Boom! Amidst the boundless white snow, a brilliant flame flickered, akin to the most exquisite sprite of the wilderness. The wild grass ignited in a blaze. With unwavering determination, Wei Ziyan's sword sliced downward with ferocity, the most elementary sword technique. The cleaving strike. Puff! In the distance, the Yu soldier casting spells was struck as if by a heavy blow, spurting forth a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as parchment, his frame frail as grass. Rolling on the ground was the massive head of a bull, blood pouring forth like ink. Wei Ziyan licked the corner of his mouth, his gaze colder than snow, yet his body burned hotter than blood. The Yu soldiers were thrown into disarray. The individual before them had executed that strike with such swiftness that they scarcely perceived the sword's trajectory. Glancing at one another, uncertainty began to creep into their eyes. "What are you afraid of?" The felt-hatted soldier, gaunt and haggard, shouted. "He is merely a practitioner of the sixth heaven realm, and his spiritual energy is nearly spent. Go forth and slay him." Observing the flickering resolve in the eyes of the Yu soldiers, none seemed inclined to advance. That moment, the soldiers behind Wei Ziyan had already dispatched the majority of the Yu foes and surged forward. Within the borders of the southern kingdom, Yu's ambush was scant. The tide of battle began to turn. "Foolish monkeys," the felt-hatted man muttered angrily, fire arrows, burn their herbs, and we shall retreat. Have you lost your wits? Who carries fire arrows in this snow? We should flee. The wizard looks rather formidable. Run. I do not wish to die here. Hearing the soldiers' banter, the felt-hatted man felt his blood surge, darkness clouding his vision as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it! Ha ha ha! Wei Ziyan trembled with laughter, a smile creeping across his face as he slowly raised his sword, pointing it at the soldiers. Listen up! Yes, initially skeptical of Wei Ziyan's authority as a vice commander. The soldiers now rallied behind him, their voices resonating with fervor. Kill! With a cold smile, Wei Ziyan fixed his gaze upon the felt-hatted soldier. This individual was wicked, possessing a power unlike any he had encountered, nearly leading to his demise. That he understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Kill! The soldiers shouted in unison, their fighting spirits soaring. Unaware of their true circumstances, the felt-hatted soldier suddenly shouted, swaying unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Is he drunk on inferior wine? Wei Ziyan stood rooted in place, observing with a furrowed brow. Though it appeared peculiar, he discerned a profound essence within. Is he attempting to flee? A glimmer of insight flickered in Wei Ziyan's eyes. He exerted force, and his sword transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the foe's face. Ha ha! The felt-hatted soldier erupted in laughter, pointing a finger at Wei Ziyan. We shall meet again, with those words. He vanished from sight, the sword embedding itself in the snow, gleaming with a sinister light. After hearing the man's voice, Wei Ziyan fell into silence. Not a soldier, but rather a quintessential Southern national. Had the Southern Kingdom deteriorated to such a degree? But suddenly, a spine-chilling sound echoed from the surrounding mountains. What is that? Wei Ziyan turned to see shadows descending from the heights. Soon after, a vivid banner billowed against the backdrop of the White Mountains. The wind howled as the flag tightened, revealing a striking Chun insignia. General Chun. It is General Chun. Our reinforcements have arrived. Everyone fight! As Wei Ziyan heard the soldiers' jubilant exclamations, he felt a realization dawning upon him. Wasn't this supposed to be a mere low-ranking cavalry? How had they elevated to the status of generals? Though aware that the title of general here simply denoted mid to high-ranking officers. When he had just been appointed as a vice commander, they had also hailed him as a general. Wei Ziyan intercepted a soldier, inquiring, "Who is that?" "It is General Chun." The soldier, initially impatient, now recognized the opportunity for beheadings with the forces in retreat. Upon seeing Wei Ziyan, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "Chen Wei?" A smile involuntarily appeared on Wei Ziyan's face. "Indeed, Dada." Wei Ziyan released his grip, intending to instruct the soldier to eliminate the enemy, but suddenly felt his mind clouding. His eyelids heavy as if burdened by a brick. "What is it, Commander?" the soldier asked, concern etched on his face. "Support me for a moment." Wei Ziyan turned to the soldier, forcing a radiant smile. "I am a bit weary." With that, he closed his eyes and collapsed into the snow. "General?" The soldier, his face a picture of panic, turned and shouted, "Doctor! Doctor! The lieutenant has fainted." In no time, a figure hastily approached, burdened with a small box. The soldiers abruptly halted their pursuit, gathering in small clusters, their eyes glinting with concern. The army reveres the strong above all. Wei Ziyan's fearless charge had already earned their respect. Whose soldiers are these? On the mountain, Chen Wei, mounted on a fine steed, furrowed his brow and inquired with evident dissatisfaction. They halt in a cluster instead of pursuing the bandits. Such behavior is a grave offense in the military. "Let me take a look today," as he spoke, his attendant's eyes widened, releasing a faint ripple in the air, as though the guards from the county town were involved. "They are escorting medicinal herbs," he added. "The guards?" Chen Wei asked. "Who is leading them? How can they act so lawlessly?" "I do not recognize him," the attendant replied after a moment of observation, "but it seems he bears General Murong's armor." "Where did the Murong family find a male heir?" Chen Wei tugged at the reins, and the steed understood, racing down from the snowy mountains. "Let us go see." In midair, a mist of ethereal energy enveloped the horse's hooves, allowing it to tread upon the void. "What is going on? Why the commotion?" "General, the lieutenant has collapsed." The lieutenant, dismounting, Chen Wei approached and was taken aback to see the person cradled in the soldier's arms. Ziyan? Chapter 34. The Academy and the Sect General. "Please stop pacing." The physician sighed in exasperation. "Brother Hua." What is the condition of your son? It was hard to imagine that Wei Rin-tu, once an invincible force, now appeared in such a state, his face etched with anxiety, hands tightly clasped. After speaking, Wei Huiting resumed his restless pacing in the hall, the clattering of his armor resonating with each step. Fengyue City, once protected by a formidable wall, had seen its population dwindle due to the disturbances caused by the Yu people, now reduced to but a handful of families. The location where Wei Huiting and his companions found themselves was once the Lord's residence, but had now transformed into a command center. Under normal circumstances, Wei Huiting would never leave the military tent during wartime. Yet today's situation was exceptionally peculiar. That IT is nothing serious, the physician reassured, gently tucking Wei Ziyan under the covers. That IT is merely a depletion of vital energy. Depletion of vital energy? Wei Huiting paused, visibly startled. However, before he could ponder further, the physician's next words rendered him utterly speechless. If I am not mistaken, within the young master lies the residual power of the word spirit technique. The word spirit technique is a unique method mastered by those from the academy. Immersed in tomes, they gradually cultivate various energies within, the most renowned being the radiant qi. Once this energy is cultivated, the disciples can draw upon the written words from their text for their own purposes. Legend has it that the previous head of Bailu Academy, after 10 years of reciting Xiaoyao Yu, finally summoned the Kuanping from the pages, stepping into the realm of transcendence, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Brother Hua, are you certain? Wei Huiting's expression turned grave, for every word spirit master in the Southern Kingdom is meticulously registered, leaving no room for error. There is only one possibility. Is it Wu Kingdom or a demon? Perhaps my old eyes have become dim, the physician remarked, his aged visage betraying no emotion. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for us to prepare for contingencies. You are right, Wei Huiting replied, glancing at the slumbering Wei Ziyan, that I will arrange matters immediately. That if you do not mind, I shall send someone to escort you home right away. No need. The physician extended his hand. Your medicinal herbs have already arrived. I shall take a look. Any assistance I can offer would be beneficial. Very well, very well. Wei Huiting nodded, grateful for Brother Hua's presence, for he was indeed a renowned healer of great repute. Chen Wei, present. Chen Wei entered from outside, clasping his hands in respect. Stay here tonight. Yes. Chen Wei kept his head bowed until Wei Huiting exited the room. Stop pretending, he sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. How did you know I was awake? On the bed, Wei Ziyan opened his eyes, gazing perplexedly at Chen Wei, who was munching on an orange. That Mr. Hua's beard was trembling with laughter. Only the general was oblivious. All right, Wei Ziyan pouted. Give me an orange. Certainly. Chen Wei tossed a peeled orange over, his curiosity piqued. Why was it you? Why not me? Wei Ziyan fixed his gaze on Chen Wei, a faint smile gracing his features. Ha ha ha, Chen Wei chuckled, shaking his head. You have grown as if you were much older than me, Wei Ziyan retorted, descending from the bed, his hands brushing against his injured face. That I can't believe it is healed. Mr. Hua is indeed a renowned physician. No one knows his true realm. Chen Wei shrugged. Your minor injuries are trivial to others. By the way, how did you reach the 6th harmonization realm? As he spoke, Chen Wei's eyes widened in astonishment that he had always considered himself a genius. Yet in just a few days, Wei Ziyan had ascended to become a formidable practitioner, merely a step below himself. That IT was a natural progression. Wei Ziyan replied, palms open, his demeanor calm. How vexing, Chen Wei remarked with a dangerous glint in his smile, while Wei Ziyan chose to ignore it. Isn't your partner still your own? What is mine is mine. And what is my partner's is also mine. How did you come to possess your own banner? Family connections. Chen Wei waved his hand dismissively. However, Wei Ziyan sensed that it was far more complicated than that. Chen Wei's current achievements must have come at a cost. Two once inseparable brothers now harbored unspoken secrets in their hearts. Just as Chen Wei hadn't inquired about Wei Ziyan's years. Wei Ziyan now confided, when I fought the Yu people, one of them was from the Southern Kingdom. The mere thought of that person sent a chill through Wei Ziyan. His aura, it was peculiar, capable of binding me, yet he seemed otherwise unremarkable. That a Han. Chen Wei's surprise was palpable. As Wei Ziyan recounted his experience, Chen Wei furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke, I believe I understand who you are describing. That individual must be a practitioner from the academy. They do not cultivate spiritual power. Only their aura that I excel at nurturing radiant chi? Wei Zian asked with a smile. Indeed, Qin Wei replied, astonished. How did you know? Just a wild guess. After a brief silence, Qin Wei elaborated, the cultivation sects in the Southern Kingdom can generally be classified into 3 categories: traditional practitioners, wanderers, sect practitioners, and those of the academy. There is not much disparity among sect practitioners. Yet they resemble true cultivators, with many powerful figures emerging from sections. The most formidable sect in the Southern Kingdom is Lishan's sect. Wei Zian was slightly taken aback, as so Lishan's sect is also in the Southern Kingdom. Next came the academy, whose methods of cultivation resembled those of ancient rain-bringing shamans. Not quite, rather, their methods of casting spells. Have you heard the phrase, read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles? That encapsulates the academy's approach to cultivation. In the early stages, academy disciples are wanderers, later transforming into formidable beings, strong indeed. Does your kingdom also have an academy? Wei Zian inquired curiously. I in the land of barbarians. What academy could possibly exist? Qin Wei scoffed. Only to suddenly freeze in place. Then where do these so-called Southern Kingdom Academy practitioners originate? Chapter 35. As solid as a fortress at midnight, the sky was shrouded in profound darkness. The wind howled fiercely. Beyond the scattered stars above, Fengyue City lay enveloped in utter darkness. From countless half-height mounds of earth, a frail hand suddenly emerged. Almost immediately, a multitude of pale bones broke through the soil, their eye sockets aglow with a sinister red light. Return, O soul! It was as if a voice calling from the river of forgetfulness accompanied the howling wind, echoing far and wide, awaken. Another whispering call resounded, as a man cloaked in black spread his arms wide, and countless white bones erupted from the ground around him. This scene was chillingly eerie. With a clap and a thud, the gusty wind stirred up grains of sand, pelting the soldiers' iron helmets like a relentless rain. Damn it, can't even sleep properly. Under such frequent assaults, the soldier's previously dazed mind suddenly became alert. Adjusting his helmet, he stretched and glanced around, noticing that most of his comrades were still heavy with sleep. The plague stirred yet remained still. The enemy moved but did not falter. After prolonged exhaustion, the taut nerves began to fray. That was customary. The soldier cast his gaze downward. His lips parted, and his pupils constricted sharply. Cold sweat poured from his forehead like rain. The fierce wind swept through. The chill from his perspiration enveloped him, awakening him fully. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He shouted, simultaneously striking the large drum on the city wall. The drumbeat resonated like thunder, quickly echoing throughout Fengyue City. Chaos erupted atop the walls, while a terrifying silence prevailed below. The wild wind lifted the dark hat of a figure, revealing a pair of elongated eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light. It's moving! The figure stepped forward, and the howling wind ceased. Skeletons, contorted in grotesque postures, assembled into a towering skeletal giant. The green glow in the giant's eyes mirrored that of the figures. Let us give them a surprise. Upon the figure's utterance, the skeletal giant understood and swiftly lowered its massive fingers. With a booming sound, the enormous hand seemed to crush something. Halting just shy of the soldiers below, they gazed up at the gigantic hand. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Fire! Wei Huading maintained a calm demeanor, as if the recent turmoil were merely a trifling matter. Soldiers armed with bows and arrows swiftly strung their weapons, sending a rain of fiery arrows cascading down. Alas, the figure sighed. General Wei is rather overconfident. He spread his hands, and shadows stirred behind him. Upon closer inspection, they were small black rats, their blood-red eyes glinting with a sinister glow. The plague! Simultaneously, many soldiers atop the walls turned pale, veins bulging on their foreheads, their eyes turning crimson. Under some unseen compulsion, they drew their blades, turning them against their comrades. As chaos erupted on the walls. A sudden rain of green droplets fell from the sky. Soldiers vomited dark blood, their complexions gradually returning to normal. Fortunately, I am here. Physician Hua appeared atop the walls, hands clasped before him, radiating brilliant light. Rolling stones, Wei Huading calmly issued commands, undeterred by the numerous skeletons that had once been his soldiers. The earth manipulators continued to channel their energy, sending massive boulders tumbling from the walls, crushing countless skeletal remains. Overwhelming them with numbers, The figure fell silent for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. The esteemed healer atop the walls had not anticipated this turn of events, yet it was hardly a remarkable display of skill. He produced a black cloth from his bosom and hurled it into the air, where a long black dragon suddenly appeared, its scales exuding an aura of malevolence. Purple lightning erupted from its horns, violently shaking the walls. "What is this?" Wei Zian exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed upon the dragon, a creature of legend. This world contained demonic races, but dragons had scarcely been mentioned in any tales that he absorbed the spectacle before him. Wei Zian was struck by awe, entirely oblivious to the cold arrows approaching from behind. Thud! A tremendous force pushed him to the ground, the whistling sound nearly grazing his scalp. Wei Zian swallowed hard. Feeling disoriented, how had he failed to notice the arrows? What level of mastery was required for that? "How did you get out?" Wei Huiting scolded, "You reckless child, daring to lose focus on the battlefield?" Wei Zian, feeling somewhat aggrieved, sat up, suddenly sensing the wall shudder beneath him. He nearly stumbled backward off the edge that in the air. The black dragon unleashed a torrent of lightning, water, and flames upon the walls. Fengyue City swayed precariously like a reed in the wind, but remained steadfast. Wei Huiting extended his hand, releasing a deluge of spiritual power that enveloped the entire wall from above. "Raise shields." As the command echoed, the cultivators among the soldiers executed their techniques, while the ordinary troops raised their shields high. In an instant, Fengyue City transformed into a formidable fortress that in the distance. A middle-aged man clad in white bear fur and wearing a horned hat inquired with a smile. "How about this arrow?" "Excellent," replied a nearby man, almost identical in appearance, save for the felt hat upon his head. "Another arrow." The middle-aged man drew back his bow, aiming at the distant Fengyue City, like a hot knife through butter. The man in the felt hat smiled faintly. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, slicing through the air with a sound like an explosion. Simultaneously, a throng of cavalry appeared behind the middle-aged man, mounted not on horses but on robust snow wolves. The elite of the Yu Kingdom, the Snow Wolf Army. "General, we are ready," the middle-aged man, General Ming Lai of the Yu Kingdom, proclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Let these Central Plains folk taste our iron cavalry from the barbaric lands." "Ha ha!" The man in the felt hat glanced at the distant Fengyue City, a flicker of barely perceptible light passing through his eyes. Boom! A tremor reverberated from afar, causing the walls to shudder. "What do we do?" "General," a scholar-like officer exclaimed, panic evident in his expression, "we are besieged by malevolent spirits in front and the Yu Kingdom Snow Wolf Army behind." "Calm down." Wei Huiting rose, furrowing his brow, "that if it comes to it, we may have to retreat to the inner city." Suddenly, Wei Huiting's eyelids twitched, and he heard a hearty laughter nearby. "That I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." An elderly man appeared on the walls, his visage kind and his garments faded, emanating an aura of scholarly wisdom. "That solid as a fortress." That his words fell, the once trembling walls shimmered with golden ripples. Below, it seemed as if roots had penetrated the earth, anchoring the walls firmly. "Mr. Tachi?" Wei Huiting gazed at the elder, momentarily lost in thought that hadn't he been confined to the Merit Forest for centuries. What could compel him to intervene for such a trivial plague? "Long time no see." Young Wei, Mr. Qi, his hair and beard completely white, smiled gently, raising his hand to shield against the dragon's assaults, which failed to disturb the calm above. "Why are you here?" Upon witnessing this, the black dragon in midair ceased its onslaught, its serpent-like eyes narrowing. "You have emerged, so why should I not?" Mr. Qi stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. "After so long in captivity, it is a joy to return to nature." "Ha!" Mr. Qi, Wei Huiting regarded the arrows shooting toward the city walls, hesitating to speak. "Sir," suddenly, a gentle voice rang in his ears. That a young man appeared in midair, his hair disheveled, yet his presence radiated an intense, murderous intent that belied his soft voice. Buzz, the sword in the young man's hand, was tossed into the air, splitting into two, then into four, transforming into a myriad of shimmering sword images that blocked the incoming arrows. "Yin Song, you have arrived." Mr. Qi smiled, clearly pleased. "General." Yin Song first nodded at Mr. Qi before saluting Wei Huiting. That in contrast to Mr. Qi's demeanor, Wei Huiting bore a grim expression. The Sect's reinforcements had arrived far too late. Should Fengyue City fall, they would bear significant responsibility. Meanwhile, Wei Zian quietly stepped back several paces. especially wary of the scholarly elder-esque gaze, which often flickered in his direction. "Who is this young master?" "My son, Wei Zian." Wei Huiting replied with a smile, yet he did not encourage Wei Zian to step forward and greet the elder. Below the walls, the massive skeleton lingered in midair, its oppressive hand reduced to dust, the light in its eyes dimming slightly. "It seems we are struggling." The figure furrowed his brow, sighing that if it must be so, then it shall be. That he pressed his hands against the ground, a blood-red thread spreading from his palms toward the distant giant skeleton. The figure's aura suddenly waned, and he turned to observe the vast array of Snow Wolf cavalry, realizing they were obscured from seeing the chaos below. However, the objective had been achieved, and it was time to withdraw. The distant skeleton's eyes flickered with light as they leapt into the air, transforming into a multitude of smaller skeletons that charged toward the golden-hued walls. Just as the figure attempted to retract his hands, he suddenly felt his meridians spiral out of control, blood surging toward his spiritual core. Pfft. His throat filled with a metallic, sweet taste, and his aura plummeted, his complexion turning as pale as snow. Bang! The figure's body erupted in place, scattering into countless black wisps that fled wildly. On the walls, Yin Song frowned, preparing to leap down in pursuit. "No." Mr. Qi sighed, "Do not pursue a cornered foe." However, Yin Song hesitated, reluctant to relinquish this splendid opportunity. "You may leave," Mr. Qi exclaimed, tilting his head back in hearty laughter. "I shall not keep you for a meal, that we shall meet again." After a moment of silence, the silhouette of the black dragon gradually faded, while the sky began to pour down dense black raindrops. This day would not last long. It was as if a call from ancient times echoed in the black dragon's voice, imbued with profound melancholy. "Very well," Mr. Qi responded with a hearty laugh. "Let me see if you have made any progress." The illusion fully materialized, and variously sized skeletons crashed against the city walls, bursting open with each impact. The interplay of black and white wove a bizarre melody that go chase after them. "Understood." Yin Song extended his hand, and the sword formation in mid-air merged into one, his figure transforming into a rainbow as he pursued. "General Wei, prepare yourself. The cavalry of the Yu people is approaching. That I cannot interfere." "Thank you, sir." Wei Huiting cupped his hands and instructed, "Take good care of Mr. Qi." Bowing his head, Wei Zian replied. The urge to charge out for a thrill dissipated. Yet this Mr. Qi seemed quite scholarly. He must know some obscure secrets. "Open the city gates." Wei Huiting leaped down from the city wall, and as the gates swung wide, a black steed darted out like lightning, perfectly catching Wei Huiting on its back. "All troops, he my command. Charge, charge!" The thunderous shouts mingled with the sound of galloping hooves, shaking the earth and fluttering the banners. Moments later, the snow was stained crimson. "General, doesn't something feel amiss?" asked the general, adorned with a horn hat, in confusion. "What do you mean? Isn't it quite normal for them to send troops to resist? After all, they're the Wei people that know. That's not right." The scholar beside him calculated for a while, and only then did a realization dawn upon him that a red light flashed in his eyes as he beheld the distant city walls on the walls. A white-haired elder smiled faintly at him. Pain surged through the middle-aged scholar's eyes as if pierced by a needle. He pressed his hands to his face, blood seeping through his fingers. "Mr. Mu, what is the matter?" The Yu general stepped forward in concern, but the scholar named Mu grasped his robes tightly. "We must retreat, quickly." At those words, the Yu general hesitated momentarily, that he had never been so close to the southern borders before. "Report!" A panicked voice came from behind, followed by a thud as a Yu soldier dismounted, trembling as he spoke. "General, Wujuan, speak! Wujuan has fallen." The Yu general felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils dilating, face pale, and he staggered back a few steps, trembling all over. "What shall we do, sir?" At this point, we can only return to Pingqing. The vast grasslands were plagued by harsh weather and sandstorms, making it so that although the Yu state was considered a nation, it possessed merely 3 fixed cities: Wujuan at the southern border, the capital Liangzhou, and Pingqing. The rest were predominantly tribal lands. They had numerous houses but paled in comparison to the scale of cities. The Yu state was like scattered sand, and these 3 cities were the keystones that formed a tower from the sand. The loss of Wujuan was nearly a catastrophic blow for Hadamo. What of the 100,000 defenders in Wujuan? No, we do not notice. R.M.U sighed, his gaze improving slightly. Relay the command. Retreat to Pingcheng. Turning his head, Mr. Mu gazed at the stars above for a long while. A hint of resignation crossing his face. This is beyond human power. It is indeed the will of heaven. Chapter 37. The invitation from the Academy. Zian, Wei Zian. Mr. Qi smiled gently at Wei Zian. How should I address you? Wei Zian inclined his body slightly. His demeanor sincere. I have seen you before, dada. Wei Zian froze, unable to comprehend, when he saw Mr. Qi walking towards the city wall. Just call me sir. Mr. Qi? Mr. Qi shook his head, chuckling. Just sir will suffice. Wei Zian silently followed behind, feeling somewhat puzzled that I in his memory. He had never encountered this man before. How could he recognize him? Please have a seat. Wei Zian extended his hand, a faint surge of spiritual energy sweeping away the dust from the chair. Very well. That Mr. Qi sat down, a gentle smile gracing his face. You should join me. I have been fasting for quite some time, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Fasting? Wei Zian blinked in surprise. Having never heard of cultivators in this world practicing fasting, that it was more common for those of higher realms to consume more. Why do you keep staring at me? Because I have seen you. Or rather, I have seen it. Mr. Qi extended his hand, and the jade pendant hanging from Wei Zian's chest flew into his grasp as if summoned. You have seen my mother? A surge of emotion caused Wei Zian to leap to his feet, only to quickly realize such a display was improper, and he promptly sat back down, for the individual before him was a true scholar. I have only seen it. That Mr. Qi gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, a flicker of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Have you seen my mother? Mr. Qi shook his head. I have seen your sister. She once posed a question to me. As he spoke, Mr. Qi strolled leisurely to the doorway. Just then, dawn broke, and thin rays of sunlight enveloped Mr. Qi, as if draping him in a halo of divine light. Wei Zian lowered his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. His sister was a stranger he had not seen in many years. So long that he had forgotten her voice. They say forgetting someone begins with the passage of time. He ultimately found himself a solitary being. Would you like to know what question she asked? Mr. Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the breaking dawn. The interplay of light and shadow sliced through the darkness, weaving a tapestry of change. Hearing this, Wei Zian raised his head. For some reason, he perceived time, the fleeting years, and the babbling of a child in Mr. Qi's presence. She asked me how a discarded child could cultivate. Did she think they were doomed to hopelessness? Wei Zian trembled, lowering his head to gaze at the blood-stained lining of his garment. She still remembered her younger brother. I told her, the truth is not found in books, but beneath one's feet. She then asked me where her mother had gone. I replied, the great path lies right here. She knelt before me. Although she appeared somewhat angry, she ultimately remained polite. As he spoke, Mr. Qi had walked to Wei Zian's side. That was 2 years ago. By then, she had already attained the cultivation you possess now. Where is she? Wei Zian suddenly lifted his head, his expression calm, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Perhaps to study at the academy? This. Wei Zian paused for a moment, shaking his head. Thank you, sir, but I think I shall pass. I offer you the chance to contemplate. Mr. Qi smiled and nodded. But next time, do not refuse me. May I ask you a few questions? Of course. Mr. Qi settled into a nearby chair, his figure somewhat ethereal. Are you not curious, seeing a discarded child attain such cultivation today? Wei Zian stood, his expression serene. The Buddha speaks of causality. The sages have said, how can one speak of the non-existent if one does not know of its existence? Mr. Qi spread his hands. This realm teaches us that all things in the world are reincarnated. Do you believe so deeply? I only believe in myself. Confidence radiated from Mr. Qi's face, a self-assuredness that seemed to overlook the world. Where's my sister, Wei Xia? I cannot say. Otherwise, you will perish. Mr. Qi's smile faded, becoming somewhat grave. Wei Zian wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Great figures always delight in the mysterious. One last question, sir. What is your name? Wei Zian blinked, his inquiry stemming purely from curiosity. It has been too long. Mr. Qi fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I have forgotten my name. Everyone calls me Mr. Qi. That swordsman from earlier, he is also my disciple, and quite skilled with the sword. Impressive. Wei Zian nodded, feeling somewhat regretful for not obtaining the answers he sought. Sir, before Wei Zian could finish, Mr. Qi shook his head with a smile. Equivalent exchange. That is the unchanging principle of eternity. Sir, may I inquire? At those words, Wei Zian straightened, his demeanor calm. What kind of person do you wish to become? A classic question, akin to asking about one's dreams. Wei Zian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before earnestly replying. To be honest, I have never considered this question. That I had a very happy childhood, but my growth experience was not so pleasant, and as of now, I still hold grudges. Not long ago, I took the life of a person who had tormented me. In truth, there was little animosity between us, yet fear consumed me. I feared death that I have yet to truly behold this world, and I do not wish for my existence to culminate in an eternal confinement beneath an unyielding sky. I desire not to fade into obscurity, nor to perish amidst their laughter and merriment. Strangely, it seems I have many adversaries, all wishing for my demise, that I yearn to discover the whereabouts of the Yushan, to see my mother who gave me life, and my betrothed, whose fate I vow to protect for eternity. I am uncertain of the kind of person I wish to become, yet I feel that I cannot resign myself to fate. I possess few principles. After Wei Zian spoke, a silence enveloped him. Scholars must surely detest such brutish individuals who resort solely to violence, mustn't they? Quite honest, is it not? Mr. Qi smiled warmly, saying, You are unsure of the person you aspire to be, because you simply wish to be yourself. However, becoming oneself is a daunting endeavor, sir. With unwavering resolve, Wei Zian suddenly inquired, Where, pray tell, is Yushan? Why do you not ask who wishes to kill you? Mr. Qi responded with a smile. This question left Wei Zian momentarily speechless. Do you wish to know where Yushan lies? Mr. Qi rose to his feet. Oh, you know who your enemies are. His figure began to blur. Come to Bailu Academy and seek me. You shall find the answers you desire. As his voice faded, Mr. Qi's form seemed to dissipate like the wind, leaving behind a lingering echo. Your poetry is quite splendid. I particularly admire the line, Curved neck sings to the heavens. Chapter 38. The Velvet Flower in the City of Dingshan. Within the Murong residence, a young lady sat gracefully upon her bed, embroidering a garment she had nearly completed. Miss, I am entering now. The door swung open, causing Murong to panic as she instinctively attempted to conceal her work. However, Qing moved too swiftly for her to react, arriving directly in front of her. At your side. Miss, why do you have a lamp lit during the day? Is it not harsh on the eyes? The humidity outside is quite heavy, Murong replied, relieved that Qing was not teasing her. She resumed her stitching. Did I ask this garment for the master? Qing tilted her head, but isn't the color rather too vibrant? It should be fine. Murong looked down at the vivid red fabric, reminiscent of a setting sun. Perhaps I should embroider a sun? Or wouldn't it be better to add a plum blossom instead? With this thought, Murong's hands moved with renewed vigor, quickly outlining a complete design. That it seems it is not for the master, Qing remarked with an air of envy. Who is so fortunate as to receive a garment personally embroidered by you? What are you talking about? Murong's cheeks flushed slightly. That if you have nothing else to do, why not tend to the fire again? Alas, I have fallen to the point of merely rekindling the fire. It is quite tedious. Qing shook her head as she went to fetch coal. The room was furnished across 2 levels, with a thick layer of insulation on the ground and a heated stove within. After Qing departed, Murong suddenly coughed, her complexion pale. After a moment, she picked up the half-finished garment again, the plum blossoms on it bright and striking. Murong's gaze drifted towards the window, as if she could glimpse the falling snow outside. Time was growing short. She set the garment down and approached the window, opening it to let the snowflakes drift in, landing softly upon her hand. She raised her gaze to the falling snow. A fleeting hint of melancholy crossing her beautiful face. That it is snowing again. That I in a deep valley, amidst dense forest stretching endlessly. The snowflakes began to melt the moment they touched the air, transforming into heavy raindrops by the time they reached the ground. The rain, laden with a chilling aura, sent shivers through one's bones. Aside from the rustling of leaves beneath their feet, the forest was eerily silent. Towering ancient trees, creatures that were half human, half beast, and mushrooms the size of a person surrounded them. While a thick fog lingered in the air, this place was perilous. Sister, should we split up to search? No, Xiaomei pondered briefly before making her decision. Their group of 4 or 5 had been ensnared at the periphery of this treacherous abyss for 3 days. For 3 days, they had not ventured in, let alone attempted the trial task. What should we do then? A handsome young man furrowed his brows. Staying here yields no solution. How about this? I will take a few people. And you, Sister Xia, can lead the three of them, that we shall split up. Before Xiao Mei could voice her thoughts, he preempted her. If we do not act, none of us shall pass the trial, and we will forfeit our spots at the Tiannan Grand Assembly. Xiao Mei opened her mouth, but ultimately acquiesced that it was still too dangerous. Even if the trialist's aim was merely to gather the velvet flowers, merely entering had already consumed 3 days of their time. Xiao Mei knelt, her palm imbued with spiritual energy, scooping up a handful of earth to examine. The dust danced in the air before settling down, but we cannot delve deeper. Seeing this, Xiao Mei's expression grew grim. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the mid-level of the abyss. Beyond this point lay challenges beyond their capacity. Xiao Shi, what do you think? Xiao Mei lifted her head to glance at another female disciple present. Head east, Xiao Shi sighed. It seems there is no other choice. Let us proceed. Xiao Mei, sword in hand, led the way. Though she was meant to be the junior sister, she took on the role of the elder sister. The talismans in her sleeves had been activated, and her protective artifacts absorbed spiritual energy, exuding a continuous sense of safety. She did not trust the so-called fellow disciples behind her. Her master had taught her to trust only herself. The divine messenger had also said, "You are friends only when there is no conflict of interest." Found it. Suddenly, a shout halted their search. Xiao Shi advanced to investigate, discovering only 3 velvet flowers, while there were 5 of them. Only 3? As her words fell, Xiao Mei stepped back a few paces. My master said, "I am merely here to go through the motions that if something were to happen, it would not be worth it. Let us pick the flowers and negotiate or write a test afterward. Shall we?" One disciple proposed. Agreed that I have no objections. Xiao Mei stood at the back, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if it bore little significance to her. "You go and gather the flowers." Xiao Shi smiled sweetly, appearing harmless. "Very well." The speaking disciple glanced around. Among them, only 2 were male, and the other was his junior brother. "You?" As he stepped forward, Xiao Shi suddenly wore a peculiar smile and forcefully shoved him to the ground. A strange sound echoed as numerous thorn-covered vines erupted from behind the young man, binding him tightly. That a noxious gas began to spew forth, and he screamed in terror as he writhed in agony. Simultaneously, Xiao Shi swiftly plucked several velvet flowers, her other hand drawing her sword to strike at another disciple. Not good. Xiao Mei's heart raced as she darted backward. "Sister, you!" The disciple's eyes widened in horror. Trembling as he collapsed into a pool of blood, his body swiftly ensnared by the vines. Xiao Shi licked the blood that splattered onto her face, a look of bliss washing over her features. Upon closer inspection, her pupils were pitch black. That I cannot allow her to escape. Xiao Shi shook her head and hurried after Xiao Mei, clutching the 3 blood-stained velvet flowers. The rustling of leaves accompanied Xiao Mei as she glanced back occasionally, seeing Xiao Shi's figure flicker like a wraith, appearing and disappearing. She could not fathom why this was happening, only feeling a sense of relief at having kept her distance. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Perhaps having lingered in the sect for too long, she had never truly witnessed the harshness of reality. "Sister," a distant voice echoed from behind, growing closer, tightening Xiao Mei's heart. Did he not run away? Chapter 39. Daylight and darkness in the city of Fengshui. Heavy snow fell upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Blood stained the accumulated snow, and the clarion call for battle resounded into the late hours of the night. Soldiers busily tidied the battlefield, gathering the fallen soldiers of the Yu Kingdom into heaps. That a fierce blaze consumed the remnants of war, leaving desolation and despondency outside the city walls. War is merciless. Wei Huading strolled forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Though unaware of his father's intentions in summoning him, Wei Ziyan dutifully followed behind. Death was a common occurrence. Today, victory belonged to them, yet next time, it could very well be their foes who triumph. There are no eternal victors. Wei Huading, perplexed, queried, "Why are you the one transporting the herbs? Why not me?" Upon hearing those words, Wei Ziyan felt a sudden surge of anger within his heart. That am I merely a worthless being incapable of cultivation in your eyes? Wei Huading forced a bitter smile and replied, "I do not wish for your forgiveness." "What do you wish to express?" Wei Ziyan exclaimed, abruptly raising his head. "Forgive me." Did you ever think of me during those frigid winter nights when I couldn't sleep from the cold? As a mere child, I endured the harsh winter alone, with only an ancient tree in the courtyard for company. Later, I lost even that courtyard. Did you ever consider my plight, when others humiliated me and sought to take my life? Did you ever think of me? At these words, Wei Huiting trembled and swiftly turned his head. You have never. Indeed, Wei Ziyan interjected. After all, you remarried a woman as beautiful as a flower and welcomed a precious son. Just a worthless child who would care about him? Wei Ziyan shook his head, his expression forlorn. Who wants to kill you? Hearing Wei Ziyan's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Wei Huiting's mind. His child, unable to sleep from the cold in winter. What did he mean by losing the courtyard? And who sought to end his life? How many truths remained hidden from him? It is none of your concern. Wei Ziyan scoffed at, do you even remember my mother? You've long since forgotten her, haven't you? With a resounding slap, Wei Huiting struck him, his face contorted with rage. But before he could finish, he met Wei Ziyan's calm gaze, a tranquility so eerie it sent shivers down his spine. I think you need to calm down. With that, Wei Ziyan turned and walked away. He merely wished to vent the grievances of these past years. After all, even the most patient soul can reach their breaking point. Watching his son's retreating figure, Wei Huiting extended his hand, only to let it drop slowly. That he is quite the spirit. The figure appeared beside Wei Huiting. It was Yin Song, who had been absent for some time. I apologize, General Wei. Wei Huiting understood the intent behind his words and shook his head. That I have embarrassed myself. Did you manage to pursue that person? Yin Song fell silent for a moment, his grip on the sword tightening. A wave of formidable killing intent surging before abruptly dissipating. That I did not. He offered no excuses, earning Wei Huiting's respect in the process. That my master has taken a keen interest in your son. Oh, Wei Huiting raised an eyebrow. How could Master Qi possibly notice my unremarkable son? He is not unremarkable. Yin Song replied earnestly to AT-17. He has reached the 6th harmonization realm. That is already considered a genius. Composing poetry at 5, he astonished many. Besides, he is your child, and if I am not mistaken, he possesses the power of a firewalker within him. He is not a worthless child, but a prodigy. How could a child of such lineage fail to cultivate? Wei Huiting's gaze shifted slightly. That my master states that the truth lies not in books, but beneath our feet. Yin Song, holding his sword, continued. Since he is your son, he will inevitably tread that path. The inherent fierceness in his blood cannot be concealed. Sighing, Wei Huiting fell silent for a moment, gazing at the clouds drifting across the horizon. Let me ponder this further. That a bird with wings is bound. Even if you confine its wings, it still harbors a heart yearning to soar. After saying this, Yin Song walked toward the city below. That as a member of a sect, he could not venture forth alone. The recent battle outside Wind and Snow City, where the southern forces decisively defeated the invading snow wolves, was largely attributed to the disciples of the sect. General Wei, you will come to understand. How could I not understand? Wei Huiting extended his hand, feeling the snowflakes fall upon it. Cold, so very cold. Ultimately, I cannot prevent it. I only hope you can live happily. Even if that happiness is fleeting. On the other side, Wei Ziyan stood atop a sheer cliff outside Wind and Snow City. Towering pines surrounded him, their branches unbent by the weight of snow. The mountain winds howled, unsettling his mind. Seated cross-legged upon a large stone, Wei Ziyan cradled his chin in his hand, his gaze hollow as he stared into the distance. Perhaps there lies some hidden truth within. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of that foolish girl. He had been too busy these past few days to nurture his connection with Xia Mei. Opening the system interface, he found that Xia Mei's status read, in training. Situation somewhat critical. Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow. Training? Critical situation? Could anything have gone wrong? How could she have begun training without any warning? Opening the message panel, he discovered an abundance of messages from Xia Mei. Not wanting to disturb her, he opted to wait until her status improved before responding. Upon reading through her messages, he noted that she mostly expressed minor grievances, shared amusing anecdotes, and conveyed a hint of longing. Eventually, she mentioned her intention to begin her training. Well, I can't help but feel a bit anxious. That my master says the outcome is not what matters. It's essential to protect oneself. Avoid situations with less than 70% certainty. Yet I still feel a twinge of fear. This foolish girl, he read, A faint smile crept on Wei Xian's face, his heart lifting slightly. Xiao Mei had begun to develop an attachment to him, and he found himself increasingly concerned for her well-being, no longer viewing her merely as a source of experience. Since Lishan sect was also in the southern kingdom, should he go visit her? Wei Xian rested his chin in his hand, enlarging Xiao Mei's status image. Her delicate features bore a hint of apprehension, her snow-white garments slightly soiled, as she glanced back at something. Before her lay an expanse of darkness. Wei Xian could not discern where this was. The status indicated it was now 10 past noon, yet it appeared dark where she was. How peculiar. With a sigh, Wei Xian, who initially intended to communicate with Xiao Mei, felt a sense of disinterest and closed the interface that he failed to notice that their intimacy had reached a value of 98, with a breakthrough to 100 seemingly within reach. Where is this place? Where day meets night. Chapter 40. A sword's astonishing flight. I know precisely where you speak of. Suddenly, a man appeared beside him, sword in hand, his demeanor proud and aloof, where Wei Xian cast a glance, recognizing the swordsman from the night before, and he felt reassured. You seem to be in a rather poor mood. Yin Song sat cross-legged beside Wei Xian, though his demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Do you influential figures always enjoy speaking in riddles? Wei Xian inquired, perplexed that I sense a familiar aura within you. Hearing this, Wei Xian paused, lifting his gaze to meet Yin Song's. He resembled a concealed sword. You are not a simple human. Wei Xian initially wondered what he meant, only to realize it was for this reason. This hardly seemed a valuable secret that no Yin Song's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This is a secret of great significance. Wei Xian shrugged off the notion. But Yin Song's next words sent a chill down his spine. That I have met your sister. She is not like you. Meeting Yin Song's calm gaze, Wei Xian's lips parted in shock, his pupils constricting. He understood the implication of those words. Yin Song had first remarked on the presence of demonic blood within Wei Xian, then claimed to have met his sister, emphasizing their differences. The distinction could not merely be gender. Thus, the only difference must pertain to bloodline. Are you suggesting that my sister is not my biological sibling? Wei Xian struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yin Song fixed his gaze upon him before turning away. It seems you are not as clever as I had imagined. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wei Xian scratched his head. Did I say foolish junior? I humbly ask for your enlightenment. Yin Song nodded slowly. Your bloodline is impure, or perhaps overly pure. Your sister, on the other hand, possesses a pure lineage. Perhaps the bloodline is the cause of your chaotic meridians, leading to a larger dantian, which consequently results in a slower cultivation speed. Wei Xian, taken aback, pondered. So, you are implying that I am not biologically related? It appears you need to read more, young Master Wei. Yin Song expressed a hint of regret, as if lamenting that such a seemingly promising youth lacked intelligence. Your mother is of demonic lineage. You ought to be aware of this. Wei Xian nodded initially, then shook his head. That I have only heard rumors that it's rather amusing. They claim to be half human, half demon, yet they appear no different from ordinary people. Be it in physique or otherwise. Your potential is substantial, yet the criteria for entering this threshold may be somewhat stringent. Wei Xian contemplated this. Are you suggesting that Xian is not a worthless child? Yin Song nodded in satisfaction, casually placing his sword aside. You are indeed teachable. You just called me foolish, Wei Xian retorted, pouting slightly. Yet you still have not revealed where that place is. Are you more curious about my familiarity with you than about that place? Yin Song remarked. You are indeed quite intriguing, that I merely prefer to avoid lofty aspirations. Wei Xian shook his head and sighed. Are you aiming too high? Yin Song chuckled. How do you know which one of these two is truly aiming too high? Sir, please do not jest with me. Wei Xian forced a smile and replied, all right. Yin Song then rose to his feet. Do you know where the demon clan primarily resides? Most live within various nations. Although many of their circumstances are far from favorable, that a small portion dwells in the 10,000 Great Mountains, which serves as a secluded haven for them. Upon hearing Wei Xian's response, Yin Song raised an eyebrow. Slightly astonished, I didn't expect you to possess such knowledge. You are correct to some extent. What you see is merely the surface. While there are indeed many demons within each nation, their situations are not merely unfavorable. The polarization is quite severe. Some occupy high-ranking positions, while others can barely survive within the Demon Suppression Bureau. The Demon Suppression Bureau. Though relations between humans and demons are not ideal, they are not oppressed to such an extent. Where does this bureau come from? Wei Ziyan pondered, feeling puzzled. The majority of demons remain hidden within the 10,000 Great Mountains, for that is their true sanctuary, their paradise. The notion of seclusion is also a misconception. Yin Song turned to Wei Ziyan, his long hair swirling in the gusts of wind. Do you know why they choose to stay in the 10,000 Great Mountains? I do not know. Wei Ziyan admitted candidly, shaking his head. Most of my information comes from books, and just as history is written by the victors, the information in books is not necessarily accurate, because there exists another place, known as the Abyss of Extreme Evil. Wei Ziyan quickly grasped the implication. So, the place of perpetual darkness is the Abyss of Extreme Evil. Indeed, Yin Song continued, the reason the demons remain confined to the 10,000 Great Mountains is to suppress the abyss of extreme evil. They are in a mutually opposing relationship, that in truth. All people should hold a sufficient respect for the demon clan, if it weren't for the suppression by the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The consequences of the monsters emerging from the abyss of extreme evil would be unimaginable. So, you are also of the demon clan? Wei Ziyan inquired. That I am not, Yin Song responded, a hint of silence enveloping him. Like you, I am of mixed blood. Recently, there has been unrest in the 10,000 Great Mountains, which does not bode well. Furthermore, this involves a mysterious organization known as the Apostles. The instigator of the plague in Frosty Snow City is one of the Apostles. Named Zia. It is unfortunate that I was unable to capture him. As he spoke, Yin Song furrowed his brow, his hands tightly clenched. Do you have friends in the abyss of extreme evil? I suppose so. Wei Ziyan nodded. That a Dao partner could also be considered a friend, perhaps a girlfriend? Do not worry. The abyss of extreme evil is often chosen by many sects as a trial ground. Generally, there is not much danger as long as one does not delve too deeply. And if one does delve deeply? Wei Ziyan raised his head to gaze at Yin Song, his expression turning serious. Under the 7 stars, death is certain. Is it truly that terrifying? Wei Ziyan silently resolved never to set foot in the abyss of extreme evil. He mused that Xiaomei would likely not venture too deep, perhaps, maybe, possibly. Once one steps into the depths of the abyss of extreme evil, if they lack sufficient willpower, they may as well seek their own end. Yin Song's voice suddenly tightened. Thus, do not go. Thank you for your clarification, sir. Wei Ziyan stood, bowing respectfully. However, he did not notice Yin Song slightly sidestepping to evade the gesture. After a moment, Wei Ziyan lifted his head, a smile gracing his face as he curiously asked, Why do you hold me in such high regard, sir? Your sword is quite impressive. Leaving behind an ambiguous remark, Yin Song vanished from sight. That I shall gift you a sword. Named, Startling Swan. Thank you, sir. Wei Ziyan gazed at the sword leaning against the stone, falling into a contemplative silence. This mere coincidence? Chapter 41. A facade at best. The situation has finally changed. Wei Ziyan had been fixated on the system interface. Xiaomei's status initially read, in a life and death escape. Upon seeing this line, Wei Ziyan felt as though a giant hand was tightly gripping his heart, filled with trepidation, unable to calm himself for a long while. Moreover, the dynamic image of Xiaomei in the display had not changed, still depicting her looking back. This state persisted for over 2 hours. During this time, Chen Wei came to play, but was sent away by Wei Ziyan's desire for solitude. Wei Huading seemed to want to talk, but was deflected when he opened the door, as Wei Ziyan cited his ill health as an excuse. That it was only now that Xiaomei's status finally changed to escape completed. Wei Ziyan let out a profound sigh of relief. Realizing that he had unwittingly become so invested in this young girl, he chuckled at himself, reminiscing how long it had been since he felt such anxiety. As was his custom, he prodded the system, inquiring about Xiaomei's current state. He received a swift reply, indicating that all was well. Within an unknown cave, Xiaomei, feeling somewhat aggrieved, pressed her injured leg, her skirt torn to staunch the bleeding. Little Sher's prowess was far beyond what appeared at first glance, surpassing the standards of the 6 harmonies and 3 realms, and her strikes were merciless, nearly always fatal. Fortunately, Xiaomei was well prepared, yet even so, she was ultimately cast off a cliff. Perhaps it was her good fortune that beneath the cliff lay a hidden river, and at the river's end, there fortuitously existed a cave. Regrettably, the talisman gifted by her master had been destroyed. Had she not encountered someone familiar, she might have maintained her composure longer. However, upon seeing Wei Xian's message, she could no longer hold back. Sitting on a stone, Xiaomei faced a roaring fire, a broken sword resting beside her. Her soft sobs echoed into the night, her exquisite face glistening with tears like pear blossoms in the rain. With a quivering voice, she recounted the events that had transpired, her expression one of utter dejection as she hugged her legs. Gazing woefully at the flickering flames, the warmth of the fire was overshadowed by the sense of safety she found within her heart. "You weren't injured, were you?" "Just a little. My leg was scratched." Xiaomei had intended to insist she was unscathed, but the words that escaped her lips came out differently, that I cannot assist you at the moment, so do not be afraid. Observing the myriad of messages from the divine envoy, Xiaomei obediently nodded. Suddenly realizing that the divine envoy might not be able to see her, she promptly replied a few more reassurances that I am quite safe now. Contemplating this, Xiaomei glanced at the cave's entrance, where a quarter of a talisman burned brightly. This talisman, also a precious gift from her master Gongsun Ning, was said to be impenetrable even by those of celestial lineage. Moreover, it was reusable, highlighting its immense value. Her master held her in high regard, just slightly beneath the divine envoy. Understood, Xiaomei nodded obediently, gathering a pile of dry grass to lie on, intending to rest for a while. The words of the divine envoy felt like a warm bowl of ginger soup after being caught in the rain. The comforting sensation warming her heart that on the other side, Wei Xian opened his eyes and sighed quietly. It seemed as though everything was converging at once, since the system indicated that Xiaomei had escaped danger. The issue should not be grave. Upon reopening the system interface, Xiaomei's status had transformed to sound asleep. It appeared she was quite fatigued. Wei Xian stole a glance, noting that although the system continued to emit notifications of increased affinity, their mutual affinity remained stubbornly stuck at 98, failing to grow. After opening the accumulated cleansing elixirs from the past half-month, Wei Xian consumed one and soon drifted into slumber. "Father," after finishing his grooming. Wei Xian opened the door, only to find Wei Huiding pacing back and forth at the entrance. "You are awake." Upon hearing Wei Xian's voice, Wei Huiding stiffened, an unnatural expression flitting across his face. "Why don't you go inside? I was just taking a stroll. Just a stroll, huh?" Wei Huiding appeared somewhat flustered, as if struck by Wei Xian's words. "That I asked there's something on your mind?" Despite feeling somewhat amused, Wei Xian maintained an expression of nonchalance. "Let us go eat first." "All right." Wei Xian closed the door and followed Wei Huiding to the military tent. The table was laid with neither lavish dishes nor extravagant meats, but rather simple porridge and a small plate of pickled vegetables. The atmosphere at the dining table was eerily silent. Wei Xian, preoccupied with concern for Xiaomei's status, found himself at a loss for words and merely focused on his meal. "Cough, still blaming yourself?" Wei Huiding could no longer contain himself and spoke up. When will you return home?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it, feeling as though he was driving Wei Xian away. Wei Huiding recognized his own shortcomings. Yet when he sought to make amends, he discovered it was not so simple. His child had grown up, developed their own thoughts and goals. He should support them rather than impede them. Moreover, decades had passed. What was there left to fear for an old man? Perhaps at noon. Upon hearing these words, Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had been in Snowstorm City for a week already. Most matters here had been attended to, and for the time being, no one dared to offend him. Wei Huiding was rambling on, as if conversing with himself, yet it seemed directed at Wei Xian as well. "Shall we return together?" "Of course." Wei Xian nodded. "You are the head of the family. Why do you need to ask me?" Although Wei Xian's words were indeed accurate, Wei Huiding felt a disconcerting distance between them. It felt too estranged, not at all like a father and son, but rather like two acquaintances who were slightly more familiar with each other. As the meal concluded, Wei Xian stepped out of the military tent, intending to change into his armor, when he suddenly caught sight of a lively scene not far away. Splendid, impressive. Even from the entrance, he could hear the enthusiastic cheers resounding. Wei Xian approached and discovered two stunningly beautiful women engaged in a sparring match. Each held a sword, standing on opposite sides, exchanging blows with remarkable skill. Both women were striking in appearance. One, though veiled, had a figure that suggested she was equally attractive. "What is happening here?" Wei Ziyan casually inquired of a nearby soldier. Wei Xiaowei, the soldier exclaimed, clearly surprised, his voice rising and drawing the attention of those around. Shu. Wei Ziyan placed a finger to his lips, preferring to observe the match in silence, just as one would while watching a game of chess. The ruckus naturally caught the attention of the two combatants. Who is that? He is quite handsome, one remarked. Returning to the barracks, these are disciples from the Xianyao sect, demonstrating the art of swordsmanship for us. The soldier replied that, oh. Wei Ziyan glanced over and commented nonchalantly, just a show. However, the allure of beautiful women was undeniable, though he refrained from voicing this thought. Wait, Chapter 42, a challenge. Although Wei Ziyan's voice was low, it caught the attention of Fu Ling from the Five Radiance Three Realms. What is it? Wei Ziyan turned to face her, the sunlight illuminating his youthful, striking features. Did you say we are merely a show? Fu Ling's tone was sharp. As a disciple of the sect, she had never been called a mere spectacle before. Fu Ling. Let it go, another woman in a pale yellow gown interjected, grasping Fu Ling's arm. Her expression somewhat troubled. She appeared delicate and seemed unwilling to stir troubled. And oh Wei. Bai Xiao, he has insulted us. Fu Ling's expression was fierce. Her teeth clenched, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to confront Wei Ziyan head-on. Noticing her agitation, Wei Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. That I apologize. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly, he said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, that if I have offended the two young ladies, I sincerely apologize. Before the two women could respond, the surrounding soldiers erupted in protest. Why should we apologize to them? Wei Xiaowei, let these two inexperienced girls learn a lesson. Indeed, we have seen Wei Xiaowei's prowess. A match with them would surely bring them to their senses. Listening to the soldiers clamoring, Fu Ling's face flushed with anger. But weren't you all just cheering a moment ago? Her chest heaved with indignation, though her figure lacked the dramatic curves that might have made her more imposing. Silence. Wei Ziyan spoke softly, and the soldiers quickly quieted it on the city wall. Yin Song raised an eyebrow, recognizing Wei Ziyan's potential. It was my oversight in not guiding him properly. Seeing Wei Ziyan manage to silence the soldiers with a mere word. Wei Huading felt a mix of astonishment and regret. If I had raised him from a young age, might he have become even better? Fu Ling brandished her sword, the blade gleaming menacingly. Dare you to face us in a duel? Fu Ling's expression was frosty, while Bai Xiao appeared visibly flustered. What should we do? What should we do? My sister is about to cause trouble again. Suddenly, Bai Xiao noticed a figure on the city wall. The instructor watching with apparent interest. Bai Xiao contemplated quietly withdrawing, but before she could step back, Fu Ling shouted, If you are a man, let us have a proper fight and see who is truly a spectacle. Why are you dragging us into this? Bai Xiao's face froze, and she stood beside her sister, looking teary-eyed. Fight them. Xiaowei, teach them a lesson. A mere spectacle. Hush. Wei Ziyan pondered for a moment before responding. You are clever. But why should I fight you? Fu Ling had turned her challenge into an insult, and the situation had become rather awkward for Wei Ziyan. While most would have engaged in a fight, he remained unperturbed. His thick skin allowed him to remain unbothered. Just as I cannot be kidnapped by your lack of morality, as long as I maintain my composure, I shall be invincible. Fu Ling was momentarily at a loss for words, her foot tapping in frustration as she cast a glance at Bai Xiao. You're the senior sister, aren't you? Bai Xiao pouted, having often cleaned up her sister's messes. Stepping forward, she spoke earnestly, for those who practice swordsmanship. Your words are rather hurtful, that if you do not mind, why not allow us to witness your true swordplay? After all, you would not bully two weaker women, would you? With that, Wei Ziyan let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps he should engage them briefly, then feign defeat midway. He stepped forward and said, In that case, if I were to refuse again, it would be disrespectful to the two young ladies. But before we begin, may I ask for your names? I am Bai Xiao, and this is my senior sister, Fu Ling, a lovely name. Wei Ziyan smiled faintly. How shall we compete? What shall we do? Bai Xiao turned to her sister. Fu Ling blinked, momentarily at a loss. Just fight. No need to ask how. How about this? I have matters to attend to, so you both may come at me together. Wei Ziyan chuckled. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can attend to my own affairs. That as long as he left an opening, he could quickly concede that Xiaowei's words are powerful. Xiaowei is mighty. Hearing the rising cheers, Wei Ziyan's expression darkened. Something felt amiss. All right, before he could explain, Fu Ling declared loudly, "If you lose, you must run 3 laps around the training ground," shouting, "Fu Ling is my aunt, and my swordplay is merely a spectacle." She was furious. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant before her. With a fierce expression, Bai Xiao shed her previous demeanor, tying her hair back with determination. That, "Oh dear, I really should have kept my mouth shut," Wei Ziyan sighed. "And if you lose?" Just as the two women pondered what outrageous condition Wei Ziyan might propose, he said, "Let's consider it a misunderstanding. Nothing happened, all right?" Without further ado, Fu Ling shouted, "Come on." She sprang forward, her feet pounding the ground, her figure moving with an agile grace as she lunged at Wei Ziyan with a sword that gleamed ominously. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao was not to be outdone. She placed both hands on her sword, and in an instant, it soared through the air with incredible speed. Buzz, Wei Ziyan stepped back, bending low to evade Fu Ling's fierce strike, then raised his sword sheath to parry her blade. While the force was not overwhelming, it effectively trapped his arm. Fu Ling's expression soured as she struggled to free her sword at the same moment. Bai Xiao's flying sword came hurtling towards him. Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow as a hazy image of a sword flickered in his mind, seemingly attempting to disrupt his focus. A mental assault. Wei Ziyan decided to close his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a tingle in his ears, a smile creeping onto his lips. Found Yudi loosened his grip on Fu Ling's hand, allowing his sword to glide from its sheath. Landing perfectly in his grasp, buzz, a sharp sound resonated, and by the time everyone regained their senses, Bai Xiao's slender sword had embedded itself into the city wall behind them. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Bai Xiao's pupils dilated, her expression frozen in shock as she extended her hand, her long hair cascading around her like a dark ribbon. Sheathing his sword, Wei Ziyan pushed through the crowd and began to depart. "I apologize for the unintended offense." "Wait!" At that moment, Fu Ling regained her composure and called out, "What is your name?" Wei Ziyan paused, turning slightly and raising his hand in a casual wave. "Wei Ziyan." Chapter 43. The matter resolved. "Wei Ziyan," Fu Ling murmured softly to herself. "He seems quite formidable." "Sister, he appears to be quite impressive." Bai Xiao, standing behind her, stepped forward, her surprise evident, although she was unsure if his previous actions had been deliberate. The way the sword had flown towards them was undeniably fierce. Bai Xiao clenched her delicate hands, huffing indignantly. "Wei Ziyan, I will remember you. One day, I shall defeat you." Fu Ling, feeling indignant, addressed Bai Xiao. "When sisters unite, their strength can shatter gold. Let us stand together." "Very well." On the city wall, Yin Song observed the departing figure of Wei Ziyan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A tiger's son is never a dog. After uttering this remark, he descended with his sword in hand. Those two are indeed fine raw materials. They merely need some refinement, but care must be taken not to crush their spirit. Beside him, Wei Huiting stood lost in thought for a while before exhaling a deep sigh. A tiger's son is never a dog, indeed. Ha ha ha. Yet there was a tinge of self-mockery in that laughter. 18 noon, Wei Ziyan donned his armor, each side adorned with a sword, and set off. Wei Huiting, succinct in his words, swiftly turned his horse and galloped away. Wei Ziyan surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of Chen Wei, who was rumored to have been promoted. Wei Ziyan urged his horse to catch up. "When we reach home, we shall converse," agreed. Although Wei Ziyan's expression remained tranquil, tumultuous waves surged within him. Finally, an opportunity to uncover some truths had arrived. That as he beheld his father ahead, a thought suddenly emerged in Wei Ziyan's mind. In an instant, he found himself before Wei Huiting. Hee. Wei Huiting chuckled, shaking his head as he spurred his steed to pursue. Under the warm sun, the two galloping steeds raced ahead, leaving dust in their wake. Due to their competitive spirit, a journey that should have taken 2 hours stretched into 2.5. During this time, the small horse grew weary. Ultimately, before nightfall, they arrived at the city walls of Dingshan County. "Ha ha ha, just in time for a meal," Wei Huiting remarked, leading his horse forward with a hint of awkwardness. "Let us talk tomorrow." Wei Ziyan patted the small horse, sensing its renewed vigor. "I must return the armor to Uncle Muro, so I shall not join you for dinner." With that, Wei Ziyan mounted his horse and swiftly vanished from sight. Alas! Wei Huiting hesitated, his words turning into a soft sigh. like a mirror with a crack. It is difficult to restore it to its former state, the Murong residence. The dishes had been reheated several times, their enticing aroma becoming rather commonplace. Murong Yunhai swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the delectable food before him. His hunger was becoming unbearable, yet that wretched brat still had not returned. I can forego my meal. But Murong Yunhai glanced towards the entrance, where Murongya and Qing'er stood, occasionally peering towards the front door. Yer and Qing'er, shall we not dine first? It won't taste as good if we reheat it again. Indeed, miss. Let us eat first. The Qing'er licked her lips, placing a hand on her stomach, which was grumbling incessantly. Didn't Ti write to you? Murongya turned to Murong Yunhai, her slightly furrowed brows conveying a sense of grievance, her watery pupils seemingly speaking volumes. That it was better left unsaid, but upon mentioning it, Murong Yunhai felt a surge of anger. Why did he have to inform Yer? Yet he was late. Folding his arms, Murong Yunhai exclaimed, "What is the most admirable quality in a man? It is integrity." "The snow is quite heavy outside," Murongya replied, her hands clasped before her chest. "The horse will naturally move slower in the snow." With a sigh, Murong Yunhai remarked, "You've only known him for a few days. Yet you're already considering others? I, as a father, am also hungry. Are you not hungry, daughter?" His tone was thick with jealousy, as if his precious was being taken from him. "Not very hungry." Murongya, her back turned to her father, shook her head. Her unique constitution meant she required only a small amount of food to satiate her, and currently, she felt only a slight pang of hunger. With no other recourse, Murong Yunhai turned his gaze to Murong Qing, who blinked innocently and shrugged. "I can't help it. I'm about to starve myself." The Qing'er looked at Murongya, trying to charm her cold heart with a cute expression, but Murongya's gaze remained fixed on the outside. They've arrived! Suddenly, a shout echoed from outside, followed by a maid, her face alight with joy, bursting in to announce, "Sir, Miss, young Master Wei has returned." "Returned?" Murongya's body tensed, her face brightening with joy. Just as she was about to rush out, she hesitated, nervously wringing her hands. "Has he removed his armor?" Murong Yunhai stood, inquiring without a hint of relevance. "That it seems not." The maid pondered before replying. "Young Master Wei has a cut on his face and is quite dirty from the horse." Murongya, possessing both intelligence and grace, understood her father's implication immediately. She felt a small thrill of joy within her. It seemed waiting all this time had been worth it. The sudden horse's whinny pierced the air as Wei Ziyan strode into the courtyard of the Murong residence, clad in armor and exuding an air of heroism. Upon seeing the trio at the entrance, he paused slightly, warmth blossoming in his heart. Here it felt more like home. "Uncle, Qing'er," Wei Ziyan clasped his fists. "It has been a long time. How did you get injured?" Murongya instinctively reached out to assess Wei Ziyan's wounds, but after a heavy cough from him, her face flushed, and she quickly withdrew her delicate hand. "It's good that you're back." Murong Yunhai stepped forward, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "You have a sword?" "Indeed." Wei Ziyan, retracting his gaze from Murongya, smiled. It was a gift from Master Yin Song. He then removed the sword from its sheath and presented it to Murong Yunhai, explaining, "It is called Jin Hong." With a hum, Murong Yunhai drew Jin Hong, its icy jade blade glimmering faintly. "A fine sword," he exclaimed, a glint of admiration in his eyes. "Take good care of it. It will yield unexpected results." "Of course," Wei Ziyan replied respectfully. "First, remove your armor. You can hardly wait to eat. You must appease my precious daughter, or else I, as her father, will not tolerate it." "Father." Murongya stamped her foot in dissatisfaction. "It's clearly you who is hungry." "Understood," Wei Ziyan replied, his gentle gaze resting on Murongya, who was fiddling with her clothing, her beauty striking. Chapter 44. Father and Son's Midnight Conversation. You're back. Late at night, a slightly intoxicated Wei Ziyan returned home to the Murong residence, startled by the sudden voice. Father, rubbing his eyes, he used his spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol's effects, revealing Wei Huading lurking in the shadows. "You actually know to return. I thought you had taken up residence there, considering you are now a grown man." Wei Huading teased. "That you've been waiting here all this time?" Wei Ziyan's mouth opened in surprise, coupled with a peculiar feeling. What was it like to be teased by his father for returning home? He pondered too much. Wei Huading brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes and said, "Let us go inside and talk." With that, he pushed open the door and entered. All right. Wei Ziyan nodded, his expression somewhat complicated. He noticed the considerable dust on Wei Huiding's back, indicating he had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as they entered, Wei Huiding's words left Wei Ziyan momentarily stunned. Tomorrow, you will join the ancestral hall. After all, you carry the same blood as I do. After a long moment of contemplation, Wei Ziyan finally responded, perhaps it's better to wait. Very well. Wei Huiding nodded decisively, not surprised in the least that I have wronged you over the years, and there is little I can do to make amends. After much thought, this is all I have today. He spoke. Wei Huiding produced a palm-sized luminous pearl, instantly illuminating the room with a brilliant glow, its jade-like sheen causing one to instinctively squint. What is this? A Li pearl, Wei Huiding explained. It is said to be the inner core of a beast called the Li, possessing extraordinary effects. It can ward off storms and improve one's constitution, allowing you to withstand both heat and cold. Such an impressive item, Wei Ziyan inquired. It must be quite precious, right? A worthy offering for a young lady, as for its value, that is of no concern to you. It is merely a trinket, Wei Huiding chuckled. Yet, this trinket had cost him half a lifetime of effort. Wei Ziyan mused, but if it is this large, how can one wear it? By dripping blood to recognize the master. Dripping blood to recognize the master? Wei Ziyan's expression turned peculiar. He had never heard of such a method. Even the most renowned treasures merely required one's spiritual energy for nurturing. Wei Huiding laughed lightly. It's precisely what you think. This item can barely be considered a treasure. Then I shall accept it. Wei Ziyan extended his hand, struggling a bit to take it from Wei Huiding. There is something I must tell you. Wei Huiding sighed deeply, about to speak but hesitating. Never mind. I'll tell you tomorrow. The Academy and the sect have both extended their invitations to you. Where do you wish to go next? At this point, Wei Huiding cast a complex glance at his son. Recently, it's become untenable, he said. Wei Ziyan replied, Yura seems to be suffering from a hidden ailment. I must make a trip to Guangzhou Nanling. Muronya? Wei Huiding paused slightly, pondering that the child must have blossomed into a graceful beauty by now. However, is the purpose of going to Guangzhou to procure the wood velvet flower? How do you know? Wei Ziyan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. The reason for Wei Ziyan's inebriation at tonight's banquet was largely due to this matter. Muronya's condition was far more intricate than initially perceived. Her constitution appeared to be exceptionally rare. Upon examination, Wei Ziyan discovered that the spiritual energy within her was overwhelmingly vast, akin to an ocean in its expanse that a full reservoir overflows. The only method to suppress this phenomenon is to utilize wood velvet flower's age for an adequate duration. How long of an age? 500 years. Wei Huiding furrowed his brow slightly. 500 years. Wasn't that akin to gambling on fate? Not exactly. I've heard that the black market in Guangzhou has several specimens of exceptional age. Such a rare item would not simply await your arrival, would it? Before Wei Ziyan could finish, Wei Huiding interrupted him. It is said that the seller of this item has made a request. One that remains unfulfilled to this day. Wei Ziyan stated resolutely, regardless, I must go. After all, they saved my life. Saved your life? Wei Huiding's expression tightened. Do tell me about that day. Wei Ziyan hesitated momentarily, but then recounted everything to Wei Huiding regarding the young master of the Zhang family. Wei Huiding squinted, his countenance frosty. Your mother also a significant part of this. Confusion clouded his mind. Had he truly been used as a pawn for nearly a decade? Wei Huiding recalled various matters, such as the family's expenditures exceeding the usual by approximately 30%, or how he had never been privy to Wei Ziyan's living conditions. What else have you concealed from me? Your father will provide you with an explanation. Wei Ziyan nodded expressionlessly, revealing no hint of joy. He had not intended to disclose this matter, as his current circumstances were quite satisfactory. However, if he remained silent, would he not be perceived as a soft target? Easily manipulated? I wish to inquire about certain matters. Wei Ziyan raised his head, his demeanor suddenly serious. Ask away. Wei Huiding exhaled deeply, seated himself on a bench, closed his eyes, and began tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. He had anticipated the questions Wei Ziyan would pose. That I want to know, where is Yu Mountain? As expected, Wei Huiding inhaled sharply, his fingers halting abruptly. Do you truly wish to know? Our physical forms are bestowed by our parents. Wei Ziyan replied slowly. Some matters, if left unaddressed, would be a disservice to oneself. Then heed my advice and do not pursue them. Wei Huiting's voice turned cold, that you've been experiencing too much fortune lately. We shall discuss it upon your return from Guangzhou. Then allow me to pose another question. Wei Ziyan continued, whereas Lishan, you have matured. After a brief silence, Wei Huiting sighed, his closed eyes slowly opening. You mountain is Lishan, as for more. You are not yet strong enough. The academy may be a suitable place for you, as he spoke. Wei Huiting approached the door. Since you have met your mother, keep it safe. Just as Wei Huiting was about to leave, Wei Ziyan called out, what exactly are you hiding? Mother did not perish due to my birth. Did she? You are a general. Yet you appear more like a coward. At the door, Wei Huiting's hand froze. The frigid winter wind howled outside. The lights within flickering. As he pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard, the moonlight cast a desolate and sorrowful shadow upon him. He said nothing, merely gazing at that silhouette, causing a sudden pang of discomfort within Wei Ziyan. This man, who roamed the world with such prowess, seemed to age decades in an instant. Chapter 45. Worth the journey Tianshang Runjian. The difference between day and night is stark. The number of visitors has significantly dwindled, most of whom now exit while supporting their waists. Wei Ziyan arrived early at Tianshang Runjian. Young master, it's been a while. The alluring madam clung to Wei Ziyan's arm, pressing her voluptuous form against him. The remaining matters I can handle myself. Wei Ziyan reached out and found a low-grade spirit stone. Here you go, young master. The madam smiled seductively, her fingers delicately pinching. Hey. After Wei Ziyan entered, the madam shot him a disdainful glare. Huffing, just a freeloader, within the antiquated room, fragrant aromas cleared the mind. Who is it? A languid voice floated in. The BUF fairy revealed her smooth, jade-like back, stretching her exquisite form and radiating an abundance of enchanting springtime allure. She remained entirely unperturbed. Only those permitted by the illusion could enter. Not even celestial beings would breach this sanctuary. Suddenly, the BUF fairy felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Long time no see. Wei Ziyan smiled gently. You have returned. The BUF fairy wrapped her arms around Wei Ziyan's neck. Everything went smoothly, I hope. Did you not already know? Wei Ziyan raised an eyebrow, playfully grasping the BUF fairy's chin. In this world, are there still secrets unknown to you? Humph. The BUF fairy snorted, her delicate figure undulating with laughter. You've been investigating me? Not at all. Wei Ziyan casually picked up a citrus fruit and took a bite, his face contorting in exaggerated pain. The BUF fairy burst into laughter. Fool. That's meant for medicinal purposes. All right then. Wei Ziyan pointed to his head. I didn't investigate you. All my insights are derived from here. Observing the BUF fairy's incredulous expression, he recalled his earlier antics with the citrus fruit. I understand you may not believe me. Wei Ziyan spread his hands and shrugged. But this is the truth. Who said I don't believe you? The BUF fairy smiled enchantingly, her stunning beauty captivating. Anyone capable of crafting such unparalleled poetry cannot possibly be an inept individual. Besides, the man I fancy cannot, and should not, be a dullard, as she concluded. The BUF fairy raised her head, exuding an air of superiority. She awaited Wei Ziyan's applause and praise, yet he remained silent for a prolonged moment. Feeling fatigued, the BUF fairy lowered her head, only to find Wei Ziyan staring wide-eyed, swallowing hard. That's so beautiful. Wei Ziyan grinned foolishly. You shameless man. The BUF fairy huffed, conjuring an illusion, and when it shattered, she was already reclined on the bed, impeccably dressed, while Wei Ziyan found himself unwittingly seated on a nearby stool. Your cultivation has grown stronger. Wei Ziyan suppressed his astonishment and spoke that my man is so exceptional. Should I not strive to improve myself? The BUF fairy offered a handkerchief, dabbing at the corners of Wei Ziyan's mouth where saliva had dribbled. Hee. Suddenly, Wei Ziyan grasped the BUF fairy's delicate hand. Since you claim I am your man, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, the BUF fairy replied with a bewitching smile, teasingly licking her lips. But first, you must ensure my comfort. After some time, Wei Ziyan lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, and no more. His eyes were filled with trepidation, his expression weary as he waved his hand. Humph. The BUF fairy's face flushed crimson, her entire being radiating a rosy glow, with delicate beads of fragrant sweat forming on her forehead. I thought you were quite formidable. Yet here we are. Who plays games by using their hands? Wei Ziyan sprang to his feet, fury etched across his face. Playing a clapping game is one thing. I didn't mind the apparent simplicity, but I devoted myself to the game, only to be met with your physical aggression. And to think I couldn't even hold my own. Enough. The BUF fairy's thoughts shifted, revealing her long, slender legs, like soothing a child. Don't be angry. I'll allow you to ask a few questions. A few? Wei Ziyan blinked, curious. Depends on my mood. The BUF fairy swayed her round fan, prompting Wei Ziyan to swiftly snatch it and start fanning himself. You do have some perception. Then I shall ask. Wei Ziyan pondered, throwing out his first question. What exactly are you? The BUF fairy paused, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I am yours. Wei Ziyan frowned, remaining silent, his gaze fixed intently on her. All right, the BUF fairy reined in her laughter. Adopting a serious demeanor, I can share a bit, but only a little. Aside from the organization's regulations, we aren't yet acquainted enough to delve deep. Delve deep. Wei Ziyan blinked innocently. Have you heard of the Web? The espionage organization of the Kingdom of Wu. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan instinctively furrowed his brow. That cannot be right. He said that we are merely an intelligence agency. The fairy of Biwa gently replied that as long as the price is right. We shall sell anything, including information on the Wu army. Wei Ziyan narrowed his eyes. Of course. What about you? Wei Ziyan pressed. I am already under the protection of the young master, so I am naturally excluded from that. I would believe you only if a ghost appeared. Wei Ziyan raised two fingers, indicating a second question, that I wish to know about the distribution of power in Guangzhou, the issues to be mindful of, which places to avoid, the local customs, the character of the cultivators, and the prevailing atmosphere. That I asked that even one question. The fairy of Biwa tilted her head, her bewildered expression revealing a touch of adorability. Indeed. All right, I shall tell you everything. With his eyes closed, Wei Ziyan meticulously committed to memory all that the fairy of Biwa shared. For my third question, how can I obtain the Muxiong flower? What are the risks involved? And how should I prepare? The fairy of Biwa paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback. Do you truly not understand? You must absolutely avoid the depths of the abyss of extreme evil within 1,000 miles. I must go. Wei Ziyan lifted his gaze to meet the fairy of Biwa, his starry eyes seeming to glow. Because I promise someone that I understand. The fairy of Biwa fell into a brief silence. If one day I were to be in a similar position, it would depend on whether we truly know each other. Wei Ziyan chuckled softly. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that he departed from Tianshang Runjian. Outside the building, Wei Ziyan glanced back just in time to see the window close. The voice of the fairy of Biwa echoed in his ears. This journey is worth undertaking. Chapter 46. Children are most adorable. Is this a night pearl? Muronya blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously gazing at the large white pearl that emanated a lustrous jade-like glow. Come, give me your hand, Wei Ziyan said with a gentle smile. Muronya's cheeks flushed slightly as she extended her hand toward Wei Ziyan's larger one. Ah! A sharp sting pricked her finger as if she had been pricked by a needle. Immediately after, her finger was enveloped in warmth. Muronya gasped in surprise, her mouth agape, from the pearl before her. She felt a faint connection, as if they shared a bloodline. Li Zhu. Muronya shyly pulled back her finger. All right, no more bleeding. Wei Ziyan gently wiped it with his sleeve. Humph. Muronya pouted, her curiosity piqued. Where did this come from? It was given to me by my father. Wei Ziyan replied with a smile, that he said it was a betrothal gift for his future daughter-in-law to them. Muronya lowered her head, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. Wei Ziyan affectionately ruffled Muronya's meticulously styled hair. Is it effective? Yes, it is, Muronya nodded. Suddenly, the pearl on the table transformed to the size of the table itself. Just as Wei Ziyan thought it might crush the table and hurriedly reached out to support it, it shrank back to the size of a pellet. Laughter rang in his ears, and Wei Ziyan knew she had successfully established a connection with the Li Zhu. Thank you, Muronya murmured softly, her head bowed. The Li Zhu was indeed useful to her. While the Muxiong flower was a potent remedy for immediate use, the Li Zhu served as a long-term nurturing solution. With the Li Zhu, she could gradually transfer the spiritual liquid within her body into the pearl, alleviating the burden on her body. Here. Wei Ziyan produced a red string and threaded the Li Zhu onto it, placing it around Murong Ya's fair, luminous neck as she shyly watched. The Li Zhu gleamed with a white jade luster, making it hard to discern whether her skin was fairer or the pearl more exquisite. I also have something for you, that as he spoke. Murong produced an exquisite box adorned with dragons and phoenixes, appearing immensely precious. Open it when you return home. All right. Wei Ziyan smiled slightly, feeling a sense of anticipation. Since that is settled, I shall take my leave. Although he said this, Wei Ziyan made no move to depart, remaining seated on the edge of the bed that I will soon set off for Guangzhou. During these days, do not forget to take that pill. It was amusing. Wei Ziyan discovered that the system's gifted Shisui Dan could actually be used by others that if feasible, Wei Ziyan could cultivate a great number of experts using it in the future. After all, a Shisui Dan with full potency is not something that comes by easily, perhaps once in a millennium, or at least once in a century. The effects of the Shisui Dan were equally remarkable, capable of improving one's physique while enhancing beauty. Wei Ziyan could scarcely imagine the repercussions if others knew he could produce a substantial quantity of Shisui Dan at will. Remember to practice your swordsmanship and do not remain cooped up indoors all day. Eat on time. Murong shot him a glance, her voice playful, yet reproachful. I've committed it all to memory. Over the next few days, Wei Ziyan rose, preparing to leave. Actually, you need not go. Murong fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. With the Li Zhu you gifted me, it is merely a matter of time. The power dynamics in Guangzhou are intricate, and the stormy gathering is currently underway. Those with any reputation in the martial world have gathered there. It is quite dangerous, and you should reconsider your decision. Suddenly, Murong felt her body being supported. Do you remember what I said? Wei Ziyan gazed earnestly at Murong that I vowed to protect you for a lifetime. And I am serious. Not solely because you saved me. Murong bit her lip, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Wei Ziyan lowered his head and kissed Murong soft lips. Feeling the gentle touch, he embraced her tightly. Murong, momentarily dazed, gazed at the man before her, her heart racing like a startled fawn, her eyes wide with surprise. Within those beautiful eyes lay curiosity, but even more, shyness. Wait for my return. Wei Ziyan released Murong and stepped outside. Watching his departing figure, Murong pressed her hand against her lips, a slight smile gracing her face as she pondered something. Did not push me? You are too heavy, Qing, hearing the voices outside the door. Murong sighed. Come in. Ha, daughter, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of taking Qing out fishing. Fishing at night? Murong scoffed. Besides, with your unparalleled fishing skills, you always end up with nothing. Murong Yunhai clapped his hands. Sign. All right, I admit, it was Qing who dragged me along. Father? Qing looked at Murong Yunhai in surprise, feeling the weight of his gaze and lowering her head in grievance. All right, it is all my fault, but please do not punish me. Miss, that if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall on father. Enough. Murong said helplessly. I will not blame you. It is just that it would be embarrassing if word got out that the esteemed general of the Murong family was eavesdropping on the conversations of women. Nonsense. Before Murong could finish her sentence, Murong Yunhai interjected. I clearly saw that rascal take liberties with you, that if I had not been at the door, who knows what might have transpired. Father. Murong's cheeks flushed at his words. Hee. Beside them, Qing covered her mouth, intrigued by their conversation, that if he dares to mistreat you in the future, I will not hesitate to deal with him. Wei Ziyan exited the Murong residence and quickly returned home. After placing his belongings in his room, he made his way to the main hall. It was still early, just in time for dinner. Though he felt some reluctance, he had promised his father. Brother, a slightly childish voice rang out as Wei Zixiong rolled over like a ball, rushing towards him. Hey! Upon hearing the voice, a smile involuntarily spread across Wei Ziyan's face. Children truly bring joy. You have gained weight. Wei Ziyan lifted him, weighing him in his arms while frowning slightly. The previously cheerful little chubby boy's expression immediately fell. He leaned against Wei Ziyan's shoulder, sniffing vigorously, his eyes sparkling. Brother, you smell like cosmetics. Wei Ziyan's expression stiffened. Nonsense. Children can be utterly unlovable at times. Chapter 47. The journey begins. Let us eat. Wei Huiting looked at Wei Ziyan with a smile. Unlike his usual cheerful demeanor, he appeared somewhat calm, as if the tranquil sea before a storm. Father, Aunt Xiao. Wei Ziyan nodded at the two, puzzled that at that moment, Chiao Yu's expression did not appear pleasant, with clear tear stains on her cheeks and red eyes, indicating she had been crying. Wei Ziyan merely paused briefly. He was not particularly concerned with Chiao Yu's situation. "Brother, look at what I have to eat." The little plump child sat restlessly on the stool, swaying the shiny candied hawthorn in his hand with a chuckle. Wei Ziyan smiled faintly, just about to utter a few words to critique the little one, hoping to add a touch of excitement to his childhood. When Wei Huiting spoke up, "When shall we set off?" "Tomorrow, perhaps," Wei Ziyan pondered, concluding that such matters are best expedited. "But that's agreeable." Wei Huiting sighed, that it was meant to be a festive occasion, and as he looked towards Wei Ziyan, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Ever since their mother passed away, the family had never truly reunited. His eldest daughter had been away pursuing her studies for years, and he wondered when she would return. If she even remembered that she had a father and a younger brother. The new year was approaching. Wei Huiting chuckled. Leaving early and returning early is also a good thing. Indeed. Wei Ziyan suddenly fell silent. Ever since his sister's departure, he felt as though he had never truly experienced the essence of the new year. It seemed like a distant dream. Lowering his head, he quietly forced a smile. "Come, have some soup." With a somewhat pale complexion, Chiao Yu brought over a bowl of fragrant meat soup. Wei Ziyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Chiao Yu's voice was a bit hoarse. "Thank you, Aunt Chiao." After taking a sip with his spoon, he wrinkled his brow. The soup was not unpleasant, but it was rather overpowering, as if it contained too many spices, masking the original flavors of the ingredients. Nevertheless, he dismissed it from his mind. It was merely a bowl of soup. After all, how could it possibly poison him? Wei Huiting's gaze was gentle as he occasionally served Wei Ziyan some vegetables. From his expression, it seemed he glimpsed a different landscape, that as one ages, nostalgia often takes hold. At least, that was how Wei Ziyan perceived it. He did not resent his father's kindness. Indeed, from a patriarch's perspective, his actions were not unwarranted. Yet there remained a lingering discomfort in his heart that I have finished my meal. I shall return to my room. Wei Ziyan tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, pushed back his chair, and exited the room. "Tomorrow, you may ride my swift steed." Understood. As Wei Ziyan paused at the doorway. He reflected on the quality of his father's horse, a magnificent steed capable of great distances, and was surprised it would be lent to him. "Brother, why did you finish so quickly?" At the dining table, Wei Zixiong blinked his adorable big eyes, his hands greasy, his mouth stuffed with a chicken claw. He had never known what it was like to be full, and thus, he had no aspirations to satiate his hunger. Wei Huiting chuckled as he patted the little fellow's head and shook his head while departing the front hall. "What is wrong with father?" "Nothing." Chiao Yu forced a smile, her eyes red and appearing somewhat pitiable. "Enjoy your meal. Take your time, dear. Mother is here with you." "All right." Chiao Yu wore a gentle smile, yet a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Those who have never had their fill do not dare to dream of it. "Ha! Then I shall ensure you remain hungry." In the room, Wei Ziyan sat cross-legged on the bed. It seemed as though he was in meditation, but in reality, he was examining the system panel, the animated image of Xiaomei. Though her garments were somewhat tattered, appeared simple, yet pristine, that moment. She was crouching by a small river, tightly frowning while holding a freshly carved piece of wood. Fishing? Wei Ziyan's lips curled upward. It seemed she was recovering quite well that he promptly opened the interaction page, where he found some messages from Xiaomei that my health has gradually improved significantly. The spiritual energy in the cave is quite abundant. I may be fully restored in just a few days. To his surprise, there were indeed fish in the small river outside the cave, which appeared rather normal compared to those outside. The taste isn't great. Could it be undercooked? Upon reading this, Wei Ziyan paused momentarily. What did she mean by the fish being different from those outside? Did she imply the outside fish were mermaids? This world indeed has merfolk. But he was curious about the differences with the fishmen. Xiaomei was, after all, a little fox capable of causing great calamity. If possible, Wei Ziyan would very much like to see what the renowned mermaids looked like. Getting sidetracked. Wei Ziyan patted his head, forcing himself back to the matter at hand. After some thought, he recounted his own affairs, omitting any mention of Guangzhou or the reason being Muronya. For some reason, the thought of mentioning an engaged fiancé in front of his rightful partner made him feel somewhat awkward. In conclusion, he did not forget to encourage Xiaomei, unconsciously adding some slightly ambiguous terms. Though as the party involved, Wei Zian failed to notice. Just as he was about to close the system and retire for the night, a sudden whim struck him to check their intimacy level. Sure enough, it read 99. Wei Zian sighed. Shaking his head in resignation, it seemed he was stuck at this threshold, unable to break through to the elusive 100. Moreover, he noticed that the amount of spiritual energy he could extract from the system had diminished considerably, to the point of being nearly negligible. This confirmed Wei Zian's previous suspicion that the quantity of extractable energy was closely tied to the bonded partner. Was the system suggesting it was time to bind a new partner? Wei Zian tilted his head, finding some merit in the idea. Not only should he find a partner, but one of considerable strength as well. However, he was uncertain on how to establish this new bond. It felt akin to being supported by a wealthy benefactor. Could he really only be a freeloader? The thought angered him. When would cultivators like himself stand tall? Wait a minute, being a freeloader didn't seem so bad after all. Wei Zian's eyes brightened. His ability to cultivate to this point was entirely thanks to Xia Mei, the little rich woman. Long live the freeloader. The following day, before dawn, Wei Zian mounted his father's swift steed, taking along his entire savings of 300 low-grade spirit stones, embarking on the journey to Guangzhou. Notably, as he stepped outside in the morning chill, he donned a cozy blue fur cloak between the moonlight and the white snow. He galloped forth like the wind. Wei Zian remained unaware that as he left the confines of Dingshan County, a stunning woman draped in a red cloak departed from the city walls. Chapter 48. Wildflowers by the roadside. Within a temple inside Dingshan County, a man clad in a black robe entered, whispering in a Qiu Yu's ear, "Madam, he has departed." Qiu Yu knelt on the mat, her face devoid of emotion. Though she was performing a ritual of prayer, there was no hint of sincerity. It seemed she merely sought solace for her heart that hung with an expressionless countenance. Qiu Yu rose, igniting 3 long incense sticks, casually placing them before her on the mat. The temple's abbot observed this scene, his expression subtly shifting, silently chanting a prayer. "Amitabha, benefactor, I have some mundane matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please feel free to continue." "Thank you, master." Qiu Yu pressed her palms together, offering a slight bow to the abbot. "When did he leave?" "Just now." "You witnessed it with your own eyes." "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu fell into a momentary silence, her fingers brushing through the curling wisps of incense smoke. "It is good that he has left. If he is gone, he need not return, madam. Are you perhaps being too hasty?" The man in black was about to say a few more words when he felt a grip on his throat. Her slender fingers were as unyielding as steel. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as he weakly beat against her arm. Bang! The black-clad man was thrown to the ground, hastily pulling back his veil. Gasping for air, "Tiger, you are not yet in a position to meddle in my affairs." Qiu Yu, facing the Buddha statue, spoke in a hoarse voice. "From this day forth, let all that needs to be set in motion do so." "Understood." The man in black knelt down in reverence, trembling all over, that if any members of the Wei family were present, they would find this figure incredibly familiar. He was none other than Wei Hu, who had been missing for a month in Baibao Pavilion. He has left. Tong Xiangyu lay languidly on the bed, her long jade legs crossed, their pristine sheen captivating. "Indeed, he has." Xiao Lan continued seated at the wooden desk, her hands deftly working the abacus while keeping track of the accounts. "Since the young lady isn't helping him, why not let him figure it out on his own?" "How do you know I am not helping him?" Tong Xiangyu retorted with dissatisfaction. "That rascal hasn't even come to say thank you since returning from Fengshua City." Wei Zian had managed to gather a significant amount of herbs to combat the plague in a remarkably short time, with Baibao Pavilion contributing greatly to the effort. "Didn't the Murong family come specifically to express their gratitude?" Xiaolan remarked. "The tea from the Murong residence is still untouched. That's different." Tong Xiangyu sighed. "It's not as if he came personally to thank me. Men are truly unreliable. Just a few days ago, you were praising young Master Wei as a good man." "Silence." Tong Xiangyu coldly snorted. "She never said such things. It was all Xiao Lan's words. After all that, by the way, miss, it seems young Master Wei has reached the 6th realm." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Tong Xiangyu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "It seems we have successfully placed our bets." Indeed, that a smile graced Tong Xiangyu's face that I knew I wouldn't misjudge someone. "This lad is truly a genius." Xiaolan opened her mouth, reflecting on her meager salary. and silently closed it again. Tong Xiangyu felt a flicker of joy within her. As long as this young man could break through to the second realm of the six harmonies within 6 months, she would have the qualification to compete. Indeed, I am a genius, destined to be a merchant. Tong Xiangyu patted herself to calm her tumultuous thoughts and inquired, what news from Wu Jun? In recent days, the defeat of Yu Nation has been widely publicized by the Southern Kingdom, and it can be said that everyone, young and old, is aware of this event. That it is said that upon returning, the Yu people immediately reorganized their troops and launched a fierce attack on Wu Jun. The battle lasted for about 2 hours, resulting in the complete annihilation of Yu Nation's 3,000 elite soldiers. Consequently, Yu Nation abandoned Wu Jun and turned to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Tong Xiangyu frowned, remarking, to negotiate with a group of skeletons is quite laughable. It is a classic case of being sold and yet counting the money for others. They cannot win. Xiaolon shook her head, suggesting that perhaps they were reluctant to suffer further losses in manpower. The occupants of Wu Jun are a group of demons from the abyss of extreme evil, rumored to be transforming Wu Jun into a paradise for their kind. Apostles? Tong Xiangyu's eyes brightened slightly. For such individuals, the identity of a nation is inconsequential, as long as business can still be conducted. The abyss of extreme evil has but one master. Xiaolon incisively articulated, perhaps we should consider cooperating with Wu Jun. Trade relations are paramount. However, it is difficult for us to seize this opportunity. At this juncture, Tong Xiangyu sighed in frustration, contemplating a new city. Perhaps I should return home to discuss it with Yi Fan. After all, we have already placed our bets. What does the young lady mean? She harbored a wild notion in her heart. Xiaolon turned her head in astonishment, her mouth agape. Yes, I intend to increase the stakes. In the capital, Chaoyang City, an elderly man sat beneath a withering maple tree, imparting knowledge to a group of students. Suddenly, a woman appeared in midair, clad in a pale yellow robe, with lively, expressive eyes and a delicate visage, her twin ponytails swaying gracefully. Apologies. Sensing the gazes fixed upon her, the woman momentarily froze, her face flushing crimson. I am late again. Liu Mr. Qi, stroking his long beard, spoke. I bring good news. Yen Rua blinked, her round face brimming with curiosity and cuteness. Please continue your lecture. The elder spoke eloquently, his words fluttering like dancing butterflies, transporting listeners to another realm. And by the time they regained their senses, class had concluded. Thank you, master. The students bowed in unison. Mr. Qi smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Among the present students, many possess remarkable potential. These are the hopes of our Southern Kingdom's literary future. However, none can match that singular individual's brilliance. All roads lead to Rome, and that person seems to have been born in Rome itself, exuding an aura of profound literary essence akin to that of a saint. But what of your younger apprentice? How do you know? Yen Ryu tilted her head, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Because in this world, there is nothing I do not know. Mr. Qi smiled gently. Have you pilfered my pastries again today? No way. Yen Ryu covered her mouth, stammering, clearly feeling guilty. Elaborate. Didn't you already know? It seems you wish to refrain from indulging further. Oh, Master Yen Ryu recounted the details, and afterward, she curiously asked, why do you care so much about him? Because he is quite ordinary. Mr. Qi chuckled, closing his eyes. The most beautiful scenery in the world is never the grandiose mountains and rivers, but the flowers and grasses by the roadside and the drifting clouds in the sky. Liu, once you comprehend this, you may step into the realm of travel. Chapter 49. Poison Guangzhou, situated in the southwest, is perpetually shrouded in rain, lush with vegetation, and should naturally be a granary. However, rampant banditry and a complex web of martial forces render it a cauldron of chaos. In recent days, the emergence of a nearly 1,000-year-old wood fluff flower has sent shockwaves through the already tumultuous Guangzhou. The gathering of storms is imminent, as the decade-long Fengyan Conference in Guangzhou approaches. Alongside the annual Chonglu auction, Wei Ziyan coincidentally arrived at this pivotal moment. Setting forth from the border town of Ding Mountain in the Southern Kingdom, he galloped to Guangzhou, taking a total of 3 days. The steed was thoroughly exhausted, panting heavily. Although they had reached the territory of Guangzhou, there remained a distance to Lin Nan, where the Chonglu was situated. With no choice left, the horse needed to rest for the night. Wei Ziyan, observing his fatigued steed, sought refuge in a secluded temple. The steed twitched its ears and suddenly raised its head to let out a long neigh, appearing somewhat agitated. Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow. Horses seldom neigh, without cause unless there are others present in the temple. Fear not, he stroked the mane on the horse's neck. He surveyed the dilapidated temple. Cobwebs everywhere, green bricks and tiles in disrepair, and the air thick with the musty scent of time. Just as he was assessing the surroundings, the door creaked open from within. The flickering light inside the temple cast shadows, accompanied by the sporadic sound of crackling. Wei Ziyan narrowed his eyes, his hand resting on the sword hidden behind his back. "Who goes there?" A gruff voice called from within, followed by the emergence of a burly man that he appeared honest and simple, clad in a short, coarse garment, one hand propping the door while the other rested behind his back. Wei Ziyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Though the man disguised himself well, the thick calluses on his hands indicated he was no ordinary farmer. "Brother, I am merely passing through. My horse has grown weary, and I seek to rest here for the night, that I hope I have not offended. If so, I shall take my leave immediately," after Wei Ziyan spoke. A heavy silence enveloped the temple. It was not until a while later that a voice replied, "Come in." The burly man opened another door, revealing 3 to 5 individuals concealed behind it. Wei Ziyan focused his gaze. He noticed children and women among them. "I am Chen Wei. Thank you, brother, no need for such formalities." The burly man smiled, meeting his fate. "If you do not mind, you may call me Good. I am Zhang Er." Wei Ziyan made himself comfortable and noticed that Zhang Er's companions included a graceful woman, a youthful girl, and a young man. The young girl appeared delicate, promising to be a beauty as she matured. The other bore some resemblance to her, likely a sibling. In one corner of the room, there were 2 groups of people. Wei Ziyan glanced briefly at them before averting his gaze. One group seemed to be brigands, exuding a distinctly rogue air, while the other consisted of a man and a woman, appearing to be disciples from a sect on an outing. "Come, Brother Chen, have something to eat." Zhang Er offered Wei Ziyan a piece of bread and called out to the others in the corner, "Brothers, if you are not picky, come share a meal." "How can we be picky?" "Thank you, brother." Soon a group gathered around. Wei Ziyan noticed a flicker of reluctance in the eyes of the plump woman as the 3 drew closer to him. The woman leaned against Wei Ziyan, a fragrant scent wafting from her. The young girl, meanwhile, surveyed the gathering with keen curiosity. "Since we have converged here, it must be fate." Zhang Er raised a ceramic bowl and laughed heartily. "Why not introduce ourselves? There are bandits ahead, and it would be wise to look out for one another." "Good. We are from the Tongmin Escort Agency. A pleasure to meet you." One of the brigands among the group spoke up. "I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is an honor." Zhang Er clasped his hands together. "If we encounter trouble tomorrow, I shall rely on you all." Yes, that we are disciples of a sect," said one of the 2, a woman. "Here to explore Guangzhou. As she spoke, the woman nudged the man beside her, who reluctantly responded with a grunt. "Chen Wei, just passing through." Wei Ziyan clasped his hands, maintaining a neutral smile. "We have come to Guangzhou to visit relatives." Zhang Er let out a chuckle and beckoned to the others to continue their meal. In the course of their conversation, Wei Ziyan gleaned a general understanding of them. The group, who claimed to be from the Tongmin Escort Agency, were rather intriguing individuals, named Wang De, Wang Er, Wang San, and Wang Si. The disciples from the sect enjoying their outing were named by Tao and Wu Long. The plump woman was called Song Shi, the young lady was addressed as Song Yiren, and the gentleman was named Song Guanjing. Wei Ziyan surmised correctly that the 2 were siblings. The group engaged in animated discussion. A sudden neighing pierced the air from the courtyard. Wei Ziyan paused momentarily, instinctively grasping his Jinghong sword. "Brother Chen, that should be your horse," Zhang Er remarked, turning his head. "I'll go take a look." Wei Ziyan nodded with a smile. Assuming it was nothing of concern, "You should check as well," Bai Tao urged Wu Long beside her. Wu Long, though somewhat reluctant, eventually stood and said, "Brother Chen, I'll accompany you." Right. As Wei Ziyan reached the door, the horse had already cleverly trotted over. Could it be a bandit attack? Just as Wei Ziyan pondered this, Wu Long suddenly sprang forth, brandishing a gleaming silver dagger aimed at Wei Ziyan's neck. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within the temple as the Wang brothers and Bai Tao launched themselves at Zhang Er, while the plump woman anxiously shielded the 2 children behind her. "You dare!" Zhang Er shouted. throwing a punch in a flash, striking Wang San, who was closest, squarely in the head, killing him on the spot with a sickening crunch. Wei Ziyan was about to channel his spiritual energy when he found it frozen within him, unresponsive as if trapped in a glacial river. Fortunately, the golden thread attire he wore preserved his life. Damn it! Wei Ziyan cursed inwardly. Hastily retreating to the side, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The climate in Guangzhou should be stiflingly hot, not the bone-chilling cold he now felt in broad daylight. Was it possible that, as a practitioner of the Six Harmony realm, he would succumb to the cold? In a moment of disorientation, he almost believed he had reverted to that tormented youth. It turned out that Xiao Yu had poisoned him. Chapter 50. A chance encounter. Sanling powder, a particularly peculiar substance, serves to obstruct the flow of spiritual energy. This potent drug, once ingested, slowly erodes one's vitality unless spiritual energy is employed, which would render one akin to a cripple. The silver lining was that Sanling powder only had a single effect, lasting approximately a quarter of an hour. Thus, if he could endure for that duration, circumstances would eventually turn in his favor. During his time in the temple, Wei Ziyan had carefully observed the Wang brothers and the young couple. Their levels were all within the 5 radiances realm. Hardly a cause for concern. Clang! Before Wei Ziyan could react, Wu Long's dagger shot toward him at that moment. Wu Long produced a long sword from seemingly nowhere and charged at Wei Ziyan. Why do you want to kill me? Wei Ziyan, devoid of spiritual energy, found himself growing weary under the onslaught. His naturally frail physique was now drenched in sweat. Kid, may your fate be unfortunate. Wu Long's erratic movements advanced, his sword thrusting upwards. The blade reflected Wei Ziyan's terror. The Jinghong sword was knocked from his grasp. Wei Ziyan felt a chill run through him as he sidestepped, narrowly evading the blade's trajectory. You are not a disciple of the sect. Wu Long's swordsmanship was devoid of any formal structure, revealing itself as self-taught. Yet, his technique was exceedingly fierce. Wei Ziyan found himself unable to retaliate against the flurry of attacks. So what if he was? Wu Long's confidence surged as Wei Ziyan's footing faltered. A sense of glee bloomed in his heart that if he could kill him, that fine steed would be his. With a sinister smile, he lunged at Wei Ziyan's face at the crucial moment. Wei Ziyan's eyes widened as he discerned Wu Long's intentions. Allowing Wu Long's sword to descend, he remained motionless, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be a ruse? Wu Long furrowed his brow. With a flick of his thoughts, he shifted his sword from a downward slash to a horizontal sweep. This was what Wei Ziyan had been waiting for. He bent backward as the blade grazed his garment, a chill brushing past him. Simultaneously, Wei Ziyan hurled several flying daggers. The daggers, adorned with crimson tips, arced through the air with ferocious intent, aiming directly for Wu Long's lower spine. Clang, clang, clanged at Wu Long's expression turned icy, golden spiritual energy swirling around him. You little brat, how dare you resort to a sneak attack? Had he not been vigilant, he might have already been a lost soul. A gold element practitioner. Wei Ziyan's mouth fell slightly agape. The gold element's spiritual energy was notorious for its lethality, a formidable presence on the battlefield. How had he fallen to such a fate? Aren't you afraid? Wu Long inquired, curiosity piqued as he observed Wei Ziyan's unruffled demeanor. Wei Ziyan chuckled, shaking his head and gesturing behind Wu Long. Look behind you. That Wu Long scoffed, stepping forward, facing death and still resorting to childish tricks. Indeed, facing death, Wei Ziyan remarked, clicking his tongue and shaking his head in silence. Boom! A dull thud resonated as Wu Long's eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, his head exploded like a watermelon. All is well, Brother Chun, Zhang Er said, smiling as blood dripped from his fists. Thank you for saving my life, second brother, Wei Ziyan replied sincerely, cupping his hands in gratitude. Zhang Er chuckled and shook his head before suddenly sitting down. Second brother? Wei Ziyan felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly approached, producing a medicinal pill from his pocket and placing it in Zhang Er's mouth. Moments later, Zhang Er regained his breath, his complexion returning to a healthy hue. Looking quite well. Brother Chun, Zhang Er's gaze became intricate that we are even now. Wei Ziyan stepped closer, supporting him as they made their way into the temple. Within, a statue of Buddha sat at the center, an ominous trickle of blood weeping from its eye, splattered by an unknown assailant. Flesh and blood flew, staining the ground crimson. The plump woman and the young couple leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. Are you not afraid? Zhang Er's curiosity piqued as he noted Wei Xian's calm demeanor amidst the carnage. Indeed, it is rather nauseating, Wei Xian replied, covering his mouth and nose. Shall we retreat to the back courtyard? This place is truly unappetizing. Yes, to the back courtyard, the mother and daughter agreed as they struggled to contain their stomachs. Very well, Zhang Er acquiesced. Brother Chen appears frail, yet possesses such potent medicinal pills. One would think you were a practitioner. How could that be? Best left unspoken, Wei Xian waved dismissively. Someone sought to harm me, adding sandling powder to my meal. Who possesses such a vile heart? Zhang Er, astonished, regarded Wei Xian with newfound respect. Devoid of spiritual energy, yet still enduring. This individual was indeed remarkable. Second brother, your cultivation likely reaches the sixth harmony realm. Your strikes are truly ruthless, your fists a marvel to behold. Ah, Zhang Er waved his hand dismissively. It is of little consequence. Though I managed to fend them off, my energy reserves are now depleted. Should another bandit appear, I fear I would be left defenseless. They should not return, Wei Xian mused. Could these bandits be the ones you mentioned earlier? Most likely, Zhang Er pondered, recalling the combat prowess and cultivation of the earlier group, which aligned with rumors their coordination. However, was rather lackluster, and their focus on capturing the three behind Zhang Er allowed him to swiftly conclude the battle. That I have a question, though it may be inappropriate to ask, Wei Xian remarked. Glancing back at the three individuals, that I know what you wish to inquire, Zhang Er replied. Their identities are indeed significant. Did I ask for why I am alone? The tale is lengthy. Zhang Er glanced at the plump woman, who nodded in affirmation, and then recounted the entire story to Wei Xian. Exiled royal kin. How utterly absurd, Wei Xian mused, falling into silence. Zhang Er's words seemed to blend truth with falsehood, suggesting that this journey to Guangzhou would not be an easy one. May I ask what brings you to Guangzhou, Brother Chen? Mu Ronghua, Wei Xian replied with a smile. Since you are so forthright, I shall not feign that I have come for the Mu Ronghua flower. Can the Mu Ronghua truly remedy infertility? Upon hearing this, Zhang Er quickly apologized. Not at all. Wei Xian waved his hand. It is merely a guise. When one ventures out, one must don some semblance of disguise. That as he spoke, Wei Xian rose, a playful smile gracing his face. Wouldn't you agree? Wei Hu. Chapter 51. The Guangzhou branch of Heaven and Earth. Wei Hu. Zhang Er was momentarily taken aback, confused as he spoke. Brother Chen, have you mistaken someone? Where is there a third party here? Step aside. Suddenly, Wei Xian shouted loudly, forcefully pulling Zhang Er, who was sitting on the ground, aside. Whoosh! The glaring darts embedded themselves into the ground with a terrifying precision. What is the matter? Are you too afraid to show yourself? Wei Xian sneered. You followed me all this way. Yet here you cower? As his words echoed, the women, known as Nyang San, quickly concealed themselves, their terrified eyes scanning the surroundings. There was no response from the vicinity. It appeared as if Wei Xian had merely indulged in drunken antics. I await your arrival, Wei Xian declared. Didn't you wish to kill me? I am at your service, Brother Chen. Who is this Wei Hu? A mere coward, that I in the shadow of the corner. Wei Hu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his hands turning crimson. Wei Xian, I shall not keep you waiting for long, Wei Hu muttered through gritted teeth before vanishing into the darkness. Is this also the county seat of Guangzhou? Wei Xian asked, leading a horse with a little girl, Song Yiren, seated atop it. Lin Nan, the little girl blinked and softly inquired, Brother Chen, why is this place called Lin Nan? Of course, it's because it lies to the south of Lin Xia. You silly goose, Song Guangjing, acting as the elder brother, did not hide his mockery. Song Yiren crossed her arms in discontent. I didn't even ask you. So stop being so presumptuous. Thus we shall part ways, Wei Xian smiled. There is no banquet that does not disperse. I have my own matters to attend to. All right. Zhang Er stroked his somewhat short beard, saying, fate will bring us together again. Just as Song Yiren dismounted, a plump woman, Song Shi, spoke up. Might I inquire what business young Master Chen has? Perhaps I can be of assistance. Yes, Brother Chen, let us go together. The little girl appeared quite reluctant. That it will be much more convenient to act once we reach the inner city. Song Guangjing glanced at Wei Xian, adopting a deliberately aloof demeanor, and no need. Wei Ziyan pondered for a moment before politely declining. We shall meet again in the martial world. Mounting his horse, he clasped his fists and sped towards the city. Truth be told, if he had nowhere to go, accompanying them would not have been an unwise choice. However, the BUF ferry had provided him with a destination, a place where he could gather more information. Zhang Er, what sort of person is he? Listening to the woman's inquiry, Zhang Er paused for a moment before responding. He is quite an extraordinary individual. Despite being a waste, he possesses the cultivation of the Liuhe realm. Didn't he say it was a disguise? The little girl curiously asked. Liuhe realm? In contrast to Song Yiren, her brother Song Guangjing seemed far more concerned about Wei Ziyan's strength. Miss, young master. Zhang Er turned to them, his expression serious. Some individuals should not be easily trusted. You place too much faith in him. If young Master Chun is not a good person, I do not wish to see you in this state again. Since you were born into a royal family, you must learn to be cold, to remain silent, and to wear a mask of hypocrisy. Yes, sir. The two exchanged glances, reluctantly cupping their fists in acknowledgement. In a luxurious loft, with blue bricks and green tiles, the scent of cosmetics wafted from a distance. Several young women stood at the entrance, beckoning customers, their revealing attire unabashedly displaying their assets. Young Master Come Play Wei Ziyan stood at the entrance, gazing at the grand sign hanging above, unable to suppress a slight smile. Heavenly Paradise, is this a branch in Guangzhou? Wei Ziyan chuckled softly, surprised to discover it was part of a national chain. He stepped forward and said, I wish to see your embroidered flower fairy. Strangely enough, with the beauty of a closed moon and a blushing flower, shouldn't there also be a fish sinking and a wild goose flying? Wei Ziyan found it amusing. The BUF fairy was already stunningly beautiful. So this embroidered flower fairy should not fall short. Young master, do you not find me suitable? The young woman at the door was taken aback, pressing her ample bosom against Wei Ziyan, that I wish to discuss your embroidered flower fairy. All right. The woman smiled and led Wei Ziyan inside. Bang. The door behind them slammed shut. Wei Ziyan frowned slightly. What does this mean? He asked coldly. That I ask this how you conduct business. Business, a sultry voice emerged as a middle-aged woman, adorned in vibrant makeup and a flowing yellow veil, stepped forward. The brothel madam raised her eyebrows, her expression frosty. Guards at her command, several well-built men armed with wooden sticks surrounded Wei Ziyan. That I don't understand. Wei Ziyan stated, I would appreciate an explanation. Explanation? The madam was taken aback. You come seeking trouble and still expect an explanation. Beat him. The surrounding men lunged at him. Wei Ziyan frowned, his aura swirling, and with a violent gust. The men howled and fell to the ground around him. That I did not come seeking trouble. The madam's face turned grim. She had not anticipated he was a cultivator. That you've already attacked my men. Yet you claim you're not here for trouble. Her breath quickened, her face flushed. Young Master Zhang, give me weight. Just as the madam was about to call for more assistance, Wei Ziyan produced a token from his robe. It was a jade hairpin, shimmering with a soft radiance. What now? A man from an upper room opened the door, sounding displeased. Allow him to enjoy himself. Today's expenses are on me. This young master has treated him. Is that so? Young Master Zhang upstairs widened his eyes, laughing heartily. Then I thank you, young master. I shall exert a bit more effort on your behalf. Ha ha ha. Wei Ziyan opened his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. What do you mean by exerting more effort on my behalf? I should be thanking you. I wonder if I am still considered to be seeking trouble. Certainly not. The madam took the hairpin Wei Ziyan tossed to her, inspecting it repeatedly. Young master, saying such things is rather embarrassing for me. Please, do come inside. Wei Ziyan nodded slightly, amusement dancing in his heart. That as he reached the staircase, he suddenly halted, extracting a mid-grade spirit stone from his pocket. For the trouble caused to your men, consider this an apology. Thank you, young master. The madam beamed with delight, pulling Wei Ziyan toward a door in the backyard. This is the room of the embroidered flower fairy. Feel free to make yourself at home. That if you need anything, just call for me. Enjoy your time. Young Master Chapter 52, The Embroidered Flower Fairy, Who Might You Be? As Wei Ziyan pushed the door open, he felt a cold dagger pressed against his neck, its sharp glint piercing his vision. Wei Ziyan did as he spoke. Wei Ziyan instinctively reached for the hairpin at his waist. The Dio not move. Feeling the dagger inch closer, he decisively halted his motion. Who is Wei Ziyan? I do not recognize him. Wei Ziyan fell silent, sensing that this embroidered flower fairy was not particularly clever. Surely you must know the BUF fairy. She sent me here, as he explained. He nudged the dagger at his neck. This is the hairpin she entrusted to me. You may take a look, that's so? The woman took the jade hairpin. And only then did Wei Ziyan catch a glimpse of the embroidered flower fairy's beauty. Indeed, she possessed hands as delicate as willows, skin as smooth as cream, a neck like a cicada, teeth like a carved rhinoceros. Elegant brows and charming smiles, her eyes sparkling with allure. If the BUF fairy appeared as a cold and aloof orchid, this embroidered flower fairy resembled a winter-sweet blossom, cold yet filled with warmth. The BUF fairy was more about seduction, while the embroidered flower fairy exuded the charm of a neighborly little sister. This truly is Sister Yu's hairpin. The embroidered flower fairy casually returned the hairpin. May I ask for your esteemed name, young master? Wei Ziyan replied. I am Wei Ziyan. Did I mention it earlier? That's so? The embroidered flower fairy blinked, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Tea, she said, pouring tea while casually loosening her garments, then downing the freshly poured tea as if it were wine. Wei Ziyan watched in a daze. What winter-sweet? Nonsense. This is clearly a fiery red palm. The apparent coldness is merely a fade. What are you staring at? The embroidered flower fairy noticed Wei Ziyan's gaze lingering on her and raised an eyebrow, indignantly rebuking. Haven't you ever seen such a beautiful woman before? How did you come by Sister Yu's hairpin? Wei Ziyan asked, bewildered. Then am I not allowed to have it? Wei Ziyan chuckled. She willingly gave it to me. The embroidered flower fairy was about to mock him with a few words. She suddenly recalled her sister's temperament and instantly froze in place. It seemed that there was a possibility after all. Your sister even mentioned wanting to send her younger sister to me as well. Observing her dazed expression, Wei Ziyan couldn't help but feel inclined to tease her. Bah! The embroidered flower fairy stuck out her tongue. With your mere cultivation at the Sixth Harmony realm? At this point, her mouth gaped open, displaying a look of disbelief. You are actually a waste body. Indeed, Wei Ziyan nodded. Now do you see my extraordinary nature? Think carefully. I will give you another chance that a waste body can cultivate to the Sixth Harmony realm. It seems you are indeed not to be underestimated. The embroidered flower fairy sat on the stool, cradling her round, egg-shaped face with both hands. I find myself somewhat intrigued by you. Perhaps we could engage in a deeper exchange sometime. After a moment of mirth, Wei Ziyan curiously inquired. You are called the embroidered flower fairy. Your sister is known as the Baiyu fairy. Do you perhaps have two more sisters? One being the Chengyu fairy, and the other the Luo Yin fairy. How do you know? The embroidered flower fairy's pupils widened in shock, causing her to spring up from her seat, her sudden movement creating a ripple across the surface of the table. Wei Ziyan silently swallowed, gazing at the embroidered flower fairy's innocent visage, and couldn't help but recall a four-character phrase. Truly a perfect match. The beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. The fish that sinks and the wild geese that fall. Wei Ziyan chuckled. In this world, who does not know the four renowned beauties? Really? The embroidered flower fairy blinked, sitting back down, her face suddenly flushed. In truth, we are not so famous anymore. Wei Ziyan's lips twitched. I wasn't referring to you. He watched as the embroidered flower fairy dipped her delicate fingers into his teacup, then wrote on the table, Chengyu Luo Yin. Baiyu Xiuhua. Wei Ziyan raised his gaze and then silently sat down. SOU are all imitations. Although their beauty was indeed striking, Wei Ziyan, having never seen the four renowned beauties, assumed they couldn't be much inferior. That's right. The embroidered flower fairy covered her mouth, laughing mischievously. In reality, we are quite far from them. Seeing her crescent moon smile, Wei Ziyan couldn't help but smile back. If they were still alive, who could be deemed the four renowned beauties? I wonder. Aha! The embroidered flower fairy laughed heartily, her hands rhythmically slapping the table. I initially intended to make things difficult for you, but your words are simply too delightful, and you are rather good-looking as well. I shall allow you to stay here for a few days, but you can only sleep on the floor. Thank you. Wei Ziyan's expression stiffened. Once the embroidered flower fairy finished laughing, he finally spoke. I need you to help me investigate something. What? The embroidered flower fairy asked with curiosity. Wei Ziyan had traveled from Ding Mountain County to Guangzhou over such a long time for what purpose? Mu Ronghua, Wei Zian articulated each word with seriousness that, oh, I see. The embroidered flower fairy nodded thoughtfully. You really understand? Considering her previous erratic behavior, Wei Zian felt a slight unease that Mu Ronghua. It's been all the rage recently. How could I not know? The embroidered flower fairy blinked, gazing at Wei Zian with curiosity. Why aren't you drinking tea? It's almost cold. Is it because you look down on me? Suddenly, the embroidered flower fairy's expression turned icy as she slammed the table. I will drink it. Wei Zian found himself at a loss. It seemed the four renowned beauties of heaven and earth were not quite right in the head. He lowered his gaze, watching the tea ripple from the table's vibrations. Hadn't she just dipped her fingers in it to write? Just as he was about to lift his head, he heard the embroidered flower fairy's cold voice. Could this be a little test? Girding his resolve, Wei Zian raised the teacup and drank it all in one go. To be honest, he wasn't one to fawn over a goddess, and the thought of drinking tea that someone had dipped their fingers into was somewhat distasteful. Not bad. The embroidered flower fairy nodded in satisfaction. Your tea has my poison in it. Wei Zian's expression abruptly stiffened, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, as if he were about to explode. As long as you do not commit any unscrupulous acts, the poison will have no effect. The embroidered flower fairy shook her head, appearing somewhat smug at the next moment. A rough hand unexpectedly clasped her pristine neck, and she felt her entire body grow weak, as Wei Zian's hand was rather unruly. What are you doing? The embroidered flower fairy's face flushed crimson, unsure whether from anger or something else. Chapter 53. The Tower of Rejuvenation. I am not fond of this method. Wei Zian pressed the embroidered flower fairy against the wall, whispering softly in her ear. From a rear view, this would undoubtedly evoke a flurry of imagination. Yet for the person involved, her heart was in turmoil, fraught with confusion that a mere sixth harmony realm cultivator could strike so swiftly, leaving her without a hint of reaction. The embroidered flower fairy was astonished. What made her even more discomforted was Wei Zian's actions at that moment that I do not wish for a next time. Wei Zian's voice was frigid as he exerted more force with his hand. The embroidered flower fairy let out a soft moan. The warm breath he exhaled against her ear made her feel even more uneasy that if you continue to be unreasonable, I may withdraw my assistance. Wei Zian released his grip, his expression gradually calming. The sensation is quite nice. Lecher. The embroidered flower fairy's cheeks were flushed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You are exceedingly rude. Did I said not you who was rude first? Wei Zian spread his hands, appearing helpless. I can only say it was forced that I believe you have been plotting this for quite some time. The embroidered flower fairy pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. That area is somewhat painful. Cough, cough. Wei Zian strained to control his gaze, resisting the urge to look at her alluring curves that were accentuated by her anger. Perhaps a little. All right, I apologize, seeing the embroidered flower fairy about to become angry. Wei Zian hastily spoke. Oddly enough, despite her having drugged him, why did she not activate the effects of the poison? Was she perhaps deceiving him? His own actions were indeed somewhat excessive. Wei Zian felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment's thought, he proactively poured tea for the embroidered flower fairy and peeled an orange. About that, I was indeed discourteous. I hope the fairy will not take offense. The embroidered flower fairy huffed. I had originally allowed you to stay here for a few days, but now you can only stay for 2. Very well. Wei Zian assented, soothing her. Following her lead, he knew that only once the embroidered flower fairy calmed down could he glean more useful information. He wouldn't wish to stay here for even 2 days. He feared he might lose control. Could you elaborate on the matter of Mu Ronghua? After a while, noticing the embroidered flower fairy's mood had somewhat settled, Wei Zian immediately inquired. Let me think. The embroidered flower fairy paused for a moment before recounting everything to Wei Zian. Thank you. Wei Zian stood and cupped his hands in gratitude that I in that case. I shall go take a look and return to rest when night falls. Hearing the unmistakable teasing in Wei Zian's tone, the embroidered flower fairy paid it no mind. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the small pill before her. Gleaming like jade, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance, and igniting an impulse from within, the embroidered flower fairy could hardly resist the urge to swallow it immediately, for beauty and refinement. If that truly is the case, how could it matter if he is rude a few more times? On the other side, Wei Zian stepped out of the celestial realm. He did not ride a horse but walked alone down the street. Although the embroidered flower fairy seemed somewhat unreliable, the information she provided was quite detailed, covering everything from the origins of the wooden velvet flower to the methods of exchange and the locations. Meticulously elaborated. Moments later, Wei Zian arrived at a narrow alley. The alley was long and deep, flanked by extended corridors on either side, separated by wooden planks where people occasionally engaged in discussions about business. This was indeed the second most famous place in Guangzhou, the Chonglu. The Chonglu was divided into two levels. Inside was an auction house, while outside was a space for transactions that resembled a marketplace where vendors displayed their wares. Those wishing to trade typically hung a jade slip or a wind chime that if someone found their jade slip intriguing, they would pull the wind chime, at which point the owner of the transaction would come forth to negotiate. It was a clever method that Wei Zian walked. He observed numerous transactions taking place around him, uncertain if he would be able to complete his own deal today. After a brief pause, Wei Zian halted his steps. No. 48, Third Alley. This should be the place. Beneath the modest dwelling, the already cramped space was further filled with 4 or 5 people, making it appear even more difficult to find a foothold to so many people. Wei Zian frowned slightly. The more people there were, the less advantageous it was for him. After all, the quantity of wooden velvet flowers was limited. Once someone took one, the remaining ones would naturally dwindle. Moreover, Wei Zian only needed the oldest among them. The older the medicinal herb, the more potent its medicinal properties, and naturally, the more competitors there would be. Just as Wei Zian stood observing, the few individuals seated beneath the dwelling were also sizing him up. Another person has joined. Is it possible that this seemingly insignificant wooden velvet flower could attract such a multitude of contenders? He looks somewhat familiar. Excuse me. Wei Zian smiled slightly, maneuvering through the crowd to grasp the jade slip. The spiritual energy from his hand spread onto the jade slip, allowing him to read its contents. The condition was surprisingly to find someone. Wei Zian frowned slightly. This was almost identical to what the embroidered flower fairy had described. Though there was one difference. Behind the requirement was a parenthesis. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to imply finding and killing him. Seeking revenge, perhaps? Wei Zian did not dwell on in a place like Guangzhou, where people of all kinds mingled. A mere disagreement could lead to violent confrontations, even to the point of life and death. Killing someone was hardly extraordinary, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Wei Zian did not mind stepping into their midst, filling the remaining space completely. The expressions of the crowd were quite varied. Some frowned, others smiled, while some appeared utterly indifferent. Did this young master also here for the wooden velvet flower? As soon as Wei Zian sat down, he noticed a man of similar age beside him tilt his head and ask, "Isn't that the case?" Wei Zian replied with a smile, "Isn't everyone who comes here for the wooden velvet flower?" Ha ha ha. The man chuckled and continued, "May I ask what age of wooden velvet flower you require?" "I was about to ask you the same question." The man pondered for a moment. "I need a higher-aged wooden velvet flower. Ideally, 1,000 years would be best, 500 years at the very least. Then I must apologize." Wei Zian smiled apologetically. "What I seek is precisely what you desire. Then let the worthy claim it." The man's expression faltered momentarily, but quickly regained composure. That a mere 6th-level cultivator dares to contend for a 1,000-year-old wooden velvet flower. Does he not fear for his own tongue? Wei Zian closed his eyes to meditate. From the information obtained from the embroidered flower fairy, the seller of the wooden velvet flower would appear today. He simply needed to wait patiently here. Just as he was contemplating, a bell rang, followed by the arrival of a figure beneath the dwelling. Chapter 54. Is it a coincidence? As the bell sounded, everyone lifted their heads in unison. The newcomer, clad in a black robe and masked, obscured their features, and their slightly bent posture indicated they were not particularly tall. Before anyone could speak, the newcomer reached out and removed the hanging jade slip. "Are you all here to trade?" The figure in black, with their back to the crowd, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, clearly suppressing something. "Then follow me." The figure in black answered themselves, leaping gracefully onto a distant rooftop. Observing this, the others swiftly channeled their spiritual energy to follow suit. As one by one they departed, only 2 individuals remained beneath the dwelling. Wei Zian stood up, glancing at the man who had just conversed with him. "Why aren't you going after them? Aren't you staying behind as well?" The man replied in surprise. "Thank you for the reminder." Wei Zian nodded, leaping away and vanishing from sight. "Hey!" The man left behind wore a grim expression. Is it impossible to trade without flying? He stomped his foot, exclaiming loudly, "Is there no one to manage this? Make yourselves comfortable." The figure in black led the group to a secluded courtyard outside the city. The surroundings were desolate, with scarcely a trace of humanity. It was mealtime, yet not even a wisp of smoke from cooking could be seen in the distance. Such caution truly necessary. Wei Zian furrowed his brow, casually finding a spot to sit. "Since you all have applied for a trade, I shall not beat around the bush." While speaking, the figure in black removed the black hat from their head, revealing a pair of slender phoenix eyes, threaded with crimson veins. It was a woman. "Please take a look." She spread out a map, its contours etched with valleys, hills, and forests that were easily discernible. This a map of the outskirts of the abyss of utter evil. A knowledgeable individual quickly recognized the map. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. The abyss of utter evil. How can this be here? If we must venture into the abyss of utter evil, then I shall have to withdraw. Indeed, only within the abyss of utter evil could a wooden velvet flower of 1,000 years exist. Yet this place is fraught with peril. Xiao Shi spoke calmly. If it were not for the wooden velvet flower in the abyss of utter evil, do you truly believe you could find 1,000-year spiritual herb on the market? What a delusion. You should understand that 1,000-year spiritual herb has long surpassed its original value. The person you seek is within this place. I have made it very clear. Whether you are willing to go is entirely up to you. After all, since ancient times, treasures belong to the worthy. As her words fell, the courtyard fell silent. Wei Zian stood a little further away, gazing at the map on the table with a complex expression. The abyss of utter evil was a place one was explicitly warned not to tread. However, he had no choice but to go. He must go. Perhaps the lady could reveal a bit more information. The elder who had recognized the map of the abyss of utter evil spoke with a smile. "This way, we can better assess the situation." Yes, what the elder said makes sense. The more information, the better we can prepare. Wei Zian remained silent, wishing to glean more information through the words of the others. "All right." Xiao Shi hesitated briefly before speaking. "The person you seek is not deep within the abyss of utter evil. You can rest assured on this point. With your cultivation levels, merely reaching the outskirts of the abyss of utter evil will not pose a significant threat. Moreover, I can make a promise. As long as you search the abyss of utter evil for 3 days, regardless of the outcome, you will receive a portion of the wooden velvet flower." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed surprise. "Good." Before anyone could react, a determined voice came from the back. "Oh." Xiao Shi narrowed her eyes slightly. "A 6th-level cultivator? That's better than nothing. And this person has effectively left no room for the others." "All right." Xiao Shi nodded, surveying the surroundings. "Is there anyone else willing to join? If not, the wooden velvet flower will belong to this young master. If the child isn't afraid, why should I be?" The elder laughed heartily. "Count me in. Add me as well. I will join too. I withdraw." Amidst the responses, a middle-aged man with a troubled expression interjected. His family had a large business. He could not afford to perish in the abyss of utter evil. If successful, should anyone have surplus wooden velvet flowers, please consider a certain individual. I take my leave. Upon the conclusion of his words, the middle-aged man retreated 2 steps, vanishing from sight. Such is the decree of the Zhongluo Society. Those who withdraw midway are forbidden from hearing the remaining information and may not divulge it. Do not dare to question the might of the Zhongluo Society. Should anyone possess the audacity to contravene their edicts, regardless of the expanse of the world, death is the inevitable consequence. Previously, a cultivator of the celestial realm, overly confident in his own profound abilities, committed murder and theft. Ultimately, he met a violent end one fateful night, with a token representing the Zhongluo Society ominously glinting at his bedside. From that day forth, no one has dared to defy the regulations of Zhongluo, for they are capable of vanquishing even the strongest of celestial beings. To act recklessly before them is to court certain death. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. The night is deepening. Wei Zian has returned to the realm of celestial beings. Upon entering his chamber, he reclined upon the bed of the embroidered flower fairy. The abyss of utter malice awaits. He is truly about to descend into its depths. Yet, Wei Zian felt little turbulence within, merely a fleeting sense of disorientation. Moreover, he noticed something peculiar. This so-called merchant seems not to be registered with the Zhonglo Society, and the absence of a bell is a telling sign. Additionally, this individual displayed a marked aversion to the bounty target. Having listened thus far, Wei Ziyan gleaned only a general understanding. The merchant had tasked them with locating a girl, whose beauty was said to surpass all that it was rumored she had sustained injuries, and approximately a week had passed since that conclusion. Xiaoshi fervently assured Wei Ziyan, "Do not worry. With your prowess, you will be more than capable of handling her." Could a mere novice truly venture into the abyss of utter malice? Wei Ziyan pondered this question repeatedly, convinced it was unlikely. Furthermore, he detected a faint scent of blood emanating from Xiaoshi, indicative of her having taken lives not long ago. Reflecting on the first moment he beheld her, the traces of blood in her eyes hinted at deeper secrets. The abyss of utter malice and the girl. These familiar, yet foreign terms coalesced in his mind. And suddenly, a name emerged. Xia Mei. Surely, it cannot be a coincidence. Startled, Wei Ziyan leaped from the bed, a flicker of panic crossing his features. You're awake. Beside him, the embroidered flower fairy, true to her name, held a needle and thread. Embroidering flowers. Wei Ziyan replied absently. Upon his return, the embroidered flower fairy had not been present in the room, and he was unaware of her return at that moment. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Chapter 55. A wish to see your most desired person. Let us hope this is not mere coincidence. With a sense of trepidation, Wei Ziyan accessed the system panel in the status section. It appeared that Xia Mei was currently in meditation. He didn't dwell on this for long. As he was about to poke around and inquire, he noticed the glowing red message board that I've nearly recovered. However, I've been eating fish incessantly and am on the verge of vomiting. To his surprise, the night view within the abyss of utter malice was rather enchanting. Stars twinkling, resplendent and captivating. It seemed the tales in books were merely fabrications. The scenery lies in the distant mountains. A saying that rang true, did it not? You must be busy. Otherwise, why haven't you spoken for several days? Upon reading this, Wei Ziyan felt a pang of sorrow. According to Xia Mei's description from a few days prior, she should currently be in a pitch-black cave, surrounded by no one with whom to converse. He was her only solace. Meanwhile, he had been preoccupied with his journey and had neglected her feelings. There were indeed matters he had wished to express, yet they weighed heavily on his heart. You wouldn't mind if I vent my frustrations, would you? If you remain silent, I shall take it as consent. Initially, the sect had arranged for them to embark on a trial, with a simple requirement: to gather sufficient wood velvet flowers. In truth, everyone knew that the spots for the Tiannan Grand Assembly had already been secured. My master instructed me to follow the process, and both junior brother Qin and junior sister Xiaoshi were doing the same. On the third day of their arrival in the abyss of utter malice, they found the wood velvet flowers. Xiaoshi was utterly despicable. She had murdered other disciples and even attempted to kill him. Had he not escaped swiftly, he would have surely avenged himself. The intensity of his words conveyed strong emotions. And despite the distance of the system, Wei Ziyan could sense the overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The abyss of utter malice, the treacherous junior sister, the wood velvet flowers, and the trial involving several individuals. Everything was interconnected. Wei Ziyan collapsed onto the bed, pondering how to navigate this predicament. That he could not betray Muronya, nor could he forsake Xia Mei. What troubles you? The embroidered flower fairy, still embroidering, inquired with curiosity. What has caused such a sudden shift from elation to despondency? Initially, she found this rogue quite likable. It's nothing, Wei Ziyan murmured softly, burying his head in the fragrant embroidered blanket, overwhelmed by the delightful scent. You are a woman as well, are you not? The suddenness of his remark caught the embroidered flower fairy off guard. And she retorted, having touched me, do you still need to ask whether I am a man or a woman? I have a question for you, Wei Ziyan said, sitting up. He pondered for a moment before continuing. If two individuals are equally important to you, yet you must harm one of them, what would you do? Why not have both? The embroidered flower fairy frowned. We are adults now. Isn't it childish to choose between two? If I were in your position, I would want both. That if they are both important, then hurting either would be regrettable. You are quite right, Wei Ziyan conceded, nodding thoughtfully. That I must consider this carefully. Indeed, the embroidered flower fairy replied, her focus returning to her embroidery. That this rogue, truly so desirable. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ziyan resolved to act with caution. After all, the merchant named Xiao Shi was not officially registered with the Zhongluo Society, implying that killing her would not bear dire consequences. Of course, this was a last resort. As for a more refined strategy, none came to mind. Wei Ziyan opened the system interface, first offering Xia Mei a measure of encouragement and comfort, then subtly revealing a hint. How about making a wish? In his heart, Wei Ziyan believed Xia Mei would follow his lead. All right, then I wish to see you. Perhaps Wei Ziyan had overestimated himself and underestimated Xia Mei's sentiments. I wish to return to the sect and sleep, Xia Mei replied promptly, seemingly having not engaged in serious training, instead indulging in leisure. Wei Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. Why aren't you adhering to the usual script? Did you not seek revenge? Revenge? What grievances do I harbor? After a brief pause, Xia Mei seemed to remember something and added, I nearly forgot. I do wish for revenge. However, I still want to sleep. Those junior brothers and sisters are not particularly familiar to me. My intention is to have the master apprehend her, and then I shall take my vengeance. That a commendable plan, Wei Ziyan remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You truly are something. Initially, Wei Ziyan had perceived Xia Mei as somewhat cold-hearted. Yet upon reflection, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, those with benevolent hearts were often the butt of jokes. Survival was arduous. Those of lesser realms were inherently selfish. Only with formidable strength could one afford to be generous. Perhaps it would be more fitting to express your wish to the stars above. After an engaging exchange, Wei Ziyan redirected the conversation. He thought it prudent to lay some groundwork, lest their eventual meeting be marked by sheer astonishment, rendering the moment awkward. Really? In the dark cave, Xia Mei hugged her knees, squatting by the fire. That moment, she closed her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. Of course, upon receiving the rogue's reply, Xia Mei opened her eyes. The fish roasting over the fire exuded an appetizing aroma, and the flickering flames warmed her being. Illuminated by the firelight, Xia Mei rested her face on her legs, a vision of beauty akin to a painting. The person I wish to see. Xia Mei tilted her head, lost in thought as she gazed into the flames. Her aloof master, the silly Zhang Xiaoxue, and distant family. These were all individuals she longed to reunite with. Yet if she were to name the one she most desired to see at that moment, it would be none other than the enigmatic divine envoy, that rogue. Having scoured every tome, Xia Mei discovered that this method of communication, akin to a voice transmission, had never been documented. This was a unique mode of exchange between the divine envoy and herself. The divine envoy was indeed impressive. However, he seemed quite ordinary, even somewhat foolish. After several trials with the secret manuals, Xia Mei recognized something. The divine envoy was not testing her. He genuinely lacked knowledge. Yet, possessing such extraordinary swordsmanship, the divine envoy must surely be formidable in his own right. With this realization, the girl let out a soft sigh. Could it be that he is merely deceiving me to uplift my spirits? Xia Mei pouted, a hint of grievance evident on her face. If only we could truly meet the divine envoy, she mused. Chapter 56. Abyss of Utter Malice. The following morning, 5 individuals returned to the small courtyard from the previous day. Wei Ziyan had donned a set of lightweight attire. Fully equipped and ready for departure. Let us set forth, he declared. Xiao Shi maintained her attire from yesterday, her hoarse voice seemingly devoid of any emotion. However, Wei Ziyan sensed a subtle difference. Her previously hunched figure stood a bit straighter today, indicating her injuries had nearly healed. Wei Ziyan refrained from initiating conversation, silently trailing behind the group. Xiao Shi's cultivation appeared to lie within the realms of the 6 harmonies and 3 realms. Yet her strength was undoubtedly formidable. There was no trace of lingering spiritual energy around her, and her aura was steady. After traveling at a brisk pace for most of the day, they arrived at the periphery of the Abyss of Utter Malice by midday. This is it, Xiao Shi remarked, turning to face them, that I shall await your return here for 3 days. After that time, I hope to see your response. Likewise, I shall present my sincerity. The Zhongluo Society will serve as a firm guarantee for our transaction. At the mention of the Zhongluo Society, smiles unconsciously crept onto the faces of the group. That in Guangzhou, the Zhongluo Society was synonymous with credibility and integrity. Very well, then that we shall meet again in 3 days. An elderly man with the surname Wang cupped his hands in acknowledgement and chose a direction to enter the abyss first. Farewell, that I advise you all not to compete with me," he added with a hearty laugh as he departed. In the blink of an eye, only Wei Ziyan remained. "Young master, are you not leaving? Do you not fear falling behind?" Xiao Shi inquired with curiosity. "Not at all," Wei Ziyan replied, halting his contemplation. The abyss of utter malice before him was far from the terrifying tales he had heard. It merely appeared as a dense, dark forest. Despite it being noon, the sky here was ominously dark, clouds swirling as if brewing a tempest, and no birds or beasts were in sight, only the rustling sounds emanating from the depths of the forest. Running ahead does not guarantee speed. Success lies in avoiding a fall, Wei Ziyan said with a slight smile. He bowed toward Xiao Shi before striding resolutely into the abyss. "May you succeed, young master." Xiao Shi responded, visibly taken aback by his words, which carried a certain wisdom. "But with your cultivation in the Six Harmonies realm, how will you avoid falling?" She sighed, a deep weariness etched across her brow. Within this place, there were two formidable individuals at the Seven Stars realm, two at the Six Harmonies 3 realms, and one at the Six Harmonies 1 realm. Such a lineup was not to be underestimated. Contemplating the whereabouts of Xiaomei, Xiao Shi clenched her fist, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "That I have paid such a steep price. You must not perish at the jaws of a beast." Xiaomei had risen to prominence among sword cultivators, inevitably stepping on some toes, and Xiao Shi was merely a pawn in this game. With only one position available, she hoped her senior sister would not hold it against her. Lost in thought, a sudden voice interrupted her. "What do you mean by only one position available?" A young man with a folding fan, curiosity sparkling in his eyes, leaned closer to Xiao Shi. "Who are you?" Xiao Shi asked, startled. Just as she was about to strike, she recognized him. "Ah, it's you." The young man put away his fan, standing with an air of confidence. "That I am the illustrious, Dashing Bai Yi, known far and wide as the jade-faced young master," he proclaimed, raising his chin to gaze at the clouds above. "That I do not know you," Xiao Shi retorted, her lips twitching in disbelief at his audacity. "Not knowing is of no consequence," Bai Yi replied, seemingly unperturbed by her dismissal. "You shall hear of me soon enough." "Very well," Xiao Shi said, suppressing her discomfort with an "Odid, do you have business here?" "I intend to enter," Bai Yi smiled. "Surely, you would not deny entry simply because I arrived late? A lady as beautiful as yourself should be quite amiable." Xiao Shi let out a cold laugh inwardly, thinking, "What does he take me for? For a mere competition spot, I would not hesitate to eliminate my own brethren." "Agreed, provided you adhere to the Chongluo's agreement," she replied. "Naturally," Bai Yi responded with a slight smile. "We shall meet again in 3 days." Watching Bai Yi's retreating figure, Xiao Shi shook her head, choosing not to engage further. How pitiful that an ordinary person wished to partake in matters beyond their reach. As Wei Ziyan stepped into the depths of the dense forest, he found nothing particularly frightening at first. However, as he ventured deeper, unease began to swell within him. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the sound of his footsteps upon the fallen leaves. The surroundings grew darker, as if night were descending. Yet the spiritual energy here was far richer than outside, suggesting that the creatures dwelling within possessed considerable cultivation. The outer rim of the abyss of utter malice extended approximately 10 miles. Beyond it lay the true depths. Unlike others, Wei Ziyan did not intend to flail about blindly. With the aid of his system, he could ascertain Xiaomei's approximate location with a simple inquiry. However, before doing so, he needed to gauge the strength of those around him. After all, aligning himself with Xiaomei would mean opposing them. Suddenly, while Wei Ziyan was contemplating this, an icy chill enveloped him from behind. Instinctively, he drew his sword, Jinghong, and in a flash, a headless creature collapsed to the ground, twitching violently. "What a vile creature," Wei Ziyan murmured, a frown creasing his brow. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he discerned the nature of the headless creature. Although it lay in a pool of dark blood, it was unmistakably human. The headless body abruptly rose. It opened its gaping maw, revealing bloodied teeth that glimmered with a sinister red light, exuding a foul stench. With a swift motion, Wei Ziyan brought his sword down. Cleaving the headless body in two, the severed halves writhed grotesquely on the ground, struggling for a brief moment before succumbing to death. Suppressing his nausea, Wei Ziyan prodded the remains with his sword. What manner of being is this? It resembles a human, yet is so fiercely aggressive despite its lack of a head. Suddenly, he pressed his sword down forcefully, and a grotesque creature resembling a carnivorous flower emerged from the headless body. Emitting a series of wretched screams, parasitized, Wei Ziyan gulped, a chill running down his spine. The black carnivorous flower blended seamlessly with its surroundings, making it nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely. Wei Ziyan quickly summoned his spiritual energy to fend off the creature's assault. Then he noticed something glinting at the tip of his sword, a jade token. Delving deeper into the dark thicket, the deceased carnivorous flower's bloodied teeth glowed ominously, revealing the characters etched on the wooden plaque. Lishan Sect Musu. Chapter 57. Black eats black. Wei Ziyan stared at the token in a daze for a moment before carefully stowing it away. It seemed they had indeed encountered calamity, rising to his feet. His expression grew grave. The state of the deceased body suggested a possible connection to Xiao Shi, but more terrifying were the unknown creatures lurking within the abyss of utter malice. The bizarre flower with its fangs could even emit screams. Wei Ziyan had never encountered such a being before, causing an unsettling panic to arise within him. Such a terrifying creature. It seemed he had never heard of anything like it. Could this be the very reason the abyss of utter malice was deemed so perilous? It appeared a change in plans was necessary. Wei Ziyan sighed, recognizing that in the midst of danger, a steady approach was the wisest course of action. With that thought in mind, he scanned his surroundings and leaped up to a relatively tall tree. Gaining height not only allowed for a better view, but also provided a means of evading potential monster attacks. Perched atop the tree, Wei Ziyan unleashed his spiritual energy, the pressure from his Six Harmonies realm causing the surrounding leaves to rustle and emit a strange, booming sound, a testament to the might of a powerful cultivator. Opening the system panel, Wei Ziyan succinctly communicated with Xiaomei. Soon, he received a reply, which began with expressions of joy and excitement, followed by a hint of skepticism, questioning whether Wei Ziyan was deceiving her. After reading her message, Wei Ziyan couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. How on earth should I locate you? Xiaomei provided a rough yet detailed account of the events that transpired, articulating everything from cause to effect with remarkable clarity. However, the information about her own location was regrettably vague. This prompted Wei Ziyan to recall the map presented in the poem he had seen in the courtyard yesterday. He deduced that he was situated in the eastern part of the abyss of extreme malice, while Xiaomei mentioned a river and a cave in her vicinity, with water flowing downward. The terrain of the abyss is elevated from east to west. Thus, it could be inferred that Xiaomei was positioned to the west, which meant she was within the depths of the abyss. Wei Ziyan inhaled sharply. All sources of information warned against entering the abyss of extreme malice, especially its inner sanctum. It was said that beneath the 7 stars, anyone who dared to tread there faced certain death. Wait for me, he replied briefly before shutting off the system and leaping nimbly between the towering branches. Given the perilous nature of the abyss, it was likely that others were faring poorly as well. He resolved to reunite with Xiaomei first. In the dark cave, the young girl sitting on a stone suddenly sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "You actually came." Xiaomei's smile radiated like a brilliant crescent moon, her brows resembling distant mountains as they arched in joy. She clasped her hands across her chest, her heart swelling with an indescribable emotion that filled her with happiness. At long last, she was able to see a familiar face. She wondered if he would be able to find her here. Xiaomei gazed upwards, unable to discern the end of the precipice. While the river below continued its relentless flow, it seems rather difficult. She sighed, feeling foolish for not being able to remember her own location. Yet, she harbored a belief that, due to her bond with the divine envoy, he would surely arrive before long. Clenching her small fists and waving them about, she dismissed any thoughts of those who had entered alongside the divine envoy. Was it merely the 7-star realm? As long as she joined forces with the divine envoy, who could possibly stand in their way? However, her thoughts turned cold when she considered the poem. She wrinkled her nose in disdain as her expression hardened. Killing my fellow disciples is one thing, but to think of killing me as well. You shall remain here forever. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, Wen Xiong, was steadily advancing deeper into the abyss of extreme malice. He had carefully observed the merchant's strength, which seemed to span the 6 harmonies and 3 realms. With such prowess, the outskirts of the abyss should have been turned upside down by her. For the millennium-old wood fluff flower is a treasure wherever it is found, sufficient to allow an ordinary person to live in comfort for the rest of their days. She could have kept it all to herself, yet now offered it as a trade, which only indicated one possibility. She had failed to locate the person she sought. That person must also reside deep within the abyss. Suddenly, when Xiong's ears perked up, he snorted coldly and drew his sword. In a mere moment, the blade was sheathed again, yet it was stained with blood. The same pattern repeated itself. With a thought, flames erupted from his sword, incinerating the corpse into ashes. The creatures tainted with evil energy made Wen Xiong furrow his brow as he gazed at the pile of ash on the ground. Though reduced to powder, they clustered together, emitting a faint blue glow. Along his journey, Wen Xiong had lost count of how many such creatures he had slain, all of them lacking intelligence, driven solely by their bloodthirsty instincts that he hoped they would cease their attacks. Wen Xiong silently shook his head. Unlike others, he possessed a deeper understanding of the abyss of extreme malice. That it was said that within its depths lay the last true dragon of the world. A black dragon symbolizing the source of evil. People dismissed this as mere legend, but he knew it to be true. The slain creatures served as the best evidence, with human-faced beings, frogs with mouths all over their bodies, and ants the size of a person, all pointing to the dragon's existence. This also indicated a terrifying truth. The dragon's energy was beginning to leak, suggesting that the seal was on the verge of breaking. Were it not for the importance of the wood fluff flower, he would never have ventured here. What a stroke of bad luck. Wen Xiong could not help but sigh. Had he not come here, he might still be enjoying the comforts of home, a carefree life with a wife and concubines. Indeed, he was unfortunate. Suddenly his voice faltered, his pupils dilated in shock, and he involuntarily swallowed hard, cold sweat forming on his back as if his heart had been gripped. With a swift motion, Wen Xiong turned, drawing his sword and striking downward in one fluid motion. That I'm sorry, but you are simply too unfortunate. The elderly figure draped in a blue robe effortlessly plunged his sword into Wen Xiong's body. Old Brother Wang, Wen Xiong's last vestiges of energy exploded forth, lifting the elder's hat. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Wen Xiong's pupil shattered, his voice fragmented, like a candle flickering in the wind. I truly apologize, the old man replied, a black-red serpent with two short horns slithering from his hand, flicking its tongue. You dared to meddle in matters that do not concern you, seeking that which belongs to another? This is nothing short of courting death. The old man shook his head and ordered, devour him. The sound of Wen Xiong's agonizing groans echoed, though it grew fainter. Next, who should I choose? Chapter 58. Bai following the dense foliage of the forest. Wei Ziyan pressed onward. During this time, the Jinghong sword was smeared with the blood of demon beasts, still vibrating with excitement. Monkeys with 6 ears and wings, squirrels with tails many times their body size, and butterflies the size of a person. These creatures had all caused Wei Ziyan considerable trouble. Not only was the Jinghong sword stained a deep crimson, but his black attire was also soaked in blood. The further he ventured, the denser the spiritual energy became, and he could not tell if it was merely his imagination, but he sensed a peculiar aura in the air. This sensation sent chills down his spine, instilling a foreboding feeling in his heart. That as the sky darkened deeper within the jungle, he finally reined in the spiritual energy radiating from his body, that he had no choice. He was simply too conspicuous. A beacon of light in the darkness. At last, he had found it. Wei Ziyan halted, the evening breeze rustling his garments as he leaped down from the tree trunk, arriving at the towering mountain peak. Peering down, he could see nothing but an endless void of black. This must be the place, he mused. Furrowing his brow, he picked up a stone and tossed it down. After a long while, he heard the faintest sound of a splash. There was indeed water below. Feeling a surge of happiness, he realized he had not erred in his search. The high mountains, flowing water, everything matched Xiaome's description perfectly. Yet, judging by the sound of the stone hitting the ground, this place seemed rather perilous. How was he to descend? Perched on the edge of the cliff, Wei Ziyan crouched with a furrowed brow. There was a human presence nearby. Meanwhile, Bai carefully extracted a clump of soil from the ground, bringing it to his nose for a closer inspection. His master's suspicions had proven correct. Rising to his feet, Bai's expression darkened. The very situation he most dreaded had indeed come to pass. He hoped it was not as dire as he feared. Following the faint trace of human sin in the air, Bai pursued it further, In the night, the abyss of extreme malice appeared to be a paradise for demon beasts. With their roars echoing all around, in the dim shadows, blue-green glimmers flickered like stars in the sky, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Strangely, these creatures allowed Bai, an untrained individual, to roam freely through the jungle without launching any attacks. He knew that both Wen Xiong and Wei Ziyan had attracted considerable attention from the demon races, yet he remained a mere ordinary person. Bai furrowed his brow, observing the writhing mass of flesh before him, particularly the tattered garments of yellow and green. His heart ached with an unnameable pain. Suddenly, the writhing mass seemed to sense Bai's presence, halting its movement. Its blurred form stood upright, resembling a dog on its hind legs, 3 round heads protruding grotesquely from its body. Zhang Shidi, Wang Shidi, Song Shidi. Bai felt a surge of anger rising within him, his outstretched hand trembling uncontrollably as if hearing Bai's voice. One head among the 3 opened its eyes, revealing blood-red orbs devoid of emotion. Zhang Shidi. Bai gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. Shi Xiang. The blood-red eyes widened, their indifference replaced by a flicker of emotion. The withered lips parted slowly, uttering 2 words. Zhang Shidi. Bai froze, rushing forward to steady the trembling mass. Is my junior brother still alive? Is he still alive? At this moment, a singular thought seemed to dominate his mind. The body was violently shaken. As the flesh and blood monstrosity protested, its multiple heads grotesquely rubbing against one another, emitting frantic howls. Brother, kill me! Brother, kill me and grant me release! Zhang Shidi's pallid face was tightly contorted, revealing immense suffering, his voice fractured and intermittent, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Bai trembled as he loosened his grip. Who did this? Was it Xiao Shi, junior sister Xiao Shi? Brother, I am in such agony. Watching you consume human flesh feels as though I am devouring myself. I can hardly endure this any longer. In my misery, just hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Bai clasped his hands together, silently reciting a few incantations that a faint green energy began to swirl around his fingertips. Brimming with vitality, sizzle, Zhang Shidi let out a piercing scream of torment. Useless, brother! Bai's entire being trembled, his hands falling helplessly to his sides. Do not fear, Shidi. Do not fear. Master must have a way, must surely be able to save you. Brother, hurry and save junior sister. Junior sister? Bai's expression shifted dramatically. You know where junior sister Xia is gone? No, I do not know. It seems she headed towards Yellow River. Yellow River? Bai's face grew even graver. Is she unharmed? Perhaps, junior sister. Zhang Shidi replied. Brother, kill me. Please kill me. Suddenly, Zhang Shidi's demeanor changed, his voice trembling with urgency. Roar. At that moment, a resonant roar emerged from the depths of the forest, sending a jolt through Bai's mind. Hiss hiss. The flesh and blood monstrosity quivered violently, leaping erratically, its blurred, sanguine mass entwined with several human heads. This scene instilled a profound dread within the heart. I am sorry, Shidi. Bai sighed, closing his eyes. With a flash, a brilliant light surged forth, and the grotesque creature was transformed into a pool of deep green blood, merging seamlessly with the earth. Brother, thank you. Zhang Shidi's final murmurs echoed like a fevered dream in Bai's mind. Rest in peace. I shall avenge you. Bai crouched down, retrieving 3 jade tokens from the ground, vigorously wiping them clean before stowing them away. What an odd roar. What could that be? Bai turned to cast a deep gaze back. This peculiar sound seemed capable of influencing one's psyche. Could it be? A terrifying thought abruptly invaded his mind. It seems I must return to the sect post-haste. Bai's heart was heavy with turmoil. Xiao Shi, I shall hunt you down. Bai clenched his fists tightly until blood seeped from his fingertips, stirring a commotion among the nearby beasts, prompting him to halt. Unforgivable, reflecting on Zhang Shidi's words before his demise. Bai sighed deeply. The urgent matter at hand is to locate junior sister Xia. However, regarding Yellow River, Bai furrowed his brow, calculating for a moment that it was already deep into the night, with several hours remaining until dawn. I should first ascertain the precise location of Yellow River. With this thought, Bai focused his mind, and his form vanished, appearing several miles away in an instant. Moments later, he materialized in another position. The entire abyss of evil seemingly transformed into his personal stage. Chapter 59. Yellow River. Below the cliff, the waters of Yellow River flowed incessantly, the surging currents creating waves that rose over 10 feet high. Crashing against the riverbanks with a thunderous roar, Xiaomei peered from within a cave, just as a wave surged forth, startling her into retreating like a frightened creature. It's dark already. Xiaomei sat on the ground, pressing her hands against the extinguished fire pit. Within moments, the campfire reignited, the wood crackling with life. This was her daily ritual within the cave for the past few days, after several days of observation. Xiaomei discerned a pattern. The river outside would turn tumultuous and perilous as night fell. Thus, she would light the fire each evening to remind herself that darkness had descended. The divine messenger had once said that losing track of day and night could lead to a gradual unraveling of one's emotions. The divine messenger had also mentioned, "Oh right, the divine messenger." Xiaomei smacked her forehead and sprang to her feet. The divine messenger had promised to return today. Yet, she had forgotten to warn him that the river was far too treacherous at night. He should come by during the day instead. This realization filled her with self-reproach. Through her exchanges with the divine messenger over these past days, she had gradually come to understand that he was not an omnipotent deity, but an ordinary cultivator. Perhaps even of a lower realm than her own. What if he truly comes? What then? After all, even she could not guarantee her own safety amid today's fierce winds and waves, let alone someone with a lesser cultivation level. Xiaomei's brows furrowed in anxiety as she paced restlessly within the cave. "That I must go outside to check. My mind is too chaotic." She dashed outside, keeping a distance from the river, gazing longingly at the turbulent waters. With her arms crossed and her lips pouting, Xiaomei felt a mix of indignation and urgency that if something were to happen to him, she might never forgive herself for the rest of her life. On the surface of Yellow River, the tumultuous waters suddenly fell silent with a resounding splash, only to be followed by even greater waves. Encased in spiritual energy, Wei Ziyan floated upon the water's surface, cradling his arms and grimacing in pain. Damn it, the waves today are excessively fierce. He surmised that the cliff must rise high above the river's surface, and after a moment's contemplation, he opted for the most cumbersome approach. With his hands enveloped in spiritual energy, he drove his Jinghong sword into the wall. Descending step by step, he lost track of how much time had passed. His hands began to feel numb. During this period, he had nearly exhausted his prior reserves of extraction. Just as Wei Ziyan felt he could no longer endure, he suddenly heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore. His heart surged with joy as he glanced down, just in time to see the elusive Yellow River hidden within the mist. That moment, a colossal wave surged forth, and before he could react, he was swept into the river. Ugh, ugh. Wei Ziyan spat out the brackish water, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if his insides had been rearranged. Where to go? He scanned his surroundings. The endless expanse of water, seemingly without end. This truly a river, and not the sea. The corner of Wei Ziyan's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth, randomly selecting a direction to venture forth. As a water traveler, this was something he could accomplish. However, the waves upon Yellow River were indeed far more tumultuous than he anticipated. Moreover, Wei Ziyan sensed an unsettling force tugging at him from beneath, pulling him downward. What is it? Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow, drawing his Jinghong sword and thrusting it beneath him. The sword slid through effortlessly, as if there were nothing to grasp, an illusion. Wei Ziyan was momentarily stunned. In a fleeting moment, the surface of Yellow River was suddenly stained crimson. Following that, large shadows began to emerge from beneath the water, swaying ominously. Gulp. Wei Ziyan stared at the water's surface, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. Before he could utter a word, the pull from beneath intensified. Panic surged within him, and he stabbed downward with his sword. Suddenly, a massive shadow broke through the lake's surface, a gigantic fish leaping into the air. In the darkness, its scales glimmered like a myriad of lanterns illuminating the heavens. The fish's gaping maw, exquisitely shaped, lunged toward Wei Ziyan, its sharp, glistening teeth reflecting a menacing crimson light. This is it. I want to die here. Will I? A sudden chill gripped Wei Ziyan's heart, prompting thoughts of surrender. After all, against such a colossal creature, he had no means of resistance. Waiting for death seemed his only option. with a bitter smile. He closed his eyes in resignation. Just then, a series of familiar scenes flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Murongya waiting for him in Ding Mountain County, the enchanting proprietress Tong Xiangyu, the cool yet alluring Buf fairy, the innocent and lovely Xia Mei, and his long-lost sister, and he still needed to uncover the truth behind his mother's death, that I cannot perish here. Wei Ziyan abruptly opened his eyes. A resolute glint igniting within the eye in midair. The immense river fish trembled as if sensing a terrifying presence, abruptly veering away in fright. Afraid? Are you? Wei Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, but before he could fully comprehend, a wave towering over 10 feet surged toward him as though descending from the heavens. Though the giant fish had fled, the massive wake it generated could not simply be dismissed. Gritting his teeth, Wei Ziyan turned and fled desperately. Yet no matter how swift his escape, he could not outrun the colossal wave crashing down upon him. Blub, blub, blub. The gigantic wave crashed against the riverbank, the cliffside's stone face fracturing under the immense force. With cracks as thick as a human arm appearing that in the face of such overwhelming power, even a 7-star realm expert would likely find themselves without a burial place after a prolonged duration. The river surface regained its tranquility, enveloped in a shimmering light that wrapped around a solitary figure drifting alone upon the waters. The shadows beneath the river continued their revelry, staining the surface a deep crimson. It was their grand feast. Yet, no shadow dared to touch the verdant orb of light that floated above. Whenever a fish ventured close to the luminous sphere, it would swiftly retreat, for the green light appeared to be a terrifying entity. Almost an omen of misfortune. Upon the cliff's edge, a figure clad in white gracefully descended. It was Bai Yi. Having searched from afternoon until nightfall, he finally uncovered the trace of the Leaf Fall River. It seemed this was indeed the sole correct entrance, but now, under the cloak of night, the river was besieged by rampaging beasts, suggesting that he would have to wait until dawn. Suddenly, Bai Yi crouched down, pressing his hand against the rocky cliff face, a frown creasing his brow. Observing the myriad of sword marks etched into the stone, his countenance darkened to an extreme. Could it be that someone had gotten there before him? Bai Yi's face turned ashen. This was dire. Sister Xia was in peril. Chapter 60. Long time no see crackled in the cave, the firewood crackled and popped. The once tumultuous Leaf Fall River had calmed considerably. Yet it continued to churn relentlessly against the riverbank. With a hiss, Wei Ziyan opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing head. Where am I? As he surveyed his surroundings, the fire pit illuminated the cave with a brilliant glow. The dim, damp cavern echoed with the distant, tumultuous sound of crashing waves that I have been rescued. In an instant, Wei Ziyan pieced together the fragments of his memory. The last thing he recalled was the towering waves crashing down upon him. Suddenly, a cool sensation swept across his chest. Wei Ziyan lowered his gaze to find a jade pendant emanating a soft green light resting against him that a smile crept onto his face. You have saved my life once more. However, who brought me here? Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow, noting that the fire was still roaring, as though it had only recently been lit. The soft grass beneath him suggested that someone had previously taken refuge there. Ah, you are awake, that a gentle voice resonated. Following this, Xia Mei, adorned in a fiery red aura, entered the cave that a warm smile graced her face, her eyebrows lifting with delight as she held something in each hand. Wei Ziyan leaned in for a closer look, realizing she held a deceased little white rabbit in one hand and a fish in the other. You rescued me, he asked, gazing at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Xia Mei. Warmth flooding his heart, at last. They had reunited. PNT noticed the slight tremor in his voice or the moisture gathering in his eyes. Are you going to say thank you? Xia Mei quipped, deftly skewering the fish over the flames, turning back with a gentle smile. The firelight danced upon her exquisite features, casting a warm glow akin to a painting that it's been a long time divine envoy. At her words, Wei Ziyan trembled, a tender string in his heart plucked. Long time no see. Little fox upon the cliff, Bai Yi leaned against a sturdy tree, his expression one of sorrow. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound nearby, and his face shifted. Who goes there? How did a figure cloaked in black emerge from the shadows, laughing heartily? It is I, Brother Bai. What brings you here without a word? Bai Yi inquired, astonished. Did we not agree to watch over one another? Old Wang grumbled as he ambled toward Bai Yi. It's Old Wang. Bai Yi replied with a surprised smile, that I guess it not due to my humble cultivation that I feared causing you trouble? Speaking of which, why aren't you pursuing that target? What brings you here to admire the scenery? Old Wang asked, both men halting in their tracks. That can an old man wander freely? Bai Yi's expression turned icy. Return, Old Wang. You are advanced in years. The malevolent aura of the abyss is detrimental to your health. Old Wang shook his head, chuckling. Are you not a mere fledgling with no cultivation? How could I fear it? As he spoke, Old Wang suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, his spiritual energy sweeping through like a tempest, causing the surrounding trees to bow before him. The sky darkened in response, and amidst the gloom, 7 stars shimmered brightly. 7-star realm. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged, yet astonishment stirred within him. This old man appeared to possess only the cultivation of the 7-star realm, yet he was but a step away from the celestial realm. How deeply he concealed his strength. Are you truly intent on meddling in this matter? Bai Yi asked, his words lacking any hint of mercy. Then aren't you afraid of straining your back at your age? Ha ha ha. Old Wang laughed heartily. Are you not afraid of straining your tongue, young one? Did your elders not teach you to choose your words wisely? Bai Yi fell silent for a moment before speaking. State your terms. That to be frank, he had no desire to squander his spiritual energy on this old man. That I want the wood velvet flower. Old Wang raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. And I want them dead, agreed. Bai Yi nodded, indicating that the matter was negotiable. However, Old Wang's next words caused Bai Yi's expression to freeze. That no, Old Wang. You misunderstand. That them also includes you. With that, Old Wang burst into laughter. Very well. Bai Yi nodded slightly, a dark red and black longsword materializing in his hand. You are quite arrogant. Bai Yi replied with a smile. You are even more so than I shall not waste further time with you. As he spoke, Old Wang casually raised his hand, unleashing a wave of brown spiritual energy that caused the earth to crack beneath it. Buzz. A faint sound echoed, yet it resonated like thunder in Old Wang's heart. Under the night sky, Bai Yi's sword slightly unsheathed, the pristine blade illuminating the world. That in that instant, the storm ceased, leaving only the brilliant sword light that sliced through the darkness and extended into the boundless sky. Creating a gaping void above, the rain began to pour heavily. The sword that cuts through heaven. Old Wang squinted, his hands instinctively tightening as unease surged within him. He assessed that Bai Yi's sword had unleashed such a cataclysmic force with merely a fraction of its potential. Should it be fully drawn, his life would be forfeit. That in that fleeting moment, Old Wang's thoughts raced. You are Bai Letian? Old Wang instinctively exclaimed. 10 years prior, a swordsman emerged, carving through rivers with 3 strikes. His sword intent unparalleled. Defeated by the sword master Yen Song, he had vanished without a trace. Little did he expect to encounter the legendary Letian swordsman today. Old Wang sighed, lamenting how the once prodigious talent remained so, while the older generation had inevitably aged. What of it? What difference does it make? Bai Yi neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating, if I draw my sword today, you will perish. Old Wang fell silent. Then I want the others to die. He took a step back. That is it not the will of that one you must not resist. Oh. Bai Yi's brow furrowed. That is for the others. I care not. However, should you dare lay a hand on my junior sister, the Leaf Fall River shall witness another floating corpse today. Ha ha, very well. Old Wang's expression darkened. That I will not harm your junior sister, but you must assist me in obtaining the wood velvet flower. Deal. Bai Yi sheathed his sword, but we shall meet again in 3 days. You may leave. The once unassailable swordsman had not only maintained but progressed in his realm. If word spread, the martial world would surely face tumult once more. Old Wang sighed and vanished into the shadows. But you are overly arrogant. Young one, that you must understand, there are deities above you. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow while leaning against the tree. Was he now entangled in this matter? Chapter 61. Intimacy upgrade. What brings you here? Did you not summon me? Wei Ziyan smiled gently. Do you not wish to see me? If not, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Wei Ziyan shifted on the stone bed, attempting to rise, but inadvertently tugged at the wound on his chest, causing him to wince in pain. Did you not move recklessly? Xiao Mei admonished, rushing forward to support Wei Ziyan. The stunning Xiao Mei, wore an expression of deep concern, her lips pressed together cutely. "It's fine." Wei Ziyan grasped Xiao Mei's jade hand, gritting his teeth slightly as he propped himself up. Feeling her hand held, Xiao Mei's cheeks flushed, her body growing soft. After a few futile attempts to break free, she relented, allowing him to hold her hand. This sensation was quite pleasant. "Hey, are you dazed?" Wei Ziyan released Xiao Mei's hand, waving it before her. "Umph." Xiao Mei pouted, moving to the fire to roast the fish and rabbit. "I was hoping to let you hold my hand a bit longer." "Ugh, clueless man. How did you find your way here?" Xiao Mei pressed her delicate hands against the fire pit, and a spark of ethereal light flickered across her jade-like fingers, causing the flames to blaze more fiercely. Beside her, Wei Ziyan stood transfixed, his eyes devoid of focus, lost in a daze as the system notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Affection 3. Congratulations, host. Intimacy level has risen to level 2, unlocking greater possibilities. Withdrawal attempts have increased to 5. The feeding function has been unlocked, and the marketplace has opened for an additional purchase slot. The limited count for intimacy blind boxes from a Dao companion has also increased by 1. Wei Ziyan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within. His intimacy level had finally ascended to level 2. This aligned closely with his expectations, as he realized that engaging in contact was the key to unlocking the next level of intimacy. "Hey," seeing Wei Ziyan grinning foolishly as if in a stupor, Xiao Mei let out a dissatisfied huff. "What's wrong?" Wei Ziyan snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Xiao Mei, whose cheeks were slightly puffed in irritation. "Have you been listening to me?" Xiao Mei pouted, her voice tinged with reproach. "That I have." Wei Ziyan smiled and nodded. "I like you. I love you, what?" Xiao Mei's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. The hand holding the twig trembled slightly. "I didn't ask that," she murmured softly, her gaze cast down as she poked at the fire pit. This moment. Wei Ziyan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the system. Oblivious to Xiao Mei's words, she waited for him to respond, only to be met with silence. "Do you not like me?" Xiao Mei furrowed her brows, her hands fidgeting together, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "My master once said that the gaze of someone who likes you cannot be concealed. Just like how my master always looks at me gently, or how Zhang Xiaoxue smiles sweetly at me." Yet now, Wei Ziyan's attention was entirely elsewhere, leaving Xiao Mei with a palpable sense of disappointment. "What are you thinking about?" Wei Ziyan reached out, gently ruffling Xiao Mei's hair. "Dumb." Xiao Mei nodded, somewhat dazed. "All right then." "Good." Wei Ziyan smiled faintly, sitting cross-legged opposite her, resting his chin in his hand, gazing at her with affection. "Eat." Feeling flustered under his gaze, Xiao Mei's heart raced like a startled deer. "Haha, all right." Noticing the dust on Xiao Mei's face, Wei Ziyan chuckled softly and reached out, effortlessly brushing it away. "Haven't you been here for quite some time? How did you manage to get so dirty?" "I have not." Xiao Mei retorted indignantly. "I used to cook my food over the fire." "Who told you to keep bullying me? Besides, I've only been here for 4 days. I'll take you out tomorrow." Wei Ziyan bit into a piece of grilled fish, finding it undercooked, and silently returned it to the flames. "Really?" Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she quickly lowered her gaze. "It's not that I look down on you. It's just that your realm isn't as high as mine. Do you have another way out?" Wei Ziyan replied earnestly. It's better to say nothing than to explain. No, he was straightforward. "But methods are always conceived by people, aren't they? How could you come down without a plan?" Xiao Mei sighed in surprise, bemused by Wei Ziyan's apparent lack of cleverness. "Now neither of us can leave. Are we meant to stay here forever?" Images from the story she had heard floated through Xiao Mei's mind, of a couple living happily together and having children. She shyly glanced at Wei Ziyan before quickly averting her gaze. But they had only just met. Was it too hasty to think this way? "You seem a bit thinner than in the picture." Wei Ziyan smiled faintly. "Picture? What's that?" Xiao Mei blinked, momentarily bewildered, though it hardly mattered since Wei Ziyan was already showing concern for her. "You're also weaker than I imagined. This day is not suitable for conversation." After a moment of silence, Wei Ziyan felt it was best to take the initiative. Of course. Upon hearing this topic, Xiao Mei's enthusiasm returned. "My master taught me many things, and I've learned them all." She held her head high, wearing an expression brimming with anticipation for praise. "Impressive." Wei Ziyan offered a reluctant compliment. But I can't believe you, that if you had truly learned them all, you wouldn't be asking me on the message board every day. I've also learned many spells. Wei Zian chuckled. Now I excel at rain summoning. Whenever I perform the spell, it surely influences the weather. How amazing! Xia Mei clapped her hands, genuinely impressed. Tell me about your life at Lishan Sect. Would you? Wei Zian smiled gently and handed her the grilled fish. It smells so good. Xia Mei took a small bite, her eyes lighting up. That I've heard that Lishan Sect is a formidable sect, well known in the Southern Kingdom. Indeed. Wei Zian nodded slightly. Of course. I've lived at the sect since I left home as a child. After learning the sword technique you taught me, I gained a caring master. My master treats me exceptionally well. During breaks, I gather fruits from the back mountain. There are always plenty, and it's so much fun. Let me lean on you for a moment. As Xia Mei felt a weight on her shoulder. She turned to find Wei Zian had succumbed to deep slumber. You're tired, she pouted, observing the furrow in his brow with a pang of sympathy as she reached out to smooth it. The deity is still quite handsome. Chapter 62. The sword moves as the sun rose, casting its radiant light. Within the elegant chambers of Lishan Sect, several ancient swords lay arranged in the center, their blades emanating hues of varying brilliance. Yet, many of the swords had dimmed, with only two shining brightly. These were the fated swords, bound to their owners, their brightness a reflection of the vitality of their wielders. The warm sunlight bathed the room, where a young woman, clad in azure robes, sat gracefully, in her hands. She held two long incense sticks. Gong Sun Ning inserted the lit long incense into the incense holder, her expression solemn as she slightly bowed. The curling smoke wafted past the spiritual tablets of her lineage's ancestors. Glancing toward the two radiant swords, she reflected that only two disciples remained in this generation. She hoped they would inherit their ancestors' swordsmanship. With her hands pressed together, Gong Sun Ning silently prayed. Suddenly, the hall was filled with blinding light as the white jade sword trembled, emitting a dazzling glow. Gong Sun Ning's expression changed. Something was amiss, she thought to herself, feeling a sense of foreboding. The senior disciple by Yitsong's fated sword had been dormant for 10 years. Any movement from it was significant. Gong Sun Ning waved her hand, and Bai Yi's fated sword levitated in midair, moments later pointing directly south. Intruder. Gong Sun Ning's brows knitted tightly. The extreme evil abyss. Someone actually dares to harm my disciple. Do they think I am a sickly cat just because I do not roar? At that moment, in the extreme evil abyss, during the day, the forest beasts were fewer, as night belonged to them. As leaves fell on the river, the winds calmed. The enormous creature lay in hiding, while a few carp leaped from the water, frolicking joyfully. In a cave, the fire had already extinguished. A man and a woman slept soundly beside one another, and the man's hand lay rather carelessly over her. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the leaf-falling river erupted in waves. The waters surged, scattering the fish and beasts. The river appeared to be cleaved in two, with water rushing to either side. In the center, a figure clad in white, like snow, strolled forth. In mere steps, he arrived at the cave's entrance, setting the stage for the current scene. Who are you? Wei Zian's face turned ashen. Anyone would be displeased to have a sharp sword or a brush pass them so early in the morning that he instinctively shielded Xia Mei behind him, unsheathing the sword hidden in his sheath. The Jinghongdun? Xia Mei, still dazed, rubbed her eyes and looked at the furious man before her. Her little face brightened momentarily, but before she could call out senior brother, she was abruptly interrupted by Bai Yi. Who am I? Bai Yi's expression was equally grim, his chest heaving as he gripped his sword tighter. This brat, so audacious, dared to sully his junior sister. Seeing her distressed countenance, he couldn't help but feel that this scoundrel had bullied her. After all, she was his junior sister. He had never dared to hit or scold her, and had never allowed her to suffer even the slightest grievance. One of Gong Sun Ning's two disciples. Bai Yi truly regarded this junior sister as his own little sister. Now, to think she had been wronged. Upon reaching this point, Bai Yi was immediately consumed by uncontrollable fury. His sword was drawn 2 inches from its sheath, radiating an intense aura of sword energy, that he appeared almost like a deity of death, and the ground beneath him could no longer withstand the immense power of his sword intent, cracking under the pressure. Who the hell are you? Bai Yi's words echoed with the essence of traditional culture, as one deeply influenced by Confucian ideals. He had always embodied the image of a gentle and refined gentleman. But at this moment, he could not contain his wrath. "Who am I?" Wei Ziyan was taken aback. "Are you the one who dares to accuse first? You come here in the morning with the intent to kill. And you ask me who I am?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his grip on the sword trembling slightly, but he could no longer hold back. He thought, "I shall strike him down in an instant." The sword in Bai Yi's hand, along with its sheath, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Wei Ziyan's face. "Bring it on!" Wei Ziyan, unable to suppress himself any longer, also drew his weapon, the Jinghong. And with a resounding clash, it struck Bai Yi's sheath. Sparks flew, and to his astonishment, Wei Ziyan was forced to retreat several steps due to the overwhelming force. What tremendous power! Wei Ziyan glanced down at his sleeve, which had been shredded to pieces by the fierce sword energy from just a single collision. This kid has the audacity to fight back. Seeing this, Bai Yi's fury intensified, but he was accustomed to teaching others. Who dared to resist him? With that thought, Bai Yi resolved to teach him a lesson. "You dare bully my junior sister?" Bai Yi roared, lunging forward and delivering a punch to Wei Ziyan's face. Dazed, Wei Ziyan shook his head and quickly retaliated. Without his sword, Bai Yi was little more than an ordinary practitioner at the seventh-star realm. The two soon became entangled in a fierce scuffle, the sounds of their blows echoing in the air. "Stop fighting!" Xia Mei exclaimed anxiously, her exquisite features contorted with worry. "Please, don't fight anymore. Ziyan, stop it. Wu, don't fight, brother." Upon hearing Xia Mei's sobs, both men paused in astonishment, their fists halting in unison. "The deal, you know each other?" Wei Ziyan and Bai Yi exclaimed in shock, their voices harmonizing. "Why, yes." Xia Mei hastily wiped her tears, her eyes shimmering with glistening droplets. "This is my senior brother, Bai Yi, and this is I am her Dao companion." Wei Ziyan interjected with a cold snort, releasing his grip on Bai Yi and moving beside Xia as she momentarily dazed. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist. "Dao companion?" Xia Mei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, feeling both shy and embarrassed. "How could you say that without my consent? You truly are a rascal." Bai Yi's expression shifted rapidly, his face reflecting a myriad of emotions. "In just a few days, my junior sister has already taken a Dao companion." Initially skeptical, he observed Xia Mei's blushing face and her lack of resistance, which left him feeling suddenly uncomfortable, as if his own daughter had been spirited away. Big brother-in-law?" Wei Ziyan ventured, slightly taken aback. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi shuddered at "Don't speak nonsense." His eyes narrowed, icy glances emanating a coldness that rivaled his formidable sword intent. Wei Ziyan immediately felt chills run down his spine. Just as he was about to speak when he felt his clothing tugged down, "That don't say such things." Xia Mei stamped her foot, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Though she scolded him, her delicate features bore a crescent-shaped smile. Chapter 63. Conspiracy. And thus, the situation unfolded as Wei Ziyan recounted the events. The three of them sat around a campfire, with Wei Ziyan perched on one side while Bai Yi and Xia Mei sat opposite. "So, you didn't come here for my junior sister?" Bai Yi squinted, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. Hearing this, Xia Mei raised her head, her large eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed at Wei Ziyan. "Of course not." Wei Ziyan could almost feel the sword energy in the air solidifying around them. "That I assure you, the little fox is my top priority." But what?" Bai Yi inquired. "But she saved my life, and I must repay that debt." Wei Ziyan replied earnestly that a true man, born between heaven and earth, must repay his savior's kindness. Otherwise, he is unworthy of being called human. "That don't you possess the blood of the demon race?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, speaking in a low tone. Wei Ziyan chuckled bitterly. "Brother Bai, don't tease me. If it were you, would you do the same?" Wei Ziyan countered, eager to see how Bai Yi would respond to this question. In the Southern Kingdom, where virtue and filial piety were esteemed, Bai Yi, as a learned scholar, was undoubtedly influenced by such ideals that in other words, the difficulty of the question was akin to asking, "If your mother and I fell into the water simultaneously, who would you save first?" "I wouldn't do it," Bai Yi replied with a faint smile, "because I would never place myself in a position of danger that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall." "I will help with this," Xia Mei suddenly interjected, her cheeks flushed, whether from excitement or something else was unclear. "That if one doesn't repay a life-saving grace, I would look down upon such a person." Xiao Mei shook her small fists, gritting her teeth that if worst comes to worst, just hand me over to Xiao Shi. I want to see just how capable she is. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression changed instantaneously. No matter how well one fought, they could not rival the insanity of selling out allies. Junior sister, do not speak recklessly, Bai Yi declared sternly. Your brother will never allow you to enter danger again. What should we do then? Wei Ziyan furrowed his brows at a loss for ideas. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed through his mind. How about this? When the time comes, we take the little fox out, pretending to have captured her. But demand that Xiao Shi present a wooden fluff flower in exchange. This moment, Bai Yi would suddenly strike, eliminating Xiao Shi, and that would resolve the issue, wouldn't it? Yes, Xiao Mei nodded vigorously, finding Wei Ziyan's plan quite reasonable. However, that seems rather unsafe, Bai Yi remarked, his brow furrowing in hesitation. Brother, let us do it this way. Xiao Mei shook Bai Yi's arm. I'm not a child anymore. I can protect myself. Besides, you are here too. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. From any angle, this plan indeed seemed the most straightforward and reasonable. Then let us proceed, Wei Ziyan declared, supporting himself on the ground. Though my cultivation is weak. Bai Yi is quite strong, is he not? Given his keen perception, Bai Yi's cultivation level was likely around the 3rd star in the 7-star realm. Wei Ziyan had never encountered anyone stronger. Bai Yi was the strongest he had ever seen. What realm is Xiao Shi? Bai Yi inquired, not responding directly to the previous question that I asked. She in the 3rd realm of the 6 harmonies. Xiao Mei tilted her head, seemingly unsure. However, she has a rather peculiar method that can temporarily elevate her strength to the 1st realm of the 7-star. 7-star realm? Bai Yi pondered briefly. First glancing at Xiao Mei, and then turning to Wei Ziyan. One in the 3rd realm of the 6 harmonies, and another in the 1st realm, should be sufficient to contend with Xiao Shi, who can unleash 7-star level combat power. This plan is feasible. Bai Yi nodded, extending 3 fingers as he added. However, there are 3 points that require attention that as soon as they realized they were discussing serious matters. Both men straightened their postures, their expressions turning earnest. First, I will find it difficult to intervene. Bai Yi sighed. To be honest, due to certain complications, I have made a promise. Among the companions, there was an elderly fellow with the surname Wang, whom Wei Ziyan should be familiar with. Wang the old man? Wei Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the amiable elder with a warm smile. That I know him. He is affiliated with the court, Bai Yi explained slowly. I had originally promised him that he could select a wooden fluff flower, but now that circumstances have changed, I need to deal with Wang the old man, so I cannot intervene. Both men nodded, finding this reasonable. Seeing that they had no objections, Bai Yi smiled and continued. The next part mainly relies on you. Wei Ziyan to me. Wei Ziyan pointed at himself, and Bai Yi nodded. The second point is that since this is a transaction, we must act convincingly. Therefore, I will need to temporarily seal my junior sister's cultivation. As the only remaining one, you must withstand Xiao Shi at the 6th harmony realm by yourself. Understood. Very reasonable, Wei Ziyan mused. But what is the 3rd point that requires attention? Upon hearing Wei Ziyan's question, Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought that even if Wei Ziyan did not refuse, he would voice some dissatisfaction. For although the plan seemed solid, any unforeseen circumstances could lead to dire consequences. At best severe injury, at worst death. You are quite astute, Bai Yi earnestly remarked, if you ever join the Lishan sect in the future. I, Huo Wu, can assist you. Brother, do hasten to reveal the 3rd point, Xiao Mei said, her delicate face flushing slightly, revealing her displeasure. She was acutely aware of what Bai Yi's implication of I might help you truly entailed. Very well, very well. Bai Yi's eyes glimmered as he declared. The 3rd point is that Wei Ziyan may very well perish. Upon utterance of these words, an immediate silence enveloped the cave, broken only by the relentless sound of the flowing Yiluo River. This is unacceptable. Xiao Mei suddenly rose, exclaiming, this is far too perilous. I cannot concur. No, Wei Ziyan interjected, raising his hand to signal Xiao Mei to sit down. I am in agreement that it is a fallacy to believe that one can gain without effort. And I have always placed my faith in my own fortune. His gaze was piercing, and he continued, moreover, as long as Xiao Mei is present, I can unleash tremendous power. He spoke the truth. This was one of the benefits following the system upgrade, as the spiritual energy gained would significantly increase in her presence. Xiao Mei hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Very well, Bai laughed heartily. Since you trust in your luck, we shall place our faith in you as well. In this world, those devoid of strength find it exceedingly challenging to survive, and luck is indeed a facet of strength. Chapter 64. High outside the abyss of utter malice, Xiaoshi sat cross-legged on the ground, a torrent of spiritual energy swirling around her as she practiced. For cultivators, the morning air was imbued with a subtle innate purple essence, a boon for their cultivation. Suddenly, the sound of a branch snapping underfoot reached her ears. Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow, but paid it no mind. Though the abyss of utter malice was fraught with danger, it was equally a land rich in treasures. Adventurers both feared and flocked to this perilous place in search of fortune. Just like Xiaoshi and her companions on this trial, finding a millennium-old spiritual herb within the abyss would catapult them to great heights. Hello, a somewhat coarse voice broke through her concentration. Xiaoshi frowned slightly, feeling exasperated that it was common knowledge that a cultivator's practice should not be disturbed in the early morning. This man exhibited a distinct lack of manners. The eastern region is the most promising. The chances of discovering spiritual herbs there are highest. Xiaoshi, still with her eyes closed and hands clasped, remained unmoved. I am here to find you. Upon seeing that Xiaoshi remained unperturbed, the newcomer extended a hand. Calloused and worn in an instant, the very fabric of the world seemed to tremble. Xiaoshi's eyes flew open, bewildered, as the swirling spiritual energy around her was abruptly severed. Turning to face the intruder, she beheld a man clad in a black robe, his middle-aged features amiable yet unkempt. Who are you? Xiaoshi inquired coolly, taking a step back. Anyone whose cultivation was interrupted would naturally be irritable. I can assist you. The middle-aged man stepped forward, placing his hand over his heart. You? Xiaoshi's brow furrowed. What assistance do you offer me? She scoffed. Are you suggesting you can help me cultivate? The man smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by her derision, that if you wish to eliminate Xiaomei, I can aid you to this. Xiaoshi's eyes widened in shock, her heart sinking. That you've been watching me. Have you heard about Yi? The man chuckled. With him here, not only will you fail to kill Xiaomei, but you may find yourself dead as well. Why should I trust you? Xiaoshi frowned. Because we share a common path, he asserted. Suddenly, the man unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, which swept past Xiaoshi, slicing through a stout ancient tree behind her without a trace of spiritual fluctuation. And you have no choice. In the sunlight, the man extended his hand, revealing a glaring golden character inscribed upon his palm, a character for high. Come, what? Are you hesitant? Wei Ziyan observed Xiaomei's somewhat despondent expression and inquired with curiosity. What is the matter? Nothing, Xiaomei shook her head. I am merely feeling a bit melancholic. You mentioned that if I disagreed with the Master's words, would our brothers and sisters not perish? Wei Ziyan fell silent at her words. Who could truly know what might have been? He reached out and playfully tapped Xiaomei's head. Some things are already fated by the heavens. Wei Ziyan smiled. Just as you will always be you, regardless of how you change, you will inevitably encounter me again. Fate has long been orchestrating everything in the shadows. Ruffling Xiaomei's hair, he continued, if one is dissatisfied with fate, then strive to cultivate and alter your destiny. That's precisely what you are doing. Xiaomei raised her head, gazing at Wei Ziyan, her eyes shimmering with light. Indeed. Wei Ziyan laughed heartily. Then you must join me. Very well. Xiaomei nodded earnestly, feeling her earlier disquietude dissipate considerably. Hurry over here, Bai called out loudly. The sight of this young man with his junior sister irked him. How could such a fine junior sister take a liking to someone like him? Surely, she must have lost her senses. Bai sighed internally at this moment. His sword had already been drawn 2 inches. The river parted, revealing a dirt path. That we have arrived, Xiaomei exclaimed, pulling Wei Ziyan along as they advanced. Let us go. Follow closely behind me. Once the two approached, Bai, feeling uneasy, could only impart a single caution. Soon, the trio arrived beneath the precipice. The cliff face, once smooth, was now riddled with cracks the width of a finger. This is... Wei Ziyan stared blankly at the wall. With his current level of swordsmanship, he could discern the residual sword energy lingering upon it. That it is nothing, Bai replied nonchalantly. Your descent method was rather clever. Can you ascend again? Wei Ziyan's lips twitched. You cannot possibly expect me to scale it again. That is not feasible. Xiaomei blinked curiously. Very well, Bai nodded, You may climb. I shall escort my junior sister upwards first. Despite Wei Xian's dissatisfaction, he acquiesced with a nod that if he surmised correctly, Bai Yi could easily carry both individuals up simultaneously. This approach was clearly a test of his capabilities. Fine. Wei Xian silently drew his sword. Jing Hong, and with practiced ease, drove it into the wall, commencing his ascent. Xiaomei chuckled softly, warmth blooming within her heart as she wondered if he had truly descended in such a manner. Hold on tight. Bai Yi's words jolted Xiaomei back to reality, and she quickly grasped his sleeve. Bai Yi flicked his fingers lightly, the sword extending 3 inches, its radiance shooting skyward, piercing the clouds. Bai Yi and Xiaomei transformed into a streak of light, vanishing above the Yi Luo River. Such divine prowess! Wei Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. So this is how sword energy can be utilized. Yet upon reflecting on his own meager sword energy, he quickly felt deflated. I suppose I shall take my time. Above the precipice, Xiaomei urged, brother, do hurry and bring him up. As soon as she dismounted from the sword energy, she could no longer contain her impatience. Recalling how Wei Xian had painstakingly descended step by step, Dunham Bai nodded silently. His sister's plea forced him to temporarily set aside his desire to test Wei Xian. Below, Wei Xian was laboriously climbing, suddenly realizing that his strength while drawing the sword seemed somewhat greater than before. Perhaps it was the result of practice making perfect. Come up that a voice, slightly distant, echoed in his ears. All right, big brother-in-law. Wei Xian chuckled and leaped up, the turbulent sword energy surging against him, making him feel somewhat lightheaded. Upon hearing Wei Xian's address, Bai Yi snorted softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing the excitement in Wei Xian's eyes, Bai Yi felt a twinge of sentiment. I hope your luck proves sufficient. Chapter 65. Hun, who is that? The three concealed themselves among the treetops, and Wei Xian inquired with curiosity that I do not recognize him. Bai Yi replied, leaning against a tree while clutching his sword. However, he seems to have arrived with us. Wei Xian nodded thoughtfully, that he understood that those who ventured here were primarily in pursuit of the Mu Rong flower, and to obtain it, they would need to locate and capture Xiaomei. Strictly speaking, they are not good individuals, Wei Xian mused, only to have Bai Yi's next statement confirm his suspicions entirely. He is not a good person. How does brother know? Xiaomei tilted her head. Puzzled, he appears to be just an ordinary person. Can one discern if he is good or bad? Oh dear. Suddenly, Xiaomei covered her small head, pouting with a hint of grievance. What now, brother? Your dedication to your studies has been lacking. Bai Yi let out a cold snort and explained. This individual bears a heavy burden of karma, enveloped by a dense aura of sins. They are deserving of death if one fails to heed the lessons imparted. Such truths remain obscured. Upon our return, I shall faithfully report this to our master. Please don't, senior brother Xiaomei pleaded, her large, innocent eyes shimmering as she pouted. Look at how pitiful I am. Must you confine me? Hearing the hint of grievance in Xiaomei's voice, Bai Yi silently sighed. This shall be the last time. Hooray! Xiaomei exclaimed, leaping with excitement, but lost her footing and nearly tumbled from the tree. Stay still, Wei Xian cautioned. Catching her doe, Xiaomei complied, instantly quieting down. This fellow possesses a remarkable skill, Bai Yi noted, somewhat astonished. Although his junior sister was generally well-behaved, her inherent fearlessness often led her to disregard others' words when displeased. Yet now, Wei Xian had managed to tame her completely. Brother Bai, what exactly are we doing here? Wei Xian turned to Bai Yi, inquiring. Our meeting with Xiao Shi is scheduled for 3 days hence. The individual below has reached the second realm of the 6 harmonies. And then Wei Xian pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Thus, the question is not what we are doing here, but rather what you intend to do. With a smile, Bai Yi suddenly kicked Wei Xian from the tree. His karma is too heavy. He deserves to die. Your realm is too low. You may train. Bai Yi's voice echoed like a fleeting dream, leaving Wei Xian enveloped in confusion to kill. That seems rather unjustified without cause, he thought, as he plummeted through the air. Suddenly, a small head peered out from the treetop. Xiaomei, her expression tense, raised her tiny fist to cheer Wei Xian on. In her world, killing was not an anomaly. Cultivators defy the heavens, and those who obstruct their paths are deemed enemies. Wei Xian paused for a moment, a spark of realization igniting within him as his gaze grew resolute. Indeed, had he not come, Xiaomei might well have been in danger. After all, their goal was to abduct her. No, I cannot agree to this. Midair, Wei Ziyan gathered his strength, twisting his body abruptly. Simultaneously, the Jinghong's sword was drawn. With the Jinghong in hand, he resembled an arrow released from its bow. In the forest, Lu Wen abruptly halted. With a gleaming long knife in hand, the light illuminated his face, revealing a deep scar that traversed it from top to bottom. His ears twitched, and a sinister smile crept across his features, making his scarred visage appear even more menacing. The depths of evil harbor many villains. Bang! Lu Wen swiftly countered, striking Wei Ziyan's Jinghong sword with a resounding clash. The force was tremendous. Wei Ziyan's pupils dilated in shock. He realized that such a blow, descending from above and harnessing immense power, should have been impossible to withstand. In other words, such strength should be beyond the capabilities of a mere second-realm cultivator. Yet, not only did he block it, but he seemed to do so with ease. Wei Ziyan braced against the Jinghong, twisting his body to drive the sword downward, the tip grazing the knife's edge. The friction of their metal produced a shower of sparks, illuminating Wei Ziyan's face with a cold glow. What a talented lad! Lu Wen laughed heartily. Who do you think you are? A mere second-realm cultivator dares to challenge me. Who grants you such audacity? Enough with the chatter. Wei Ziyan gritted his teeth. Exerting all his strength, waves of energy surged along the Jinghong's sword. Lu Wen's expression shifted abruptly. What sword technique is this? I can sense a palpable aura of danger. In the meantime, Wei Ziyan pressed forward, placing a finger upon the Jinghong's sword, blood trickling along its blade. But it seemed as if a transformation had occurred. The Jinghong's sword let out a prolonged wail, massive waves of energy crashing against Lu Wen's visage. His countenance darkened ominously. This is sword energy. On the treetop, Bai gazed in astonishment. That resembles the wave sword technique. Xiaomei's mouth gaped wide, unable to conceal her shock that, if memory serves, she demonstrated the wave sword only once before him. And he learned it just like that. What a prodigy! His comprehension is exceptional. Bai generously praised him, noting his aptitude for swordplay and seemingly extraordinary perception towards the blade. His talent is remarkable. Boom! Below, spiritual energies clashed, producing a deafening explosion. Caught in the tremendous vortex, both Wei Ziyan and Lu Wen staggered backwards several paces. Wei Ziyan crashed against a sturdy tree, coming to a halt. His internal organs felt as though they had been rearranged. Wei Ziyan's complexion paled, blood staining his lips, rendering his once pale face strikingly vivid. On the other hand, Lu Wen fared no better. He leaned against his blade, gasping for breath. Were it not for utilizing his utmost abilities at a critical moment, he might have met a gruesome fate. Who is this? Such a terrifying talent. Lu Wen scrutinized Wei Ziyan anew. Though he appeared youthful, at such an age, he had grasped sword energy. One must understand that this signifies a monumental step into the path of cultivation, akin to stepping onto the grand stage of martial arts. Lu Wen, nearing 40, had yet to comprehend blade energy, to grasp sword energy in one's teens. How cruelly unfair! A surge of unnameable rage welled within Lu Wen, the flames of jealousy igniting and consuming his spirit. Boy, state your name. My blade does not slay nameless foes. Lu Wen licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Chapter 66. The son Lu Wen commanded a peculiar technique. As long as Wei Ziyan dared to reveal his name, he could employ this method to weaken him. It was through this stratagem that Lu Wen had ascended to his current realm. All through sheer effort. Wei Ziyan brandished his sword defiantly, the Jinghong sword emanating a brilliant light that soared toward the heavens. Lu Wen chuckled coldly, a sense of pride swelling within him. Even if you are a swordsmanship genius, you shall perish beneath my blade today. Excellent. A swordsmanship genius will add a weighty page to my legacy. Lu Wen invoked his technique, only to be rendered speechless. You deceive me? Heh! Wei Ziyan sneered. Whoosh! A whistle pierced the air as the Jinghong sliced through, trailing a stream of white flames. You dare deceive me, Grandpa! Lu Wen's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving. Utilizing the erratic, airborne sword, he scoffed derisively, a paltry trick. He made no move, yet radiated an intense heat wave. The dry grass beneath him ignited instantaneously, and smoke billowed from his hair. Fire element. Wei Ziyan smirked. This is quite splendid. The clash between Lu Wen and the Jinghong sword was fierce, each side exchanging blows that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. This flying sword, seemingly uncoordinated and useless, became a source of frustration. Each time he attempted to attack Wei Ziyan, it thwarted him instead. Flames erupted. Lu Wen could no longer contain himself, unleashing all his spiritual energy, that if he could destroy the long sword, it would mean the boy's demise. The sudden noise startled Lu Wen, and he looked up to see dark clouds gathering as fine raindrops began to fall, each droplet the size of a bean striking his face. Filling him with alarm, this rain. Even the abyss of evil can rain. At that moment, as he stood dumbfounded, the Jinghong sword shifted from a gentle style to a fierce thrust aimed directly at Lu Wen's eyes. Not good. Lu Wen snapped back to reality, hastily raising his knife in defense. The two collided, the razor-sharp sword narrowly grazing the edge of his blade, that a bloodstain marred Lu Wen's wrinkled face. Suddenly, a colossal wave erupted before him. Reminiscent of the ocean's ferocity, Lu Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang, 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 Wei Ziyan unleashed a flurry of strikes, rendering Lu Wen immobile, devoid of any resistance. With each palm strike, he unleashed the full force of his spiritual energy, each blow crashing down like violent waves upon his body. Blood oozed from Lu Wen's lips, and his ribs shattered under the strain. The overwhelming agony contorted his features, gritting his teeth against the pain. Lu Wen raised his knife with an indomitable spirit, aiming for Wei Ziyan's head. Wei Ziyan was positioned too far. Evasion was impossible. Swish, the sword flashed, and blood sprayed across Wei Ziyan's face, that Lu Wen's eyes bulged like copper bells. Hands clutching his severed neck, glaring fiercely at Wei Ziyan. His body collapsed to the ground with a thud. He was truly dead. Panting heavily, Wei Ziyan felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, gasping for breath as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. PFF. Wei Ziyan raised his eyes and noticed that the two individuals had yet to descend, that he quickly reached up to wipe away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Each time he unleashed the overwhelming waves of energy, it drained a significant portion of his entire spiritual essence, placing an immense burden on his meridians. Fortunately, every exertion was worth it. Time rewound to moments before, when the skies suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. Above the depths of the abyss of malevolence, the winds shifted chaotically, a brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. Bai Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. Had the sun truly appeared above the abyss of malevolence? And it was raining. What could this signify? Bai Yi cast his gaze downward at Wei Ziyan, who was casting spells below. What on earth was happening? After a decade of sword concealment and countless volumes of study, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The abyss of malevolence, a realm of concealed dragons, was a statement not merely of rhetoric. While others might dismiss it as mere hype, Bai Yi was acutely aware of its authenticity, that of course, he referred to the Black Dragon, the last of its kind in this realm. What is it? Senior brother? Summer Amei inquired. Noticing the sudden change in Bai Yi's expression, that it's raining, Bai Yi replied, extending his hand as the rounded raindrops fell upon it. The touch was icy, imbued with a penetrating chill. Yet within it surged an extraordinarily vibrant spiritual essence. That this an enhancement spell? Summer Amei questioned, still bewildered. Her small mind was filled with immense confusion. Nothing of significance. Bai Yi shook his head, gesturing towards the sky. Look, the weather has changed. The sun has emerged. Summer Amei blinked. How beautiful! Fireworks are beautiful too, Bai Yi replied with a bitter smile, suddenly feeling overly sensitive. Buzz, just then, the sword sheath emitted a piercing sound as the winds and clouds swirled. The sunlight was swiftly obscured. Bai Yi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Summer Amei. The sword had been drawn 3 inches, leaving only its tip within the sheath. Bai Yi's expression turned grave, his entire being tensed as blood-red pupils flickered with an eerie light deep within the dark clouds. Outside the abyss of malevolence, Hai was instructing Xiao Shi in her cultivation. Suddenly, the weather transformed. The pale sun flickered amidst the clouds, and a torrential downpour commenced. Xiao Shi, incredulous, pointed towards the depths of the abyss of malevolence, exclaiming, "It's raining." Hai extended his hand to feel the falling rain, his face calm, yet a tempest raged within his heart. While others may have been unaware of the abyss of malevolence, how could he be ignorant? Having dwelled there for decades, he had never witnessed any other weather, forever shrouded in oppressive darkness, perpetually warm and unchanging. Could it be the Master? Hai's heart skipped a beat that if this rain were indeed sent by the Master, the implications would be monumental. Perhaps the rise of the abyss of malevolence was no longer mere talk. Sir, does the abyss of malevolence also experience rain? Xiao Shi asked. Why are you not concerned about the sun's emergence? Hai's low voice emerged from beneath his dark robe. Perhaps I simply detest the sun, Xiao Shi pondered, smiling. I too harbor a dislike for the sun. Hai chuckled, shaking his head. It is far too blinding. It seems that when the sun shines, everything else in the world fades into obscurity. All right, focus on your practice. Hai changed the subject that I have already charted your path. Should you still fail to defeat Summerame, it would be quite the disappointment. Rest assured, I shall defeat her, Xiao Shi declared excitedly, waving her hand. But why do you wish to assist me? At this, Hai clasped his hands behind his back, gazing towards the pale sun concealed once more within the clouds. Because I do not wish to witness a new sunrise. Chapter 67. Flowing Clouds by Lu Academy. Sir, how did I perform in this round? Fu Ling seated herself cross-legged beside Mr. Qi, smiling sweetly. Mr. Qi furrowed his brow. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder shattered the previously clear sky. Mr. Qi's hand, holding the flag, froze, and he became momentarily immobile. With a thud, the flag fell onto the chessboard, rolling off to the side. Clatter! Mr. Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly propped himself up, standing tall. In an instant, the flag scattered across the ground, akin to raindrops falling. Seeing this, Fu Ling turned pale. Sir is attempting to cheat again. And using the same trick, she glanced down at the scattered flags, then up at Mr. Qi's deep-set, solemn face. How can you not feel any shame, sir? Even as a disciple, Fu Ling felt as though her face were ablaze. But Mr. Qi was different. As he often said, as one ages, everything becomes trivial. However, this time was different. It determined how many times she could descend the mountain. If she lost, Fu Ling would be barred from leaving the mountain for an entire month. Master, are you attempting to cheat again? Fu Ling brandished the prepared recording device, shouting, I have documented everything. This time, you shall not escape your deceit. Silence. Mr. Qi's voice emerged from beneath his cloak, his back appearing as ordinary as a mountain. This was the first time Fu Ling witnessed such a side of him, causing her to tremble involuntarily, momentarily forgetting what she intended to say. Fu Ling. Mr. Qi turned to face her. Did you hear the thunder just now? I did, Fu Ling replied softly. For the first time, she saw this side of him. In his weathered eyes, new colors erupted, as if they contained the vastness of the starriest. Do you wish to meet your junior brother sooner? Hearing this, Fu Ling's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Though Mr. Qi's words echoed those of their previous conversation, she understood the distinction between them. Whenever he taught, all beings were welcome to listen, and they were to address him as Sir. However, when referred to as Master, it signified only two disciples. The exceptional eldest brother, Yin Song, heralded as the sword god of the Southern Kingdom, and herself, the one who only indulged in feasting and revelry. Yet now, Master intended to take on a third disciple, which filled her with shock. Amidst her astonishment, Fu Ling felt a flicker of joy. With a junior brother, Master would no longer supervise her every day. With this thought, Fu Ling quickly responded, Master, please give your orders. She patted her flat chest confidently, declaring, I will certainly do my utmost. Very well, Mr. Qi nodded slightly. His weathered gaze seemed to penetrate through mountains and rivers, directly observing the storm-laden abyss of malevolence. Set forth immediately to Dingshan County and welcome your junior brother. Got it? Fu Ling nodded enthusiastically, disappearing in a flash. What on earth was transpiring today? Mr. Qi gazed skyward. His eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. Kyoto, in a towering pavilion that reached into the clouds, a loud clap of thunder jolted awake the elderly man dozing in the grand chair. Cough, cough. The old man cleared his throat, donned a blue robe, and rose from the chair. Someone. His voice was aged, yet carried an air of authority. The door swung open, and an elderly man entered, dressed in resplendent garments, his hair graying, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. Your Majesty, the man was none other than the current Prime Minister, Zhang Kaijing, and the elderly man in the chair was none other than the reigning Emperor of the Southern Kingdom, the Nanwu Emperor. What just transpired? The Emperor inquired, his weary face reflecting the toll of time, that I in truth. He was only in his 40s, that I in the case of an ordinary individual, even with a slight decline in health. It would not be so severe. The Emperor's current state was entirely linked to the events of 15 years prior during the Xuanwu Gate incident, during which he had suffered a grievous injury. It thundered, Your Majesty. Zhang Kaijing spoke softly, his gaze lowered. How could thunder sound in a clear sky? The Emperor approached the pavilion's railing, looking out over the realm. I am unsure. Zhang Kaijing kept his head bowed, resembling a closed gourd. You are unsure? The Emperor burst into laughter. Who are you? The foremost diviner in the realm, and yet you know not. The greatest in the world, and you are unaware. Your humble servant is frightened. Upon hearing the Emperor's mention of the greatest in the world, Zhang Kaijing knelt, his forehead touching the floor. Humph. The Emperor waved his sleeve, his aged face exuding an imposing aura. Kaijing, I am neither old nor dead. Long live Your Majesty, Zhang Kaijing replied respectfully. Yet he did not voice the thought that the Emperor was indeed aging to ha. The Emperor clasped his hands behind his back. When will that girl return to Kyoto? She is already en route. Zhang Kaijing stood up, positioning himself slightly behind the Emperor. This thunder seems to have originated from the southwest. What lies in the southwest? The Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, there are Hetian jade, treasures and exquisite ink masterpieces. Zhang Kaijing responded fluently. You comprehend what I mean. The Emperor's hand clenched the railing, causing the wooden structure to bend slightly, revealing the immense strength of the Emperor, the abyss of malevolence. Zhang Kaijing opened his mouth in silence, and the humble minister would investigate at once. To go, commanded Emperor Wu with a wave of his hand. Once Zhang Kaijing departed the chamber, this ruler of the Southern Kingdom suddenly staggered. Reaching to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, that a moment of disorientation washed over Emperor Wu. That am I growing old? Yet he stubbornly refused to accept the notion of aging. At this moment, in the deepest cavern of the abyss of extreme evil, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. The black dragon transformed into human form, standing silently before a statue of Buddha. Master, what has transpired? In front of the statue stood 8 or 9 individuals. That a few exchanged glances, and ultimately, a woman stepped forward, her ruby lips parting as she inquired. The familiar aura enveloped the black dragon as he reached out, caressing his somewhat stiff visage. That it had been ages since he had assumed human form. He was nearly forgetting how it occurred. With the passage of time, one tends to gradually forget all things. However, there remained one memory that, even after a millennium, he could never relinquish. Moments ago, it had rained outside. With a step forward, a figure spoke in a hushed tone. Is this the work of our master? Fool, another retorted. If it were truly the master's doing, we would not be here. Silence fell. The black dragon furrowed his brow slightly, and the cavern was suddenly enveloped in an oppressive stillness. That it is not easy for you all to gather here. The black dragon remarked that I do not wish to witness any further disputes. My head aches. Since you have all heard and seen, go forth, engage with him, eliminate him, protect him. I desire to witness it all. The black dragon let out a hearty laugh. Truth and falsehood, reality and illusion. I demand an explanation. Chapter 68. I will teach you to wield a sword well done. While Wei Ziyan was lost in thought, Bai Yi arrived at ground level with Xiao Mei. Observing Wei Ziyan gasping for breath, his aura in disarray, Bai Yi frowned slightly and placed a hand upon Wei Ziyan's back. Instantly, Wei Ziyan's pale complexion regained some color. Ah, you are injured. Xiao Mei's delicate face was filled with concern as she reached out to support Wei Ziyan's bloodied arm. When Wei Ziyan dispatched Lu Wen, the latter had not resigned to his fate. His long blade erupted with dazzling brilliance. Wei Ziyan's eyes were seared by the intense light, akin to a needle piercing through. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Wen lay lifeless, his cherished blade shattered, the fierce blade intent ravaging his own arm. Had he not chosen to draw upon his spiritual energy at a critical juncture, his arm would have likely been rendered useless to its nothing. Wei Ziyan gritted his teeth, forcing a radiant smile. You say it's nothing, yet you're bleeding, Xiao Mei remarked, a pang of sympathy stirring within her. This was all for her sake. Had she not come to partake in this cursed trial? Wei Ziyan would not have found himself here, and thus would not have been injured. But as these thoughts coursed through her mind, Xia Mei felt a wave of self-reproach. Senior brother, she turned to Bai Yi. Seeking assistance, that it's nothing, Bai Yi replied, casting a glance before flicking a finger to release a strand of sword energy. Thank you, Brother Bai. The sword energy coursed through him like a shot of strong liquor, warming him from head to toe, soothing his meridians and providing a sense of relief. Your sword energy is impressive. Bai Yi crouched beside Lu Wen's lifeless form, pressing the blade sheath against the gory wound on his neck, which had already scabbed over that Lu Wen was utterly dead. Bai Yi was observing the residual sword energy lingering upon the scar. Have you practiced swordsmanship? Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan was taken aback that he had trained for merely 3 days. Yet he had yet to grasp the final form of the sword technique, the surprise of the phoenix. Contemplating this, Wei Ziyan raised his hand, gazing at the pristine, unblemished blade of the surprise of the phoenix. Even after slaying Lu Wen, the blade remained immaculate, devoid of any bloodstains. Perhaps it's best to remain silent. It feels somewhat embarrassing. Wei Ziyan shook his head that I have not formally studied, but I've practiced privately. Bai Yi's eyes brightened as he continued to inquire, You've practiced? For how long? Less than half a year. Wei Ziyan reflected and responded truthfully, that a genius. Bai Yi's heart raced with excitement. With proper guidance, you could very well become the next generation's sword deity. You possess remarkable talent. Do not grow arrogant. Bai Yi maintained a calm demeanor. When I first grasped my initial strand of sword energy, it took me 5 months. You are already quite impressive, only slightly trailing behind me. Bai Yi encouraged, if you diligently cultivate your sword energy, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. With that, Bai Yi turned away, a slight smile gracing his lips as he suppressed his exhilaration, in order to prevent Wei Ziyan from becoming overly conceited. He had reduced the time it took him to comprehend sword intent from a year to 5 months. This should suffice to ground Wei Ziyan in reality, observing Bai Yi's retreating figure. Wei Ziyan felt a peculiar expression cross his face. Although he claimed it was less than half a year, it had only been 2 months. Could it be that his talent was truly that exceptional? Wei Ziyan was taken aback. Perhaps his senior brother had deliberately adjusted the timeline to encourage him, aligning it closely with his own experience. That in these past few moments, Wei Ziyan had come to recognize just how legendary Bai Yi was, a veritable child of destiny. Brother by his good intentions, Wei Ziyan resolved to ensure he would not disappoint Bai Yi's earnest efforts. All right, that's enough. Xia Mei clapped her hands with a smile, displaying her dexterous skills, glancing at the makeshift bow tied awkwardly around her arm. Wei Ziyan's lips twitched as he, against his better judgment, offered praise that it's lovely. Xia Mei's cheeks flushed slightly as she reached out to help Wei Ziyan rise from the ground. The sword, Wei Ziyan pointed. And the surprise of the phoenix seemed to sense his intent, automatically soaring into its sheath. Have you received an education? Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired. Here, education referred to the disciples of the academy. No, Wei Ziyan chuckled. I merely chanced upon Mr. Qi and was inspired, so I attempted to glean some knowledge. And then you learned it? Bai Yi blinked. Not quite proficiently, Wei Ziyan admitted with a hint of regret. I have yet to master it fully, that if you could wield it proficiently, the academy disciples might as well throw themselves at a wall, Bai Yi replied, his lips twitching, that he was at a loss for words. Should he remark on Wei Ziyan's ill fortune in failing to utilize the correct techniques, or should he commend his extraordinary luck in inadvertently grasping such a remarkable ability? Indeed, it could be termed a divine power, one that could disregard time and location to summon rain. Though Bai Yi still could not discern the difference between this ability and a typical rain summoning technique. Brother Bai, who shall we slay tomorrow? Wei Ziyan asked with eager anticipation. Despite the perilous encounter with Lu Wen, he found him too weak. Yet even so, Wei Ziyan felt he had learned much from the experience. Are you addicted to killing now? Bai Yi chuckled. Tomorrow, focus on your recovery. By the way, why aren't you asking about today's events? Wei Ziyan grimaced. It seems unlikely for today. My muscles and bones are misaligned, and I ache all over. Moreover, my energy reserves are depleted and will require some time to recuperate. That's so. Bai Yi glanced back, scrutinizing him closely, but he had seen clearly that during the battle, this lad's energy reserves had been drained multiple times, only to be replenished in an instant. That I will teach you to wield a sword. At these words, Wei Ziyan froze. Then his face lit up with joy. Yes, Chapter 69. Binding Murong Wei Ziyan considered himself merely ornamental. The so-called sword technique he had grasped was only suitable for instructing a novice like Xiao Mei, who knew nothing. The trio casually sought out a robust tree, and Bai Yi extended his hand, carving a few strokes into the trunk, conjuring a simple dwelling before them. "You two go inside. I will fetch some food." With that, Bai Yi vanished from sight. Senior brother is amazing. Xiao Mei slipped into the tree hollow, surveying her surroundings before unable to restrain her admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Bai, you truly are extraordinary." Wei Ziyan echoed her sentiments sincerely, suggesting, "You should rest for a moment." Supporting Wei Ziyan, Xiao Mei settled beside him, then crouched down to further enhance the tree hollowed, as the sensation of softness faded. A complex feeling of melancholy unexpectedly stirred within Wei Ziyan's heart. Realizing he was overthinking, he closed his eyes and activated the system. Ever since the system underwent an upgrade, there were numerous new features he had yet to explore. The homepage still displayed a beautiful photo of Xiao Mei alone. But now, an arrow pointing to the next image adorned the side. Indeed, this was the outcome of the intimacy blind box with his Dao partner, a new slot for cloud-raising Dao partners. Upon clicking, he found the page utterly barren that he had already inquired with the system, and the newly available slot could be bound to a cloud-raised partner, albeit at the cost of having the probability of gaining affection points from his Dao partner. Note, it is not the affection points gained, but rather the probability of acquiring them. If it were simply about acquiring affection points, Wei Ziyan could just repeat the process a few more times, as affection points would eventually rise. However, once it shifted to probability, the difficulty of obtaining affection points significantly escalated. Consequently, Wei Ziyan hesitated for a considerable time. Yet now he felt no desire to linger in indecision. Just as Xiao Mei was of great importance to him, so was Murongya. Moreover, Wei Ziyan harbored a conjecture. Perhaps by binding Murongya, he could extract the abundant spiritual energy from her, which might alleviate her symptoms. Should I bind the designated individual, Murongya, the eldest daughter of Murong Yinhai of Dingshan County? He pondered. Note, once bound, it cannot be changed, and the probability of gaining affection points will permanently decrease to 50. Bind Murongya, Wei Ziyan silently intoned. Suddenly, an enigmatic sensation enveloped his mind, and he could distinctly feel the bond between him and Murongya deepening. It was as though, in the vast ocean, he alone sailed in a small boat. And upon raising his gaze, he beheld the radiant Murongya like a brilliant moon. A smile involuntarily graced Wei Ziyan's lips as he noticed the system panel. The slot for the second cloud-raising Dao partner transformed into a photo of Murongya, currently depicted as painting yet ensnared in a certain longing. Wei Ziyan chuckled knowingly, casting a sidelong glance at the affection point display. His eyes widened in astonishment as the affection points between them had reached a remarkable 120. With intimacy level soaring to level 2, concurrently, the system's prompt resounded, "Congratulations, host. The intimacy level with your Dao partner, Murongya, has risen to level 2. That the daily purchase limit for intimacy points in the Intimacy Value Mall has increased by 1. With the current available count being 2. Note, the current system mall's limited gift boxes are on discount. Purchasing will yield intimacy blind boxes from your Dao partner, Murongya. Detecting that the number of Dao partners is 2. The daily available intimacy fund points have increased by 1, with the current availability being 2 points. Wei Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of happiness that he could now purchase 2 cleansing pills daily. How delightful! No, that was rather narrow-minded. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he leisurely opened the system mall. The promotional section displayed intimacy blind boxes, and with a flick of his finger, he successfully placed an order. In the mall, where only 1 purchase slot had been unlocked before, now 3 were available. Wei Ziyan glanced over. The newly opened slots were for a first-tier wind speed pill, a first-tier body pill, and a first-tier dragon tiger pill. All pills? Wei Ziyan's lips twitched as he examined the 5th slot, where the mist had dissipated, or rather, its brilliance shone too brightly. It boldly proclaimed, Earth-tier sword technique. Heaven-splitting sword. With a thought, Wei Ziyan acquired further information. Note, as the host has elevated intimacy to level 2 within a year, the paid features have been unlocked. The host can convert affection points into intimacy fund points at a rate of 10 affection points for 1 intimacy fund point. With a daily limit of 10 conversions, please strive to acquire affection points swiftly. Goodness gracious! Wei Ziyan couldn't help but exclaim. The probability of gaining affection points had just been reduced by 50. And now this opportunity arose. Moreover, he noticed that the previous stipulation allowing intimacy funds to be used only on the same day had been cancelled. After all, each pill required 5 points for redemption. And currently, he could obtain 4 intimacy fund points daily, meaning if the stipulation hadn't been lifted, he could only exchange for a cleansing pill each day. This development seemed rather reasonable. Wei Ziyan switched to the system page and, just before closing it, noticed that his affection points with Xiaomei had astonishingly reached 135. That would you like to open the intimacy blind boxes from your Dao partners? Total of 3. 1 from Dao partner Xiaomei, 2 from Dao partner Moronia. Open. Wei Ziyan shook his head, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt that if Xiaomei and Moronia were to learn of each other's identities, what a scene of chaos that would be. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fire attribute Dao fruit, a hairpin from Moronia, and the state of mind is 1. Wei Ziyan furrowed his brow slightly. The first 2 were understandable, but what was this mind as 1? Mind as 1, divine power. What the realm perceives is what I perceive. What I perceive is the manifestation of the realm. Divine power. It seemed he had struck gold, even if he couldn't fully comprehend it. Looking down, he saw that Xiaomei had nearly completed her transformation of the treehouse. 3 stools, with a table in the center. The tree hollow had significantly lowered. Xiaomei sat on a stool, slightly breathless from exertion. Noticing Wei Ziyan's gaze, her cheeks flushed, assuming her secret observations had been discovered. Their eyes met, and Wei Ziyan dismissed the thought of testing the divine power. Tired, are we? Wei Ziyan reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Xiaomei's smooth forehead. Xiaomei lowered her head, her cheeks reddening further, white steam subtly rising from her head. With a sudden sound, Wei Ziyan looked up in surprise, seeing his hand resting on his junior sister's forehead. While she, blushing in anger, seemed ready to explode, in an instant, Bai Yi's temper flared. Disregarding the wild game in hand, he shouted, "Dare you bully my junior sister?" Chapter 70. The stunning sword and eerie atmosphere enveloped the tree hollow. A wild rabbit roasted over the fire emitted an enticing aroma. Wei Ziyan sat obediently to one side, observing with keen focus. Bai Yi's furious outburst had genuinely startled him. If deities were present, they might not stand a chance against Bai Yi. This was Wei Ziyan's first encounter with Bai Yi unleashing such formidable pressure without a sword. "Come, junior sister." Bai Yi wore a broad smile. "Thank you, senior brother," Xiaomei replied, her lips moistening, her stomach grumbling, clearly impatient at "What's this? Do you expect me to feed you?" Bai Yi glanced at Wei Ziyan, who was eager to eat yet hesitant to move, and remarked irritably, I'm not that hungry." Wei Ziyan replied, pressing his lips together and forcing his gaze away from the roasted rabbit meat. "Eat up, then we can practice swordplay," Bai Yi encouraged, chuckling that he realized he had been too impulsive earlier, but had no intention of apologizing. After all, he was the senior brother. Once the meal concluded, the trio ventured into a stone forest. Whether due to tectonic shifts or some other reason, stones had erupted from the ground, each towering high. They varied in width and height, creating a breathtaking vista. "Take this." Wei Ziyan reached out to receive a branch, his eyes somewhat dazed. "You join in too." Just as Xiaomei prepared to witness the spectacle, her expression fell ditto. Xiaomei silently stepped aside. Senior brother is indeed good, but far too strict, she thought. Whenever she performed actions incorrectly, a ruler as thick as a finger would swiftly strike down upon her. Quickly now, observing the two in sync, especially Wei Ziyan, even wielding a stick, he exuded an almost ethereal sword intent. Xiaomei, however, fell slightly short. Bai Yi had not expected much. He merely hoped his junior sister could execute the movements correctly. "Draw your sword." Swish. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Such basic techniques posed no challenge for them. Horizontal. Swish, chop, swish. Whether it was an illusion or not, Bai Yi sensed a faint resonance in their motions, as if each strike could summon the power of the heavens. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Horizontal sweep, coil stab. Commands flowed continuously from Bai Yi's lips. Gradually, Xiaomei began to tire, her movements becoming less precise. "Junior sister, you may stop for now," Bai Yi said, unable to bear it any longer. "No need." Xiaomei gritted her teeth, her lips trembling, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. "All right." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, slightly upon noticing Wei Ziyan beside him, instantly grasping the situation. Xiao Mei's performance today had far exceeded his expectations. After all, the entire stone forest was now suffused with the sword energy released by Bai Yi. Moments later, the frown on Bai Yi's face finally relaxed. He understood that the sword techniques employed by both were nearly identical. Was this a set of sword techniques? Bai Yi couldn't help but inquire. He prided himself on having perused at least 80 sword manuals. Yet he had never encountered such an enigmatic style of swordplay that it was called a sword technique. Yet it lacked continuity, presenting a sense of lingering attachment. Wei Ziyan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't very well admit that he had purchased the manual merely because an old man had praised it. Could he? Indeed, as anticipated, Bai Yi continued to question, where did it come from? Wei Ziyan stammered, and upon seeing his hesitance, Bai Yi was taken aback and immediately apologized that I was being too forward. Not at all. Brother Bai, Wei Ziyan replied, it's just a bit difficult to articulate. However, I can demonstrate it to you from start to finish. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Wei Ziyan held his sword with one hand and executed the technique from beginning to end. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei observed with sparkling eyes that so this is how smoothly the rascal performs it. With this thought, she glanced at her own hands, now stained with blood. She too sensed her brother's sword intent. So long as she did not grasp the sword, she would not suffer harm. Let me try again, Xiao Mei said, lifting a stick in her hand and repeatedly practicing the most basic movements. Once more, Bai Yi muttered, a frown creasing his brow as a fleeting spark of insight flashed through his mind, only to dissipate before he could fully grasp it. Wei Ziyan performed the technique again, his expression filled with confusion as he looked at Bai Yi, sensing something was amiss. Continue, Bai Yi urged, his brow furrowed and face grave. After a moment, he insisted, continue. Finally, as the sun began to set, Bai Yi captured that elusive thread of light. But that's it, he declared, lightly leaping onto a towering stone pillar, wielding a wooden stick, his sword intent radiating. Wei Ziyan watched in awe, his eyes widening. Coupled with Bai Yi's peculiar posture and movements, the sword intent became increasingly profound, yet something still seemed to be lacking. Jinghong, Wei Ziyan's lips parted, wanting to voice something. But realizing he didn't even know how to execute Jinghong, he fell silent. Bai Yi practiced again and again atop the stone pillar until the stars began to twinkle and the night sky shimmered. This won't do, Bai Yi sighed that it's still one step short. With a decisive action, Bai Yi snapped the wooden stick in half, unleashing a wave of sword energy that severed the heads of several nearby stone pillars. The stone forest transformed into a flat expanse, uneven stones scattered in midair. Wei Ziyan observed the varying lengths of the stone pillars above, feeling a stirring within him. He stepped forward, gripping the wooden stick with both hands, and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, silence enveloped the world. The pillars hung suspended in the air, and Wei Ziyan emanated a soft, radiant glow, surrounded by flickering fireflies. That moment, he appeared like the moon in the night sky. Is this the final move? Bai Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The sword technique that had baffled him was effortlessly comprehended by Wei Ziyan. How beautiful! Xiao Mei clasped her hands to her chest, entranced by Wei Ziyan, as a verse floated through her mind. May I be like the stars, and you like the moon, shining brightly together every night. Wei Ziyan suddenly opened his eyes, and the wind shifted. Clouds racing across the sky, the moonlight waxing and waning. The mountain winds howled, rustling his garments. In the distance, a few dark birds screeched as they soared into the night sky, towards the moon. Bai Yi looked up at the birds. And when he turned back, Wei Ziyan had vanished from sight. That moment, a shadow descended from the sky with incredible speed, and the surrounding stone pillars began to lower. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered, and the night transformed into day. The stone forest appeared to be ravaged by a colossal force, sinking abruptly to a depth of half a person. Boom! A blinding white light struck the ground. Stones raining down like a tempest. Chapter 71. Time's arrival crack. Under the azure sky, a bolt of furious thunder cleaved the air, illuminating the pitch-black depths of the abyss for a brief moment as bright as day. Yet, despite the thunder's roar, the depths remained devoid of rain, as if it were a place forever untouched by such weather. Soon after, another clap of thunder resounded, and the profound night sky seemed to be a stage specially set for the lightning serpents to dance. Silver flashes intertwining, while the darkness served merely as embellishment. Within the abyss, Following the thunder, countless murderous roars echoed, leaving one uncertain whether they emanated from fear or wrath. Bai leaped, landing atop an ancient tree. Pressing his hands against the trunk, he unwittingly sank deep into it, the robust bark bearing indistinct handprints. Bai's brow furrowed, his expression grave, the interplay of white and black intertwined in the deep sky, rendering it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Others might have difficulty discerning, but Bai perceived it with utmost clarity. The aura of the academy, he whispered, then turned to gaze northeast at her perhaps. The capital, before long, an indistinct, ancient dragon's roar resonated from the heavens, followed by a dense downpour. The battle within the depths of the clouds had reached a conclusion. Bai narrowed his eyes, extending a hand to feel the falling rain. It was cold, very cold. He looked up, his heart filled with confusion. The sky had darkened further, as if a colossal beast from the abyss had opened its maw, threatening to devour everything, but he could not discern who had triumphed or who had faltered. However, the onset of rain in the sky was ultimately an ominous sign. Perhaps, had that figure weakened, this thought flitted through Bai's mind, only to dissipate swiftly. That was a true figure of great stature. This was a contest belonging to them, that he was, after all, still somewhat too weak. Bai's gaze fell downward, and thoughts of his junior sister naturally led him to recall his master. Perhaps his master would know. Would that fierce master truly divulge the truth to him? Sighing softly, Bai vanished from sight, that I in the darkness of night, accompanied only by the gentle rain. There remained nothing but an endless abyss of black. Had it rained yesterday, birds and beasts sang freely atop the treetops, heralding the arrival of a new day. Wei Zian emerged from the tree hollow, stretching his limbs and feeling the air thick with mist. Momentarily startled, awake? Not far away, leaning against a tree, Bai lifted the dark hair from his forehead, speaking coolly, awake. Wei Zian scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, yet he felt that Bai seemed particularly mischievous today. Normally, Bai exuded a suave charm, but now he appeared somewhat cold, albeit unable to conceal the anger simmering beneath the surface. Had he somehow angered Bai again? Wei Zian pondered this, recalling how exhausting yesterday's sword practice had been, and he had fallen into a deep slumber upon returning to the tree hollow. Thus, he concluded it was unlikely. With this thought, Wei Zian straightened his posture, puffing up with newfound resolve. "Good morning, brother." Xiao Mei stepped out from the tree hollow, her cheeks flushed and still carrying a hint of morning drowsiness. Bai maintained a stern expression, nodding. "Today is the final day. Do you remember the time we agreed upon? At the hour of Shun." Wei Zian responded. Since arriving in the abyss, that time had become etched in his mind, impossible to forget. "Practice swordsmanship," Bai instructed. "And then we shall wait." "All right," Wei Zian replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Despite the exhaustion from yesterday's training, the gains had been substantial. Not only had he grasped the final move, Jing Hong, but his body had also become significantly more attuned to the sword energy that he had genuinely grown fond of this feeling. "Do I join as well?" Xiao Mei asked, blinking her eyes with a hint of trepidation. "That of course." Bai and Wei Zian turned in unison, their voices brimming with determination. The morning hours swiftly passed. Wei Zian remained immersed in the ecstasy of comprehending the sword intent, feeling as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, Bai interrupted him, upon observing Wei Zian's state of enlightenment. Bai initially felt pleased, yet the more he watched, the more he sensed something was off. This lad was not merely enlightened, he was perilously close to losing control. Reluctantly, Bai knew he had to intervene. "I'll teach you a technique," Bai stated before departing. "What?" Wei Zian asked, filled with anticipation. Bai's reputation was resplendent. Any technique he could offer would undoubtedly be remarkable. Conceal the sword within the sheath. Gathering strength to strike. Bai's gaze softened as he regarded the sword in his hand, as if gazing upon a beloved companion. "Your speed of breaking the mirror is too rapid. This is not a good thing." Bai continued, clasping his hands behind his back. "Had I not intervened earlier, you might have lost control." "Lose control?" Xiao Mei's face suddenly tensed. "It's nothing," Bai reassured her. Bai shook his head and remarked, "You merely need to slow down your cultivation pace. The epiphany that others yearn for has, paradoxically, become a hindrance for you." Wei Zian scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "After this matter is resolved, unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to violence." All right. Wei Zian nodded, suddenly taken aback. How does senior brother Bai know that we will certainly succeed? Bai cast a sidelong glance at Wei Zian, as if regarding a fool. It is you, not us, da. Wei Zian pouted, somewhat speechless. Pfft. Xiaomei covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her brows resembling crescent moons. Bai clasped his hands behind his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, I believe in you, at that moment. Outside the abyss of utter malice, Mr. Hai said, the time is approaching. Xiaoshi ceased her meditation, rising to face the man in the black robe with respect. Did I ask the time truly upon us? Hai glanced up at the sky. The sun hung halfway, gradually tilting westward. The noon hour had passed, the wind had picked up, and the air was turning somewhat chilly. Are you prepared? Xiaoshi lowered her gaze to her somewhat rough hands, a flash of resoluteness crossing her face. After meticulous planning, success or failure hinges on this one moment. The transaction proposed at the Rebuilding Society had not been recorded, and there was no telling if someone might harbor ill intentions. Therefore, only formidable strength could guarantee everything. With this thought, Xiaoshi clenched her fists, oblivious to the pain as her nails dug deeply into her flesh. She was determined to eliminate all unfavorable factors. I am ready. Xiaoshi nodded earnestly. Should we enter or wait outside? Mr. Hai, with his hands clasped in his sleeves, appeared merely as an ordinary farmer. You can wait here. Xiaoshi smiled and, as she looked at Mr. Hai, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flickered in her eyes, that Mr. Hai turned his back to Xiaoshi, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then let us wait here. I wish you success. With those words, Mr. Hai vanished from sight. He had taken quite a liking to this child. She was perceptive and possessed sufficient ambition that, if possible, he would not hesitate to lend her a hand. Chapter 72. Preparation. Junior sister, I must first seal your acupoints. Bai Yi's expression turned grave as he addressed Xiaomei. When performing a ruse, one must ensure it is thorough. Any slight oversight could lead to discovery. Xiaomei nodded. Once her energy sea was sealed, she retrieved a small round box from her pocket and began to apply makeup. Moments later, her fair face bore patches of blue and purple, her crimson lips transforming into a ghastly pale, with blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, the stark contrast creating a jarring impact. After putting away the makeup box, Xiaomei produced a talisman and gently tapped it against herself. Instantly, her garments took on a yellowed hue, appearing quite worn and tattered. This spectacle left Wei Zian in a state of astonishment. Such audacious techniques. At that moment, Xiaomei appeared utterly wretched, as if she had just endured a fierce battle. Wei Zian felt a pang of sympathy that if circumstances change, you can use flames to cleanse the energy sea 10 times. That will break the seal. However, do not attempt to breach the seal before that, as it may lead to errors. Bai Yi said seriously. This statement caused Xiaomei to momentarily pause, her demeanor faltering as she lowered her head. Let us discuss the plan. Bai Yi continued that I will take Junior sister to the transaction location first. At that time, Old Wang should maintain a certain distance from me, and similarly, I will keep a distance from both Junior sister and Xiaoshi. I will suggest that Xiaoshi produce the wood fluff flower. And during the transaction, Old Wang will undoubtedly make things difficult for me to at that moment. You must intercept Xiaoshi and await support from either Junior sister or myself. Bai Yi turned to Wei Zian. Are you prepared? Wei Zian said nothing further, merely tightening his grip on the Jinghong sword. Then let us proceed. With that, Bai Yi revealed the second realm of the 7 stars, leading Xiaomei towards the abyss of utter malice. Wei Zian watched them depart before turning in another direction, that he intended to circle around to Xiaoshi's rear, where the opportunity for a surprise attack would be most advantageous. Wei Zian flipped his hand, revealing a fiery red fruit that resembled an apple, continuously emanating a searing heat. The moment the fire-attributed Dao fruit appeared, a flicker of new insights emerged in Wei Zian's mind. Insights about flames, or perhaps about the fire attribute's spiritual energy between heaven and earth. After a moment of hesitation, he swallowed the fire-attributed Dao fruit along with a body refinement pill. The sky hung low, hinting at an impending storm. That a shadow flitted between the branches, swiftly disappearing from view. On the other side, Bai Yi walked ahead while the seemingly listless Xiaomei followed. Brother, I am somewhat worried, Xiaomei said. Glancing back, do you not trust your brother's capabilities? Bai Yi produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, smiling as he spoke. You should be concerned about that rascal, rather than worrying about me. After all, before he could finish, Xiaomei interrupted him. I am precisely worried about him. Bai Yi's expression stiffened, a dull ache forming in his heart that in the past his junior sister would always show concern for him, yet now she refrained from mentioning it. With this thought, Bai Yi snorted coldly. If you do not trust him, that is one thing, but how can you not trust your brother? Xiaomei bit her silver teeth, her eyes shimmering with unease. Is he really not in danger? Xiaomei did not ask Wei Ziyan whether he would succeed. Subconsciously, she believed that a divine envoy could not fail. She had faith in him, yet worried about the possibility of him being harmed. It was a perilous path. Suddenly, Bai Yi halted, abruptly turning to look at a nearby branch. Caw-caw, a black bird flapped its wings, fleeing in panic to Ha. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth tilted upward slightly, intrigued. Is it true? Then let us hurry. We should not go. This is far too dangerous. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Xiaomei resembled a startled blackbird, her complexion paling and her heart racing with turmoil. That it is false. Bai Yi sighed helplessly. Junior sister, whatever happened to that haughty demeanor of yours? Why the hesitation? Unleash your original vigor. Xiaomei blinked, whispering, but I am a prisoner now. Bai Yi's lips twitched. He suddenly found his junior sister less endearing. To prevent any blunders, junior sister, it is best if you refrain from speaking for now. Bai Yi waved his hand gently, causing Xiaomei's expression to stiffen, as if a layer of glue had been applied to her mouth, leaving her unable to utter a word. Bai Yi glanced back, revealing a satisfied smile that a silent junior sister is much more obedient and charming. The two continued their forward march. After approximately half an hour, an unusual sound resonated from the surrounding trees. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, flicking his fingers to release a sword chi as thick as an arm, producing a chilling sound as it sliced through the air towards the stout tree trunk. Ha ha, Chris Crack echoed, followed by a hearty laugh. Bai Laudi, do not be so hasty. Old Wang leaned out from the treetops, his eyes widening in surprise. Bai Laudi, you truly are impressive. You caught me off guard. I truly do not comprehend what sort of reckless behavior the Heavenly Secrets Bureau is up to back then a person of this caliber. How could it be anything but difficult to remain in the capital, let alone across the world? Ha! Listening to Old Wang's flattery, Bai Yi smiled slightly and countered, You are not going to trade with her, but are here specifically waiting for me. Are you plotting something nefarious? As he spoke, Bai Yi unsheathed his sword slightly, the ominous sword chi instantly enveloping the surroundings. Bai Laudi, you jest. Old Wang stroked his beard, pondering, Is this truly the person I seek? A genius indeed, that yes, if sensing others discussing her. Xiaomei raised her head, her gaze filled with despair. One must admit, Xiaomei's acting skills were quite commendable. That is the agreement no longer valid. Bai Yi stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xiaomei. Of course it is valid, Old Wang replied sincerely. In truth, I am here waiting for someone. Who? Bai Yi asked with keen interest at a young friend. Old Wang shook his head. I do not recall their name. Could it be Wei Ziyan? Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. Do you intend to kill him? Old Wang showed no surprise at Bai Yi's speculation. Someone who could make a name for themselves in the capital would not be a fool. He has crossed boundaries. Not everyone can touch what that person desires. Bai Yi scoffed. You are becoming increasingly foolish with age. Old Wang's jovial expression suddenly froze, his eyes seemingly concealing a ferocious glint. Leet, I hope to never hear such words from you again. Old Wang turned silently. I hope you can adhere to the agreement, that I will be present, but I shall not accompany you. That I will await your arrival. Bai Yi grasped the sword sheath, his countenance serene. Chapter 73. The Sword. The north wind howled. The shadows of the trees danced gracefully. Outside the depths of the abyss, Xiaoshi sat desolately on the ground, surrounded only by wild grass, utterly alone. The withered yellow grass swayed, the cold wind rustled her skirt, and the leaves whispered, creating a soft rustling sound. That it has come. That a deep voice resonated in her mind, causing Xiaoshi to close her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. That it was not until she heard footsteps crushing the dried grass nearby that she opened her eyes. Did I sit here? Xiaoshi feigned ignorance, gazing at the man and woman before her, a smirk of pride lifting the corners of her mouth. Sister, didn't I tell you not to wander off? Look, you've been caught by your junior sister. Ugh. Xia Mei's eyes widened in fury, her pale face flushed with anger, veins popping out. Ugh! Xia Mei struggled fiercely, but her body seemed bound as if by ropes. Perhaps her struggle was too vigorous, as she inadvertently reopened her wounds. Crimson blood seeping from her lips, her aura chaotic, appearing as though her life was hanging by a thread. Xiaoshi shook her head in regret. It was indeed pitiable to see such a proud figure as her senior sister reduced to this drenched state. Hey, that as Xiaoshi continued to mock, Bai Yi could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Are the items prepared?" "Right here." Suddenly, a wooden box appeared in Xiaoshi's hands, emanating a continuous ripple of spiritual energy. Bai Yi carefully sensed it. There was no doubt, it was the wood velvet flower. "Shall we trade now?" "You are too impatient," by Lao Di. Just then, Old Wang drifted in, positioning himself slightly to Bai Yi's left. The three of them forming a triangle. The "What's this?" by Lao Di. "Have you forgotten about me?" he chuckled. "How could I forget you?" "Wang Lao Go. You have just arrived, after all," Bai Yi replied with a smile. Xiaoshi watched the two exchange banter with keen interest, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. "Since everyone is here, let us commence." She cast a sidelong glance over her shoulder, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I shall collect the goods first." Bai Yi chuckled, but Xiaoshi's expression instantly fell. "Very well." After a moment of silence, Xiaoshi reluctantly acquiesced. With a swift motion, the wooden box slid to the center between the two. "Let her come." Xiaoshi produced a talisman, declaring, "Should you wish to renege, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The yellow talisman shimmered with a dazzling luster, hinting at an imminent explosion. This talisman could unleash an attack equivalent to the seven-star realm. Even if the two held higher realms, they were ultimately still in the seven-star realm. Xiaoshi had meticulously planned this, allowing only those below the second realm of the seven stars to participate. With Bai Yi being an unexpected variable, he had actually broken through to the second realm of the seven stars in the depths of the abyss. However, it would not significantly impact her plans. Waving the talisman, a cold smile crept across her face. She understood these wild cultivators better than anyone. For immediate gain, they would resort to any means necessary, that if she were not mistaken, that old man had likely slain countless individuals. Of the 5 who entered together, only 2 remained. No, 3 did very well. Bai Yi nodded, nudging Xia Mei with his folding fan. Stumbling, Xia Mei nearly fell, shooting an enraged glance back at Bai Yi before staggering forward. "Your junior sister has a sharp tongue," Bai Yi remarked, his lips twitching to at that moment. The world seemed to fall silent. All eyes fixated on Xia. "It's coming. It's coming." Xiaoshi's hands trembled slightly, her heart racing with excitement. Unsure of what to say, that if both Xiao Mei and the others perished, she would become the hope of the sect. Who would dare look down on her then? Wei Ziyan, concealed in a nearby tree, observed Xiaoshi's agitated demeanor, his hidden arm subtly trembling, uncertain of his next move. But suddenly, a jolt surged through Wei Ziyan's mind, an ominous thought taking root. No. Xiaoshi's demeanor was too calm, entirely unlike someone who would resort to any means to achieve their goals. Wei Ziyan's eyelids fluttered, and he noticed an exceedingly faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from Xiaoshi's surroundings. Simultaneously, Bai Yi and Old Wang both felt a tremor in their hearts. Not good. Bai Yi's eyes widened in alarm as a slowly forming formation materialized around Xia Mei. Hearing her senior brother shout, Xia Mei hesitated momentarily before quickening her pace. She lunged for the wooden box on the ground and hurled it outward just as the formation completed. "Junior sister," Bai Yi unleashed a wave of sword energy, aiming to sever the nascent formation. The moment of formation, it was at its most vulnerable. "Wang Lao Di, are you having second thoughts?" Old Wang grinned menacingly, brandishing a staff that a brilliant light burst forth from the staff, colliding with Bai Yi's sword energy. Bai Yi was beside himself with rage. This man dared to obstruct him. Just then, a flash of light streaked through the air, a chilling sword energy plummeting from the sky like a meteor. Targeting Xiaoshi, who stood dazed, swish, the sword energy swept through like a tempest, causing the wild grass to undulate violently, severing many heads in its wake. Old Wang's lips curled into a smirk, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. With a flick of his thought, a massive blood-red serpent erupted from the ground, lunging towards Xia Mei within the formation. "You dare, wretched fool!" Bai Yi drew his sword 3 inches, almost fully unsheathing it. The ground cracked beneath him, the red serpent frantically fleeing within the fissures. By Lao Di, you have ultimately breached our agreement. Old Wang sighed, gripping his staff tightly before striking it against the ground. A bizarre energy radiated with a crimson glow, successfully repelling Bai Yi's sword energy. However, Old Wang was also forced back several steps. Impressive. Old Wang's brow furrowed slightly, his hands beginning to sweat around the staff. Bai Yi's strength was formidable, yet he remained somewhat arrogant. By Lao Di, draw your sword. Old Wang lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. That if this continues, you will perish. That's so? Bai Yi appeared to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. Care to test it? As his words fell, Bai Yi surprisingly sheathed his sword back fully, his feet kicking against the ground, his garments billowing as he soared upward like a predator. Old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold before him. A body cultivator? Bai Yi is actually a body cultivator, and his realm is terrifyingly high. Old Wang estimated that Bai Yi's physical prowess must be at the level of a celestial being. No wonder he had refrained from drawing his sword. He had been honing his physique all along, that if he were to draw his sword. Old Wang swallowed hard, hastily waving his staff to cast a spell of defense. Within the formation, Xiao Shire's head throbbed painfully, the ground beneath her feet cracking like shattered glass. Her hands throbbed with agony as she lifted her gaze toward the source of this chaos. Wei Ziyan, sword in hand, stood inverted, his aura erupting with celestial sword intent, crashing down upon Xiao Shi's crown. Chapter 74. Breaking the game. Why are you helping her? Xiao Shi snarled, her face contorted with rage. Unwilling to accept the reality. And why did you choose to slay your fellow disciples? Wei Ziyan exerted force with both hands, offering Xiao Shi no opportunity to retaliate, because they all deserve to die. Xiao Shi's hands swelled dramatically, the blue veins on her arms bulging like thick ropes. Bam! Xiao Shi braced against Wei Ziyan's overwhelming sword intent with one hand, then launched a punch toward his temple. The force of her strike was fierce. Wei Ziyan felt his skin ballooning like a balloon, only to deflate again, repeating the cycle. His head felt as if it were about to explode. Wei Ziyan was baffled as to how Xiao Shi could withstand his sword intent. But he knew that if he did not react soon, he might very well perish. With a flicker of thought, Wei Ziyan instinctively summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing an explosive wave from the Jinghong sword. Layers upon layers of waves surged forth. The sword energy scattered, colliding with Xiao Shi's gigantic fist. Wei Ziyan was sent flying backward by the tremendous force of the rebound. Xiao Shi was similarly affected. Her arm now stained with blood. But she still had another hand. Bang! The sound reverberated as her fist struck Wei Ziyan's body, sending him hurtling like a broken kite, blood painting the air with a brilliant arc. Wei Ziyan crashed against the formation's barrier, and with a gasp, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. You deserve to die as well. Xiao Shi clutched her bleeding arm, gritting her teeth as she realigned her dislocated bones. Wei Ziyan. Xiao Mei's eyes glistened with tears, relentlessly pouring flames to cleanse the barriers of her dantian. This was the third time. Fourth time, Xiao Mei clenched her fists, confronting Xiao Shi with indignation. Why do you wish to harm them? What wrongs have my brothers committed against you? Stalling for time? Xiao Shi paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face as she turned back. So, even you, sister, are afraid? You are merely stalling for time. I couldn't care less. Xiao Shi swung her massive arm, declaring, Ask whatever you wish. I shall tell you all, for you are about to die. As the moment drew to a close, Xiao Shi's lips curled into a joyful smile, and her entire demeanor appeared to be one of profound relief. You must be curious as to why, so allow me to enlighten you. As she spoke, Xiao Shi took deliberate steps toward Wei Ziyan, who lay on the ground. It seems you are quite concerned for him. Perhaps you should consider eliminating him instead. Xiao Shi's figure suddenly halted, and she inquired, Why have you fallen silent, sister? At that moment, Xiao Mei was fervently attempting to dispel the seals within her body, entirely preoccupied with her own struggles to heed Xiao Shi's words. That it appeared she was genuinely frightened. Shaking her head, Xiao Shi sighed. You say I am not unattractive. Why then do they all concern themselves with you? Sister, you are clearly from another academy. Why transfer to the Swordsmanship Academy? Is it to vie for my attention? Yet, you have taken everything from me, Every last piece. Xiaoshi screamed in a frenzy. It is because of you that Gongsun Ning refuses to accept me as a disciple. It is because of you that wretched beast dared to act against me. Do you know what I sacrificed for this trial opportunity? It cost me my entire life, a lifetime. I cannot afford to lose, and neither can they. Xiaoshi appeared to be in a frenzied rage, her eyes glistening with a haunting hue. Have you finished speaking? A voice called from behind her, followed by a jarring sound of something slicing through the air that a sense of foreboding surged through Xiaoshi. And she quickly raised her hand to defend herself. With a swift motion, the Jinhong sword pierced her arm, severing a lock of hair that hung before her forehead. Xiaoshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the essence of sword intent? In that fleeting moment as the sword passed, an overwhelming tremor resonated within her energy. See, he should be roughly of my age, yet another genius. Why are they all geniuses? Anger ignited within Xiaoshi, her complexion oscillating between shades of green and purple. Damn it. You all deserve to perish, she bellowed, her pupils suffused with a crimson hue. With a hum, Xiaoshi raised her arm, disregarding the intense pain radiating from the blade embedded in her, and with both hands grasped the Jinhong. Are you out of your mind? Wei Ziyan frowned slightly, but he had no intention of granting Xiaoshi any mercy. With a powerful push against the ground, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! The Jinhong pierced her arm, becoming lodged in her collarbone that a grin spread across Xiaoshi's face, her eyes shimmering with a sinister red light. She had seized Wei Ziyan. Ha! Her fist, pulsating with a sanguine energy, struck Wei Ziyan's head, while her other hand grasped his body, bringing their heads together with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Xiaoshi's aura surged dramatically, halting only upon reaching the threshold of the seven-star realm. The overwhelming spiritual energy coalesced into a tempest before erupting violently. It was as if someone had grasped his heart. Wei Ziyan's face flushed, his chest heaving with labored breaths. Xiaoshi cackled, the sound reminiscent of teeth grinding together, but it seemed as though the entire world had fallen silent, with Wei Ziyan resembling a stalk of green onion. Held aloft by Xiaoshi and thrust toward the ground, is this the end? Wei Ziyan's head throbbed painfully, his consciousness wavering. Scenes from the past replayed incessantly in his mind, and he pondered how he could have been so reckless. Yet no one answered him in this hushed realm. Only the sound of his heavy breathing echoed, a rhythmic pull akin to a bellows. Suddenly, a vibrant green light flickered before his eyes in an instant, clarity washed over him. His dilated pupils gradually constricted until they returned to their normal size. Wei Ziyan, you scoundrel. The echoes of voices reverberated in his mind, striking like a tolling bell. Boom! His body grew increasingly heated, the energy sea ignited. And boiling spiritual energy surged from his lower body, enveloping him entirely. Still alive. Xiaoshi furrowed her brow, her eyes widening in astonishment anger is also a form of flame. Fire control technique. It is not merely about controlling flames. The flames ignited upon Xiaoshi's arm, coursing through her blood, racing toward her head. A fiery serpent, exhaling smoke, suddenly appeared before her, and Xiaoshi found herself engulfed in an inferno, her entire being ablaze. As she released her grip, Wei Ziyan was hurled to the ground. Huff, huff. Wei Ziyan struggled to breathe in the fresh air, relishing the invigorating rush of spiritual energy flooding back into him. The jade pendant on his chest radiated a luminous green light, a testament to the countless times his mother had come to his rescue. Lying on the ground, Wei Ziyan moved his fingers, a stream of light slicing through the air, striking towards the disheveled Xiaoshi. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei's pallid complexion suddenly regained some color. The seals within her energy sea had been unraveled. She seized the speeding Jinhong sword, channeling her entire spiritual energy to cleave at Xiaoshi. A fierce determination flickered across Xiao Mei's face as she reached the pinnacle of her speed. Chapter 75, Een. This strike came with such swiftness that Xiaoshi had no time to react. It was as if the entire world had descended into silence in the realm of existence. Only this sword remained. Suddenly, the world shifted. The sword moved, slicing through Xiaoshi's arm, the chilling sword intent severing her meridians. With a thud, Xiaoshi collapsed to the ground, terror etched into her features. She closed her eyes, Yet a single tear escaped from the corner. She was afraid. Sister. She longed to plead for mercy, yet the words remained trapped in her throat. I am fine, Wei Ziyan said, assisted to his feet by Xiao Mei, a grin spreading across his face. You claim to be fine? Xiao Mei bit her lip, her voice hoarse, tears nearly spilling over. Wei Ziyan smiled widely. I am fine. I am used to it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's heart trembled violently, her eyes welling with tears. What does used to it mean? How much suffering have you endured? Xiao Mei had once thought her own experiences were tragic enough, having been sent away at a tender age, rarely seeing her parents since. But witnessing the weight of Wei Ziyan's seemingly casual words, she felt an overwhelming sense of pity for him. It turns out even scoundrels need the care of others. Let us go, and take a look at as she spoke. Wei Ziyan moved to check on Xiao Shi's condition. That moment, a sudden cry of a sword echoed throughout the heavens, followed by a tremor in the earth, causing Xiao Mei and Wei Ziyan to cling to one another to avoid falling. A fissure, approximately a yard wide, split the ground before them, cleaving the earth in two, with grass swirling chaotically in the air, and low-hanging dark clouds creating an illusion of an impending apocalypse. She is gone. Xiao Mei pointed ahead. Glancing over, they discovered that Xiao Shi, who had once lay on the ground, had vanished, evidently having fallen into the chasm. Is it over? Wei Ziyan turned to the side, whereby Yi and the old man Wang's battle had concluded that as anticipated, Wang had lost. However, Bai Yi's victory had not come easily. The crack in the ground was a result of his soaring sword intent unleashed. After 10 years of sword hiding, it emerged in a single morning. Bai Yi felt a tinge of regret, more so a sense of loss, for he believed it was a waste to have used such a powerful strike against Wang. I concede. The old man Wang, with a bewildered expression, sighed after a lengthy pause. That I apologize. Bai Yi smiled faintly, preparing to sheath his sword when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The winds shifted ominously, and a massive serpent appeared before them. Its eyes, resembling crimson lanterns, glimmered with an unsettling light. The serpent flicked its tail, sending Bai Yi, who held the sword, flying, not to mention the old man Wang, whose strength was still inferior to Bai Yi's. Wang, are you reconsidering? Bai Yi, gripping his sword with both hands, hovered in midair, turning to question Wang. His words were abruptly cut off as he beheld the old man's injuries, far worse than his own. The black robe lay in tatters, the old man's wrinkled face ashen, and his hand trembled as it clutched his cane. Bai Yi focused, noticing that at some point, the old man's leg had been bitten off halfway. You were attacked. The old man Wang's expression darkened, his voice low. For a 7-star realm cultivator, as long as their energy C remained intact, they would recover swiftly from injuries. However, with his leg missing, unless he could consume a supreme elixir or break through to the human transformation realm to rebuild his body, he would remain a cripple. Who possesses such audacity? The old man's gaze narrowed as he glared into the abyss. As for his pet's current state, he was utterly indifferent. Brother Bai, it seems we must face this calamity together today. Ha. The old man Wang snapped his cane in half and thrust it into the stump of his severed leg. His expression shifted, and with a soft grunt, he signaled that the bone had been set. Cultivators are not divine beings. They still experience pain in a matter of moments. The old man Wang approached Bai Yi's side. A fleeting glance from Bai Yi revealed a barely perceptible hint of regret in his eyes. The old man Wang was indeed a formidable character, albeit on opposite sides, yet forcibly reattaching limbs ultimately resulted in a loss. Brother Bai, it seems we have fallen into a trap. His words fell, Bai Yi's brows furrowed, abruptly sensing something amiss. Though the old man Wang was injured, with his cultivation, it should not have been so laborious for him. It was likely a form of weakened formation. Bai Yi surveyed his surroundings, from the edge of the abyss of utter malice stretching far into the distance, covered by a thin layer of phosphorescence, resembling an additional wall. Yet, why had he been utterly oblivious to it moments ago? The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through Bai Yi, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow, that if he had been unaware. How formidable must the cultivator behind this be? Come forth, esteemed one. How long do you intend to remain concealed? In an instant, Bai Yi recalled the abyss of utter malice. It was likely the work of the apostles. Soft footsteps echoed lightly, yet they seemed to resonate deeply within the hearts of those present. As the sound drew nearer, 2 shadowy figures appeared atop the king's serpent. Bai Yi, Wang Yi, a hoarse voice emerged from one of the cloaked figures. This individual exuded an air of supremacy, and upon his arrival on the king's serpent's back, a flicker of trepidation was evident in the serpent's immense eyes. This was indeed a person of great significance. With a voice booming like thunder, the robust figure known as Hai laughed heartily that he had initially intended to eliminate Xiaomei, but during the journey, Yin had sought him out, revealing information regarding the cheerful swordsman Bai Yi and the smiling tiger Wang Yi. Consequently, Hai resolved to first eliminate the two of them, rendering Xiaomei an inconsequential bonus. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Yin's gaze had fleetingly lingered on the young man. Hai squinted, observing that the youth bore no remarkable traits. Perhaps he had misjudged, for how could Yin be interested in such a pale-faced scholar? These were the apostles' minions. Wei Ziyan tightened his grip on Xiaomei's hand, shielding her behind him. That it was rumored that the apostles acted with impunity, untethered by any constraints, and it seemed they were in grave peril today. The apostles? Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly, sensing the warmth emanating from Wei Ziyan's hand, which instilled her with a modicum of security. What do they intend to do? I have no idea. Wei Ziyan shook his head with a wry smile. I am beginning to doubt my luck, that I believe. Xiaomei clasped Wei Ziyan's large hand with both of hers, her eyes shimmering with determination. Very well. Wei Ziyan opened his mouth, silently tightening his grip on the other hand that held the Jinghong. Perhaps Brother Bai would possess a solution. He had previously mentioned his fortune, and it appeared to hold true, considering that two of the apostles' envoys had already made their presence known. Chapter 76. The Sword of Heaven and Earth. Almost instantaneously upon their arrival, information about the two flashed through Wang Laoda's mind. A voice like thunder. This must be Hai, one of the 12 envoys, born to be the king of beasts. And this is Yin, another of the 12 envoys. Hai and Yin? Wang Laotu snorted disdainfully. Why are you two not hiding in the deep mountains, but instead come forth to seek death? Seek death. Hai and Yin exchanged glances, as if they had just heard the greatest joke in the world. Haha, Wang Yi, you really are oblivious, aren't you? Hai mocked. The martial king is foolishly capturing the primal demon race. Those inept fools in the 10,000 great mountains can only rely on me to avert calamity. Yin shook his head, appearing profoundly disappointed. And how do you intend to avert this calamity? Yin suddenly pointed a finger at the two, his voice sharp, by eliminating you remnants of the old era. As his words fell, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The brilliant light illuminated Yin's countenance, rendering it almost divine. Remnants of the old era? Bai Yi's lips twitched as he subtly shifted a few steps aside. That it seemed only Wang Laotu could be considered a remnant of the old era. In today's South, with internal strife and external threats, not to mention the invading forces from the Kingdom of Yu, the abyss of utter malice loomed alongside numerous martial factions. Furthermore, within the court, the royalists and reformists were at each other's throats, while the martial emperor remained silent. Wang Laotu was one of the royalists. With a cold snort, Wang Laotu unleashed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that shattered the silence around them. Hiss! Yin lightly stomped his foot, and the king's serpent hissed, a tidal wave of pressure enveloping the area, rendering Wang Laotu's spiritual energy seem inadequate by comparison. That a flicker of reluctance crossed the crimson pupils of the king's serpent, which then unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist. Attacking my ally? Bai Yi chuckled. Initially, he thought the king's serpent, once a favored pet of Wang Laotu, would show restraint, but it was evident that the first strike was a devastating one. Humph! Wang Laotu glared furiously, gesturing with his hand. Fiery flames ignited the surrounding air as a fire dragon roared forth, entwining with the king's serpent's toxic mist. Sizzle! The mist was scorched, yet a greater portion broke through Wang Laotu's fire dragon. Shrieking through the air, exuding a sinister aura. You wretched beast! How dare you? Wang Laotu's expression changed in disbelief. Had this demon beast's toxic mist truly reached such a dreadful level? Upon hearing this, the king's serpent's eyes sparked with intelligence, intensifying the ferocity of its ejected mist. Alas, Bai Yi sighed, his sword energy slicing through the king's serpent's toxic veil with a resounding HUM, as expected. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly. This strike required a full 30% of his strength, whereas ordinarily it would have been a mere casual effort. This formation is astonishingly formidable. This is not a formation, Ian chuckled, shaking his head, utterly unconcerned about being discovered by Bai Yi and the others. Pray tell, who could penetrate the mists of the abyss of utter malice? Even the most formidable of the present age, Master Qi, dares not breach the mists, which explains why the abyss of utter malice has persisted until now. Is this truly the mist of the abyss of utter malice? Bai Yi comprehended instantly, yet he preferred to remain oblivious. The mist of the abyss of utter malice was notorious for being the least harmful of toxic mists. It would not be fatal, but once inhaled, one's spiritual energy would drastically diminish to at present. Their spiritual energy had decreased by approximately 30%, undoubtedly due to the internal mists of the abyss of utter malice. How could they break this? Would they merely await their demise? Bai Yi's heart surged with turmoil as he contemplated methods to dispel the mist. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, causing Bai Yi to stagger, nearly toppling over. The battle was about to erupt, with Ian directing the King's Serpent to strike first. Brother Bai, do not dawdle. Wang Laotu brandished his half-formed staff, entangling with the King's Serpent, that if we wish to survive today, we must join forces. Upon hearing this, Hai burst into laughter. What? You still wish to escape alive? Do you truly think I am an easy target? The black cloak tore apart, and Hai's form expanded several-fold. His elbows whirling with ferocity, Hai slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a force that shattered the earth, erupting molten lava. Slash! Bai Yi leaped into the air, evading Hai's sudden assault. One hand wielded his sword, while the other pressed against his brow, resembling a sword immortal of the realm. The long sword hummed ominously, emanating an unassailable aura of sword intent. The sword intent conjured a wind, transforming into sword energy. Hiss! How exhilarating! Hai laughed heartily as the sword energy washed over his body, leaving trails of blood.